Back at the strong and safe Gu family estate, the atmosphere remained heavy with the aftershock of danger. Lin Weiwei took the children to wash up and rest, while Gu Chenyu immediately called an elite security team to hold a meeting to handle the follow-up and plan the next steps. Tianxin seemed frightened by the tense scene at the airport. She clung tightly to her mother's hand, like a scared little rabbit, unwilling to let go. Tears still shimmered in her big eyes. Tianyu, on the other hand, looked very excited. He was quickly tapping on a tablet, full of focus and joy as if discovering something new. "Mom, I'm analyzing the data from those people's equipment," Tianyu said without looking up. His small hands moved swiftly on the screen. Their communication devices are very advanced, but their protection system has weaknesses. Like Dad said, no fortress is perfect. I found a few ways to break through. Lin Weiwei looked at her son, feeling mixed emotions. This 5-year-old child should be playing happily at kindergarten with friends, but now he faces dangers that even adults find hard to handle. He's using his clever little mind to think about how to protect his family. "Tianyu," she said softly, with a hint of sadness, "let Dad handle these things. You're still a kid. You should do kid things like building blocks or watching cartoons." Tianyu looked up, his eyes very serious, showing maturity beyond his age. "Mom, I'm not an ordinary kid. Dad says I'm a little genius. I can protect you and my sister, and I can help Dad too. I don't want to just be a kid who's protected. I want to protect our home with Dad." His words were so firm and responsible that Lin Weiwei didn't know how to respond. She felt proud and sad at the same time. Suddenly, Tianxin whispered softly, her voice trembling with tears. "Mom, I miss Dad. Why isn't Dad with us? All the other kids have their parents with them. Why can't we?" That sentence was like a sharp knife stabbing into Lin Weiwei's heart. She crouched down and gently hugged her soft little girl. Her voice choked with emotion. "Dad is busy with important things. He'll come find us when he's done. Dad is fighting the bad guys to protect us." But Tianxin sobbed, her small shoulders trembling. "I don't want Dad to fight. I'm afraid Dad will get hurt. I want Dad to come and stay with me right now." Lin Weiwei tightly hugged the two children, tears silently falling. She had never hated her helplessness so much before, nor hated herself for bringing danger and worry to her children. She hated that her innocent, happy children had to face adult schemes and threats so early. At that moment, Gu Chenyu pushed the door open. His face looked tired, but when he saw his family, his eyes instantly softened with kindness, melting away all his sternness. "What's wrong? Why is my little princess crying?" He quickly walked over, crouched down, and gently wiped Tianxin's tears from her cheeks, acting as tenderly as if she were a precious treasure. "Daddy," Tianxin threw herself into his arms, crying even harder. Her little arms tightly wrapped around his neck. "I don't want you to fight. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. I want Daddy to stay with me." Gu Chenyu's heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed. He hugged his daughter close, gently patting her back, and spoke softly but firmly. "Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Daddy is very strong. Those bad guys can't beat Daddy. I promise you, I will solve everything soon, and then I will stay with my little princess every day, okay?" He looked up at Lin Weiwei with a complicated expression. "The children are very scared, right?" Lin Weiwei nodded, her voice choked with emotion. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on leaving, none of this would have happened today." "Don't say that," Gu Chenyu interrupted her firmly. "It's not your fault. The fault lies with those who have bad intentions, with those who want to hurt us. You're just a mother trying to protect her children. I understand your choice." He stood up holding Tianxin, then took Tianyu's hand, showing a warm smile. "Let's go. Daddy will take you to get some ice cream. The kitchen just received a new batch of Italian handmade ice cream with your favorite strawberry and chocolate flavors." Tianxin's crying gradually lessened, but her face still showed worry. She clung tightly to her father's collar, unwilling to let go. Tianyu, on the other hand, appeared very calm, even starting to discuss upgrades to the security system with Gu Chenyu. His mature manner made people smile. Watching the father and son seriously talking, a complex feeling rose in Lin Weiwei's heart. This man, the man she once hated and resented, now appears so reliable and reassuring. He uses his shoulders to create a safe and peaceful space for them. During dinner, the atmosphere eased a little. Gu Qinyu carefully looked after the children as they ate, occasionally making Tianxin laugh with funny jokes. Tianyu was eating while also playing on his tablet, sometimes discussing technical questions with Gu Qinyu. The father and son's conversation was so professional that Lin Weiwei was amazed. Lin Weiwei quietly watched the scene, feeling many emotions. This was the family life she had once dreamed of, warm, harmonious, full of love and laughter. But the shadow of reality still cast over this warmth, making her afraid to fully relax. After dinner, Gu Qinyu played games with the children, while Lin Weiwei watched from the side. Tianxin seemed to finally recover from her shock, her cheerful laughter filling the room again, like beautiful music. "Daddy, look at the castle I built." Tianxin excitedly showed her work, her eyes shining. "From now on, our family will live inside it. Okay? It should have many rooms, one for mom and dad, one for me, and one for my brother." Gu Qinyu smiled gently, full of affection. "Okay, I'll build you a real castle, bigger and more beautiful than this. It will have a garden, swings, and everything you want." "Really?" Tianxin's eyes sparkled like stars. "I want a pink castle with a carousel and a Ferris wheel. My brother wants a super big computer room." "Okay, I'll build all of that for you," Gu Qinyu said softly, petting his daughter's head. "As long as my little princess and little prince are happy, anything is possible." Tianyu was quietly building his robot nearby when he suddenly spoke up. "Dad, I think we should improve the AI learning ability of our external monitoring system. The behavior patterns of those people follow some rules. If the system can learn to recognize them on its own, it can warn us early, so we don't have to wait until they get close to notice." Gu Qinyu looked at his son in surprise, full of pride. "That's a very good idea. How did you think of it?" "I watched some basic tutorials on machine learning online, and I also looked at some technical documents from Dad's company," Tianyu answered calmly, with a serious expression on his face. "I think the current security system is too passive. We should be more proactive so that bad people don't even have a chance to get close." Lin Weiwei listened nearby, feeling both proud and a little sad. This child was so smart it amazed her, yet also mature in a way that made her worry. She knew this young age should be carefree, but they had to think about heavy problems. After playing for a while, Tianxin started to yawn, blinking her big eyes, clearly tired. Just as Lin Weiwei was about to take the children to bed, Gu Qinyu quickly picked up Tianxin. "Tonight, Dad will tell you a story," he said softly with a gentle smile. "It's a story about a brave prince and a clever princess. It's my favorite story from when I was a kid." Tianxin clapped happily, feeling sleepy but excited. "Yes, I want to hear Dad's story." Although Tianyu didn't say anything, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. He quietly put down his tablet. Lin Weiwei watched Gu Qinyu hold Tianxin and walk toward the bedroom with Tianyu, feeling a warm rush in her heart. This man was making up for past gaps in his own way, trying to be a good father, giving all his love and patience to the children. In the bedroom, Gu Qinyu sat on the bed, with the two children cuddled close to him, like two warm little koalas. His deep, magnetic voice filled the room as he told a story full of adventure and wisdom, sometimes mimicking characters from the story, making the children laugh happily. Lin Weiwei stood quietly at the door, watching the scene. Moonlight shone through the window, casting a gentle glow on the father and children, creating a warm and beautiful picture, like the most comforting painting in the world. Her eyes welled up with tears, and her heart was full of emotion. This was the family she had always dreamed of, the happiness she longed for. Now it was right in front of her, so real it almost made her cry. Halfway through the story, Tianxin had fallen asleep, a sweet smile on her face, as if dreaming something wonderful. Tianyu was still awake, but his eyelids were heavy, and his little head was nodding, like a tired little bird. Gu Chenyu gently covered the children with blankets, kissed each of their foreheads tenderly, his love shining in his eyes. "Good night, my babies," he whispered softly, full of warmth. "Daddy loves you." He tiptoed out of the bedroom and closed the door. Turning around, he saw Lin Weiwei standing at the door, tears in her eyes, sparkling in the moonlight. "What's wrong?" he softly asked, gently wiping away her tears with his fingers, warm and tender. Lin Weiwei shook her head, voice choked with emotion. "I just feel very happy, but also very scared. Scared that all of this is just a dream, scared of losing it. Scared that I don't deserve this happiness." Gu Chenyu held her close, his arms strong and warm, his voice firm and gentle. "This is not a dream, Weiwei. This is our home, our future. I won't let anyone ruin it, and I won't let anyone hurt you or the children. You deserve all the happiness, and you are the most precious thing in my life." His warm, strong embrace finally helped Weiwei relax. She leaned against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling this rare sense of peace and warmth, like a small boat that had been drifting for a long time finally finding a safe harbor. "Chenyu," she whispered softly, her voice fragile and dependent. "I'm sorry. I want to run away again. I'm just so afraid of losing the children, afraid that my presence might hurt them." "I understand." Gu Chenyu gently stroked her hair, his movements tender. "But you have to trust me, trust us. We can face this together, and we will get through it. You're not alone, you have me. We are a family." Lin Weiwei looked up into his eyes. In those usually calm and composed eyes, now there was sincerity and determination, along with a tenderness and promise she had never seen before. "Okay," she said softly, her voice firm despite its lightness. "I trust you. We'll face this together." Gu Chenyu's lips curved into a gentle smile, like sunlight breaking through clouds. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. The kiss was light and tender, yet carried a deep promise and strength. Lin Weiwei closed her eyes, feeling this warmth and peace. All her worries and fears slowly faded away. Maybe, this time, she could truly let go of all her burdens, believe, rely, and embrace this long-awaited happiness. Night fell, and the safe fortress was quiet, only the faint hum of the advanced air purification system. Lin Weiwei and Gu Chenyu stood side by side at the observation window, gazing at the simulated vast starry sky outside, dotted with stars, beautiful as a dream. "After all this is over," Gu Chenyu softly said, naturally wrapping his arm around her shoulders, "let's take the children on a trip. Go to the places they want to visit, do the things they want to do, and make up for the missed moments." Lin Weiwei leaned on his shoulder, feeling his warm body. She nodded softly and said, "Okay." Tianxin has always wanted to go to Disneyland to see princesses and castles. Tianyu is very interested in science museums, especially the space exhibit. He says he wants to build rockets when he grows up. "Then let's go everywhere," Gu Chenyu said with a smile, full of anticipation. "We have a whole lifetime to take them to all the places they want to see and enjoy the beauty of the world." A lifetime. That word made Lin Weiwei's heart flutter like a butterfly. She looked up at the man beside her. Under the moonlight, his side profile was clear, his eyes gentle and firm, like a trustworthy protector. The man who once broke her heart now made her feel more safe and happy than ever. "Chenyu," she whispered softly, full of gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for still giving us this chance. Thank you for being so good to the children." Gu Chenyu turned to look at her, his eyes showing complex feelings, guilt, love, and promise. "I should be the one saying thank you. Thank you for giving me such lovely children. Thank you for giving me another chance to make up for past mistakes and to become a real father and husband." They looked at each other and smiled. All the barriers and misunderstandings disappeared in that moment, leaving only hope and promises for the future. The night deepened, but the lights inside the safe house still glowed warmly, like spring. This was a new beginning, full of hope and commitments, a true start of their home. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Tianyu quietly opened his eyes. He watched the monitor screen showing his parent hugging, and a peaceful smile appeared on his face. His smile carried a maturity beyond his age, full of comfort and understanding. He gently tucked his sister into bed, looked at Tianxin's sweet sleeping face, then closed his eyes, finally able to sleep peacefully, without worries about tomorrow. Because he knew from now on, they were no longer an incomplete family. They had a dad, a mom, and a real, warm, safe home. This home would be their strongest fortress and warmest harbor. Tianxin's high fever finally broke. Inside the safe house, a faint smell of disinfectant and mint from children's fever patches filled the air. Lin Weiwei sat by her daughter's bed, gently touching the child's warm forehead. Her eyes looked blankly at the starry night scene outside the bulletproof glass window. Her heart felt as if it was being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. Every breath she took was heavy with worry. She kept replaying the frightening scenes from the airport. Loud alarms, chaotic crowds, Gu Chenyu's firm back as he protected them, and earlier, the cold words from anonymous threat messages that seemed to snake around her nerves. "Mom," Tianxin mumbled in her sleep, clutching her clothes unconsciously. "Don't go. Dad." Those words stabbed her like a sharp knife, and tears silently slid down Lin Weiwei's face. Just then, her phone screen lit up with a call from Su Qing, like a lifeline. "Weiwei," her best friend's voice came through the phone, unusually anxious. "I just saw the news about the airport incident. Are you guys okay? Is Tianxin alright?" Lin Weiwei's throat felt blocked, and after a moment, she managed a hoarse voice.
"We are fine.
Tianxin has a slight fever, but she's better now. Send me your location." "I'm coming over right now," Su Qing said firmly. "Don't say it's inconvenient. You need a friend now." 40 minutes later, Su Qing appeared outside the biometric security door of the safe zone. She was dressed professionally, carrying a cute cartoon thermos bag, which made her look warm despite her serious appearance. "I brought porridge for Tianxin. Her favorite is pumpkin millet." Su Qing handed the bag to Lin Weiwei, then quickly looked over her pale face. "Have you eaten anything?" Lin Weiwei shook her head, tired. "I can't eat." Su Qing sighed and sat down with her on the leather sofa in the reception room. The room was designed with a futuristic style, with holographic screens floating in the air, but all the technology couldn't hide the fear in Lin Weiwei's eyes. "Tell me, what are you really afraid of?" Su Qing looked directly into her eyes. "It's not just about the airport, right?" Lin Weiwei's fingers trembled slightly as she finally revealed her deepest fear. "Those threats. They know everything about the kids. Tianyu's favorite programming class, Tianxin's dance class, and even what happened 5 years ago." "Su Qing, I ran away for 5 years, but they still found us. If even the Gu family's safety fortress isn't secure, where else can I take the children?" Su Qing's expression became very serious. She opened her portable tablet and pulled up an encrypted file. "Weiwei, look carefully. What you're facing now isn't an ordinary threat." The screen showed a series of complex network diagrams and data flow analyses. "This is the analysis report from the Gu security team." Su Qing swiped her finger across the screen. "The attack pattern is highly organized, using military-grade encryption and multiple jump servers. This isn't an ordinary business rival, but a professional threat team." She opened another file.
Take a look at this.
"The crises Gu Chenyu has handled over the years. 3 years ago, an international espionage network. He not only defended successfully, but also embedded tracking programs to help national security dismantle the entire network. 2 years ago, during a hostile takeover, he mobilized hundreds of billions to counter the bid within 72 hours. Last year, during a core technology defense, he set traps that made the opponents walk right into them." Lin Weiwei looked at these materials in shock. Each report was as exciting as a thrilling story. Most importantly, this. Su Qing opened a video file. It showed Gu Chenyu speaking at an international security summit. Listen to what he says. In the video, Gu Chenyu stood under the spotlight with a commanding presence like an emperor. True security isn't hiding or escaping, but building a strong defense system and precise counterattack ability. At Gu Corporation, we believe in one principle: The best defense is making the opponent understand that attacking us will cost them more than they can bear. Su Qing turned off the video and held Wei Wei's cold hand. Wei Wei, do you understand? Gu Chenyu isn't an ordinary businessman. He's the real king in this field. What you need to do now isn't to keep running with the children, but to trust his ability and cooperate with his protection. She pulled up the last file. This is a risk assessment. If you leave Gu's protection system, the chance of being discovered is 92%, and the chance of facing direct danger is 71%. But if you stay within Gu's layered defense system, these probabilities can drop below 3%. Lin Weiwei's fingers unconsciously clenched, and the data hammered her mind like a heavy. And also, Su Qing's voice softened. Have you ever thought that your escape itself is telling the other side they succeeded in scaring you? Staying and working with Gu Chenyu to fight back is the real way to protect the children. At this moment, the door to the meeting room silently slid open. Gu Chenyu stood at the door, clearly having heard part of the conversation. He wore a simple black shirt, sleeves casually rolled up, revealing strong forearms, but his sharp eyes were impossible to ignore. Reporter Su's analysis is very accurate, his voice deep and magnetic, every step exuding a sense of control, but I need to add one thing. He walked in front of Lin Weiwei, kneeled on one knee, and looked at her face to face. This gesture, made by him, did not seem humble, but full of sincere strength. Protecting you is not a duty, but my honor. His gaze was intense, like stars in the night. Weiwei, you are never a burden. You and the children are the most precious gifts in my life, the reason I want to become stronger. He reached out his hand, palm open, fully welcoming. Give me a chance to prove myself, not how strong I am, but that you deserve this protection, that you deserve absolute safety and peace. Lin Weiwei looked into his eyes. His usually calm and sharp eyes were now filled with rare tenderness and sincerity. Her heart felt like it was wrapped in warm water, slowly melting away the cold fear. Her voice trembled slightly. I'm just afraid. Afraid that my choices will put everyone in danger. Gu Chenyu gently held her hand, warm and firm. Not making a choice is the biggest danger, because it means I lose the chance to protect the most important person. Weiwei, real danger doesn't come from outside threats, but from internal fears that lead us to make wrong choices. He activated the holographic projection, showing a complex three-dimensional protection system. This is our latest Guardian system. 7 layers of physical protection, 12 electronic barriers, plus the AI warning system improved by Tianyu. This isn't a passive defense system, but an intelligent protector that learns, evolves, and actively strikes. At this moment, Tianyu led Tianxin inside. Tianxin's face was still a little pale, but her eyes sparkled brightly as she held a drawing board in her arms. Mom, look! Tianxin raised her drawing board, which showed 4 people holding hands in front of a castle. This is Dad, Mom, my older brother, and me. Dad said he will protect us, just like the castle protects the princess. Tianyu calmly added, with a serious look beyond his age. Mom, I analyzed the data. Dad's safety system success rate is 99.97%, and the failure rate of the escape plan is 86.3%. We should trust science and data. Lin Weiwei looked at the scene before her. Gu Chenyu kneeling in front of her, the hopeful children, and the reassuring data and analysis. Her mental defenses finally broke down completely. She gently touched Gu Chenyu's cheek, her voice trembling but firm. Okay, I believe you.
We
are not leaving. Gu Chenyu's eyes immediately shone brightly. He stood up and hugged her and the children tightly. This strong, warm hug was like the sturdiest fortress, blocking out all fears and worries. Su Qing quietly left the room, wiping tears from her eyes outside the door. She knew that this time, her friend had finally made the right choice. Meanwhile, at the top level of the Safe Fortress's control center, a holographic monitor showed an unusual signal moving quickly toward a famous landmark in Yun City. But this time, Lin Weiwei was no longer afraid. Because she knew that no matter what they faced, she was not fighting alone. She had the world's strongest protector, 2 smart and brave children, and a best friend who always supported her. These were her sources of strength to overcome everything. Lin Weiwei's words, "We are not leaving," still echoed in the air. Gu Chenyu acted like a sharp sword unsheathed. His gaze shifted instantly from gentle husband to a commanding ruler, every command carrying undeniable authority. "Activate the Sky Dome Protocol, Omega Protection Level," his voice transmitted through a bone conduction headset, cold as machinery but burning like lava. "I want this fortress to become an absolute zone where even air cannot freely enter or leave." The entire safe fortress seemed infused with divine energy. The nanomaterial walls emitted a faint blue glow, automatically reconstructing into 7 layers of complex defense. The ceiling slid open to reveal a honeycomb-style defense matrix, with a quantum encryption barrier expanding across the entire space, precisely controlling even the light. "This is the Phoenix bracelet," Gu Chenyu said, gently fastening a device with a flowing molten gold shine around Lin Weiwei's wrist. The bracelet felt warm to the skin, with dark patterns that moved like living creatures. "It connects directly to my neural interface, so I can sense every heartbeat of yours. In emergencies, it can generate an energy shield strong enough to block armor-piercing bullets." He then took out 2 pieces of advanced equipment. For Tianyu, a transparent prism panel with data streams swirling like a galaxy. For Tianxin, a petal-shaped hairpin that changes color with her mood, emitting a soft glow. Star Core Learning Terminal, with quantum computing level power, containing all my technical knowledge, Gu Chenyu said to Tianyu, his tone serious with a sense of inheritance. "But to unlock all the features, you must pass my 7-level security test, including cracking my first encryption algorithm from when I was 16. Tianyu's face lit up with curiosity, and his fingers already danced over the prism. "Dad, is this based on quantum entanglement communication protocol? I can improve its Bell inequality verification module." Gu Chenyu smiled slightly. "I look forward to your performance, son." Turning to Tianxin, his tone suddenly became gentle like spring water. "This is the Rainbow Guardian. It can change colors and emit protective frequencies only small animals can sense. Pigeons, squirrels, even butterflies in the garden will become your little protectors." Tianxin happily jumped, and her hairpin shimmered with a dreamy rainbow glow as she moved. "Dad is the greatest wizard in the world." In the days that followed, Gu Chenyu seamlessly integrated the operation of his business empire into family protection. While playing with Tianxin's building blocks, he could simultaneously command 3 cross-border mergers via holographic projection. When teaching Tianyu programming, he reinforced the firewall of a Swiss bank. Even while making soup for Lin Weiwei, he remotely thwarted a short-selling attack on Gu Corporation stocks. "There's a 0.3-second quantum decoherence anomaly in the southeast corner surveillance." Tianyu suddenly looked up from the code interface one evening, frowning slightly. "It's not a system fault. Someone is using phase interference technology to spy." Gu Chenyu's eyes flashed sharply. He traced a residual shadow in the air with his finger. "Lock onto the interference source. Activate the mirror trap. Let them taste their own medicine." The father and son worked together like a precise machine. A few minutes later, Tianyu excitedly reported, "Reverse implantation succeeded. We tracked 5 quantum jump points and the final signal source points too." The 37th underground level of the Cloud City Administrative Center, Gu Chenyu's expression instantly froze. "This is military-grade quantum encryption disguise. Looks like our opponent is pretending to be officials and dancing around." He pulled up the holographic map, a 3D model of Cloud City spinning in the air. Tianyu set up a honeypot galaxy to lure them with false information. "But remember, safety first. If a level 3 alert is triggered, immediately cut off the quantum tunnel." "Understood." Tianyu's eyes shone brightly. "I've designed 9 layers of chaos traps to make sure they keep spinning in the virtual maze forever." Lin Weiwei watched nearby, feeling both proud and worried. Letting Tianyu get involved in such dangerous work. Gu Chenyu held her hand, his palm warm like the early sun. "Weiwei, Tianyu is not an ordinary child. Protecting our family is his choice and his talent. Our job isn't to limit him but to teach him how to fly high in the safest way." He leaned in and whispered in her ear, his breath warm and firm. "And I swear, Anyone who tries to hurt our child will regret coming into this world. I will make sure every cell in their body remembers the price of provoking the dragon's wrath. This kind of protection is everywhere. Lin Weiwei noticed that every small habit of hers was carefully taken care of. Curtains automatically adjusted to the perfect brightness when she woke up. The water temperature for tea was always just right. Even when she frowned slightly, the air purifier released calming lavender and cedar scents. This is an emotional recognition system, Gu Qinyu explained, his eyes deep like the starry sky. I want to make sure every one of your emotions is properly cared for, Weiwei. The curve of your frown is more important to me than the Dow Jones Index. But beneath this warm surface, the war of technology never stopped. Tianyu's honeypot galaxy successfully caught multiple probing attacks, each revealing more about the opponent's technical fingerprint. Dad, this encryption method is pretty old, Tianyu called Gu Qinyu to the control center late at night. It's like Cold War spy codes, but recompiled with quantum computers. On the holographic screen, a stream of unusual data was magnified. The ancient code combined with modern quantum technology, creating a strange sense of harmony. Gu Qinyu's pupils slightly contracted. This is the Heir, a legendary spy network said to have disappeared for 30 years. They are skilled at using old technology to disguise the most advanced attacks. He immediately ordered, activate the time reversal protocol and track all records of this coding method used throughout history. I want to know who is speaking through the dead. The highest security level of the fortress was activated, and the massive server array emitted a deep hum. Data flowed like a waterfall, spanning decades of electronic history, searching for that hidden ghost. At this moment, Lin Weiwei entered with a late-night snack. Seeing the serious expressions on the father and son's faces, she gently set down the tray. Is there anything I can help with? Gu Qinyu pulled her to sit down and shared the analysis interface. Weiwei, look at this coding pattern. Does it look familiar? Lin Weiwei carefully examined the jumping characters and suddenly widened her eyes. This looks a lot like the secret code in those threatening letters from 5 years ago. Back then, I thought they were just random symbols, but now it seems. Her discovery was like a key opening a door to old memories. Fragments of details from 5 years ago began to reassemble, pointing to a shocking possibility. In other words, Gu Qinyu's voice was cold as absolute zero. This organization has been planning since 5 years ago. And their goal might be more than just business secrets. The atmosphere in the control center instantly tightened. Everyone realized they were facing a conspiracy spanning many years. But at that moment, the surveillance footage from Tianxin's bedroom suddenly flickered with a quantum shimmer. Though only for 0.1 seconds, it made Gu Qinyu's nerves tense immediately. Someone has broken through the inner defenses. His voice was terrifyingly low. Not from outside, but from inside. The worst nightmare of the security fortress had come true. The enemy was not outside, but inside. Gu Qinyu slowly stood up, his eyes swirling with storm-like energy. He pressed the communicator, and his voice was like tempered steel. Everyone, execute the scavenger protocol. I want every inch of this fortress, every atom, scanned at the quantum level. As for that rat hiding in the shadows, his lips curled into a cold smile. I will personally find him and make him understand the price of angering the Guardians. Lin Weiwei looked at Gu Qinyu and suddenly understood why the outside world called him the tyrant of the business empire. At this moment, he truly seemed like an emperor who had been provoked and was ready to use the harshest methods to protect his territory. But she, surprisingly, did not feel afraid. She knew that behind his fierce exterior was a deep love and a desire to protect his family at all costs. That night, after the children had fallen asleep, Lin Weiwei found Gu Qinyu standing in front of the large panoramic window. The galaxy simulated by the quantum encryption system flowed behind him, making him look like a king of the stars. Qinyu, she said calmly and firmly, I've decided not to leave. Not just temporarily, but forever. We will face everything together, find those enemies hiding in the dark, and end this nightmare once and for all. Gu Qinyu turned around, his eyes shining like a galaxy. He held her hand tightly and said with deep emotion, Are you sure? This path might be very dangerous. Lin Weiwei looked straight into his eyes, her gaze burning with determination. I am sure. I believe in you, and I believe we can protect this family. And, she paused softly but firmly, I can no longer imagine a future without you. Gu Chenyu embraced her tightly. The hug was strong as steel, but gentle as wings. Weiwei, I swear with my life, no matter what we face, I will protect you all. I will make sure that all enemies hiding in the dark know that the price of angering the dragon's reverse scale is something they cannot bear. Together, they stood under the simulated galaxy, and the quantum encryption system recorded this eternal vow. What they didn't know was that, in a dimension yet to be discovered, a pair of eyes was watching everything through quantum entanglement monitoring devices. Those eyes held no emotion, only cold calculation and patience. But this time, Lin Weiwei was no longer afraid, because she knew that, no matter what quantum-level conspiracy they faced, she had the strongest backing, a man who loved her as if his life depended on it, 2 gifted children, and a home armed with the latest technology. These were her sources of strength to overcome all unknown fears. The night was dark as ink, but inside the safe fortress, the lights were bright. Lin Weiwei sat on a soft sofa, unconsciously playing with a phoenix bracelet Gu Chenyu had given her. Its molten gold shine flowed, with a warm power under the light. Gu Chenyu brought 2 cups of hot tea and sat beside her. As the tea aroma filled the air, his eyes were deep like the night sea. Weiwei, his voice was low and gentle. I know you have many questions. About 5 years ago, about now, and about our future. Lin Weiwei looked up, her eyes flickering with complicated feelings. Chenyu, I really have a lot to say. When I left 5 years ago, it wasn't because I didn't love you, but because... Her voice trembled slightly. Gu Chenyu gently held her hand, and the warmth from his palm helped her calm down. That night, I received an encrypted message. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath and began to tell the hidden memory. The sender knew all our secret meeting places and even knew I was pregnant. They threatened that if I didn't leave, they would target the Gu family and you. Gu Chenyu's eyes sharpened instantly. What exactly did they say? They said. Lin Weiwei's voice was soft like a whisper. The Gu family's bloodline is special and needs a pure inheritance. They mentioned gene samples and bloodline purity, saying I didn't match the noble blood of the Gu family. This information made Gu Chenyu frown. Bloodline purity? That sounds like an old family legend. But in modern society, who still clings to such feudal ideas? Not only that, Lin Weiwei continued, they also showed incredible technological skills. They could monitor my actions in real time and even collected my biological samples without me knowing. That feeling of being completely controlled. It scared me. Gu Chenyu's eyes flashed with coldness. Collecting biological samples? That's beyond normal threats. Weiwei, do you remember how they contacted you? Lin Weiwei tried to recall. At first, it was through anonymous emails, but then... One morning I woke up to find an old badge on my pillow, engraved with a dragon pattern and some strange writing I couldn't understand. Dragon pattern badge? Gu Chenyu's expression became very serious. Weiwei, can you describe what that badge looked like? The badge was dark gold. Lin Weiwei thought carefully. The dragon's eyes were set with rubies, looking very old, but also shining with a high-tech glow. The back was engraved with the word, Heir. This is one of Gu family's oldest secret organizations, believed to be responsible for protecting the family's special bloodline inheritance. But they should have disbanded decades ago. This discovery made both of them think deeply. If the heir is really behind the scenes controlling everything, then the situation is much more complicated than they thought. Chenyu, Lin Weiwei's voice was worried. If it's someone inside your family, then whoever they are, Gu Chenyu said firmly, anyone who tries to hurt you and the children is my enemy. Weiwei, you must trust me. I now have the ability to protect you all. He activated the hologram, showing the defense system of the safe fortress. Every inch of this place is encrypted with quantum-level security. Even the airflow is precisely controlled. And his gaze shifted toward the children's bedroom. Tian Yu and Tian Xion's special talents might be the reason they are targeted. There are indeed legends in the Gu family about the child of destiny. Lin Weiwei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Child of destiny? Are you saying? Yes, Gu Chenyu nodded. Every few generations, the Gu family produces children with extraordinary talents. If the heir believes Tianyu or Tian Xin are this generation's children of destiny, they might take extreme measures. This realization made Lin Weiwei feel proud yet scared. Her children might have a special fate, but it also meant greater danger. But Chenyu, she suddenly thought of something. If it's someone inside the family, why do they wait until now to act? Why wait 5 years? Gu Chenyu pondered for a moment. It might be related to Tianyu and Tian Xion's abilities. 5 years ago, they were too young, and their talents hadn't shown yet. But now, he brought up Tianyu's recent technological achievements. Tianyu can easily quantum encryption. This ability surpasses that of ordinary geniuses. And Tian Xion, his eyes softened. Have you noticed? The small animals are always very close to Tian Xion. This might be a special kind of telepathic ability. Lin Weiwei suddenly understood. So they saw the children's special talents and decided to act. Very likely, Gu Chenyu nodded, and I suspect Gu Mingyuan might also be involved. He has always been eager to take the family leader position. If he could gain control of the chosen one. This guess made both of them realize how serious the situation was. It was no longer just a love conflict, but a complex struggle involving family power and ancient traditions. Chenyu, Lin Weiwei suddenly said firmly, no matter what we face, we must protect the children together. I won't run away anymore. Gu Chenyu looked at her deeply, full of love and admiration. Weiwei, you're stronger than I imagined. Don't worry, I've already started planning. He showed her a detailed plan diagram. First, we need to gather more information to find out the true identity and purpose of the heir. Second, I will investigate Gu Mingyuan thoroughly. And finally, his eyes grew more serious. I will activate the oldest protection system of the Gu family. It's a secret only the family head knows. Lin Weiwei looked at him in surprise. The oldest protection system? What is that? Gu Chenyu smiled mysteriously. You'll find out later. For now, let's focus on what's in front of us. Weiwei, I need you to remember every detail carefully. Even the smallest clue could be the key to breaking this case. So, in this high-tech guarded night, the two began a deep conversation. Lin Weiwei recalled every detail from 5 years ago, while Gu Chenyu used his sharp business mind and technical knowledge to piece these fragments into a complete picture. During their talk, Gu Chenyu often used various data analysis tools to help Lin Weiwei remember and understand better. His professionalism and focus made her feel safe and more certain that her choice was right. Chenyu, as the conversation neared its end, Lin Weiwei softly said, "Thank you for not giving up on me. These 5 years, I've thought about you every day, wondering if things would have been different if I had trusted you from the start." Gu Chenyu gently embraced her. "Silly girl, I should be the one saying thank you. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for giving me a chance to make things right. Weiwei, this time, I won't let you get hurt again." They hugged under the warm light, with the dazzling night view of Cloud City outside the window. In this high-tech fortress, ancient love vows and modern promises of protection blended perfectly. What they didn't know is that this late-night talk not only uncovered the truth from 5 years ago but also laid a solid foundation for the battles to come. In this world where technology and legends intertwine, love and protection become the strongest weapons. The first morning sunlight shines through the quantum-adjusted glass, casting warm spots in the control center of the safe fortress. Gu Chenyu stands in front of the holographic projection, his eyes sharp like a hawk. His fingers move quickly on the virtual keyboard, retrieving all the data collected overnight. Lin Weiwei brings over freshly brewed coffee, its rich aroma filling the air. She looks at Gu Chenyu's focused side profile, feeling a warm wave in her heart. This is the man she loves, strong, focused, always in control. Any discoveries? She softly asks, handing him the coffee. Gu Chenyu takes the coffee, still staring at the data stream. Last night's quantum interference was unusual. Very special. It's not just an ordinary hacker attack. It seems more like a professional investigation. His fingers tapped lightly, bringing up a complex 3D waveform. Look at this signal. It used military-grade quantum encryption, but the coding is old, like a spy code from decades ago, recompiled. Although Lin Weiwei doesn't understand much about technology, she can sense something unusual. Military technology? Why would they target us? That's the key question. Gu Qinyu's eyes deepen. I asked Tianyu to analyze the source of the signal and found an interesting pattern. He pulls up Tianyu's analysis report. The signal used multiple relay points, passing through 5 quantum transfer stations, but all ultimately pointed to the underground area of the Cloud City Administrative Center. City Hall? Lin Weiwei's eyes widen in surprise. Isn't that the government office district? On the surface, yes. Gu Qinyu's lips curl into a cold smile. But there's an unknown secret base on the 37th underground level. It's said to be the headquarters of a special department. This information makes Lin Weiwei's heart sink. If it involves a special government department, the situation is far more complicated than she imagined.
But
she suddenly remembers something. If it's really the military or a government department, why use such covert methods? Why not come out openly? Gu Qinyu looks at her with admiration. That's a very good question. It's also what confuses me. Unless. His eyes sharpened. Unless the other person isn't acting officially, but is using their position for personal reasons, this guess made both of them think deeply. If it was true, then the other person's goal might be more dangerous and unpredictable. At that moment, Tianyu, rubbing his sleepy eyes, entered the control center. Dad, I found something strange again last night. Although the little guy wasn't fully awake, his mind was already working. That signal is not only spying on us, but also actively interfering with our quantum communication. Even stranger, he pulled up his analysis screen. The interference isn't just blocking the communication, it's actually changing the message. This discovery made Gu Qinyu's face turn serious. Changing? How exactly does it do that? Tianyu quickly operated his tablet. They inject interference signals during quantum transmission, changing parts of the data packets. But because of quantum encryption, this kind of tampering is hard to detect. It only causes the receiver to get wrong information, like Lin Weiwei suddenly understood. Like someone's secretly manipulating the information, making us draw wrong conclusions. Exactly. Tianyu nodded excitedly. Mom, you're so smart. And I also found out that this tampering is selective, only targeting certain types of information. Gu Qinyu immediately ordered, Tianyu, analyze the types of tampered information and find the pattern. The father and son worked together smoothly and quickly reached a shocking conclusion. All the tampered information was related to Gu Mingyuan. Every time we track clues related to Gu Mingyuan, Tianyu reported, the signal gets interfered with and the evidence is tampered with or disappears. This is definitely not a coincidence. Gu Qinyu's eyes turned cold. So Gu Mingyuan might not only be the mastermind behind this, but also using some special technology to hide his tracks. He immediately pulled up Gu Mingyuan's full profile. Let me see what this good uncle has been busy with lately. The profile showed that Gu Mingyuan had been frequently visiting the municipal center recently, claiming to attend various business meetings, but he stayed much longer than needed. More suspicious was that his schedule had large gaps of time that couldn't be explained. Look here, Gu Qinyu pointed to a strange spot. Last Wednesday, he claimed to be at a meeting at the city hall until 8 p.m., but the underground parking lot cameras show his car left at 3 p.m. Weiwei's heart raced. Where did he go during those 3 hours? What did he do? That's what we need to find out, Gu Qinyu said sharply. Tianyu, can you track his communication records from that time? Tianyu's face lit up with excitement. I'm working on it.
But
he used a very special way to encrypt his messages, so I need some time to decode it. At that moment, Tianxin walked in holding her teddy bear, looking sleepy. She said softly, Daddy, I had a strange dream last night. Gu Qinyu gently picked up his daughter. What kind of dream, sweetheart? Tianxin tilted her head and thought. I dreamed of a man in black clothes, in a very bright place, with lots of glowing machines around. He was talking to a voice, and that voice was really scary, like a robot. Their descriptions made Gu Qinyu and Weiwei both alert. Even though Tianxin was young, Her instincts and perceptions were often very accurate. "Sweetheart," Wei Wei asked softly, "do you remember anything special about that place?" Tianxin tried to recall. There were many silver tubes, and the walls had lights that changed colors. There was also a big thing, like a fish tank, but no fish, only bright lights inside. Hearing this, Gu Qinyu's face suddenly changed. Quantum Computing Center. The 137 floors underground at the City Hall has exactly that setup. The coincidence was too shocking. A 5-year-old's dream perfectly described a secret facility she had never seen before. "Tianxin," Gu Qinyu's voice trembled slightly. "Did you hear anything they said?" Tianxin frowned. "That man said, samples have been collected, and the purity is higher than expected. And also, the awakening of the Chosen One requires special guidance." These words made the atmosphere in the control center freeze instantly. Samples collected? Purity? The Chosen One? All of this matched the previous threat information perfectly. Tianxin, Wei Wei hugged her daughter tightly, her voice trembling with fear. "Did you hear anything else?" Heavenly Heart shook her head and said, "Then I woke up." But the robot's voice said something strange. She imitated the cold voice. "The cost of bloodline must be paid, and the ancient contract must be fulfilled." This sentence struck Gu Qinyu like lightning. His face turned pale instantly, and shock and a sense of acceptance flashed in his eyes. "Ancient contract," he muttered. "Are all the legends true?" Lin Weiwei looked at him nervously. "What legend?" "Qinyu, do you know something?" Gu Qinyu took a deep breath, his expression complicated. "There is an old legend in the Gu family about a curse and a contract related to bloodlines. It is said that our ancestors made a deal with a mysterious power, gaining extraordinary wisdom and abilities, but the price was sacrificing a child with the purest bloodline every generation." Hearing this terrifying legend, Lin Weiwei shivered. "Sacrifice? What does that mean?" "The details have been lost." Gu Qinyu's voice was low. "But it is said to be related to some genetic experiments." If what Tianxin heard is true, he didn't continue, but everyone understood what it implied. If Gu Mingyuan was really involved in some genetic experiments, the goal might be the special talents of the children. "Immediately strengthen security measures," Gu Qinyu ordered decisively. "Activate the highest level of biological protection. I want to make sure not a single bacterium can enter or leave without detection." The security team acted immediately, and the fortress's defenses were fully upgraded. Nano-level biological scanners started working, and quantum-level energy shields were reinforced again. "Tianyu," Gu Qinyu turned to his son, "I want you to focus on cracking Gu Mingyuan's communication encryption. No matter what method you use, I need to know who he's contacting and what he's planning." Tianyu's face showed determination.
Don't worry, Dad.
"I've already found the weakness in his encryption. Give me some time, I can it." At that moment, Lin Weiwei suddenly remembered something. "Qinyu, I remember. Gu Mingyuan's wife. Isn't she the daughter of an academician?" Gu Qinyu's eyes lit up. "Exactly. Professor Li is an expert in genetic engineering. If Gu Mingyuan gained access to genetic technology through that connection, this link suddenly connected all the clues. Gu Mingyuan has motives to compete for the family head position, opportunities to obtain genetic technology through his father-in-law, and means to use his position to mobilize resources. But Lin Weiwei still doesn't understand. Even if he wants to fight for power, why target the children? Why involve genes and bloodlines?" Gu Qinyu's eyes become very serious. This might be related to the core secret of the Gu family. It is said that there is a special gene hidden in the family's bloodline, which can give extraordinary abilities. If Gu Mingyuan believes this legend and thinks the children have inherited this gene, he would do anything to control or study this ability, Lin Weiwei adds, her voice filled with fear and anger. This realization makes everyone see how serious the situation is. It's no longer just a family power struggle, but a terrifying experiment involving genetic ethics and the future of humanity. "Contact my father immediately," Gu Qinyu orders. "I want to know all the records about the family's bloodline legends. No detail can be missed." The encrypted communication connects quickly, and a hologram of old Master Gu appears in the center of the room. After hearing his son's story, the old man's face becomes very serious. Chinyu, old Master Gu's voice is heavy. Some things are finally time to tell you. The Gu family's bloodline is indeed extraordinary, but it's not a blessing, it's a heavy responsibility and a curse. He pulls up an encrypted file. This is the secret record of the family's ancestors. As the legend says, the ancestors made a deal with a mysterious organization and gained extraordinary wisdom, but the price was each generation must have a pure-blooded person to undertake a special mission. What kind of mission? Gu Chinyu asks eagerly. Old Master Gu shakes his head. The records are incomplete, seem to have been deliberately destroyed. All we know is that it's related to guarding and balance. But one thing is certain, his eyes become sharp. Gu Mingyuan's recent behavior is very strange. He has tried multiple times to access the family's secret archives and inquire about the bloodline experiments. At first, we didn't think much of it, but now it seems. All the evidence points to one conclusion. Gu Mingyuan is using genetic technology to conduct some dangerous experiments, and the targets are very likely Tianyu and Tianxin, who have special talents. Immediately develop a response plan, Gu Chinyu decisively ordered. I want to know all of Gu Mingyuan's movements, contacts, and the sources of his experimental equipment. The security team worked tirelessly, using various high-tech devices to track and analyze. Tianyu also joined the effort, using his amazing computer skills to encryption systems one after another. At that moment, Tianyu suddenly exclaimed, "Dad, I've cracked one of Gu Mingyuan's encrypted messages. It's from last night." A chilling conversation appeared on the holographic screen. Sample analysis results exceed expectations, purity reaching 97.8%. Immediate second phase experiments recommended. Risk assessment. The target is well protected, but there is an opportunity inside. Suggest exploiting emotional weaknesses. Approved. Remember, I want a living sample, and its integrity must be maintained. This dialogue caused the control center's temperature to drop sharply. A living sample? Integrity must be maintained? Clearly, they're talking about Tianyu and Tianxin. Emotional weaknesses. Lin Weiwei's voice trembled. Are they planning to use my love for the children to manipulate us? Gu Chinyu tightly held her hand. They won't succeed. Weiwei, we must be smarter and stronger than them. He accessed the entire surveillance network of Cloud City. Activate the Skynet plan. I want to monitor Gu Mingyuan's every move, every breath. The high-tech tracking system fully activated, with quantum-level monitoring devices working. Tianyu also used his talent to keep cracking the enemy's encryption. Dad, Tianyu suddenly shouted, I've found Gu Mingyuan's secret laboratory. It's not in the city center, but in an abandoned factory outside the city. This discovery excited everyone. Finding the lab meant finding the evidence. Deploy reconnaissance drones immediately. Gu Chinyu ordered. I want to see inside the laboratory in real time. A few minutes later, the drone's footage made everyone gasp. Beneath the abandoned factory, there was a hidden laboratory filled with advanced equipment, gene sequencing machines, and biological culture chambers. Shocking to see. In the center of the lab, a large holographic display showed the gene maps of Tianyu and Tianxin. They're already researching the children's genes. Lin Weiwei's voice was full of fear and anger. Gu Chinyu's eyes were cold like a blade. If that's the case, then let them taste the cost of angering the Guardian. He pressed a red button on the control panel. Activate the scavenger protocol. I want all the data, samples, and evidence from that laboratory. The special forces of the security team immediately moved out, with high-tech equipment shining coldly in the night. A battle about genes, bloodlines, and guardians officially began. Behind this fight, an older secret was slowly being revealed. The legend of the Gu family bloodline, the mission of the Chosen One, and the mysterious Inheritor organization. All clues pointed to a shocking truth. This struggle might have lasted hundreds of years. Now, the final battle was finally here. Lin Weiwei tightly held Gu Chinyu's hand, her eyes shining with firm resolve. No matter what truth or danger they faced, she would protect her children. Because she knew that in this world of technology and legends, a mother's love was the strongest power, and the warmth of home was the most solid fortress. The air in the control center seemed frozen, only the data streams flickering on the holographic projection silently warning of approaching danger. Lin Weiwei held Gu Chenyu's hand tightly, feeling the warmth and strength of his palm. "What should we do?" Her voice trembled, but her eyes showed no fear, only firm determination. Gu Chenyu's gaze was sharp like an eagle, quickly analyzing the situation. "First, we must ensure absolute safety. Tianyu, activate the highest level of the fortress protocol now." Tianyu's small face was focused, fingers flying quickly over the tablet. "I'm already doing it." Quantum barrier power increased to 300%, biometric systems fully activated. No way a mosquito gets in. His skillful operation was impressive, not at all like a 5-year-old. Lin Weiwei looked at her son, a complex emotion rising in her heart, pride in his talent, but also worry about the dangers it might bring. "Mom, don't worry." Tianxin seemed to sense her mother's feelings, gently holding her hand. "My brother and I will protect you. We have superpowers." The innocent words of the children eased the tense atmosphere a little. Gu Chenyu crouched down and looked carefully at the two kids. "Tianyu, Tianxin, Dad needs your help. Are you willing to fight with us?" "Of course," the two children said together, their faces full of determination. "Good." Gu Chenyu stood up, his eyes shining with a fighting spirit. "Let's start making a plan." He activated the hologram, which showed the layout of Gu Mingyuan's secret laboratory and the surrounding area. According to drone reconnaissance, the lab is 15 meters underground, heavily guarded, and uses the most advanced security technology. Lin Weiwei studied the diagram carefully.
"Here."
There is a ventilation duct system. It has some protection, but compared to other entrances, this might be the weakest spot. Gu Chenyu looked at her with admiration. "Good observation. Tianyu, can you analyze the security protocols of the ventilation system?" Tianyu quickly operated his tablet. "Analyzing now." The ventilation system uses biometric and motion sensors for double protection. But his small face suddenly lit up with excitement. "I found a loophole. The system has a backdoor in its regular maintenance program. We can use this time window to sneak in." "When?" Gu Chenyu asked eagerly. "Tomorrow at 3 a.m., Tianyu calculated quickly. "The system will do a 15-minute automatic maintenance, during which the security will be temporarily offline." This discovery made everyone excited. A 15-minute window, though short, is enough to carry out a precise infiltration. But Lin Weiwei still worried. "Even if we get in, how do we get the evidence?" "There must be cameras and alarm systems in the lab. Leave that to me," Tianyu said confidently. "I've already hacked their surveillance system. I can see inside the lab in real time. Plus, I can create fake camera footage so they won't notice our actions." Gu Chenyu looked at his son in surprise. "When did you do that?" Tianyu scratched his head shyly. "Just while analyzing the data earlier, I hacked into it." Their encryption was too simple. This just made Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei exchange a bitter smile. Their son was definitely not an ordinary child. "All right," Gu Chenyu began outlining the plan. "Tianyu will handle technical support, monitor the lab, and create fake footage. The security team and I will go in to collect the evidence. Weiwei, you and Tianxin will stay here to direct and coordinate."
"No."
Lin Weiwei shook her head firmly. "I'm going with you. I'm part of this family too. I can't just hide in a safe place while you take all the risks." Gu Chenyu wanted to argue, but when he saw the determination in his wife's eyes, he knew he couldn't change her mind. "All right, but you must promise to follow orders and not act on your own." "I promise," Lin Weiwei said seriously.
"And
"I think I might be able to help." She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Do you remember? I minored in biochemistry at university. I'm familiar with lab equipment. Maybe I can recognize some special instruments or samples." That piece of information made Gu Chenyu's eyes light up.
Perfect.
"That's a real advantage. So, we'll adjust the plan. Weiwei and I will go in together. Tianyu will provide remote support and Tianxin." He looked at his daughter, uncertain. It was hard to let such a young child take part in something so dangerous. But Tianxin spoke up eagerly. "Dad, I want to help too." "I can." I can sense danger. Just like in my dream last night. Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei exchanged surprised looks. If Tianxin's special sense was real, it could be a valuable early warning system. All right, Gu Chenyu decided at last. Tianxin will stay in the command center and handle danger detection. If you sense anything wrong, tell us right away. Yes, sir. Tianxin saluted happily, her small face full of determination. With the plan set, everyone began their preparations. The security team checked their gear, the tech team worked with Tianyu on system access, and the medical team stood by for emergencies. Gu Chenyu pulled Lin Weiwei aside, his expression serious. Weiwei, you know how dangerous this mission is. If anything unexpected happens, your safety comes first. Forget the evidence if you have to, understand? Lin Weiwei looked into his worried eyes, feeling a wave of warmth in her heart. I understand, but you have to promise me too. You must come back safely. Our family can't lose anyone. I promise. Gu Chenyu solemnly promised, then took a small box out of his pocket. This is for you. Lin Weiwei opened the box, revealing a delicate necklace with a small crystal pendant. What is this? It's the latest biological monitoring and communication device, Gu Chenyu explained. It can track your vital signs in real time and has an emergency rescue function. If you're in danger, press here, and I will know immediately. He gently and carefully put the necklace on Lin Weiwei, showing care and respect. Promise me you'll stay safe. I will, Lin Weiwei said, holding his hand with tears in her eyes. For you and the children, I will come back safe. The preparations were carried out quickly and smoothly. Tianyu kept sending new information. Dad, I found a special quarantine area in the lab. It's very secure and might hide the most important evidence. Can you break through the security there? Gu Chenyu asked. I'm trying. Tianyu's face showed focus. The encryption is very special, like some kind of biological feature encryption. It needs a specific DNA sample to unlock. This discovery made everyone alert. Biological feature encryption? That means there could be evidence related directly to genetic experiments. Is there a way to bypass it? Gu Chenyu asked further. Tianyu shook his head. It's difficult. This kind of encryption is hardware level. Without the correct DNA sample, forcing it could trigger a self-destruct program. This problem created a big obstacle for the plan. If they couldn't get the evidence from the quarantine area, the whole mission would lose its meaning. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei remembered something. Chenyu, do you remember? Gu Mingyuan tried several times to get the children's DNA samples, claiming it was for family genetic research. Gu Chenyu's eyes lit up. You mean? He might have already collected the children's DNA samples and used them to set up the encryption. That's very possible, Lin Weiwei said excitedly. If that's true, then Tianyu's or Tianxin's DNA could be the key. This guess was bold but logical. Gu Mingyuan had always been interested in the children's special talents. Using their DNA to encrypt the most important experimental data was something he would do. However, Gu Chenyu still hesitated. How can we risk using the children's DNA? What if something goes wrong? Dad, let me do it, Tianyu volunteered. I can provide DNA verification remotely. My tablet has a biological sampling feature, and I can send the DNA information through quantum transmission. Although this plan still had some risks, it was much safer than directly using the children's physical samples. After careful thought, Gu Chenyu finally agreed to Tianyu's plan. Okay, but if we notice any problems, stop the transmission immediately. Do you understand? Understood. Tianyu nodded seriously. All preparations were complete, and the time for action was getting closer. The security team was in position, infiltration gear checked, and communication systems tested and working. Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei changed into special infiltration suits. These suits used the latest optical camouflage technology, allowing them to blend into their surroundings and become nearly invisible. 10 minutes left. Gu Chenyu looked at the countdown with a serious expression. Let's review the plan one last time. Tianyu was responsible for technical support and DNA transmission. The security team handled perimeter patrols and emergency support. Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei were in charge of infiltration and evidence collection. Tianxin monitored danger and provided early warnings. Tianxin, Gu Chenyu asked through the communicator. how are you feeling now? Tianxin concentrated for a moment.
Not yet.
But I feel like there's something scary in the lab, like a sleeping monster. The children's metaphor made everyone more alert. A sleeping monster? That didn't sound good. Can you describe what you feel? Lin Weiwei asked softly. Tianxin tried to explain. It's very cold, very quiet. But I also feel hungry, like it's about to wake up at any moment. This description made the control center's temperature seem to drop a few more degrees. A hungry sleeping monster?
What could that be?
Continue with the plan, Gu Qinyu finally decided. But everyone stay alert. If Tianxin gives any warning, we retreat immediately. With 3 minutes left on the countdown, Gu Qinyu and Lin Weiwei reached the infiltration point, a hidden ventilation shaft. Tianyu had already bypassed the security here, waiting for the right moment to act. Mom, Dad, be careful. Tianyu's voice came through the communicator, filled with concern. Don't worry, sweetheart, Lin Weiwei softly comforted. We will be careful. It's the last minute of the countdown. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for the crucial moment. Maintenance program activated. Safety shields deactivated. Tianyu's voice rang out. You have 15 minutes. Gu Qinyu and Lin Weiwei immediately moved silently, sneaking into the ventilation ducts. The inside was dark and narrow, but they had night vision goggles, so they moved quickly and smoothly. Turn left, Tianyu guided remotely. The third exit leads to the main lab. Be careful, there are 2 guards patrolling there. Gu Qinyu and Lin Weiwei carefully advanced, avoiding the guards. The inside of the lab was more advanced and larger than they imagined, filled with high-tech equipment that dazzled the eyes. Look over there, Lin Weiwei suddenly lowered her voice, pointing at a distant isolation chamber. That's
A biological cultivation pot.
They're growing something inside. Gu Qinyu looked in the direction she pointed and saw several large, transparent tanks filled with green liquid, with faint outlines of some creatures inside. The sleeping monster Tianxin sensed might be these, Gu Qinyu said seriously. We need to get evidence quickly and leave. Following Tianyu's instructions, they reached a special quarantine area. It was heavily protected and required biometric verification to enter. Tianyu, prepare for DNA transfer, Gu Qinyu ordered. Transferring now. Tianyu's voice was tense. Verification in progress. Success. The door is opening. The quarantine door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. To everyone's shock, it was not the laboratory they expected, but a memorial hall. The walls were covered with old paintings and documents. In the center was a holographic projection displaying a complex genetic map. The most shocking part was that next to the genetic map, the Gu family crest was clearly visible. This is... Lin Weiwei looked at everything in surprise. The history of the Gu family? Gu Qinyu quickly scanned the documents on the wall, his face growing more serious. These are records of the Gu family's bloodline research. It started hundreds of years ago. He pointed to an ancient document. Look here. The ancestors of the Gu family did indeed make a deal with a mysterious organization and gained extraordinary wisdom, but the price was. They had to regularly provide blood samples for research. This discovery confirmed previous guesses, but the truth is even more shocking than imagined. The Gu family's bloodline is special. The old Gu family estate is hidden deep in the mountains outside Cloud City. It is a grand mansion that combines classical architecture with modern security technology. When Gu Qinyu's convoy drove through the heavy alloy gates, Lin Weiwei was amazed by what she saw. Old blue bricks and gray tiles blended perfectly with modern quantum shield generators. The eaves and corners hid the most advanced surveillance cameras, and the carved beams glowed with flowing data. This place is both a witness to history and a peak of technology. Welcome home, young master, young madam, young sir, young lady. An old but sharp-eyed butler dressed in traditional clothes bowed to greet them. His movements were graceful and precise, clearly trained specially. Old Master Gu was already waiting in the main hall. Seeing they arrived safely, he sighed in relief. It's good that you're safe. The shadow guard has retreated, and the old estate's defenses are not something they could break through. Gu Qinyu looked serious. Father, what is going on? How could Gu Mingyuan mobilize the Shadow Guard? And that Dragon Soul mode? Old Master Gu signaled for them to sit down, his eyes deep. These things are about to be told to you. But before that, he looked at Lin Weiwei and the children, his tone becoming serious. I need to confirm some things. Weiwei, children, please put your hands on this crystal ball. In the center of the main hall rose a simple crystal ball, swirling with strange light inside. Lin Weiwei hesitated a little, but Gu Chenyu held her hand. Trust me, father won't hurt you. She nodded, and the children placed their hands on the crystal ball together. Suddenly, the crystal ball burst with dazzling light, and the glow inside spun rapidly, forming complex patterns. Old Master Gu's eyes showed shock and joy. Indeed, it is as I thought. The bloodline of the destined child has truly revived in this generation. The light gradually faded, and two clear marks appeared on the crystal ball. One was a complex circuit pattern, and the other was a rainbow-colored heart shape. Tianyu, Tianxin, Old Master Gu's voice carried respect. You are the prophesied children of destiny. One controls wisdom and technology, the other manages emotions and connections. This announcement shocked everyone. The ancient prophecy, mysterious bloodlines, everything sounded like a myth. Father, Gu Chenyu frowned. What exactly is going on? Old Master Gu took a deep breath and began to tell the ancient secret of the Gu family. Our family has been passing down this legacy for 1,000 years. Every generation produces children with special talents. But among these children, sometimes a true child of destiny appears. They have the power to change the world. The last time a child of destiny appeared was 300 years ago. An ancestor built the Gu family's business empire and left behind many advanced technological treasures. The prophecy says that when the next child of destiny appears, there will be a great crisis, but they will also lead the Gu family into a new era. Lin Weiwei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. So, Gu Mingyuan's goal is to control or eliminate the child of destiny. Old Master Gu's face darkened. He wants to manipulate the children to control the future of the Gu family. He might even have bigger ambitions. Gu Chenyu's eyes turned cold. He won't succeed. No one can hurt my children. Now is not the time for this. Old Master Gu calmed down. We must act immediately. Chenyu, you handle the technical tracking. Weiwei, while taking care of the children, recall all the details. I will coordinate the family's resources. He pressed a hidden button on the wall. The floor in the main hall slowly opened, revealing a high-tech command center. This is the Gu family's Dragon Heart command room, equipped with the most advanced analysis and defense systems. Everyone entered the command room, shocked by what they saw. A huge holographic display showed global data streams, and an advanced AI system was rapidly analyzing intelligence. The space was filled with a futuristic tech vibe. Tianyu, Gu Chenyu looked at his son. Can you access the system here? We need to track all of Gu Mingyuan's actions. Tianyu's eyes lit up. Of course. This system is even more advanced than Dad's company. He skillfully operated the console, his small fingers quickly tapping the virtual keyboard. Soon, the holographic screen displayed Gu Mingyuan's whereabouts, communication data, and financial transactions. Dad, look here, Tianyu suddenly shouted. Gu Mingyuan has transferred a large amount of money to an overseas account over the past 3 months. The final beneficiary of this account is an organization called Inheritors. Inheritors? Old Mr. Gu's face changed. That legendary secret organization? They specialize in finding and controlling people with special talents. Gu Chenyu's eyes sharpened. It seems Gu Mingyuan doesn't just want to control the Gu family, he's also colluding with outside forces. Lin Weiwei suddenly remembered something.
Wait.
Inheritors. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. She tried to recall. That's right. 5 years ago, before I left Cloud City, I overheard 2 mysterious people talking in a coffee shop. They mentioned inheritors and said, the seeds have been sown. Now we wait for them to bloom. This memory made everyone alert. 5 years ago? That was before Tianyu and Tianxin were born. Could it be? Gu Chenyu's face turned pale. This conspiracy started 5 years ago? They've had their eyes on Weiwei all along. Old Mr. Gu pondered for a moment. It's very possible. If the inheritors discovered Wei Wei's uniqueness early on or predicted she would give birth to the destined child, this frightening guess made the atmosphere in the command room even heavier. They were facing not just an ambitious family member, but also a mysterious and powerful ancient organization. We need more evidence, Gu Chenyu decided firmly. Tianyu, keep tracking the money flow and communication records. Father, can you mobilize the family's intelligence network? Old Mr. Gu nodded. I've already activated the Dragon Eye system. All the intelligence resources accumulated by the Gu family over the years are now at your service. The holographic screen displayed more data, Gu Mingyuan's whereabouts, communication logs, and even surveillance footage from his estate. Look here. Tianyu pointed at a segment of surveillance footage. Gu Mingyuan met with a mysterious person last night. This person is wearing a military uniform. In the footage, a man with a high-ranking military insignia was having a serious conversation with Gu Mingyuan. Their expressions were stern, as if discussing something important. Can you zoom in on that officer's shoulder insignia? Gu Chenyu asked. Tianyu operated the console, and the image gradually became clearer. The badge on the epaulette made old Master Gu gasp in surprise. It's the military's Special Projects Division. They handle supernatural and superpower-related affairs. This discovery connected all the clues. Gu Mingyuan had not only colluded with the inheritor organization but also used the military's special forces. Their goal is clear, Gu Chenyu said in a deep voice, to control or study the child of destiny. Gu Mingyuan provides the channels, the inheritors supply the technology, and the military offers resources. Lin Weiwei's heart sank. So, the children are just test subjects in their eyes? Probably. Old Master Gu's face turned grim. We must stop them. At that moment, the command system suddenly issued an alarm. Warning. Quantum-level scanning signal detected. Source. Military satellite. They've found us. Gu Chenyu immediately ordered. Activate counter-surveillance mode. Block all external signals. The lights in the command room turned red, and the defense system fully activated. But the scanning signal was unusually strong, slowly penetrating the shield. Their technology level is far beyond our expectations, Tianyu reported anxiously. They're not using ordinary military tech, but some advanced technology. Old Master Gu's face darkened. It might be technology provided by the inheritors. That organization is said to possess many lost ancient technologies. Dad, I have an idea, Tianyu suddenly said. Since they can scan us with advanced technology, why can't we fight back with the power of the Child of Destiny? Gu Chenyu and Old Master Gu exchanged a look, both seeing surprise and hope in each other's eyes. Tianyu, can you do it? Gu Chenyu asked. Tianyu's face was full of confidence. I'll try. The system here is very powerful, and I feel some kind of force guiding me. He closed his eyes, placing his hands on the console. Surprisingly, the console began to emit a gentle glow, resonating with Tianyu's palms. This is bloodline authentication, Old Master Gu exclaimed. The system recognizes Tianyu's authority. Tianyu opened his eyes, a strange light flickering in them. I saw their signal pattern. Very simple. His fingers moved quickly over the virtual keyboard, typing a series of complex codes. Surprisingly, these codes don't look like any known programming language. They resemble some ancient runes instead. Done. Tianyu finally presses the confirm button. Suddenly, the alarm in the command room stops. The holographic screen shows that the military's scanning signals are completely blocked and even traced back. Great! Gu Chenyu excitedly hugs his son. How did you do it? Tianyu shakes his head, looking confused. I don't know. It's like something was guiding my hand. Old Gu looks at him with awe. This is the power of a chosen one. Beyond reason, beyond technology. At this moment, Tianxin walks up to the control panel and curiously touches the screen. To everyone's surprise, the data on the screen begins to reorganize automatically, forming clearer and more straightforward charts. Wow! Tianxin claps happily. Much better to look at. Everyone is amazed to see that, thanks to Tianxin's touch, the complex data analysis becomes very simple and key information is easy to understand. The power of emotion and connection, Old Gu murmurs. She can make complicated things become harmonious and unified. Lin Weiwei watches the children show their extraordinary abilities, feeling proud but also worried. These powers are strong, but they also make the children targets for many others who want to take them. We need to make a full plan, Gu Chenyu says calmly again. Now that we know who the enemy is and what they want, we can act with a clear goal. He pulls up a holographic strategy map. First, we need to cut off Gu Mingyuan's resources. Father, can you freeze all his permissions in the family fund? Old Gu nods. I'm already doing that. At the same time, I will call a family elders meeting to him of all his positions. Next, Gu Chenyu continues, we need to fight back. Tianyu, can you keep tracking the air and military communications? Tianyu confidently nods. Of course. I'm very familiar with the system here now. Finally, Gu Chenyu looks at Lin Weiwei. We need your help, Weiwei. As a mother, you know your children best. Also, you are the earliest target of this conspiracy and may hold key clues. Lin Weiwei nods firmly. I'll do my best. I always feel that there are some details I have overlooked. She closed her eyes, trying hard to remember the little moments from 5 years ago. That rainy night, those threats, and those seemingly random encounters. Suddenly, she opened her eyes with realization. I remember now. That coffee shop. Those two people talking about the successor. One of them had a special tattoo on his wrist. What kind of tattoo? Gu Chenyu asked quickly. Lin Weiwei tried to recall. It was a dragon-shaped tattoo, but the dragon's eyes are blood red, and its claws are holding a small crystal ball. Old Mr. Gu's face suddenly turned pale. Blood-eyed dragon tattoo. That is a mark of the high-level members of the successor organization. It is said only core members are allowed to have that pattern. This discovery means that 5 years ago, a core member of the organization was active in Yun City and had already set their sights on Lin Weiwei. It seems this conspiracy is deeper than we thought, Gu Chenyu said seriously. We need more allies. He pulled up a secure communication interface. I want to contact some trusted friends. They have resources in the military and intelligence agencies, and maybe they can help. Old Mr. Gu nodded in agreement. Choose your allies carefully. At this critical moment, we can't trust anyone easily. Just then, the command system issued another alert, but this time it was not an external enemy invasion, rather an internal communication request. It's Gu Mingyuan, Tianyu reported.
He wants a video call.
Everyone exchanged looks, noticing the suspicion in each other's eyes. When Gu Mingyuan contacts at this time, it's probably not with good intentions. Connect him, Gu Chenyu said coldly. Let's see what tricks he's up to. The holographic screen showed Gu Mingyuan's image. He looked calm and composed, even wearing a slight smile of pride. Dear nephew, Gu Mingyuan's voice carried a hint of mockery. It seems you already know some things. Clever, but not clever enough. Gu Chenyu's eyes turned cold. Gu Mingyuan, your plot has been exposed. It's not too late to stop now. Gu Mingyuan laughed loudly. Exposed? No, dear nephew, the game has just begun. Do you think you're safe in the old house? His smile turned strange. Don't forget, I am also part of the Gu family. I know all the secrets of the old house, including hidden entrances and secret passages. This threat made everyone's hearts race. Gu Mingyuan's knowledge of the old house could indeed be dangerous. And Gu Mingyuan's voice grew cold. Do you really think the heir and the military can be our opponents? The power they hold is far beyond what you imagine. He leaned forward, his eyes shining with madness. Hand over the chosen one, and I promise your safety. Otherwise what? Gu Chenyu asked coldly. Gu Mingyuan's smile turned fierce. Otherwise, you will see what real power looks like. The heir's anger is more than you can handle. Suddenly, the communication was cut off, but his threatening words still echoed in the command room. After a moment of silence, Gu Chenyu's eyes became very firm. In that case, let's see who the real strong one is. He turned to face everyone, his voice strong and clear. From now on, we start a full counterattack. We want everyone to know that the Gu family is not to be messed with, and the heir is not to be controlled. Lin Weiwei held his hand, her eyes shining with determination. We are together, and nothing is impossible. Tianyu and Tianxin also came over, their hands tightly clasped. The ancient bloodline, modern technology, and family love all came together perfectly at this moment. The investigation has just begun, but the battle horn has already sounded. They might be facing the strongest enemies in the world, but they have the most precious weapon, the power of family. This fight will decide the future of the Gu family and could even change the world's balance. After Gu Mingyuan's threatening video ended, the atmosphere in the command room was heavy. But soon, Gu Qinyu broke the silence. "We can't be scared by his threats," Gu Qinyu said firmly. "In fact, this shows we are on the right path." Lin Weiwei nodded in agreement, but her eyes still showed some worry.
He's right.
"We may not know the old house as well as he does. We need to stay alert." Old Mr. Gu immediately ordered, "Activate the Dragon Scale Defense Protocol. Seal all hidden entrances and passages. Also, activate the mobile monitoring system. Report any anomalies immediately." As the order was given, the old house's defenses were fully upgraded. More surveillance cameras extended from the walls, energy shields rose from the ground, and the entire estate seemed to become an unbreakable fortress. Now, Gu Qinyu turned to Lin Weiwei, his eyes softening. "We still have some things to handle." "Weiwei, can we talk alone?" Lin Weiwei was a bit surprised but nodded in agreement. The two went to a small lounge next to the command room, decorated warmly, contrasting sharply with the high-tech environment outside. After closing the door, Gu Qinyu looked deeply at Lin Weiwei. "These 5 years have been you." Lin Weiwei shook her head, tears in her eyes. "No, I should apologize. I should have trusted you back then and told you the truth." "No," Gu Qinyu held her hand, "I should apologize. I didn't protect you well and let you face so much pressure alone. Over these 5 years, I have constantly regretted not noticing your problems earlier and not protecting you better." His voice was full of sincere regret and deep affection, melting Lin Weiwei's heart completely. "Qinyu," she softly called, tears shimmering in her eyes. Gu Qinyu knelt on one knee and took out a delicate box from his pocket. "Weiwei, I know this isn't the best time, but I can't wait any longer." He opened the box, revealing a sparkling diamond ring. The ring was uniquely designed, with a main diamond in the center surrounded by tiny sapphires, resembling a beautiful starry sky. "I've been ready with this ring for 5 years." Gu Qinyu's voice trembled slightly. "I planned to propose to you on your birthday. But then those things happened. Over these 5 years, I have carried it every day, reminding myself not to give up hope." Lin Weiwei looked at the ring in shock, tears finally falling. You've kept it all this time?" "Yes," Gu Qinyu gazed at her affectionately. "Because I believe that one day we will reunite, and I will have the chance to fulfill this promise. Weiwei, I love you, and that has never changed. Will you marry me?" Lin Weiwei's heart was flooded with immense happiness. She nodded forcefully, her voice choked with emotion. "I will. Qinyu, I love you too. Over the past 5 years, I have never stopped loving you." Gu Qinyu placed a ring on her finger, and they embraced tightly. After 5 years apart and many years of longing, this moment finally brought happiness. From now on, Gu Qinyu softly promised in her ear, "I will not let anyone hurt you or our family. We will always be together and face any challenge." Lin Weiwei leaned into his arms, feeling the warmth and safety she had missed. "I trust you, Qinyu. We will face everything together." When they returned to the command room hand in hand, old Master Gu saw the ring on Lin Weiwei's finger and smiled happily. "Finally, this day has come. Welcome to the Gu family, Weiwei." Tianyu and Tian Xian ran over excitedly. "Mom, Dad, are you okay now?" Lin Weiwei crouched down and hugged the children. "Yes, my dear ones. Our family will never be separated again." Gu Qinyu also knelt down and hugged his wife and children. Always together, this warm scene eased the tense atmosphere in the command room. But soon, old Master Gu's expression turned serious again. "Although I am happy for you," he said, "we must stay alert. The threat from Ming Yuanguo is real, and the power of the inheritors and the military cannot be ignored." Gu Qinyu nodded. "Father is right. We need to stay united now." Wei Wei, since you are officially part of the Gu family, there are some things you should know. He brought up a holographic projection showing an ancient family archive. This is the Gu family's Book of Destiny, which records all prophecies and accounts about the destined child. The contents shocked everyone. It detailed the abilities of the destined child, records of past children, and the crises and achievements they faced. Look here. Old Master Gu pointed to a section. 300 years ago, a destined child faced a similar situation. A mysterious organization tried to control him, but he defeated them. Lin Weiwei carefully read the records and suddenly noticed an important detail. It says here that the organization is also called the Inheritors. This discovery shocked everyone. The Inheritors organization has existed for at least 300 years. So they didn't appear suddenly, Gu Chenyu said in a deep voice. They are part of an ancient organization that has lasted for hundreds of years. Old Master Gu looked serious. This means their background and strength might be much greater than we imagined. 300 years is enough time for them to infiltrate many areas and gather a large amount of resources. But, Lin Weiwei pointed out, the records also say that the ancestor eventually defeated them. This shows that the inheritors are not invincible. Exactly, Tianyu said excitedly. And the records also mention that the power of the Chosen One awakens with each crisis. The stronger the enemy, the more it can boost our potential. Tianxin nodded as well. Just like earlier, my brother suddenly blocked the military scans. Gu Chenyu thought for a moment. So the key now is to help Tianyu and Tianxin quickly understand and control their powers. We also need to take the initiative and not just defend passively. I agree, Old Master Gu said. But we need more information. Where is the headquarters of the Inheritor organization? What are their specific plans? We still don't know these things. At that moment, Tianyu suddenly called out, Dad, Grandpa, I might have found something. He quickly operated the console, pulling up a series of complex data streams. I just traced back the military scan signals and found they all point to the same place, somewhere underground in Cloud City. A 3D map appeared on the holographic screen, showing a point deep underground, below the city center of Cloud City.
Here.
Gu Chenyu looked at the coordinates in shock. It's the legendary underground city area. It's said to have a huge underground complex, but it's always been considered just a myth. Old Master Gu's face grew serious. It's not a myth. I know that place. It was built during the Cold War as an underground bunker complex, but it was abandoned later. But if the Inheritors set up a base there, that makes sense, Lin Weiwei said. A secret base hidden beneath the city, discreet and easy to operate. Tianyu continued analyzing. And from the data flow activity, there's very frequent. It seems they're working on some large-scale project. He pulled up energy readings. Look at these energy fluctuations. They don't look like normal military bases. It's more like a research facility. Research facilities. Gu Chenyu's eyes turned cold. Is the goal to study the child of destiny? Very likely. Old Master Gu nodded. The Inheritors have always been interested in special abilities. They might be conducting related research there. At that moment, Tianxin suddenly pointed at the screen. There. The energy there is strange. It feels like it's calling to me. Everyone looked at the spot she indicated. It was an area marked with strange symbols. The energy readings were indeed different from other places, more active and complex. Tianyu, can you amplify that area? Gu Chenyu asked. Tianyu operated the control panel, but the image was blurry. No, there's strong interference. It's like some kind of biological energy field. Biological energy field. Lin Weiwei frowned. What does that mean? Like, Tianyu tried to explain, a field created by many living beings gathering together. But it's not exactly the same. More powerful and special. This description made everyone feel uneasy. What was in the underground base? Why was there such a unique energy field? We need more information, Gu Chenyu decided. Tianyu, can you try to access their internal network? Tianyu shook his head. It's difficult. Their network security is very high, and they're not using ordinary encryption. It's like a combination of quantum encryption and biometric recognition. Biometric recognition? Old Master Gu looked thoughtful. Could it be? He suddenly pulled up another file. I remember from family records that the inheritors are skilled in using bloodline and genetic technologies. They might use special genes as security keys. This guess made Lin Weiwei remember something.
Wait.
5 years ago, those people who threatened me took a blood sample. They said they needed to verify some purity. All the clues started to connect. The inheritors need genetic samples, use biometric recognition, and research special abilities. Their goal is very clear, Gu Chenyu summarized. Collecting and studying special genes might be to unlock the secret of the Child of Destiny. Moreover, old Master Gu added, they might have already collected many samples. That energy field could be the result of many special ability users gathering together. This frightening guess made the command room's atmosphere even more serious. If the inheritor has already imprisoned many special ability users, we must stop them, Lin Weiwei said firmly. We can't let them keep hurting innocent people, but how can we stop them? Old Master Gu frowned. That base's defenses are definitely very tight. Gu Chenyu thought for a moment, then made a decision. Since we can't attack directly, we'll use clever plans. Tianyu, can you create interference so we can sneak in quietly? Tianyu's small face showed a confident smile. Of course. I now understand more about the power of the Chosen One. I can make a special energy shield to temporarily block their monitoring systems. But we need detailed internal layout plans to sneak in, old Master Gu pointed out. We know nothing about the inside of the base. At that moment, Tianxin suddenly said, I know. I can feel the structure inside. She closed her eyes and moved her small hands in the air. Surprisingly, a detailed 3D structure diagram started to appear automatically on the holographic screen. This is... Gu Chenyu looked at the gradually complete diagram in shock. The inside of the base. Tianxin opened her eyes and nodded.
Yes.
It's like I see it in my mind. There are many rooms and many people working inside. She pointed to a part of the diagram.
Here.
The energy is very strange. There are many small rooms, and it seems like people are kept inside. This discovery confirmed their guess. The base really does hold special ability users. Tianxin, can you see more details? Lin Weiwei softly asked. Tianxin focused, and the diagram became even more detailed, showing the locations of surveillance cameras, guard patrol routes, and various security facilities. Unbelievable, old Master Gu muttered. This is the power of emotion and connection. She can sense others' presence and the structure of the environment. With the detailed layout, the plan to sneak in became possible. Gu Chenyu immediately started making an action plan. We need a small, efficient team. I will lead, bringing the best security experts from the family. I want to go too, Lin Weiwei immediately said. I know more about the inheritor, and I might recognize some clues. Gu Chenyu hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Weiwei's determined eyes, he finally nodded. Okay, but you must stay close to me and not act on your own. Tianyu and Tianxin want to go too, they said together. No way. Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei both refused at the same time. It's too dangerous. Old Mr. Gu looked thoughtful. Maybe. The children should go. To everyone's surprise, he explained, their abilities might be very important at a critical moment. Also, this is their fate, and they need to learn to face it. After a heated discussion, they decided Gu Chenyu would lead the team, Lin Weiwei would accompany him, and Tianyu and Tianxin would provide remote support from the command center. Tianyu is responsible for technical support, and Tianxin for environmental sensing, Gu Chenyu arranged. You are safer here, and can be more useful. The children were a little disappointed but understood how important this plan was. All right, Gu Chenyu looked at the detailed plan. The only thing left is to confirm the specific plan for the successor. Tianyu immediately started working. I'm trying to their internal communications.
Got it.
I intercepted an encrypted file. He quickly decrypted the file, and its contents made everyone's faces change. The file was titled, Purification Operation, Final Plan Targeting Lin Weiwei, Gu Tianyu, and Gu Tianxin. It described a frightening plan, using a special device to purify the target's genes, removing their special abilities and possibly endangering their lives. Execution time. Tianyu's voice trembled. In 48 hours. This discovery shocked everyone. The successor not only wanted to control the chosen ones, but also to completely eliminate their abilities. "We can't wait any longer," Gu Qinyu ordered immediately. "Advance the plan. Prepare now and depart in 12 hours. Old Mr. Gu also gave the order. Activate all resources to support the operation. Also, prepare emergency plans. If the operation fails, initiate the evacuation immediately." The command room became busy. The security team started equipping, the tech team provided support, and logistics prepared supplies. Lin Weiwei watched the busy people, feeling both nervous and determined. She walked to Gu Qinyu and held his hand. "We will succeed." Gu Qinyu held her hand firmly, with a determined look in his eyes. "Of course. For our family and all the special ability holders, we must succeed." He looked at the children and spoke with strength. "This is not just a fight. It's a protection. We are protecting not only our family but also everyone threatened by the inheritors." Tianyu and Tianxin nodded seriously, their faces full of resolve. "We will protect everyone." During the tense preparations, the family grew closer together. The 5 years apart made them cherish their reunion even more, and the crisis made their love and trust stronger. As night fell, the team was ready. Gu Qinyu and Lin Weiwei wore special protective suits and had the best equipment. Remember, Gu Qinyu warned before leaving, safety first. "If things go wrong, retreat immediately." Lin Weiwei nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "I understand. We need to complete the mission and come back safely." They exchanged a smile, and all their feelings and promises were in that look. After 5 years of waiting, they finally faced this moment together. In this upcoming battle, they not only had the latest technology but also the strongest weapons, the power of family, love, and the mysterious strength of the Chosen One. As the team quietly left the old house and slipped into the night, no one knew how this action would change their fate or the world's pattern. But one thing was certain: no matter what difficulties they faced, they would be together, facing everything as one. Because this is family, this is love, and this is everything they chose to protect. In the study of the Gu family estate, sandalwood scent filled the air. On the rosewood desk, there was a delicate purple clay teapot. Old Master Gu Jinxiong sat upright in a grand chair, his face grim. His dragon-headed cane struck heavily on the floor, making a dull sound, as if striking everyone's heart. "I do not agree." The old man's voice was loud and full of authority. "Qinyu, you are the heir of the Gu group. Marriage is not a game. Lin Weiwei has good abilities, but her background is too complicated and she has 2 children. This is a critical time. The Gu family cannot afford any trouble." Gu Qinyu stood in the center of the study, tall and straight like a pine tree. Today, he wore a dark gray custom suit, every detail carefully attended to, showing his respect for the importance of this conversation and for his grandfather. "Grandpa," his voice was calm but firm as steel, "Weiwei is someone I trust. Tianyu and Tianxin are my own children. This matter is not up for discussion, just like the Gu family business must be controlled by our family." Lin Weiwei stood beside Gu Qinyu, slightly lowering her eyes. She wore a simple, elegant beige dress, modest yet tasteful, with a gentle but strong aura. She could feel her grandfather's gaze on her, not only filled with the usual family scrutiny, but also a hint of worry she couldn't understand. "Chairman Gu," she looked up, her eyes clear and honest, "I understand your concerns. But my feelings for Qinyu have stood the test of time, and my love for the children is undeniable. Over the past 5 years, I have raised them alone, never intending to use them for any gain." "Sincerity," the old man sneered, his prayer beads spinning quickly between his fingers. "Why didn't you show up 5 years ago? Now you suddenly bring the children back. This timing is too perfect. The Gu family is facing internal and external troubles, with many eyes watching us. Your appearance now makes me wonder if you have other motives." Gu Qinyu took a step forward, shielding Lin Weiwei behind him, forming a strong barrier. "Grandpa, I've already uncovered the truth from 5 years ago. Weiwei left to protect the children. She endured too much pain and threats that she shouldn't have faced alone. I won't let those who hurt her go unpunished. Protect. The old man narrowed his eyes, the prayer beads suddenly stopping. I think you're just playing hard to get. The Goof family is going through a tough time. Military matters, heirs, and hidden enemies. Now you want to marry a woman of unknown background and acknowledge 2 children of uncertain origin. That's giving your enemies a knife. Grandpa, Gu Qinyu's voice suddenly grew stern, icy in tone. Please watch your words. Tianyu and Tianxin are blood of the Gu family, confirmed by the strictest DNA tests. If you continue to insult Weiwei and the children, don't blame me for making decisions that will disappoint you. The Gu family has never survived by compromise. The atmosphere in the study instantly froze, as if the air itself had stopped moving. The old man clearly did not expect his grandson to be so firm. He looked at Gu Qinyu for a long time, and the sternness in his eyes gradually changed to a complex emotion. Qinyu, you're not a child anymore. The old man's voice suddenly became much softer, with a hint of tiredness that was hard to notice. The Gu group isn't just yours. It involves the whole family and the livelihoods of thousands of employees. Are you sure you want to risk all of this for a woman? Is it worth it? At this moment, the door to the study was gently pushed open. Tianyu and Tianxin stood hand in hand at the door, both dressed in neat little suits, with expressions that were surprisingly serious and determined for their age. Great-grandfather, Tianxin spoke first, her voice sweet but clear and strong. Dad and Mom truly love each other. My brother, and I can testify. Love isn't a gamble, it's strength. Tianyu stepped forward, his small figure carrying an undeniable presence. His eyes sparkled with wisdom. Great-grandfather, if you're worried that Mom is only after the family's wealth, we can sign an agreement to give up all inheritance rights. We just want to be together as a family, safe and happy. Money and possessions are nothing compared to family love. The old man was stunned. He didn't expect the 2 children to say such profound words. He carefully looked at the twin children, who were as delicate as porcelain dolls, and for the first time, he truly noticed the stubbornness and wisdom in their eyes, as well as a kind of
extraordinary aura.
Lin Weiwei's eyes slightly reddened. She squatted down and hugged the children, her voice choked with emotion. Silly children, don't say such things. Mom doesn't need you to give up anything. I just want you to be safe and happy. Your happiness is my greatest wealth. Gu Qinyu also squatted down, embracing his wife and children, forming a warm and firm circle of protection. Dad won't let anyone force you to make such a choice. Everything in the Gu family belongs to you. No one can take it away. The old man looked at this scene, his expression complicated and hard to read. He was silent for a long time, and the prayer beads in his hand had stopped moving at some point. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the family embracing each other, outlining a scene of warmth and determination. Fine, he finally spoke, his voice carrying fatigue and a sense of compromise. You may go out first.
Qinyu, stay. There are some things.
It's time you knew. The old man walked to the window, gazing at the 100-year-old ginkgo tree in the courtyard, silent for a long time. Qinyu, his voice was so low it was almost inaudible. I'm not unkind.
But
some things are not as simple as they seem. The storm 5 years ago was much more complicated than you think. Gu Qinyu frowned, sensing there was more to his grandfather's words. Grandpa, what do you mean? Have you known something all along? The old man turned around, his eyes deep and calm like a still lake. I do know some secrets about what happened 5 years ago. Weiwei's departure was probably not just to protect the children. The forces behind it, he paused, lowering his voice further, involve some secrets that can't be told, some powers even the Gu family must fear. What do you know? Gu Qinyu asked urgently, stepping forward. Why haven't you told me? I have the right to know the truth. Tell you, the old man gave a bitter smile, his face marked with deep worry. Tell you, and watch you go to your death? Those people's methods. He shook his head, a flicker of fear in his eyes. In short, I can't agree to this marriage for now. Not because I oppose it, but to protect the Gu family, to protect you and those 2 children. Gu Qinyu's face grew very serious. Grandpa, if you really know something, please tell me. I am no longer the child who needs your protection. I can protect my family. No matter what forces we face, I won't back down. The old man looked at his grandson deeply, hesitant to speak. Finally, he waved his hand tiredly. Go out first. Let me have some quiet. Remember, sometimes not knowing is safer than knowing. When the time is right, I will tell you everything. As Gu Chenyu left the study, his mood was heavy as lead. He vaguely sensed that his grandfather truly knew some shocking secret about what happened 5 years ago, secrets that might be more dangerous and astonishing than he imagined. At the end of the corridor, Lin Weiwei was waiting with the children. Tianxin threw herself into his arms, her little face full of worry. Dad, did great-grandpa agree? Gu Chenyu picked up his daughter and patted his son's head, trying to sound relaxed. Great-grandpa needs some time. But no matter what, I won't let anyone tear our family apart. Believe me. Suddenly, Tianyu spoke seriously. Dad, I noticed there are surveillance devices in the study. They are not the usual type used by the Gu family. The signal frequency is very special. It's a military-grade quantum encryption signal. How could such a thing be in great-grandfather's study? Gu Chenyu's expression grew serious and alert. Are you sure? What specific model is it? Tianyu nodded and quickly operated his tablet. The signal has a very unique feature, probably the latest military listening device. And, he paused, his face looking more serious, there's more than one source. There are at least 3 different listening points in the study. Lin Weiwei's face instantly turned pale.
Chenyu, could it be that grandpa
has been watched all along? Don't tell anyone yet. Gu Chenyu lowered his voice, his eyes sharp. I will investigate this immediately. If grandpa has been monitored, then the situation is more complicated than we thought. He looked toward the study, his eyes deep and unpredictable. Grandpa's words earlier, those hesitant warnings, were they meant to remind him, or to ask for help? At this moment, Gu Chenyu was more certain than ever that he needed to uncover the truth from 5 years ago. Not just for his and Weiwei's future, but for the safety of the entire Gu family and to reveal that hidden, enormous threat lurking behind the scenes. What seemed like a simple opposition to the marriage might just be the beginning of a bigger conspiracy. 3 days later, the atmosphere at the Gu family estate became very tense, filled with an invisible pressure. The family meeting was scheduled for 3 p.m., and all important members of the Gu family had received invitations. This was no ordinary family gathering. It was a crucial decision-making meeting about the future of the Gu clan. Everyone knew how serious this meeting was. In the meeting hall, a large redwood table looked like a silent giant dragon. The core members of the Gu family and representatives from each branch sat on both sides, each face wearing a carefully crafted mask. The cold light from the crystal chandelier shone on everyone's faces, revealing complex and hard-to-read expressions. Old Master Gu sat at the head of the table, calm and steady as water, but his experienced eyes were sharp as an eagle, quietly scanning everyone present. Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei sat to his right, their hands tightly clasped under the table, silently supporting and giving strength to each other. Tianyu and Tianxin were placed in the next room, under the watch of the most trusted bodyguard. Today, I have gathered everyone, the old man began, his voice steady and strong, each word like a to the heart. It is about Chenyu's marriage. I believe everyone has heard that Chenyu plans to marry Miss Lin Weiwei and acknowledge his 2 children, bloodline of the Gu family. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting hall was filled with suppressed whispers, like snakes hissing. All eyes turned to Lin Weiwei, some curious, some openly hostile, and others calculating. An elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, second uncle, spoke first, his tone full of authority. Zhenxiong, it's not us old folks meddling. But Chenyu's marriage concerns the future of the entire Gu family. As for Miss Lin, her background seems unclear. She's been silent for 5 years, and now she suddenly returns with children. It's natural for people to wonder. Second uncle is right. A fashionable middle-aged woman, third aunt, immediately added, her voice sharp. I heard Miss Lin is a single mother. Raising 2 children alone for 5 years must have been tough.
But
who is the father of these children? That needs to be clear. Our Gu family's bloodline can't be left in the dark. Lin Weiwei's hand under the table clenched slightly, but her expression remained calm. She looked up, meeting the speaker's gaze with honesty and firmness. Third aunt, Chenyu has already explained the children's background clearly. If anyone still has doubts, we can provide DNA test results from the most authoritative international agency, even conduct a test on site. Chenyu held her hand and said coldly, Tianyu and Tianxin are my children, and that's beyond doubt. Today, I didn't call everyone here to discuss this confirmed fact, but to announce my marriage with Weiwei. I hope the elders will bless us. Marriage announcement. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, fourth uncle, adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining with sharp intelligence. Chenyu, I'm not trying to criticize you, but right now, the Gu company is going through a tough time. Stock prices are fluctuating, projects are delayed, and several partners are pulling out. Getting married now. Does that seem appropriate? What message does that send to the outside world? Fourth uncle means, Chenyu's gaze was sharp as a blade, that I should sacrifice my happiness for the stock price of the Gu company. When does the Gu family need to sacrifice the happiness of their heirs to maintain their power? I'm not saying that. Uncle Four felt a bit embarrassed. I just think the timing isn't right. And he looked at Lin Weiwei with a meaningful gaze. Miss Lin doesn't seem to be able to bring any real help to the Gu family. Instead, she might become a burden. Lin Weiwei gently patted Gu Chenyu's hand, signaling him to stay calm. She took a folder from her purse, elegantly placed it on the table, and made a clear, crisp sound. Dear elders, her voice was clear and firm, like pearls falling onto jade. This is a prenuptial agreement drafted by top international lawyers. It clearly states that I voluntarily give up all rights to the Gu Group, including but not limited to shares, dividends, assets, and any other form of property. The meeting room suddenly erupted in surprise. No one expected Lin Weiwei to propose such an agreement. It was completely beyond their expectations. Furthermore, Lin Weiwei continued, her gaze calm as she looked at everyone present. I am willing to sign a statement promising not to interfere in Gu Group's management in any way, nor participate in any family decision-making. My children will also not be involved in the inheritance disputes. Their future development will be entirely up to them. Gu Chenyu suddenly stood up, his face pale with anger. Weiwei, I won't allow you to sign such a thing. You are my wife. Tianyu and Tianxin are my children, and everything in the Gu family belongs to you too. Chenyu, Lin Weiwei looked at him with gentle but unwavering eyes. This is my own decision. I married you because I love you, not for the family's wealth. This agreement is my sincerity and also my explanation to the elders. The old man watched this scene, a faint hint of admiration in his eyes. He cleared his throat and spoke with authority. Miss Lin's sincerity and courage are clear to everyone. Are there any questions now? Most people remained silent, but a few still looked unwilling. At that moment, a young man sitting in the corner suddenly spoke, his voice deliberately gentle. Grandpa, I think this matter is still too hasty. The speaker was Zhao Ming, a distant relative of the Gu family. He rarely spoke at family meetings, always low-key to the point that people almost ignored his presence. Today, he wore a well-tailored dark blue suit, and on his finger was a uniquely designed dragon-shaped ring. The dragon's eye on the ring seemed to flicker with a strange glow. Zhao Ming? Gu Chenyu frowned, his eyes sharp like an eagle. Do you have any opinions? Zhao Ming smiled gently, but there was a faint, strange hint in his smile. I just think Miss Lin's appearance is too coincidental. She mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago, and now she's back with a child, right when the Gu family is in trouble. Doesn't that make you suspicious? Maybe all of this is a carefully planned trap. Lin's gaze suddenly fixed on the ring on Zhao Ming's finger. That dragon-shaped ring. Her pupils shrank, and her heart suddenly pounded. On that rainy night 5 years ago, the person who threatened her also wore a similar ring. That cold touch, that fierce dragon pattern, she still sees it in her nightmares. Her heart raced faster, but she kept calm on the outside, speaking in a steady voice. Mr. Zhao, it seems you know a lot about me. Where did you hear that from? I believe. This is our first time meeting, right? Zhao Ming's eyes flickered for a moment, showing a hint of panic, but he quickly calmed down.
That.
I heard from my family. Miss Lin, don't misunderstand. I only care about the Gu family because I am part of it. Gu Chenyu looked at him coldly, his voice icy. Zhao Ming, you've been close to the Lu group lately. I heard last weekend you played golf with Lu Zixuan all day. Seems like you get along well. Zhao Ming's face changed slightly, and he unconsciously rubbed the ring on his finger. Chenyu, you're joking. It's just normal business, socializing. Mr. Lu is a senior in the industry. It's good to have more contact. Normal socializing? Gu Chenyu sneered, his eyes sharp as knives. Do you need to report our family's internal affairs to Lu Zixuan? Do you need to send every detail of the family meeting in real time? At that moment, Tianyu suddenly ran into the lounge, holding a tablet. His serious little face looked unlike a child.
Dad.
I found someone eavesdropping on the meeting. The signal is very hidden, using military-grade encryption. Everyone was stunned, and the conference hall fell silent instantly. Tianyu skillfully connected the tablet to the large screen in the conference hall, which displayed complex signal analysis and spectrum diagrams. Here, Tianyu pointed to a flickering red dot on the screen, and here, there are abnormal wireless signals being transmitted. The receiver is. He quickly operated the tablet, with code scrolling like a waterfall, the servers of the Lu group, and they are relayed through 3 different relay stations. Everyone's eyes turned sharply to Zhao Ming, filled with shock and anger. Gu Chenyu strode over and grabbed his wrist with force, making Zhao Ming cry out in pain. This ring. It hides the most advanced, tiny listening device, right? Did Lu Zixuan give it to you? Zhao Ming's face instantly turned pale as paper, cold sweat dripping down his forehead.
You're
talking nonsense. This is framing me. Tianyu quickly operated on the tablet, enlarging the image on the screen to clearly show the tiny circuit inside the ring. Dad, there is indeed a nano-sized transmitter inside the ring. And he paused, his small face looking more serious. I also found several large overseas transfers to Uncle Zhao Ming's accounts from the Cayman Islands. The sender, he made a few more operations and pulled up an encrypted financial record. It's related to that mysterious account that threatened my mom 5 years ago. The transfer dates matched the days my mom was threatened. Suddenly, the conference hall erupted in chaos. No one expected that there was a spy within the family, and it was connected to the incident 5 years ago. The old master slammed the table loudly, his voice thunderous. Zhao Ming, do you have anything to say? I've treated you well in the Gu family, and you've done such a thing. Zhao Ming slumped into his chair, looking ashen, lips trembling. I was forced. They took my sister. If I didn't do as they said, they would. Gu Chenyu released his grip, his eyes cold as frost. Take him away. Interrogate him carefully. I want all the details. After the bodyguards took the pale Zhao Ming away, the hall fell into complete silence. Everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events, and fear and unease filled the air. Lin Weiwei approached Gu Chenyu softly and asked, her voice trembling slightly, Did you suspect him all along? Gu Chenyu nodded, his eyes deep. I started paying attention when he got too close to Lu Zixuan. I didn't expect this. It turns out it also relates to what happened 5 years ago. This scheme was planned very carefully. The old man looked at the two of them, a complex and hard-to-read expression in his eyes. He stood up and spoke with his usual authority. Today's meeting is over. As for Chenyu's marriage, I believe no one has any objections now, right? Everyone shook their heads. No one dared to oppose anymore. Their faces showed respect and fear. After the meeting, the old man called Gu Chenyu aside. Come to my study. It's time for you to know some things. In the study, the old man took out a yellowed file from a safe hidden behind a painting. When he handed it to Gu Chenyu, his hand trembled slightly. This is some investigation records from 5 years ago. I collected them secretly. Take a look, but remember, after you finish, destroy it immediately. These things cannot be kept. Gu Chenyu took the file, his expression serious as iron. Grandpa, did you already know Zhao Ming had problems? Why didn't you expose him earlier? The old man sighed, his face marked with deep worry. Some things, knowing too much can be dangerous. Xiaoming is just a small player. The real mastermind hasn't shown up yet. Keeping him around can actually help us see the opponent's moves. He walked to the window, looking at the darkening sky in the distance, his voice low. Chenyu, the Gu family is now in a storm. The path you chose won't be easy. Protect Lin Weiwei and the children.
They
Might be the key to breaking the deadlock. The truth from 5 years ago might be hidden in that child. Gu Chenyu clenched the file tightly, his fingertips turning white from the force, but his eyes were firm as a rock. Grandpa, don't worry. No matter what we face, I won't back down. Anyone who harms my family, I won't let them go. When he left the study, Gu Chenyu felt even heavier. He vaguely sensed that the truth from 5 years ago might be more complicated and frightening than he imagined. This family meeting might just be the calm before the storm. At the Gu Group headquarters, in the top-floor conference room, on the huge electronic screen, blood-red numbers flickered like a countdown from a demon, each second racing by, showing shocking losses. Gu Chenyu stood in front of the screen, tall and firm like a pine tree, with a cold face like eternal ice. Only his deep eyes burned with suppressed anger. The conference room was full of top managers from the group, each face showing unprecedented seriousness. The air was so heavy it almost made people suffocate. Since the market opened this morning, in just 3 hours, Gu Corporation's stock price has dropped by 23%, and the market value has lost over 20 billion yuan. The finance director's voice trembled slightly. He unconsciously rubbed the edge of the report. At the same time, we received internal news that the tax department will conduct a surprise inspection this afternoon, based on a formal complaint accusing us of serious financial fraud. Also, he paused, swallowing hard, then continued. Our 3 major overseas projects, the smart city in Singapore, the new energy base in Germany, and the financial center in Dubai, have all been suddenly scrutinized by local authorities. All funds have been frozen, and the projects have been halted. The conference room fell into complete silence, only the sound of nervous breathing and rustling papers. Everyone knew this was no coincidence, but a carefully planned, multi-party coordinated attack meant to destroy. Public relations. Gu Chenyu's voice was chillingly calm, like a blade frozen in ice. How are the negative news reports being handled? I want the real situation. The PR director wiped his forehead, which was covered in cold sweat, and his voice carried a suppressed panic. Mr. Gu, the situation is very grim. Since early morning, major mainstream media, financial channels, and online platforms have simultaneously released negative news about us, including safety issues in our projects, financial data falsification, environmental violations, and even. He glanced at Gu Chenyu, lowering his voice almost to a whisper. There are also some extremely false reports about your personal life, with edited photos and videos. We have activated the highest-level emergency plans, but the attack is too fierce and concentrated. Our response is very passive, and public opinion is quickly spiraling out of control, and the tech department. Gu Chenyu turned to the technical director, his eyes sharp as an eagle. The technical director looked even worse, his lips pale. Our servers have been under unprecedented DDoS attacks since last night. The peak traffic reached 1,000 times normal, equivalent to the entire network traffic of Asia hitting our system at once. Although the defense system temporarily held up, many external services have already been affected, and customer complaint calls are flooding in. Even more serious is. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling with fear. We found signs that some core internal data has been stolen, including the latest AI algorithms, new energy technology patents, and the backup data from a project 5 years ago. The attackers are very professional, likely a top international hacking team. A cold glint flashed in Gu Chenyu's eyes. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, making a steady, pressing sound. Can we trace the source of the attack? I need precise information, not guesses. The technical director's voice was a bit shaky, but they used many advanced methods, including military-grade encryption channels. Tracing will take time. However, he hesitated, with a look of disbelief. Based on the attack patterns and some specific code styles, it looks very familiar. Like the attack that almost crippled us 5 years ago. It's as if the same team is behind it, The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly froze. The cyber attack 5 years ago nearly brought the Gu family to ruin, and it was also the trigger that forced Lin Weiwei to leave. It's a pain that every elder of the Gu family remembers forever. At that moment, Gu Qinyu's phone vibrated. It was a secure message from Tianyu. "Dad, I found something shocking. If you're free, come to the tech center immediately. The situation is worse than we thought." Gu Qinyu immediately stood up, his voice firm. Meeting is paused for 10 minutes. Technical Director, Cybersecurity Team, follow me. Everyone else stay alert. At the tech center, Tianyu was sitting in front of a supercomputer, his face full of focus and seriousness beyond his age. The screen displayed dazzling data streams, cascading code, and complex network diagrams. "Dad, look here." Tianyu pointed at an IP address disguised with multiple layers, his voice calm like an adult's. "This is one of the main attack sources. I used quantum decryption to trace the real address. You won't believe where it is." Gu Qinyu leaned in to look, his pupils suddenly constricting. That address is the core technology department of the Lu Group? They actually dared to do this openly. Not only that, Tianyu pulled up another encrypted interface, his fingers dancing over the virtual keyboard. "I also found that some specific code sequences and encryption signatures used in these attacks match exactly with the ones left by the hacker who attacked my mother 5 years ago. It's like the work of the same person, or at least the same team." He made a few clicks and brought up an encrypted financial record from the deep web, his face serious. Even more coincidental, just 1 hour before the attack started, Zhao Ming's secret overseas account received a large transfer from the Cayman Islands, up to $50 million. The sender's information was heavily disguised, but ultimately traced back to a secret fund of the Lu Group. The technical director gasped in shock, his voice trembling with fear. "So, all of this is controlled by the Lu Group? Why are they doing this? Are they trying to completely destroy the Gu Group?" Gu Qinyu's eyes grew deep like the ocean, his voice low and dangerous. "For the core technology of the Gu Group, for market share, and also for some secrets that cannot be spoken of. The truth from 5 years ago is probably hidden within all this." At that moment, Lin Weiwei hurried in, her face pale as paper, holding a still vibrating phone. "Qinyu, I just received urgent news. The new energy project we had in Europe has been indefinitely suspended by the local government, citing national security reasons. The German police also raided our office and took all the documents." Gu Qinyu held her hand, feeling her fingertips cold, but his voice was unusually steady. "Don't worry, I expected this. It's just the beginning. The real target of the other side has not fully revealed itself." "But why?" Lin Weiwei's voice was filled with confusion and anger. "Why is the Lu Group targeting us so aggressively? Even in business competition, it shouldn't go this far. They're practically trying to destroy the Gu Group." Gu Qinyu was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly, each word heavy with weight. "I suspect all of this is related to what happened 5 years ago. Lu Zixuan might know something, or even more frightening, he might be one of the masterminds behind this. Remember Zhao Ming's behavior at the family meeting? The ring he was wearing." Lin Weiwei's face instantly turned even paler, her fingers trembling slightly. "You mean the person who threatened me 5 years ago might have been sent by the Lu Group? Are they connected to that inheritance organization?" "More than that." Gu Qinyu's eyes sharpened like a blade. "I suspect Gu Mingyuan is involved too. Do you remember his strange behavior at the family meeting? It seemed like he was deliberately trying to turn everyone against you, and he ignored Zhao Ming's unusual actions. This conspiracy is probably deeper than we thought." The technical director suddenly shouted in panic. "President Gu, we've detected a new attack. This time, it's targeting our core database. They want to steal all the data from the Sky Plan." Tianyu immediately sat at the main control computer. His small figure looked very determined in front of the huge screen, fingers flying over the keyboard like butterflies. "Dad, let me handle this. I know how to deal with them. I figured out these methods 5 years ago." Gu Qinyu watched his son's focused and firm face, feeling a bit proud but mostly worried. "Be careful. They are very professional. Don't confront them directly. Don't worry. Tianyu said without turning around, his voice calm beyond his age. I'm very familiar with their tactics. I studied similar attack methods 5 years ago and prepared a response. This time, I will make them regret their actions. On the screen, lines of code scrolled wildly, like a waterfall. Tianyu's operations were so fast that it was hard to follow. Sometimes he defended, sometimes he counterattacked, and sometimes he set traps. The others in the tech center watched in amazement as this child, under 10 years old, used incredible skills and a calm mind to fight a silent war against top international hackers. Got it! Tianyu suddenly shouted excitedly. I traced their command server. I exploited a quantum loophole in their code. It's right. He paused, voice filled with disbelief and shock. Inside Goo Group? The backup data center on the 3rd underground floor? How is that possible? Gu Qinyu's face instantly darkened like a stormy sky. Send someone to check immediately. Hurry. I want to know who dares to be so bold. Security personnel quickly moved, their footsteps hurried in the corridor. A few minutes later, encrypted communication came through. They found an illegal listening station in the backup data center on the 3rd underground floor, with evidence that hadn't been destroyed, including the Lu Group's logo and some encrypted communication records.
Certainly.
Here's the improved and simplified version of your text. Just as I thought, Gu Chenyu sneered coldly, his voice icy and sharp. They are working together inside and out. The Lu family launched a full attack from outside, while inside there is sabotage and theft. What a perfect plan. What seamless cooperation. Lin Weiwei looked at him worriedly, full of concern and anger. What should we do now? The other side is clearly prepared. We are at a disadvantage.
And
I am worried about the safety of the children. Gu Chenyu's eyes grew firm and steady, like a rock. A strong aura radiated from him. Since they want to play, we'll play along to the end. It's time to make some people pay. Activate the Dragon Hunt plan. I want them to see that the Gu family is not so easy to bully. He turned to the technical director, his voice firm. Immediately execute Plan A, start all backup servers, and activate the quantum encryption channel. Tianyu, you handle the technical counterattack. I want Lu's network system completely paralyzed for 24 hours. Let them feel what it's like to be attacked. Understood. Tianyu's face showed excitement and determination. I've been wanting to teach those bad guys a lesson. I want them to regret messing with the Gu family. Gu Chenyu then spoke gently to Lin Weiwei. Weiwei, go prepare. We need to talk to Grandpa. It's time to find out what really happened 5 years ago. The secrets hidden behind the scenes should be revealed. Lin Weiwei nodded, her eyes shining with determination. She held his hand tightly. Okay. No matter what the truth is, we will face it together. This time, I won't run away. I won't let anyone hurt our family again. Seeing his wife and child so brave and firm, Gu Chenyu felt a warm wave and a strong sense of strength. No matter how fierce the storm, no matter how powerful the enemies, as long as the family is together and protected, there's nothing to fear. And this business war, this secret conspiracy, has only just begun. The crisis at Gu Corporation swept through the business world like a tsunami. The stock price plummeted by 23%, losing nearly $2 billion in market value. Negative news flooded major financial headlines. Even old Master Gu, usually calm in the face of trouble, was pacing anxiously in his study. He heavily tapped his rosewood cane on the redwood floor, making a dull sound. Old Master Gu's rare, anxious voice came through the encrypted line. Chenyu, the board is in chaos now. Some major shareholders are wavering, and the second and third wives are taking the opportunity to cause trouble, demanding an urgent board meeting. Chenyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his 88th floor office, overlooking the busy night scene of Cloud City. His tone was unusually calm. Grandpa, don't worry. The stronger the storm, the brighter the rainbow. I already have a perfect plan to handle this. What plan? The most important thing now is to stabilize people's minds. Every time the stock price drops a point, the Gu family loses billions. Exactly to stabilize people's minds, Chenyu turned around and looked sharply at Lin Weiwei, who was organizing quantum algorithm materials. I've decided that Weiwei will represent the Gu family and do an exclusive live interview with Financial Weekly tomorrow. There was a crisp sound of a teacup falling on the other end of the line, and Lin Weiwei in the office also gasped. Old Master Gu strongly opposed. Nonsense. Don't you know how bad the public opinion is about her now? The news is attacking her background, saying she's not worthy of the Gu family. If you let her appear now, aren't you pushing her into a fire pit? Lin Weiwei quickly waved her hands, her face turning pale. Chenyu, this isn't appropriate. If I step forward now, it will only make things worse. But Chenyu took firm steps toward her, gently lifting her chin with his slender finger. His deep eyes burned with undeniable trust. It's precisely because public opinion is against you that you need to step out and crush the rumors yourself. Weiwei, I believe in your ability, and I believe in your wisdom. 5 years ago, when you faced rumors alone, I didn't protect you well. This time, I want everyone to see the real you. His warm palm tightly held her cool fingers. Do you remember what you once said? Dignity isn't something others give you. It's something you fight for. Now is the best time to fight for your dignity. Looking into Chenyu's eyes, filled with unwavering trust, her hesitation and fear gradually gave way to courage. She took a deep breath, her gaze becoming firm. Okay, I accept. For you, for the children, and for the dignity of our Gu family, the news of the exclusive live interview with Financial Weekly immediately caused a huge stir in Cloud City's business world. Is Chenyu blinded by love? At this critical moment, letting that woman appear? I heard she is a stunning beauty who has made Mr. Gu lose his mind, even ignoring her family's interests. Let's wait and see. How can an ordinary girl like Cinderella handle a sharp veteran reporter like Li Jing? As the rumors spread, the interview day arrived. Lin Weiwei chose a perfectly tailored pearl white suit dress, with elegant makeup and her long black hair styled into a graceful bun. When she stepped into the interview scene in high heels, everyone waiting to see a joke was stunned. She looked noble and refined, calm and confident, completely different from the woman rumored to have risen through beauty alone. Li Jing, the chief reporter of the Financial Weekly, looked at Lin Weiwei with a scrutinizing gaze. Miss Lin, thank you for accepting our interview at such a sensitive time. There are many doubts about you in the public. What is your view? Lin Weiwei smiled gently, calm and composed. Reporterly, before I answer your question, I want to clarify one fact. I am Mrs. Gu. I have been for 5 years. There was a stir in the room. Li Jing looked surprised. Mrs. Gu? But as far as we know, you and Mr. Gu haven't officially registered your marriage. Legally, no, Lin Weiwei admitted openly, her voice clear and firm. But in our hearts, we are already husband and wife. We will hold a wedding soon, and I will definitely invite all the media friends to join. Her honest and confident response softened Li Jing's attitude. Then, regarding the recent negative news, do you have anything to say? Especially about the doubts about your background. Lin Weiwei looked directly into the camera. My background is ordinary, but that has never been a shame. It is my pride. I worked hard to finish university with a full scholarship and earn my living through my own ability. If anyone thinks coming from a humble family is a sin, I want to ask, wasn't the Gu group started from a small workshop? The scene was silent. Her words were powerful and clear. Li Jing continued to ask, some people doubt that your approach to Mr. Gu is for his wealth and status. Lin Weiwei smiled. If it was about money, I wouldn't have chosen to quietly leave 5 years ago. At that time, I was pregnant with Chenyu's child. If I had any ulterior motives, I could have used the child to threaten the Gu family. But I didn't because I love him for who he is. She looked into the camera, her voice slightly choked but full of strength. Over the past 5 years, I have raised 2 children alone, worked as a tutor, and been a salesperson. I have faced many hardships. But I have never regretted it because I know what true dignity is. Not marrying into wealth and luxury, but creating value with my own hands and earning respect. This speech was broadcast online through a live stream, touching many viewers deeply. Li Jing was also moved. What are your thoughts on the recent business attacks? Some say they are a disaster caused by you. Lin Weiwei looked serious. This is not a disaster caused by me, but a challenge that comes with the development of Gu Group. The key is how we respond and fight back. Suddenly, she changed the topic. Speaking of attacks, reportedly, don't you think the methods used this time are very familiar? Li Jing was surprised. What do you mean? 5 years ago, I experienced almost the same kind of online attack and smear campaign. Lin Weiwei's calm but powerful voice echoed in the studio. The tactics, timing, and even some specific wording and formatting are exactly the same as this time. She signaled the staff to show a carefully prepared PowerPoint. On the screen, news reports from 5 years ago and now were displayed side by side, with over 90% similarity. More importantly, Lin Weiwei continued, we tracked some sources of this attack. Using quantum-level analysis, we found it was the same group of people as 5 years ago. The same coding habits, the same attack patterns. This shows it's not just a coincidence in business competition, but a planned, organized business sabotage. The scene was filled with shock. Li Jing hurriedly asked, do you have solid evidence? Such accusations are very serious. Of course I do. Lin Weiwei nodded confidently. She took out an encrypted file from her folder. We have a solid chain of evidence, including the attacker's real IP addresses and financial flows. These have been submitted to the relevant authorities, and we believe there will be results soon. She looked into the camera, her tone firm. I want to warn those hiding in the shadows. Gu Group will not be defeated, and the truth will never be hidden. You didn't succeed 5 years ago, and today, it's even less likely. By this point, the original doubts had turned into applause of respect. But Lin Weiwei's presentation was not over yet. Actually, today I also prepared a surprise, she smiled and said, or rather a proof. A proof that I, Lin Weiwei, rely on my strength. She signaled the staff to bring out a beautiful display stand covered with red velvet cloth. When the red cloth was removed, it revealed several design drawings and patent certificates. These are some of my independent, innovative projects, including a revolutionary smart home system and a breakthrough eco-friendly material formula, Lin Weiwei explained, her eyes shining with confidence. These have all received national patents, and several Fortune 500 companies have expressed strong interest in cooperation, with potential deals exceeding 10 billion. She looked at the surprised Li Jing and said, I may not have a famous family background, but I have my talent and ability. I choose to stand beside Chen Yu, not to depend on him, but to fight alongside him. At that moment, the door of the interview scene was pushed open, and Gu Chenyu entered with 2 children. The man was dressed in a tailored black suit, tall and confident, while the children wore elegant little dresses.
Mom.
Tianxin and Tianyu ran into Lin Weiwei's arms. Gu Chenyu naturally put his arm around her waist and faced the camera. Reportedly, everyone, I want to take this opportunity to officially announce, Lin Weiwei is not only my partner and the mother of my children, but from today, she will also officially join the Gu Group Board of Directors as the Director of Innovation and Research, responsible for all cutting-edge technology development. This news caused another wave of shock at the scene, with flashlights flashing wildly. Gu Chenyu's voice was full of pride. I have always known about Weiwei's ability and talent. Over the years, she has raised the children alone while continuing to learn and create. Her designs are even praised by top international designers. The Gu family needs talents like her and, more importantly, her spirit. He looked at Lin Weiwei with deep affection. 5 years ago, I missed the chance to protect you, and you endured so much alone. Today, I want everyone to know, you are my chosen partner, someone worthy of all the honor of the Gu family. The interview ended in this warm and touching scene, but the impact was just beginning to spread. Less than an hour after the live broadcast, online opinions completely turned around. Oh my God! Lin Weiwei is so amazing! She completely exceeded my expectations. This is what a truly independent woman looks like. Those who said she relied on her looks to get ahead are eating their words now. People clearly rely on their strength. Billion-dollar patents. Mr. Gu is so handsome. His open way of defending his wife is very touching. Even more surprising is that after the interview, the Gu Group's stock price started to rebound in a remarkable V-shape, with a lot of money pouring in to buy shares. By the end of the day, It not only recovered all its losses but also rose strongly by 8%. In the evening, the Gu family mansion was brightly lit. Old Mr. Gu watched Lin Weiwei confidently and calmly on the financial news, and he rarely showed a happy smile. Qinyu, you did the right thing this time. Weiwei truly deserves the Gu family, and she deserves you. Her performance today was better than many so-called noble young ladies. Lin Weiwei looked a little shy and lowered her head. Grandpa, I just said what I should say and did what I should do. No, you didn't just say and do things. You also earned respect and dignity for the Gu family. Old Mr. Gu patted her shoulder approvingly. I'm very interested in the environmental material project you mentioned. Come to the company tomorrow, and we can discuss it in detail. At this moment, Tianyu suddenly ran over holding his super tablet, his face serious. Mom.
Dad.
I found an important clue. He quickly operated the tablet. I analyzed the online traffic data from today's interview and found several suspicious IP addresses trying to hack into the live broadcast system. Their methods are very professional. I used quantum tracking algorithms to trace back, and all these IPs point to the same place. The little boy lowered his voice, looking serious. Grandpa's study area. Everyone was stunned. Gu Chenyu looked serious. Tianyu, are you sure? Could it be interference or a false alarm? Absolutely sure. Tianyu nodded firmly. And the encryption methods and attack features used by these IPs are exactly the same as those used by the hacker who attacked the Gu system before. Lin Weiwei suddenly remembered something. Qinyu, do you remember? When I mentioned the evidence of the attack from 5 years ago during the interview, reporter Li looked very surprised, but a cameraman's expression was very strange. The cameraman, Gu Chenyu, suddenly remembered. He's definitely not a regular staff member of the Financial Weekly. He looks a lot like an IT person who worked at Gu Corporation 5 years ago. It seems the truth is slowly coming to light. Lin Weiwei looked at the surprised expression on Grandpa Gu's face and softly but firmly said, Grandpa, some things might be more complicated than we think. But no matter what, I believe the truth will come out. She held Gu Chenyu's hand, and they clasped fingers tightly. Just like today, dignity is not given by others but earned by ourselves. As long as we stick to the truth and justice, trust each other, and work together, no difficulty can defeat us. Outside the window, the neon lights of Cloud City shimmered brightly, as if silently witnessing how a woman uses wisdom, courage, and strength to defend her dignity perfectly. And the secret conspiracy within the wealthy circles has only just begun. News of unusual IP addresses found in the Gu family's study area exploded like a heavy bomb inside the family. Grandpa Gu, furious, immediately ordered a full network security check of the house. Meanwhile, the young geniuses Tianyu and Tianxin volunteered to take on the treasure hunt mission. Grandpa, let us do it. Tianyu, holding a tablet, looked serious. My sister and I are best at finding these hidden bugs. Tianxin nodded firmly.
Yes.
We want to help Mom and Dad find those bad guys. Grandpa Gu looked at his clever grandchildren, feeling proud but also worried. Tianyu confidently patted his chest. Don't worry, Grandpa. My sister and I have a secret weapon. It's a special skill Mom taught us, which makes us completely invisible online. So, an exciting treasure hunt began in the century-old Gu mansion. Tianyu handled the technical tracking, and Tianxin did on-site inspections, working perfectly together. Tianyu's tablet was equipped with the latest algorithms that could detect tiny signal fluctuations. He carefully scanned every corner of the mansion like a little detective. Sister, there's an abnormal signal in the east wing. It's faint but definitely there, Tianyu suddenly whispered. Tianxin quickly moved stealthily and, with her keen eyes, soon found a miniature listening device disguised as a decorative vase at the bottom of an antique. Brother, I found it. Tianxin carefully placed the listening device into a special signal-blocking bag, excited. This disguise is so clever. In just half a day, the two children found a total of 7 hidden listening and monitoring devices throughout the Gu mansion. From behind famous paintings in the study to inside the crystal chandelier in the living room, even inside the microwave in the kitchen, everywhere. Old Mr. Gu looked at the delicate listening device on the table, his face turning pale. Our Gu family. has been infiltrated to this extent. Gu Qinyu and Lin Weiwei hurried over after hearing the news, shocked. Lin Weiwei tightly hugged the children. The kids are amazing. But this is too dangerous. Tianyu shook his head seriously. Mom, now is not the time to be afraid. These devices are all sending messages to the same encrypted channel. The other side is very interested in Dad and Mom's relationship. Tianxin's eyes lit up. Big brother. Since they want to know if Dad and Mom are happy, why don't we put on a show? A show? Everyone was stunned. Yes, Tianxin said excitedly. We can create a conflict. Pretend that Dad and Mom are arguing and about to break up. The bad guys will definitely act when they hear that. Tianyu's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Good idea. This is called luring the snake out of its hole. We make a perfect script so the hidden people will come out themselves. So, they carefully planned a big drama called the Relationship Crisis at the Gu family mansion. That evening, loud arguing could be heard in the living room. Gu Qinyu, you disappoint me so much. Lin Weiwei's voice was full of tears, acting convincingly. I thought you were different from those men. Gu Qinyu raised his voice to match her. Lin Weiwei, don't be unreasonable. I'm just busy with work. Leaving?
Fine.
That's what you said. Lin Weiwei cried as she ran back to her room and slammed the door shut. Hiding in the shadows, Tianyu and Tianxin exchanged a thumbs up. The signals from the listening devices on the tablet showed active anomalies. Someone had taken the bait. In less than half an hour, a mysterious call came to the Gu mansion's landline. Tianyu activated the tracking program and signaled the butler to answer. Hello? Gu residence. The butler spoke according to the script with a worried tone. Young master and young mistress are arguing very badly. It seems the young mistress is really leaving. The person on the other end seemed very pleased with the news. In just a few seconds of the call, Tianyu successfully locked onto the source of the signal. Found it, Tianyu whispered excitedly. The signal is coming from an abandoned factory in the western suburbs. The registered owner of the number is Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming? Gu Qinyu frowned. He was an intern in the Gu IT department 5 years ago and was fired for stealing trade secrets. Could it be him? Lin Weiwei remembered. The suspicious cameraman during the interview looked just like him. The truth was becoming clearer. Zhao Ming was very likely the key attacker both 5 years ago and now. Mom and Dad, Tianyu suddenly lowered his voice, sounding very serious. I found something even more shocking. Zhao Ming's signal isn't sent directly to the west suburb factory, but goes through a relay station. The relay station's IP address points to the Gu Group headquarters. What? Everyone was stunned. Is there a traitor inside the Gu Group? Tianxin added, and based on the signal analysis, Zhao Ming isn't the mastermind. There's someone above him, a mysterious person codenamed Dragon. The situation is more complicated. Gu Qinyu immediately ordered, send people to secretly watch the West Suburb factory and the Gu Group building. But be very careful. While the Gu family was busy setting up surveillance, Tianyu and Tianxin secretly made a bolder plan. Big brother, we can't just wait for the adults to act, Tianxin whispered, her eyes showing wisdom beyond her age. The bad guys are too clever and will be on guard. We need to take action ourselves. Tianyu agreed. Yes. Use listening devices to send false information back, luring them into a trap. So, the two kids started an exciting information war. Using advanced hacking skills, they disguised themselves as servants of the Gu family and sent carefully crafted, inside messages, through listening devices. Did you hear? The young mistress is really leaving. Her plane is at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The young master seems regretful but can't bring himself to apologize. Such a good match, but it's falling apart. What a pity. The gossip kept flowing through the listening devices, successfully catching the enemy's interest. At 9 a.m. the next morning, Tianyu's surveillance showed Zhao Ming was indeed near the airport. But he didn't go inside. He waited in a remote corner. He's waiting for someone, Tianyu quickly judged. Sister, get the drone ready. Let's see who he's waiting for. Tianxin controlled a tiny drone silently flying above Zhao Ming to monitor him. After a few minutes, a luxurious black car arrived, and a mysterious man wearing sunglasses and a hat got out to meet Zhao Ming. We got it. Tianxin whispered excitedly, then suddenly changed her expression. Wait. This person looks familiar. Oh my god. It's Uncle Mingyuan. The drone sent back a clear image showing the mysterious man was actually Gu Qinyu's cousin, Gu Mingyuan. Mingyuan, Gu Qinyu, and Lin were both shocked. Gu Mingyuan is usually gentle and peaceful. How could he be involved in this? And the shock didn't end there. After a brief conversation, Gu Mingyuan and Zhaoming got into a car and headed to the most luxurious private club in Yun City, the Cloud Club. Cloud Club. Gu Qinyu's face looked serious. It's a top gathering place for wealthy people in Yun City, with strict security. Why are Mingyuan and Zhaoming going there? Tianyu used all available surveillance resources to try to track their location. But the security system at the Cloud Club was very strong, and external cameras couldn't it. There's no other way. Tianyu gritted his teeth. We have to take a risk. Do you remember what Mom taught you about that special algorithm, sister? Tianxin's eyes lit up.
Yes.
We can try to briefly break through the firewall using that special method. But it's dangerous and might lead to being traced back. We can't think about that now, Tianyu decided. We must find out what Uncle Mingyuan is really up to. The two kids worked together smoothly. Tianyu handled the algorithm cracking, and Tianxin protected the signals. They started a risky digital adventure. Data streams on the tablet flowed like a waterfall, and various encryption methods were cracked one by one. Tianyu's forehead sweat, and Tianxin clenched her fists nervously.
Yes.
We did it. Tianyu suddenly whispered excitedly. We broke through the outer defenses. Now we can see the inside cameras. The screen showed the interior surveillance footage of the Cloud Club. Gu Mingyuan and Zhaoming entered a very secret VIP room where several people were already sitting. When the faces of those people appeared, even Tianyu couldn't help but gasp. Oh my gosh.
That's
President Liu, from the Liu Group, and Chairman from the family. Why are they together? Even more shocking, in the middle of the room sat a mysterious person wearing a golden mask. Although the face was hidden, judging by Gu Mingyuan, President Liu, and others' respectful attitude, this mysterious person was very important. Brother, quick, start recording, Tianxin hurriedly reminded. Tianyu activated the recording function, but due to signal interference, he could only catch some keywords intermittently. The plan is going smoothly. The Gu family is badly hurt. Next step. Seize the core technology. That woman's patent. Must get it. Ultimate purification. The time has come. Ultimate purification? Tianyu frowned. What does that mean? Just then, the mysterious person on the monitor suddenly looked up, seeming to sense something, and sharply looked directly at the camera. Oh no! We've been discovered! Tianyu exclaimed. He immediately cut off the connection, but it was too late. The tablet suddenly emitted a shrill alarm, and the screen went black instantly. Big brother. What's going on? Tianxin asked nervously. Tianyu's face turned pale. They used powerful countermeasures. Not only did they cut off the connection, but they also tracked our location. As soon as he finished speaking, the security system at the Gu family mansion suddenly issued a sharp alarm. Someone is invading, the bodyguard shouted through the intercom. The west wall has been broken through. The intruders are very skilled. We can't stop them. Gu Qinyu and Lin Weiwei immediately realized the danger and shouted, Quick! Protect the children! But it was already too late. Several shadowy figures, like ghosts, broke through the security and headed straight for Tianyu and Tianxin's room.
Kids.
Run fast! Lin Weiwei screamed and rushed toward the children but was stopped by the black-clad intruders. Gu Qinyu fought hard, but the intruders, who were highly trained, quickly subdued him. Tianyu tightly protected his sister, his face calm beyond his age.
Who are you?
What do you want? The leader of the black-clad intruders sneered in strange, distorted voice. The children know too much. Come with us. Dream on. Tianyu suddenly took a small device, about the size of a ping-pong ball, from his pocket and threw it to the ground. Bright light and loud sound waves burst out, causing the intruders to lose their ability to move instantly. Little sister. Run. Tianyu pulled Tianxin and tried to escape, but more black-clad figures surrounded them from all sides. At this moment, The most terrifying thing happened. An intruder wearing a dragon-patterned mask appeared like a ghost and suddenly grabbed Tianxin from behind. "Little sister," Tianyu shouted in horror, trying to rush over to save her, but other intruders held him tightly. "Let go of my sister. You bad people." Tianyu struggled desperately, tears streaming down his face. The intruder with the dragon-patterned mask looked at Tianyu coldly, his voice like from, "Don't worry, we won't hurt her. She is very useful to us. As for you," he suddenly raised his hand and shot a tiny dart accurately at Tianyu's neck. Tianyu felt a strong dizziness, his vision blurred, and everything turned dark. The last thing he heard was Lin Weiwei crying desperately, "Tianxin, my child, give me back my daughter." Then everything went black. When Gu Qinyu and Lin Weiwei broke free from their restraints, Tianxin had already been taken away, and Tianyu was unconscious. The Gu family mansion was in chaos, with bodyguards lying on the ground, badly injured. "Tianxin, my Tianxin." Lin Weiwei knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably, her heart aching like a knife. Gu Qinyu tightly hugged his wife, his eyes burning with intense anger. His voice sounded cold like from a freezer. "No matter who you are or where you hide, I, Gu Qinyu, swear I will find you. If you dare to hurt my children, you will pay 100 times over." He gently picked up the unconscious Tianyu, his gaze firm as steel. "Stay strong, Weiwei. Now is not the time to cry. We must save Tianxin and make those who hurt our family pay a heavy price." Lin Weiwei wiped her tears and stood up again, her eyes fierce like a mother wolf protecting her cubs. "Yes, we can't fall. Tianxin is waiting for us to rescue her. Qinyu, activate the dragon hunt plan at the highest level. Let those hiding in the dark know what happens to anyone who harms the Gu family." Outside the window, dark clouds gathered and thunder roared, as if warning of an even stronger and more brutal storm approaching. The center of the storm was where the two brave and clever children who had unfortunately fallen into evil hands, and their parents who would do anything to protect their family. In the Gu family mansion's living room, the air was as cold as ice. Old Master Gu sat upright in a rosewood grand chair, his face as gloomy as a stormy sky. His dragon-headed cane struck the ground heavily, making a dull sound that caused the crystal chandelier to tremble slightly. "Everyone be quiet," his voice thundered like a lightning strike, instantly silencing all the noise. "Tianxin's life and death are uncertain, and my great-granddaughter's whereabouts are unknown. Yet, you are here fighting for power." Gu Mingyuan was the first to stand up, his white beard trembling with excitement. "Brother, now is not the time to blame each other. The key is to find out why Lin Weiwei appeared at the scene when Tianxin was kidnapped. This coincidence is too deliberate." Gu Miling immediately agreed, her voice sharp. "Exactly. Why did she take the children to the cafe? Why did the kidnappers target Tianxin specifically? I think this is a carefully planned trap." Lin Weiwei's face was pale, but her eyes were firm. "I absolutely didn't do it. Tianxin is my daughter. How could I?" "Your daughter?" Gu Mingyuan sneered. "Who can prove that? Maybe she's implanted by someone with ulterior motives. How dare you?" Old Master Gu slammed the table, causing the teacup to shake and ring loudly. "Gu Mingyuan, watch your words." Gu Qinyu protected Lin Weiwei behind him, his eyes cold as ice. "Second uncle, third aunt, I understand you have opinions about Weiwei. But remember, Tianxin and Tianyu are my children and Weiwei is my wife. Anyone who dares to slander them will face the consequences." At that moment, Tianyu quickly entered holding a tablet, his small face full of worry.
"Dad."
"Great-grandpa." "I tracked the signal from the kidnapping vehicle. They did go to the West City factory, but..." He paused for a moment, his expression becoming serious. "The signal suddenly disappeared near the factory, then reappeared somewhere unexpected." "Where?" Gu Qinyu immediately asked. Tianyu lowered his voice. "The last location of the signal was near Uncle Second's villa." The living room instantly became noisy. "What?" Gu Mingyuan suddenly stood up, his face changing quickly. "That's impossible. How could my villa?" Miling shouted sharply. "Big brother, listen. This is clearly a setup. Quiet, Old Master Gu tapped his cane heavily on the ground, then turned to Tianyu with a calmer tone. Tianyu, Grandpa believes you. But you need to tell the truth. Are you sure about the signal? Could it have been interfered with? Tianyu nodded seriously. Grandpa, I verified multiple times. The signal definitely came from the kidnapping vehicle, and it stayed near Uncle Second's villa for a long time.
But he looked confused.
Strangely, the signal showed they didn't enter the villa, but disappeared into the forest behind it. It's like there's a hidden passage there. Gu Mingyuan's face turned pale instantly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Nonsense. There's no passage behind my villa. This is definitely a false accusation. Old Master Gu squinted, his voice deep and meaningful. Mingyuan, I remember 20 years ago, you asked the family to build an air raid shelter behind the villa, claiming it was for emergencies. I thought it was unnecessary at the time. Mingyuan's voice suddenly became sharp. That's all in the past. The shelter has long been abandoned. It's impossible. He suddenly realized he had spoken out of turn, covering his mouth quickly, but it was too late. All eyes focused on him, and the living room fell silent. Gu Qinyu's eyes were sharp as an eagle. Uncle, it seems you need to explain some things clearly. Just then, the butler hurried in, looking anxious. Old Master, Mr. Lu Zixuan is here. He says it's an urgent matter and wants to see you. Old Master Gu frowned. Why is he here at this time? Before he finished speaking, Lu Zixuan pushed past the guards, looking very serious. Grandpa Gu, sorry for the sudden intrusion. I just received an anonymous message saying that Tianxin's kidnapping might be related to someone inside the Gu family. He paused deliberately and looked at Gu Mingyuan. The message also said that the kidnappers are demanding not only ransom but also the transfer of shares in the Gu group. What? Old Master Gu suddenly stood up. Share transfer? This must be an inside job. Only insiders would be so interested in Gu family shares. Gu Mingyuan shouted nervously. It's not me. Really, it's not me. I am innocent. At that moment, Tianyu suddenly exclaimed, Dad. Great-grandpa. Look, he held up a tablet showing a blurry security video. In the picture, a masked person was talking to the kidnappers. Although their face was unclear, they wore a familiar jade ring, Gu Mingyuan's family heirloom that he always wears. Second uncle. Gu Qinyu's voice was cold and sharp. What do you have to say? Gu Mingyuan's face turned pale, and he trembled. No, that's not true. I lost my ring a few days ago. Someone must have stolen it to frame me. Gu Miling suddenly shouted sharply. Big brother. You can't believe this. It's obviously Lin Weiwei and her child setting a trap. They just want to get rid of Mingyuan and take all the Gu family's wealth. Lin Weiwei finally couldn't hold back, her voice trembling with anger. How can you be so cruel? Tianxin's life is still uncertain, and you're here slandering a 5-year-old child. Don't you have any conscience? Just then, a stern and old voice came from the door. Everyone, shut up. Everyone turned to see Grandma Gu being helped into the room by a servant. Though she was old, her eyes were sharp as an eagle. Mom, why are you here? Old Master Gu hurried to support her. Grandma Gu ignored him and walked straight to the center of the living room. She looked at everyone present and finally fixed her gaze on Gu Mingyuan. Mingyuan, I am so disappointed in you. Gu Mingyuan suddenly knelt down with a choking voice.
Mom.
Don't you believe me either? I really didn't kidnap Tianxin. I am innocent. Grandma Gu sighed and took an envelope from her bag. Someone anonymous sent this morning. Inside there are some very interesting photos. She threw the photos onto the table, and everyone gasped. The pictures showed Gu Mingyuan secretly meeting with a masked person with a dragon pattern. The location was an abandoned factory in the west of the city. This is impossible. Gu Mingyuan stared in disbelief, eyes wide. These photos are fake. I never. Enough, Old Master Gu shouted angrily. Gu Mingyuan, from now on, you are under house arrest at the villa. You are not to leave without my permission. When we find Tianxin, we'll settle the score. He turned to Gu Qinyu. Qinyu, take people and search Mingyuan's villa immediately. Especially that underground bunker. Search every inch. Yes, Grandpa. Gu Qinyu turned to leave. But just then, Tianyu shouted excitedly, "Wait.
Dad.
I have a new discovery." He pointed at the tablet. "We just intercepted an encrypted signal sent from Third Ant's phone. The message says, 'Target is controlled, ready for the next step.'" Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Gu Meiling. Gu Meiling's face suddenly changed, and she instinctively stepped back.
You.
"What are you talking about?" "How come my phone?" Tianyu quickly operated the tablet. "Third Ant, did your phone just receive a message from an unknown number? The content is a string of numbers, 7355608. Gu Meiling's face turned pale instantly. She hurriedly fumbled for her phone.
No imposible.
"How do you know?" Gu Chenyu stepped forward quickly and snatched her phone. Sure enough, the screen showed the recent message, the same string of numbers. 7355608. Gu Chenyu read out the numbers, his face looking very grim. "This is an emergency communication code inside the Gu family. It means, mission accomplished, awaiting instructions." The living room fell into complete silence. Everyone looked at Gu Meiling in disbelief. This woman, usually peaceful and harmless, was actually a traitor. Gu Meiling suddenly burst into laughter. "That's right.
It was all me."
But do you think this is the end? You're too naive." Her eyes became wild. "Tianxin is now somewhere you absolutely cannot find. If you dare to hurt me, just wait to bury her." Old Master Gu trembled with anger, pointing his cane at her.
You.
"You wicked woman. The Gu family has treated you well. Why are you doing this?" "Why?" Gu Meiling sneered. "Because I am a daughter. Because I will forever only get a small, pitiful share. Because I will always live under your charity." She suddenly pointed at Lin Weiwei. "But what about this woman? What right does she have? An unknown outsider, bringing 2 children, wants to take over the Gu family. I won't accept it. I absolutely won't." Gu Chenyu's eyes turned cold. "So you colluded with outsiders? How could you hurt a 5-year-old child?" "Third Ant, you're so disappointing." "Disappointing?" Gu Meiling laughed wildly. "There's even more disappointment coming. Do you think I'm the only one involved? You're so naive. The Gu family has long been infiltrated from inside and out." At this moment, the butler hurried in looking worried. "Master, it's not good. A large group of reporters has arrived outside. They received an anonymous tip claiming the Gu family is involved in kidnapping children and are demanding interviews." Gu Meiling smiled proudly. "See? This is our plan. I want to ruin the Gu family's reputation. I want all of you to pay the price." But just then, Tianyu's eyes lit up. "Dad. I cracked their encrypted signal. Tianxin isn't in the air raid shelter or the villa.
She's in
the secret room under Grandpa's study." Everyone was stunned. Old Master Gu was incredulous. "The secret room under the study? That's where I keep important documents, and no one knows the password except me." "How could they?" He suddenly remembered something, turning sharply to Gu Meiling. "It was you. Last time, you used the excuse of checking family records and stayed in my study all day. Turns out, you were looking for the secret entrance." Gu Meiling's face finally changed completely. "No, impossible. How could this child our encryption?" Gu Chenyu rushed toward the study without hesitation, followed closely by Lin Weiwei and Tianyu. Old Master Gu hurried after them, leaving the bodyguards to guard the pale-faced Gu Meiling. Behind the large bookshelf in the study, there was indeed a hidden entrance. Old Master Gu entered the password, and the heavy steel door slowly opened. "Tianxin." Lin Weiwei was the first to rush in, her voice trembling with excitement. In the corner of the secret room, Tianxin was peacefully sleeping, her face with a sweet smile, as if she had just had a beautiful dream. "She's fine." Gu Chenyu checked and finally relaxed. "She was just given sleeping pills. She'll be fine after a good sleep." Lin Weiwei hugged her daughter tightly, tears finally spilling over. "Thank goodness. My baby is safe." But at that moment, Tianyu suddenly pointed at the screen in the secret room. "Dad, look." The screen was playing a video. In the footage, Gu Meiling was talking to someone with their back to the camera. Although I couldn't see their faces clearly, I could hear the conversation clearly. As long as we control the children, the Gu family is within our grasp. Once we gain control of Gu Corporation, we will carry out the cleansing plan. None of the disobedient family members will be left. The most shocking part was at the end of the conversation, when the mysterious person slowly turned around. It was Gu Mingyuan, who had been under house arrest. Second uncle? Gu Chenyu gasped in disbelief, taking a cold breath. He's also involved. Old Master Gu's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly. Good. Very good. My good brother, my good sister. Teaming up to destroy the Gu family, he suddenly turned around sharply, his voice like a judge in. Bring Gu Mingyuan and Gu Miling here. When Tianxin wakes up, I will question them myself. Just then, the butler hurried over, looking even more anxious. Master. Something bad has happened. We just received news that Gu Corporation stock price suddenly plummeted. Someone is selling off a large amount of our shares. Gu Chenyu immediately checked his phone, his face changing drastically. It's Lu Corporation. Lu Zixuan is buying up a lot of our shares. He now owns 15%. Tianyu suddenly exclaimed, Dad. I tracked the account selling the shares. It's from Auntie San and Uncle Second. They secretly transferred their shares to Lu Zixuan long ago. Old Master Gu staggered a step, nearly falling. So that's it. This is all a trap. Kidnapping Tianxin was just a cover. Their real goal is to take over Gu Corporation. Lin Weiwei hugged Tianxin tightly, her voice firm. Chenyu, we can't let them succeed. The Gu family's blood, sweat, and tears span generations. We must not let these traitors destroy it. Gu Chenyu's eyes sharpened like a blade. Don't worry, Weiwei. Since they want to play, I'll play with them to the end. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Activate Phase 2 of the Dragon Hunt plan. I want these traitors to know the consequences of messing with the Gu family. Outside the window, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and a bigger storm was approaching. The internal conflict within the Gu family had only just begun. The shadow of Tianxin's kidnapping loomed over the entire Gu estate like thick fog, heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. Lin Weiwei stayed awake all night, her eyes red and swollen as she stared at the unconscious Tianyu. Her fingers unconsciously stroked her son's small hand, as if she could feel her daughter's warmth through it. I'm sorry, my dear children. Her voice was hoarse, almost unable to speak. Tears had already dried up. Mom should have been more careful. I should have stayed close to you all. Gu Chenyu stood by the window, his tall figure showing unprecedented exhaustion. Ash from his cigarette fell slowly. The recent security meeting's results were hopeless. Our enemies acted so professionally. All clues broke at the most critical moments, as if an invisible hand was controlling everything. Weiwei, he turned and walked to the bed, his voice low but firm. This is not your fault. Those people came for me, for the Gu family's 100-year legacy. Lin Weiwei looked up and saw the guilt and suppressed anger in his eyes. Her heart tightened. Chenyu, we must find Tianxin. She's still so young. She must be very scared. At that moment, the butler hurried in, looking anxious. Young master, young madam. The old lady has returned from Switzerland. She's already at the door. Mother? Gu Chenyu frowned. Isn't she in Zurich for treatment? How could she suddenly? Before he finished, a graceful middle-aged woman entered the room. Gu Chenyu's mother, Su Wanqing, was over 50 but well-maintained. She looked similar to her son, with a noble and elegant aura that had aged gracefully. But right now, her face showed no kindness, only icy anger. Such a big thing happened, and I can still stay peacefully in Switzerland. Su Wanqing's gaze swept like a blade over Tianyu, who was unconscious, and finally settled on Lin Weiwei. Is this my grandson? Is this the woman my son has been searching for 5 years? Lin Weiwei instinctively stood up, nervously clutching her clothes. She knew this mother-in-law kept a low profile and rarely involved herself in family affairs. Her sudden appearance probably meant, Mother, things are more complicated than you think. Gu Chenyu tried to explain, but Su Wanqing raised her hand to stop him. Complicated? Su Wanqing sneered coldly, each word like an ice spike piercing the heart. No matter how complicated, I won't let my grandchildren be in danger. Where's Gu Zhenxiong? Call him to see me immediately. Old Master Gu arrived after hearing the news. Seeing his daughter-in-law, he was also stunned. Wanqing, why did you suddenly? Su Wanqing suddenly raised her voice, filled with 20 years of pent-up anger. If I don't come back now, the Gu family will be completely destroyed by you men. It was like this 5 years ago, and it's still the same now. She suddenly turned to Lin Weiwei, her eyes sharp. Miss Lin, no, I should call you Weiwei. Over these 5 years, you've been raising 2 children alone. That can't have been easy, right? Lin Weiwei was stunned. She didn't expect such a question and could only nod gently. It's okay. The children are very sensible. Sensible. A trace of deep sorrow flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes. A 5-year-old child being forced to be sensible. Whose sadness is that? It's a shame for our Gu family. It's the fault of us adults. She walked to Tianyu's bedside, her trembling hand gently touching her grandson's forehead. Her voice suddenly choked with emotion. Such a good child. Just like his father when he was young. But what have we given them? Endless suspicion, deadly danger, and dirty schemes. Old Master Gu looked grim. Wanqing, what do you mean by that? Meaning, Su Wanqing suddenly turned around, took a document from her Hermes bag, and slammed it onto the rosewood coffee table. Look at this. I accidentally intercepted it in Switzerland. The traitor you've been searching for is right in front of you. Close and yet far away, Gu Chenyu picked up the document, his face changing instantly. This is Gu Mingyuan's offshore account statement? Over 10 billion in transactions. And these encrypted communication records. Not just Gu Mingyuan, Su Wanqing sneered coldly, her eyes shining with icy light. There are people you would never expect. Chairman, General Manager Liu, and even, she paused, her eyes filled with heartbreaking pain. Even my good brother, Su Mingyuan. Uncle? Gu Chenyu was shocked. How could he be involved? Why not? Su Wanqing's voice was as cold as iron. In wealthy families, appearances are shiny, but inside, they are rotten and foul. For profit, family members can turn against each other. Brothers can fight to the death. There's nothing too dirty to do. She looked at Lin Weiwei, her eyes suddenly softening. Weiwei, do you know why I chose to support you? Lin Weiwei shook her head, feeling confused and uneasy. Because I see myself in you. Su Wanqing sighed softly, carrying the weariness of years. 25 years ago, I also walked into the Gu family like this. There is no powerful family background or strong relatives, only sincere love for Gu Jinxiang. Old Master Gu's expression moved slightly, as if recalling long-forgotten memories. Back then, everyone opposed me, saying I wasn't worthy to join the Gu family. Only one person supported me unwaveringly. Su Wanqing's eyes filled with tears. That was Chun Yu's grandmother. She said, what the Gu family needs isn't just social status, but genuine sincerity. True noble manners mean caring deeply and being loyal, not just seeking favor. She held Lin Weiwei's cold hand, sending warmth through her touch. Now, I want to say the same to you. Weiwei, you deserve Chun Yu and the Gu family. Not because you're outstanding, but because you have a pure, honest heart. Over these 5 years, you haven't used the children to threaten the family or sought personal gain. You've quietly protected this love. Someone like you deserves everyone's respect. Tears finally overflowed from Lin Weiwei's eyes, and her voice choked with emotion. Aunt, calme ma'am, Su Wanqing smiled confidently. From today, I am your supporter. Anyone who dares to bully you or my grandchildren, I, Su Wanqing, will be the first to stand against it. She turned to old Master Gu, her tone firm as steel. Dad, I know you have concerns. But ask yourself, what is true noble character? Is it those false titles and superficial fame, or the genuine feelings between Chenyu and Weiwei? Is it the happiness of the children or the family's bloodline? Old Master Gu was silent for a long time, then sighed deeply, as if aging 10 years in an instant. Wanqing, you're right. I was confused. I was blinded by outdated ideas. At that moment, Tianyu suddenly let out a faint moan, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes.
Mom.
Dad. Grandma. Tianyu. Lin Weiwei happily hugged her son, her voice trembling with excitement. You're awake. How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? Tianyu shook his head. His face was still pale, but full of worry. Sister. Sister was taken by bad people. We need to save her. Those bad people are very scary. Don't worry, Grandma will definitely help you rescue your sister. Su Wanqing gently stroked her grandson's hair. Suddenly, she lowered her voice, mysterious and serious. And Grandma knows some secrets you don't know. About the person with the dragon-shaped mask. Everyone held their breath instantly, and the room was silent except for the sound of a pin dropping. Su Wanqing's eyes were deep and calm like an ancient well. Her voice was heavy as she said, 28 years ago, the Goof family experienced almost the same thing. At that time, Qinyu's aunt was kidnapped, and the kidnapper also wore a dragon-pattern mask with the same method. Later, she paused, each word filled with painful lessons. We later found out that it was not just an ordinary kidnapping, but a cruel power struggle within the family. And the person behind it is very likely the same group that is targeting you now. Gu Qinyu's eyes flashed with a sharp, eagle-like light. Mother, do you mean? My point is, Su Wanqing suddenly stood up, radiating the commanding presence of a powerful family matriarch. This dirty fight has lasted nearly 30 years. Now, it's time to end it once and for all. For Qinyu, for Weiwei, and for my precious grandchildren, I, Su Wanqing, officially declare my involvement. She looked at Lin Weiwei with firm, unwavering eyes. Weiwei, from today, you are not fighting alone. We, mother and daughter-in-law, will work together to make those hiding in the shadows understand that women of the Gu family are never to be underestimated. Lin Weiwei wiped her tears, nodded firmly, and her eyes burned with unprecedented determination. Mom, thank you. Together, we will rescue Tianqin safely. Outside the window, the first rays of dawn pierced through the heavy clouds, casting a golden glow over every corner of the Gu family estate. The mother and daughter-in-law exchanged a smile, their eyes shining with the same light, maternal strength, iron will to protect family, and the hidden wisdom and courage of a noblewoman. Unbeknownst to them, this newly begun alliance between mother and daughter-in-law would soon stir up a storm in Yun City and completely change the fate of the Gu family. Su Wanqing's return was like a lighthouse in the dark night, rekindling hope for the collapsing Gu family. But the cruel joke of fate had only just begun. A more ferocious crisis swept in like a tsunami, threatening to swallow the century-old Gu corporation entirely. Young master, something terrible has happened. The chief financial officer rushed into the study, looking pale and panicked. His voice was distorted with fear. Our stocks plummeted by 60% at opening. The Securities Regulatory Commission suddenly issued an urgent investigation notice, accusing us of systemic financial fraud. Gu Qinyu suddenly stood up and slammed his fist on the mahogany desk.
What?
Financial fraud? That's impossible. The financial process of the Gu family is more secure than a bank vault. It's a carefully planned malicious short-selling attack, said the finance director, trembling like a leaf in autumn wind. Over 300 anonymous offshore accounts are selling off assets at the same time, and insiders are cooperating. Gu Mingyuan has completely liquidated his shares through a shell company in the islands, and several other small shareholders are also selling at any cost. Lin Weiwei's face instantly turned pale. Gu Mingyuan? Wasn't he already controlled? How is he still? His share structure is very complicated. Through 7 layers of offshore companies, he holds cross-ownership, so we can't freeze everything right now, said Gu Qinyu with a cold, piercing gaze. And this is probably just the first wave of their full attack. Sure enough, over the next few hours, bad news kept coming like a plague, each one hitting the core of the Gu family hard. Qinyu, old Master Gu, finished an urgent call, his face as serious as iron. HSBC, Citibank, and Standard Chartered have all informed us that our 5 major projects, port expansion, tech park, new energy base, and others, totaling 80 billion in loans, have been frozen indefinitely. They say they need to reassess the risks. There's more. Su Wanqing put down her phone, her beautiful eyes sharp as a sword. I just received top-secret news that the Lu Group suddenly announced they are ending all strategic cooperation projects with us, citing serious business reputation issues. Lin Weiwei gasped, her fingers cold. Lu Zixuan? Is he trying to betray us and take advantage of the chaos? Not just betray. Gu Qinyu sneered coldly, each word filled with icy killing intent. He wants to completely destroy the foundation of the Gu family. The Lu Group has coveted our ports and logistics network in Southeast Asia for 10 years. Now is the perfect time to swallow everything. At that moment, Tianyu suddenly tugged urgently at Lin Weiwei's sleeve, his small face full of seriousness beyond his age. Mom, my tablet just caught a very faint encrypted signal. The frequency matches exactly with my sister's smartwatch here. There is a GPS signal covered by multiple jamming signals. Tianyu's eyes suddenly brightened, like stars in the dark night. Although the signal strength is only 3% of normal, I used my homemade algorithm to successfully isolate the coordinate track. It's in the abandoned industrial area in the western suburbs. Western suburbs industrial area? Gu Qinyu frowned. It was completely abandoned 20 years ago because of pollution issues. How could it? Wait. Su Wanqing suddenly remembered something, a sharp light flashing in her beautiful eyes. I remember Gu Mingyuan invested in a biological lab there 3 years ago, claiming it was for genetic editing research. He even asked me for funding at the time, but I refused. Could it be? Act immediately. Gu Qinyu made a quick decision, showing his decisive leadership. Security team, split into 3 groups. One stays to protect the old man and other family members, the second rushes to the western suburbs lab with me, and the third covers the perimeter to block and support. Lin Weiwei tightly grabbed his arm. Qinyu, I want to go too. No way. It's too dangerous. Gu Qinyu firmly opposed, worry clear in his eyes. They're all reckless criminals, you. That's exactly why I must go. Lin Weiwei's eyes were as firm as a rock, her voice trembling with excitement. I am Tianxin's mother. I have the right to protect my child first. And she turned to Su Wanqing, full of trust. Mom will protect me, right? Su Wanqing smiled slightly, calmly taking out a delicate, small Beretta pistol from her crocodile leather handbag. Her movements were surprisingly skilled. I haven't touched this in over 20 years, but muscle memory is still there. Weiwei, stay close to me. Mom will show you what a Gu family woman is capable of. Old Mr. Gu looked at his daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law, a complex but pleased expression crossing his face. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Go ahead, stay safe. I'll be here watching over the family. Unless I die, no one can harm a hair of the Gu family. The group quickly prepared and set out. Tianyu insisted on bringing his treasured gear, a modified military-grade laptop and several homemade signal jammers. I can help. Tianyu's serious little face looked like a seasoned soldier. My sister's smartwatch was encrypted and modified by me personally. Only I can fully the other side's signal jamming. Gu Qinyu looked at his son's innocent yet determined face and finally nodded firmly. Okay, but you must promise me, Dad, to stay inside the command vehicle and not act on your own. 5 black armored SUVs sped swiftly toward the western suburbs like arrows shot from a bow. The atmosphere inside was so tense it almost froze. Lin Weiwei tightly held Su Wanqing's hand. Both mother and daughter felt cold, but their eyes burned with maternal fire. Mom, Lin Weiwei suddenly whispered, her voice barely audible over the roar of the engine. You mentioned something from over 20 years ago. What happened after that? Su Wanqing's gaze was deep and steady like an ancient well. Her voice was low and heavy. That was a painful lesson etched into our hearts. Chun Yu's aunt. She couldn't be saved in the end. The kidnappers, after receiving a huge ransom, still cruelly killed her. When we found her, she paused, pain flashing in her eyes. It took us 3 years to uncover the full truth. The mastermind was a distant relative from the Gu family. Driven by extreme jealousy and greed, he planned that tragic event. And the person wearing the dragon-patterned mask was his professional assassin, a cold-blooded, ruthless, and extremely dangerous top-level killer. What happened to that killer later? Gu Qinyu asked in a deep voice, unconsciously rubbing his gun holster. He disappeared. Su Wanqing shook her head, a cold light flickering in her eyes. Like vapor in the air, he vanished without a trace. Until now. At that moment, Tianyu suddenly exclaimed, the signal strength has suddenly increased. It's at the abandoned biological research lab ahead. Coordinates locked. Everyone looked outside the vehicle. An old, dilapidated white building stood like a giant beast among the wild grass, looking especially eerie and sinister under the dim moonlight. Gu Chenyu signaled the convoy to stop 500 meters away. Using a secure earpiece, he calmly issued commands. One team will create a distraction from the front to attract attention. 2 teams will sneak in through the side ventilation ducts. The 3rd team will set up a blockade around the perimeter to ensure not even a fly can escape. He turned to Lin Weiwei and Su Wanqing, his tone firm. Stay inside the command vehicle. Wait for us. Before he finished, Lin Weiwei decisively pushed open the car door. Chenyu, I know you're worried about my safety, but as a mother, I can't just watch others rescue my child while I helplessly wait. Su Wanqing quickly got out of the car and skillfully checked her pistol's safety. Women of the Gu family are never delicate flowers kept in a greenhouse. Chenyu, let us help you. The more people, the stronger our team. Gu Chenyu looked at the 2 most important women in his life and finally nodded heavily. All right, but you must stay right behind me. No one is allowed to act on their own. The 3 of them silently approached the research center, like hunting cheetahs. Tianyu guided them remotely through a tablet. Dad, there's a hidden ventilation duct 3 meters to the right, about 80 centimeters in diameter, leading directly to the underground lab. My sister's signal is coming from the 3rd basement level. Gu Chenyu expertly pried open the ventilation cover with a special dagger. The 3 of them crawled into the narrow duct one after another. Inside, it was dark and damp, filled with the strong smell of formalin and chemicals, making them feel sick. After crawling for about 15 minutes, a faint light appeared ahead. Gu Chenyu carefully peeked out, and suddenly his face changed drastically. What's wrong? Lin Weiwei asked nervously in a low voice, her heart pounding. Gu Chenyu silently moved aside. Lin Weiwei and Su Wanqing leaned forward to look, gasping in shock as their blood seemed to freeze. Below was an enormous underground laboratory, filled with various high-tech instruments glowing with cold blue light. The most shocking sight was the large, transparent incubation chamber in the center. Tian Xian was lying quietly inside, connected to dozens of thick and thin tubes, like a specimen used for terrifying experiments. Tian Xian, Lin Weiwei almost screamed in panic, but Gu Chenyu quickly covered her mouth. Tears blurred his eyes instantly. Stay calm. Gu Chenyu's voice was cold as ice. Look at the corner over there. In the corner of the lab, a few people were whispering. One of them was Gu Mingyuan, who should have been tightly controlled, and the other was Lu Zixuan. A cold, bloodthirsty light flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes. It's really this despicable little man, but what drew the most attention was the 3rd person, a senior man in a white coat, focused intently on the experiment data, his eyes burning with an unsettling fanaticism. The old man's voice faintly came through the ventilation, carrying a chilling excitement. Once we complete the final, ultimate purification process, we will obtain the purest air gene sample. Lu Zixuan smiled proudly. The doctor truly is a master of genetics. But don't forget our agreement. The gene sample and research results belong to you, while the century-old business and Southeast Asian market belong to me. Gu Mingyuan looked a bit uneasy. He rubbed his hands and said, Mr. Lu, is this really okay? That child is still part of the Gu family. What if the old master finds out? Part of the family? Lu Zixuan sneered coldly, full of contempt. In front of billions in profit, what is bloodline? Gu Chenyu, that wild child, can enter the Gu family. What about this unknown girl? She's just another experiment. Lin Weiwei trembled with anger, her nails digging into her palms. Su Wanqing gently held her hand and shook her head to signal her to stay calm. At that moment, the old man's voice sounded again, authoritative and firm. Ultimate purification program will start on time in 3 hours. During this period, no interruptions are allowed. Mr. Lu, all security outside is under your control. Lu Zixuan nodded confidently. Don't worry, my people have set up a perfect trap. Gu Chenyu is already in trouble. Stock prices are crashing. Banks are withdrawing loans. Projects are frozen. He has no energy left to save that girl. The three of them whispered a few more words and then left the laboratory one after another. Gu Chenyu gently closed the ventilation hatch, his face serious as iron. 3 hours. We must save Tianxin before then. Lin Weiwei anxiously grabbed his arm, her voice trembling with fear. What exactly is this ultimate purification? Will it cause permanent harm to Tianxin? Su Wanqing paused thoughtfully, a wise light flashing in her eyes. I think I've heard that term somewhere.
Oh.
It's a secret record passed down in the Gu family. It said that an ancestor of the Gu family had a special bloodline called heir, with some extraordinary abilities beyond normal humans. And ultimate purification is an ancient taboo ritual used to awaken or control this power. Her face suddenly changed, trembling with shock. But the records clearly warn that this ritual is extremely dangerous, with a failure rate of 90%, and it can cause irreversible serious harm to both the mind and body of the person subjected to it. Lin Weiwei suddenly panicked, tears streaming down her face. What do we do? We only have 3 hours left. Gu Chenyu forced himself to stay calm, thinking quickly. Breaking in directly won't work. They have many people and are well-equipped. We need to be clever and surprise them. He looked at the ventilation duct and lowered his voice. Tianyu, can you hear me? Immediately, Tianyu's clear voice came through the tablet. I can hear you, Dad. I just hacked into their security system and found a critical weakness. Maybe we can use it cleverly. What weakness? Their smart security system has a hidden backdoor that Gu Mingyuan secretly left as a safety measure. Tianyu quickly operated, his small fingers flying over the keyboard. I can remotely control the main power system of the lab and cause a precise short blackout. But I only have 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Gu Chenyu paused, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. That's enough. Weiwei, Mom, listen to my plan. He quickly devised a detailed plan. During the 30-second blackout, he and Lin Weiwei would sneak into the lab to rescue Tianxin, while Su Wanqing would provide support from outside. Meanwhile, Tianyu would remotely interfere with the enemy's communication and surveillance systems to create chaos. But Gu Chenyu looked seriously at both of them, his tone heavy. This is very dangerous, like walking on a knife's edge. If we fail, Lin Weiwei firmly held his hand, her eyes burning with maternal passion. For Tianxin, it's worth any danger. Even if it's a mountain of fire and a sea of flames, I will go through. Su Wanqing nodded heavily, showing the extraordinary courage of a noble matriarch. A woman of the Gu family never fears danger. The tragedy from over 20 years ago must never happen again. The three looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with the same determination and courage. At this moment, they didn't know that this thrilling rescue would reveal an even bigger secret, the truth about Tianxin's special physique, the destiny of the Gu family's 100-year legacy, and the true mastermind hiding behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the Gu family mansion also welcomed an unexpected, uninvited guest. Old Master Gu, long time no see, Lu Zixuan, accompanied by a group of elite men in black, walked into the luxurious living room with a smile. I'm here to discuss a win-win cooperation. Old Mr. Gu looked at him coldly, his eyes sharp as a blade. Mr. Lu, you really know how to pick the right moment. What exactly do you mean by cooperation? Lu Zixuan kept his smile, but his tone was firm and commanding. It's simple. The Gu family is in big trouble now. Stocks plummeting, banks withdrawing loans, projects frozen. Only I can help you get through this life-and-death crisis. The condition is 51% of Gu Group's controlling shares, and he paused, a greedy look flashing in his eyes. And that girl named Tianxin. Old Mr. Gu suddenly stood up, exuding a rare sense of authority. You wish. Even if the Gu family goes bankrupt and is liquidated, we will never bow to a despicable person like you. Don't rush to refuse, Lu Zixuan said leisurely, sipping his red wine. Think about the century-old foundation of the Gu family. Think about your son and grandson. Is it not a good deal to exchange an unknown girl for the entire Gu family? He leaned in closer, lowering his voice so only the two of them could hear. And, old sir, you should know better than anyone the special nature of that girl, right? The pure bloodline of the heir. It's a priceless treasure many people dream of. Old mister. Gu's face suddenly changed, shock flashing in his eyes.
You.
How do you know this secret? Lu Zixuan smiled proudly, like a snake catching its prey. I know much more than you think. For example, the full truth about the tragedy over 20 years ago, the real identity of the person wearing the dragon pattern mask, and the shocking secret that your Gu family has guarded for 100 years. He stood up, looking around the luxurious living room, his tone playful and teasing. 3 hours. I give you 3 hours to think. After that, I hope you make the wisest choice. After saying that, he left with his people, leaving old Mr. Gu standing alone in the empty, grand hall, his face changing constantly, eyes flickering with complex, unreadable emotions. Outside the underground laboratory, Gu Qinyu and others were already fully prepared. Tianyu's calm voice came through the encrypted earpiece. Dad, everything is ready. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The entire research facility suddenly plunged into complete darkness, as if falling into an endless abyss. Proceed. Gu Qinyu lowered his voice and shouted, and the three of them shot out like 3 black lightning bolts. Inside the abandoned biological research center, Tianxin slowly woke up from her coma. She found herself inside a clear observation chamber with a few small sensors attached to her body. This place is so strange, she muttered softly, curiously looking around. Growing up playing detective games with her brother made her calmer and braver than other children her age. Outside the observation chamber, several people in white coats were busy working. Tianxin perked up her little ears, listening carefully, like a clever little rabbit. The subject has awakened, and her vital signs are normal. Starting first phase observation and recording. Doctor, this child's data is very special, completely fitting the standards of a special research project. That's natural, a serious voice replied. She has inherited the excellent traits of the Gu Lin families. Tianxin quietly remembered the speaker, a middle-aged man with glasses, whose badge read Dr. Chin. She continued pretending to sleep, her little head turning quickly. Meanwhile, inside the Gu family mansion, Tianyu was carefully studying the system structure of the research center. This system is so complicated. Tianyu frowned, forming a small knot with his brows. But I have a way. I can use Dad's company's advanced computer to help analyze it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's right. Dad's company's intelligence system has a learning mode. I can ask it to help simulate tests. Lin Weiwei looked at her son in surprise. Baby, how do you know all this? Tianyu proudly puffed out his chest. When I visited Dad's company last time, I saw the technicians working. And Mom, I am very smart. With his parents' help, Tianyu connected to the Gu Group's auxiliary system and started analyzing the research center's security structure. Got it. Tianyu clapped excitedly. The ventilation system and security system are connected. He carefully operated on his tablet. I can make the system rest for a little while, but only for 3 minutes. Gu Qinyu immediately deployed a rescue team. 3 minutes is enough. Move now. Meanwhile, inside the research center, Tianxin was also trying to think of a way, in her own special way. When the researchers returned to the observation chamber, Tianxin suddenly opened her eyes with a sweet smile. Uncle, what fun game are you playing? The researchers were surprised. They didn't expect this little girl to be so calm. Tianxin continued to show her cute side. This game looks so interesting. Can I play too? My brother says I'm the best at games. She pretended to be curious and innocent, which made the adults relax. Uncle, she pointed at the shiny device nearby. What is that sparkling thing? It looks like the smart tablet from my dad's company. The researcher instinctively replied, that's a high-level recorder, but then realized he might have said too much and quickly stopped talking. However, Tianxin remembered this information. She continued to act naive. Recorder? Is it the kind of machine my preschool teacher said records happy moments? This made the researcher look a bit uncomfortable. Tianxin noticed this change and secretly felt happy. At that moment, Tianyun's little magic worked. The lab lights flickered a few times, the monitoring screen paused, and a soft alert sounded. What's happening? System maintenance. Dr. Chen wondered as he checked. Tianqing took the chance to observe carefully, memorizing every exit and hiding spot. She also noticed an important detail. Everyone was wearing special wristbands, like tiny keys for entering and leaving. While everyone's attention was distracted, Tianqing gently took off the sensors on her body. She found that the observation chamber door, because the system was resting, could now be opened. Now's my chance. Tianqing cheered silently, but she didn't run away immediately. Instead, she made a smart decision. She walked to the control panel. Though she couldn't understand the complex stuff, she remembered the researchers' previous actions. This round button, Uncle pressed it earlier. This small slider needs to be moved to the middle. To her surprise, she successfully accessed the data interface. Even more impressively, she accidentally activated the backup function and saved important data onto a portable storage device. Tianqing, come out quickly. The rescue team arrived just in time, led by Gu Qinyu himself. But Tianqing shook her head.
Dad, wait.
I still need to grab a little treasure. She quickly ran to Dr. Chen's desk and found an encrypted storage device, something she had secretly discovered while pretending to play hide and seek. This device is very important, Tianqing said seriously. Dr. Chen always saves his data here after finishing his work. Gu Qinyu looked at his daughter in surprise. Sweetheart, how did you find out about this? Because I have a great eye for details, Tianqing said proudly. And I can read grown-ups' expressions. Dr. Chen was really nervous when he hid this. The rescue operation went smoothly, and Tianqing was safely saved. But an even bigger surprise was coming. Back at the Gu family estate, Tianyu started studying the data his sister brought back. Wow, Tianyu exclaimed. This information is so important. They're not just doing some special research, they're also recording many secret details. He found an encrypted file. And, I guess the password. Do you want to know what it is? It's Tianqing's birthday. The file's content shocked everyone. Inside was a detailed record of a secret operation called the Dragon Descendant Project. Goal of the plan: to develop outstanding heirs through special training, influencing the business world. Participants: Longland Society, including. When they saw the list of members, Su Wanqing's face suddenly turned pale.
Impossible.
How could it be him? The list clearly included Su Mingyuan, Mr.
Lu, chairman.
And an even more shocking name, Gu Zhenxiong's brother, Gu Zhenhua. Great-grandpa? Gu Qinyu couldn't believe it. He left 20 years ago. Left, Su Wanqing said with a bitter smile. It seems we all misunderstood. Your great-grandpa has been watching everything from the shadows. Tianqing suddenly spoke up. Grandma, I have another secret. She took out the encrypted storage device. There's a hidden small space inside. The password is Wanqing. Su Wanqing trembled as she entered the password. Inside the hidden space was an important letter and a will. The letter was from Gu Zhenhua. Wanqing, when you see this letter, I might no longer be with you. But please believe, everything I did was for the Gu family, for Qinyu. The accident 20 years ago was not an accident at all. Someone was trying to stop me. Because I discovered the truth about the Dragon Descendants Project. The real goal of the plan is not to train heirs, but to influence and control outstanding bloodlines, including Qinyu, Weiwei, and the children. Wanqing, be very careful. Protect Qinyu. Their next target is. The message suddenly cuts off here, as if written in a rush. Everyone is stunned by this shocking secret. They thought it was just family issues, but behind it lies such a deep secret. Tianyu finds a new clue. Wait. There is a special signal in these files. Exactly the same as the one when my mom left 5 years ago. He quickly compares and analyzes. And this signal has been appearing often in one place recently. Yun Duan Club. Lin Weiwei suddenly remembers. Yun Duan Club. Isn't that where Ming Yuan and Zhao Ming went to meet that mysterious person? Exactly. Tianyu's eyes sparkle. And the signal shows there will be an important gathering tomorrow night. Key members of the Dragon Pattern Society will attend. Gu Qinyu's eyes flashed sharply. In that case, let's prepare a special welcome party for them. A bold plan begins to take shape. Using the information Tianxin brought back, plus Tianyu's technical help, they decide to give them a big surprise during the Dragon Pattern Society gathering. Tianyu handles technical support, helping monitor the club's security system. Tianxin, with her keen observation and memory, provides detailed layout and personnel information. I remember the man with the golden mask, Tianxin describes carefully. He wears a dragon-shaped ring on his left hand, and his voice is a bit special. And the club's basement has a secret passage leading to the small woods at the back. I secretly remembered that when I was brought inside, the clues provided by the children are more detailed and accurate than the adults expected. On the night before the operation, the Gu family members sit together, carefully planning the final steps. Old Master Gu looks at his grandchildren with emotion. I never thought. In the end, it was these two little ones who helped the Gu family get through the tough times. Sawangking gently hugs Tianxin, because pure hearts can see truths that adults cannot. Weiwei, thank you for bringing such excellent descendants to the Gu family. Lin Weiwei smiled and replied, Mom, they are our children, the bright future of the Gu family. The next evening, the Cloud Club was brightly lit. Members of the Dragon Pattern Society arrived one after another, unaware that their every move was being watched by the Gu family. When the man wearing a gold mask stepped onto the stage to announce the next step of the Dragon Descendants plan, the lights suddenly dimmed. What's happening, staff? Check it out. Amid the chaos, the large screen in the venue suddenly lit up, showing secret meeting records and research data of the Dragon Pattern Society. What is this? What's going on? Who leaked this information? Even more alarming, all the exits in the venue were temporarily closed. Gu Chenyu appeared with a security team. Good evening, everyone, Gu Chenyu said calmly and firmly. It looks like you're having a very interesting gathering. But the time for the meeting is over. The members of the Dragon Pattern Society panicked, trying to leave but finding they couldn't. All of this was helped by the young helpers far away at the Gu family estate, Tianyu and Tian Xian. Tianyu monitored the club's smart system, while Tian Xian observed and guided the team on site. Brother, the third door on the left. Someone is trying to leave quietly from there. Got it. I'll handle it right away. Dad, the person with the gold mask went to the basement. The secret passage is over there. Thanks to the kids' precise help, the members of the Dragon Pattern Society were safely managed. Eventually, the person in the gold mask was found at the secret passage entrance. When he took off his mask, everyone was stunned. It was Gu Zhenhua, who was believed to have been gone for 20 years. Second uncle. It's really you. Old Master Gu's voice trembled slightly. Why? Gu Zhenhua looked complicated.
Why?
Because the Gu family needs change. We need a stronger leader, not bound by tradition. He suddenly looked toward Tianyu and Tian Xian with a meaningful glint in his eyes.
But,
do you think this is the end? The real test has just begun. He pressed a small device in his hand, and the entire club gently shook. Alert! He has activated the security system. Tianyu warned. Everyone, leave here now. During the final chaos, Gu Zhenhua took the opportunity to leave. Most of the Longwen Club members were safely arranged, and important evidence was well preserved. Back at the Gu family mansion, although it was a bit sad that the main characters had left, the children's performance made everyone very proud. Kids, Gu Chenyu hugged his children full of pride. You have done great things for the Gu family today, Tianyu said seriously. Dad, we are a family. Family members should help and protect each other. Tianxin nodded and added, and we found something even more important. The Dragon Descendant plan isn't over yet. Grandpa Gu Zhenhua said. The test has just begun. She took out a special device brought back from the clubhouse. We found this during the chaos. I think it might be the next clue. The device had a small inscription. When the twin moons shine together, new opportunities will open and the true dragon will appear. A new puzzle, a new challenge, is waiting for this family that has just been tested. But this time, they are no longer afraid or confused. Because they know that no matter what difficulties they face, as long as the family stays united and supports each other, there is no obstacle they cannot overcome. And the future of the Gu family is in the hands of these two smart and brave children, shining with endless light and hope. Night fell like ink, but the Gu family mansion was brightly lit. Warm lights shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the carefully trimmed lawn, as if wrapping this weathered family in a golden protective veil. Under the crystal chandelier, champagne bubbles happily floated up, and the clear glasses clinked with cheerful sounds. Old Master Gu stood in the center of the banquet hall, his trembling hands and shining eyes filled with relief. "To this glass," he said loudly and emotionally, "to every hero of the Gu family. To Tianyu's skill and wisdom, showing those arrogant folks what true genius is. To Tianxin's bravery and cleverness, a young girl with sharper insight than many adults." Applause erupted like thunder. Tianyu shyly pushed up his glasses, while Tianxin smiled sweetly, her face glowing with pride. To Qinyu's decisive leadership, the old man continued, turning his gaze to his son, who remained calm in the crisis and led us out of trouble, respectfully protecting Weiwei with gentle strength, using soft shoulders to support the children and create a safe world for them. Weiwei's eyes were moist as Gu Qinyu gently held her hand, feeling a comforting warmth from his fingertips. Most importantly, the old man suddenly choked with emotion. "We have regained the warmth of our home. After more than 20 years, the Gu family estate is finally filled with laughter and happiness, with the true feeling of a home." Su Wanqing quietly wiped her eyes, speaking softly. "Dad is right. Weiwei, thank you for everything you've brought to this family. It's you and the children who have brought the Gu family back to life." "Mom, don't say that." Weiwei quickly stood up, her voice also trembling a little. "It's you and Dad who have been protecting this family. We just did what family members are supposed to do." Tianyu suddenly looked up, serious on his small face. "Grandma, Mom is right. Family members should protect each other. My sister and I just help in our own way. Big brother is right." Tianxin jumped happily to the dining table, pushing the biggest piece of chocolate cake toward her parents. "This is for you. Because you work the hardest. My brother and I can eat small pieces." In the warm atmosphere, Gu Qinyu's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow slightly furrowing but quickly returning to calm. "I'll take this call," he softly told Weiwei. "It's about the company." In the study, Gu Qinyu answered the call. The other person's voice was processed to sound cold and mechanical. "Mr. Gu, congratulations. You really gave us a surprise." Gu Qinyu's eyes sharpened instantly. "Who are you?" "Just an admirer of your performance," the other person chuckled, with a disturbing tone of mockery. "But just a reminder, the victory earlier was only the beginning. The real main event hasn't started yet. What is your true goal?" Gu Qinyu asked calmly. "Goal?" The voice paused meaningfully, "maybe to see how strong the genius genes of the Gu family really are. Especially that little girl. Her abilities are quite interesting." The call suddenly ended. Gu Qinyu stood still, his face serious. The other person not only knew about Tianxin but also seemed unusually interested in her special abilities. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and returned to the living room. Tonight is a special family celebration, and no one should ruin this rare moment of warmth. "It's nothing serious," he said with a relaxed smile, joining the celebration again. "Just a business consultation. Come on, let's keep going." Lin Weiwei noticed a hint of worry in her husband's eyes, but kindly chose not to ask. Instead, she quietly held his hand and silently offered support with her gaze. The celebration reached its peak as Tianxin and Tianyu performed their carefully prepared show. Tianyu demonstrated a new home security system, confidently saying, "Now even the birds flying outside the window can be recognized by the system." Tianxin then danced gracefully. As her skirt fluttered, she suddenly exclaimed, "Wow," and pulled out a mysterious device from her pocket, brought back from the Cloud Club. "Grandma, look," she said, pointing at the device's surface. "These patterns are glowing." Su Wanqing took the device and examined it carefully. The once dull dragon patterns now emitted a soft glow, as if activated by moonlight. "This is an ancient moonlight sensing technology," she said with a slight change in her expression. "It only appears under certain moonlight energy." Suddenly, the device vibrated slightly. The symbols on its surface rearranged themselves into a clear arrow pointing southeast. "It's guiding us," Tianyu said excitedly, leaning in. Like a treasure map in an adventure story, Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei exchanged worried glances, both seeing concern in each other's eyes. This was no simple game. It might mean a new challenge. "Put it away first, dear," Gu Chenyu said gently to the children. "Tonight, we celebrate. We'll study this interesting discovery tomorrow." Tianxin nodded obediently, her big eyes shining with curiosity. She whispered to her brother, "I think the place this arrow points to must hide a big secret." The celebration continued late into the night. When the children fell asleep with sweet smiles, the adults gathered in the study. "That phone call wasn't simple," Gu Chenyu said seriously. "The other person seems to know a lot about Tianxin's abilities." Lin Weiwei clenched her hands worriedly. "Could there be an even greater danger?" "Don't worry," Su Wanqing comforted her, patting her hand. "The Gu family has faced many storms. The most important thing is to protect the children." Old Master Gu hesitated and said, "That device reminds me of a legend recorded in our family's ancient books." At that moment, the door to the study was gently pushed open. Tianxin rubbed her sleepy eyes and stood at the door.
"Dad, Mom."
"I had a strange dream." In the dream, a voice said, "When the mirror breaks, the truth will be revealed." Everyone looked at each other, feeling a cold chill in their hearts. The dream was too coincidental. Gu Chenyu gently picked up his daughter. "It was just a dream, sweetheart. Go back to sleep." But after he sent Tianxin back to her room, his gentle expression was replaced with seriousness. "We need to act faster. The other side might be influencing Tianxin in some way." Lin Weiwei's face turned pale. "You mean, I can't be sure yet," Gu Chenyu shook his head. "But all signs suggest that Tianxin's special abilities might be beyond what we imagined. That's why those people are interested." As night deepened, the Gu family estate returned to silence. But in a corner of the city, a figure stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking toward the Gu family's house. "Interesting development, little princess of the Gu family," the figure whispered to himself. "Let's see what surprises your talent can bring." Moonlight shone on the device in his hand, runes flickering with a subtle glow. This time, the arrow clearly pointed toward the Gu family estate. A new storm was quietly brewing. The air in the study seemed frozen. Only the crisp sound of Tianyu typing on the keyboard echoed in the silence. Gu Chenyu's hand gently rested on his son's small shoulder, feeling the immense energy within that tiny body. Lin Weiwei stood nearby, holding her breath, her eyes fixed on the flickering screen. "Dad, Mom, I found it." Tianyu's voice was excited, with a childlike enthusiasm but also a calmness beyond his age. "The hidden layer of that encrypted file is in the mirror backup of the Cloud Club server." Gu Chenyu leaned down to look carefully. A hint of surprise flashed in his deep eyes. The encryption algorithm they used is exactly the same as the Dragon Descendant project encryption we found at the Research Institute. Tianxin hurriedly said, excitedly gesturing with her small hands. "My brother said it's a variation of quantum entanglement encryption, but it uses a pi sequence." Tianyu's fingers danced across the tablet, and the code on the screen flowed like a waterfall. "Look at this number sequence. 3141159. It's exactly the numbers of Tianxin's birthday. 0314. When he entered the sequence, the first layer of encryption was unlocked, and the screen glowed with a faint blue light. "There's a second layer." Tianyu frowned slightly. "It needs voice recognition." "This frequency pattern looks familiar." Tianxin suddenly brightened her eyes and softly hummed a gentle melody, imitating an old, warm tune. Su Wanqing was stunned instantly. "This is the lullaby your grandfather wrote for me," she whispered in disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes. "Only we two know it." As Su Wanqing hummed the full melody with a trembling voice, the second layer of encryption slowly unlocked. The content on the screen made everyone hold their breath. A complete DNA comparison report appeared, clearly showing that Gu Chenyu and Gu Zhenhua are indeed parent and child. Even more shocking was the note indicating the sample was taken 20 years ago. There's also a letter left by Zhenhua. Tianyu quickly pulled up the document. The crisp sound of a child's voice was especially clear in the quiet study. Every word in the letter hit everyone like a hammer. Manhwa confessed that he was Gu Chenyu's biological father and that the accident 20 years ago was a carefully planned deception to protect his family. He loved Su Wanqing deeply, but was also aware of the turbulent undercurrents within the Gu family. The Dragon Descendants program of the Dragon Pattern Society was actually a bait I set, the letter said, but the most crucial medical records are still missing. Without them, everything could be questioned. The letter abruptly stopped here, leaving endless suspense. In the quiet study, everyone was stunned by this shocking truth. Su Wanqing's hands trembled slightly, tears silently falling. Gu Chenyu tightly held her mother's hand, his eyes filled with emotion. At that moment, Tianxin noticed a tiny heart icon in the corner of the screen, completely matching the pattern on Lin Weiwei's necklace. Digital watermark, Tianyu immediately analyzed. It contains coordinate information, pointing to the underground secret room in the old house. Led by the children, everyone arrived at the Gu family's old house, which had been sealed for many years. Tianxin confidently found the secret entrance. The old bookshelf slowly moved aside, revealing a staircase leading downward. The air was filled with a sense of time gone by. Inside the secret room, an old safe stood quietly. Tianyu entered the first 6 digits of pi, 314159, and the lock clicked open with a crisp sound. When the yellowed medical records appeared before them, Lin softly exclaimed with excitement, "This is the key evidence." But Tianxin frowned slightly, her delicate brows knitting together. This doctor's signature looks so familiar. After comparison, the signature on the medical records was very similar to the forged documents they had found earlier. All their joy turned into shock and confusion. At that moment, Gu Chenyu's phone vibrated. An anonymous message appeared. "The evidence is interesting, isn't it? But what you've found is only what I wanted you to find. The real game is just beginning." The attached surveillance screenshot showed their current scene inside the secret room. Tianyu quickly discovered a tiny camera inside the safe. Below it was a note that read, "Want the truth? Come find me. You already know the location." The real Gu Zhenhua. The back of the note had a double moonshine pattern, and Tianxin whispered softly, just like the device at the research institute. Even more shocking, after reanalysis, Tianyu found that the DNA report used the latest gene editing simulation technology. Everything was a carefully planned scam. However, Tianxin picked up the note, her eyes shining with intelligence. If it's all a lie, why leave real clues? And why emphasize the real Gu Zhenhua? Tianyu confirmed after testing the material and ink of the note, it's the same paper as Grandpa Zhenhua's letter. He's telling us that the evidence has been tampered with, and new hope ignited. They now had a clear direction to solve the double moonshine mystery and find the real Gu Zhenhua. After everyone left, a figure slowly stepped out of the shadows in the secret room. Picking up the abandoned camera, a meaningful smile played on their lips. The real confrontation has only just begun. The air inside the secret room seemed to freeze solid. Everyone could hear their own heartbeat pounding. Lin's voice, trembling with disbelief, broke the suffocating silence. Tianyu's small hand quickly swiped across the tablet, bringing up detailed data comparisons. "Mom, although the DNA report is fake, the forger's skills are top in the world. Only 3 experts in the world master this gene editing simulation technology." He pulled up an academic paper, and a name appeared clearly on the screen, Professor Lin Xuemei. Lin Xuemei, Lin Weiwei's voice nearly choked. "That's my mother's name." Su Wanqing was shocked and covered her mouth. "Xuemei?
She's not.
Already passed away." Lin Weiwei's eyes shimmered with tears. "Yes, but wait." Tianxin suddenly tugged at her mother's sleeve and pointed at an old portrait on the wall. "Mom, this aunt and the person in the photo with Grandma look alike." In the picture, a young Lin Xuemei held medical tools, gentle and professional. Old Mr. Gu examined it carefully and suddenly realized, Xuemei used to be the family doctor for the Gu family. Back in your grandfather's time, Tianyu discovered a hidden mechanism behind the portrait. Gently pressing it, The wall moved aside to reveal another safe. Surprisingly, Lin Weiwei's iris could open the safe that required special recognition. Inside was the real DNA test report, confirming that Gu Chenyu and Gu Zhenhua are indeed biological father and son, with Lin Xuemei's handwritten signature and seal on the report. Even more shocking was a letter left by Lin Xuemei. To my dear daughter Weiwei, when you see this letter, it means you've found the truth. Mom has been secretly protecting you. The letter revealed that, as the family doctor for the Gu family, Lin Xuemei discovered someone trying to use the dragon descendant plan to control the family bloodline. She faked her death and went underground because she found out Gu Zhenhua was not truly dead, but controlled by a mysterious organization. This organization uses genetic technology to create perfect heirs and control wealthy families. The Gu family was the first target. I left the real report to expose the conspiracy and faked the report as bait to catch the real culprit. Tears streamed down Lin Weiwei's face. So, Mom has been. Never left me. Gu Chenyu tightly held his wife's hand, while Tianxin found invisible ink writing on the back of the letter. The real enemy is right beside you. Trust, but verify. At that moment, Zhao Ming and security personnel burst into the secret room. Chairman, there's danger. Please evacuate immediately. However, Gu Chenyu looked at him coldly and asked, the secret room has signal jamming. How did you track us? Tianyu immediately exposed him. Lies. It's impossible to be tracked. Gu Chenyu took out a communication device he found at the Cloud Club. The last person to contact the outside world with this was you. Faced with solid evidence, Zhao Ming finally tore off his disguise, admitted he was an informant for the Dragon Pattern Society, and activated the secret room's self-destruct device. At a critical moment, Gu Zhenhua suddenly appeared and knocked Zhao Ming out, quickly resolving the crisis. Wan Qing, long time no see, Gu Zhenhua said with sharp, deep eyes. 20 years ago, I discovered that the Gu family was colluding with outside forces. To find the truth, I had to fake my death and go underground. He looked directly at old Master Gu. Brother, is it you who says it or should I? Everyone was shocked as old Master Gu calmly admitted, it was all my plan, but not as you think. 20 years ago, I found a powerful organization targeting the Gu family. To protect the family, I had to take extreme measures. I faked Zhenhua's death to investigate secretly, arranged Zhao Ming as an informant to gain their trust, and even the Dragon Descendant plan was initially my idea to lure out the real culprit. Zhenhua took out a storage device. All the evidence to prove the Gu family's innocence and identify the real enemy is here. But the biggest conspiracy is not over. The true goal of that organization is.
He looked at Tianyu and Tianxin.
These two children. They are perfect dragon descendants, inheriting the excellent genes of the Gu and Lin families. They are the organization's dream perfect heirs. Tianyu suddenly understood. So, double moonshine, that refers to both of you. Gu Zhenhua smiled. The bright moon of the Gu family and the bright moon of the Lin family, shining together. At that moment, the truth was revealed. Gu Chenyu hugged his wife and children tightly. No matter what we face, our family will always stay together. Lin Weiwei smiled through tears, and Tianyu and Tianxin nodded firmly. But just as they were reunited, Zhao Ming suddenly woke up and activated the final protocol. The secret room shook violently again. Everyone hurriedly evacuated. Tianxin saw Zhao Ming mouthing, "The game has just begun." After escaping the secret room, the old house was reduced to ruins by a loud explosion. Zhao Ming mysteriously disappeared. Tianyu found a flickering device among the debris, displaying disturbing words. Second phase activated. True Dragon Awakening. The new journey begins now. The ruins of the Gu family's old house looked especially lonely in the night. Smoke and dust hadn't fully settled, but the real family shock was just beginning. The Gu family members stood in front of the broken walls, each feeling a storm of emotions. The secret from 20 years ago was finally revealed today. Gu Chenyu's voice trembled with surprise. He looked at the old man. "Father, is everything you just said true? All of this, including Uncle Zhenhua's fake death, was it your plan?" The old man looked at his son with a heavy, complicated expression. The moonlight shone on his old face. Chinyu, I know this is hard to accept. But sometimes, to protect the people we care about most, we have to make painful choices. Su Wanqing's eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling. You made me think Manhwa was dead for 20 years? You made Wei Wei lose her mother for so long? Is this what you call protection? Do you know how I've been living these 20 years? Lin Wei Wei tightly held Gu Chenyu's hand, tears shining in her eyes. Grandpa, is my mother really still alive? Where is she? Why didn't she come to see us all these years? The old man sighed deeply, looking helpless. Xue Mei. She is indeed still alive. But she is now in a very safe place. The organization that has her power is much stronger than you think. I can't tell you exactly where she is. What kind of organization makes the Gu family so afraid? Gu Chenyu asked again. Father, what are you really afraid of? Isn't our Gu family the strongest in Yin City? At that moment, Gu Zhenhua slowly stepped forward. His figure looked especially tall and straight in the moonlight. Big brother, it's time to tell them the truth.
The children are involved now.
They have the right to know everything about the dragon descendant plan. The old man paused for a moment, then finally nodded heavily. All right. But it's not safe here. We should go back to the main house first. Some truths can only be told in a safe place. Back at the Gu family's main house, the atmosphere was still so heavy it felt suffocating. The servants seemed to sense something unusual. They looked tense and moved carefully, as if afraid of making a mistake. In the warm light of the study, the old man began to tell the shocking truth. His voice was deep and strong. Many years ago, the Gu family was not what it is now. We used to be a special family with unique abilities, which is the true origin of the Dragon Descendants project. Lin Weiwei was surprised and widened her eyes. Special abilities? What do you mean? Gu Zhenhua continued, his eyes showing complex emotions.
Yes.
Our Gu family's bloodline contains an ancient power, which we call the Dragon Descendants power. This power allows the holder to excel in intelligence, creativity, and other talents. He gently looked at Tianyu and Tianxin. These two children are so smart because they inherited the purest form of this Dragon Descendants power. But then, Gu Zhenhua's expression became serious. However, this power also attracted envy. There is a mysterious organization called the Destiny Society, which has been searching for and trying to control families with the Dragon Descendants power. Gu Chenyu pondered. The Destiny Society. Is that the real force behind the Dragon Pattern Society? Exactly, Gu Zhenhua nodded. The Dragon Pattern Society is just a branch of the Destiny Society, responsible for carrying out specific tasks. And the true goal of the Destiny Society. He suddenly looked at Su Wanqing with deep regret. Wanqing, do you remember Wanrong? Su Wanqing's face instantly turned pale. My sister? Wasn't she? 20 years ago. She's not dead, Gu Zhenhua said heavily. She joined the Destiny Society, and now she's the one leading all these actions against the Gu family.
What?
Su Wanqing almost couldn't stand, and Gu Chenyu quickly supported her. Wanrong? That's impossible. Why would she do this? She's my dearest sister. Because of jealousy, the old master's voice was filled with pain. She's always envied everything you had, the family's approval, Zhenhua's love, and even. He looked at Gu Chenyu. She once wanted to replace you and become Chenyu's mother. This twisted jealousy drove her to the extreme. This truth stunned everyone, and the room fell into silence. Lin Weiwei suddenly thought of something, her voice trembling slightly.
Wait.
If Aunt Wanrong is part of the Destiny Society, does she know where my mother is? She knows Xue Mei is still alive, Gu Zhenhua replied. And she's been searching for Xue Mei because Xue Mei holds the key to controlling the Dragon Descendants' power. That's what the Destiny Society most wants to get. Suddenly, Tianyu spoke sharply, with a keen look in his eyes. So, the forgery of the medical records and the tampering with the DNA reports was arranged by Wanrong, Old Master Gu admitted. She wanted to create chaos and split the family, making it easier to control the inheritance of the dragon bloodline. Xiaoxin whispered, confused. But why would Grandma Wanrong hurt her own family? Aren't we all family? That's the most frightening part. Gu Zhenhua's expression became very serious. Destiny has a special mind control technique. They might have completely changed Wanrong's thoughts and personality. At that moment, the door of the study was knocked loudly. The butler hurried in, looking anxious and trembling. "Master, it's not good. Other family members have arrived, saying they want to hold an urgent family meeting. They're already in the meeting room." Old Master Gu's face changed. "So soon? How did they find out?" Gu Zhenhua sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It seems Wanrong has already started her plan. She wants to create division within the family. Inside the family meeting room, the atmosphere was tense, almost ready to explode. Relatives from the Gu family gathered, all with unfriendly expressions, full of suspicion and anger. A middle-aged man spoke first, a distant relative of the Gu family. "Chairman Gu, we heard the old house was destroyed. What exactly happened? Was the foundation of the Gu family really ruined?" A woman dressed elegantly, who was the cousin of old Master Gu, responded. "And I heard that Zhenhua didn't die at all? Have you been deceiving us family members for the past 20 years? Another young man stood up. He was Gu Chenyu's cousin. "Most importantly, I heard our Gu family has some special bloodline. Is that true? Why have you never told us the extended family members?" Questions came one after another. Clearly, someone had deliberately leaked information and exaggerated, creating dissatisfaction and division within the family. Gu Chenyu stood up, trying to control the situation. His voice remained calm. "Everyone please stay calm. These matters are very complicated. We need time to explain everything." "Time?" The cousin sneered. "We've already given you 20 years. Now, we want to know the truth. We want to know what secrets the Gu family has been hiding." At that moment, the large screen in the meeting room suddenly lit up, and an elegant middle-aged woman appeared on the screen. It's Su Wanrong. Her appearance stunned everyone. "Good evening, dear family members." Su Wanrong smiled, but her smile carried a strange, eerie feeling. "It seems I arrived just in time. How can the family meeting be complete without me?" "Wanrong," Su Wanqing exclaimed, her voice full of shock and pain. "Is it really you? Why are you doing this?" "We are family." "Why?" Su Wanrong's smile turned cold, and her eyes sparkled with resentment. "Because I am tired of living in my sister's shadow. Tired of watching you all enjoy everything while I have nothing." She looked at everyone and spoke with a persuasive tone. "Dear members of the Gu family, you have all been deceived. The Gu family does have a special bloodline, but this power has always been controlled by the main bloodline. You, the relatives on the side, can only play supporting roles and will never gain real power." This caused unrest and dissatisfaction among the relatives on the side, and whispers began to spread. But Su Wanrong continued, her voice tempting, "I can help you. The Destiny Organization has found a way to activate bloodline powers, allowing everyone to gain the abilities they deserve. Join us, and you will gain true power." "Don't listen to her," Gu Zhenhua shouted warningly.
"She's using you."
What the Destiny Organization really wants is to control the Gu family and enslave everyone. They want the power of the dragon descendants. "Enslave?" Su Wanrong chuckled softly. "Or liberate? Free you from the oppression of the main bloodline? Let you gain the power that should belong to you." Suddenly, she looked at Tianyu and Tianxin, her eyes gleaming with greed. "Especially these two children. They have the purest dragon descendant power. If they join the Destiny Organization, they will gain unmatched strength and status. Dream on." Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei both stepped forward, protecting the children with determined and protective looks. At this moment, something even more shocking happened. Several side relatives of the Gu family suddenly stood up, their eyes shining with strange light. "We are willing to join the Destiny Organization," they said in unison, their voices filled with unusual enthusiasm. "We want to gain the power we deserve. We want to break the main bloodline's monopoly." Clearly, Su Wanrong had secretly turned some family members against each other and planted the seeds of division within the family. The meeting room quickly fell into chaos, and the family split seemed inevitable. The manipulated members started encouraging others, and the scene nearly got out of control. But at the most chaotic moment, Tianxin suddenly pointed at the screen and said clearly, "Grandma Wanrong, That necklace on your neck. What is glowing? Everyone looked at the screen. Su Wanrong was wearing a special necklace with a small device that emitted a faint blue light. That is a control device, Tianyu exclaimed sharply. She is being controlled remotely. The device is receiving signals. Su Wanrong's face suddenly changed. She instinctively covered her necklace. Nonsense. This is my choice. It's a symbol of my identity, but her reaction was too intense, making others suspicious. A flicker of struggle appeared in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. Gu Zhenhua immediately said, with a hint of hope in his voice, Wanrong, if you are being forced, it's not too late to turn back. We can help you break free from the control. We are family, help me. Su Wanrong suddenly laughed wildly, her laughter tinged with madness. You can never help me. Because she suddenly tore off the necklace, but surprisingly, there was no control device underneath, only a deep scar. See that? She said coldly, with a determined tone. That was my own choice. A voluntary choice. This scar is proof. This discovery stunned everyone. If Su Wanrong chose this willingly, the situation became even more complicated and frightening. But Tianxin whispered softly, with a firm voice, that scar is fake. What? Gu Qinyu looked at his daughter with doubt in his eyes. Tianxin carefully explained, pointing at the screen, real scars wouldn't be so neat, and the color is wrong. That's makeup. I've seen similar techniques when my mom did her makeup. At that moment, the screen suddenly flickered, and Su Wanrong's image became unstable. Time's up. Family members, think carefully about my proposal. Otherwise, she showed a meaningful smile, and a faint pain flickered in her eyes. The Gu family will face true destruction. No one can stop the plans of the Destiny Society. The screen went dark, but the chaos in the family meeting room was just beginning. The excited relatives started causing trouble, demanding the so-called bloodline power, and the scene nearly got out of control. Amid the chaos, Gu Zhenhua suddenly pulled Gu Qinyu aside, looking very serious. Qinyu, I have something important to tell you. His voice was very quiet. Wanrong might not be the real mastermind. I suspect there are deeper forces controlling everything. The top leaders of the Destiny Society might hide even more frightening beings. What do you mean? Gu Qinyu asked, feeling a bad premonition. Because I found out, Gu Zhenhua's voice was almost a whisper, that one person's behavior pattern in the top ranks of the Destiny Society looks a lot like someone who has passed away. He suddenly stopped because a few excited family members were rushing toward them, interrupting their talk. In the chaos, Tianyu suddenly found an important clue, a small listening device near the edge of the meeting room carpet. Even more shocking, the listening device had a familiar symbol, the logo of the Lin Corporation. Mom, Tianyu exclaimed, handing the listening device to Lin Weiwei. This device is a product of the Lin Corporation. It even has their trademark. Lin Weiwei's face instantly turned pale, her fingers trembling. That can't be. The Lin Corporation went bankrupt many years ago. She suddenly remembered something, her eyes wide with shock. Unless the Lin Corporation didn't completely shut down? Someone is still operating in secret?
Or
someone is using Lin's technology. This discovery stunned everyone. If the Lin Corporation was still secretly active and connected to the Destiny Society, then Lin Weiwei's mother, Lin Xuemei, might not be as simple as they thought. She could be hiding more secrets. After the family was shaken, bigger mysteries began to surface. What they didn't know was that in the shadows, a pair of eyes was quietly watching everything. When everyone left, a figure quietly stepped out from the secret door of the meeting room, picked up the listening device, and a mysterious smile appeared on their face. The game is getting more interesting. The real fight has just begun. After the chaos of the family meeting, the Gu family faced an unprecedented crisis. However, during this difficult time, true emotional acceptance and unity began to grow. The gaps between family members started to disappear as they faced the threat together. When everyone left the meeting room, old Master Gu sat tiredly in his seat, looking at Gu Zhenhua with a complex expression and filled with guilt. Manhwa, these years. You've worked so hard. Hiding in the shadows for 20 years and not being able to acknowledge your family. I can't imagine how painful that must have been. Gu Zhenhua shook his head calmly. Big brother, this is what I had to do. I never expected Wanrong to turn out like this. She was once such a kind girl. Su Wanqing stepped forward, tears in her eyes and her voice trembling. Zhenhua, what did you go through these 20 years?
Why?
Why didn't you tell us the truth earlier? Do you know how I cry every day looking at your photo? Gu Zhenhua looked deeply at Su Wanqing, full of apology and pain. Wanqing, I'm sorry. I know this is cruel, but I had to do it. The forces of destiny are too powerful. If they find out I am still alive, not only I will be in danger, but the entire Gu family will suffer, including you and the children. But you made me believe you were dead for 20 years. Su Wanqing's voice carried years of suppressed pain. Do you know how I lived during those years? Living in pain and longing every day, crying at night while holding your photo. Gu Zhenhua stepped forward gently and took Su Wanqing's hand, his fingers trembling slightly. I know, I understand. Every time I saw your pain in the dark, my heart bled. But I had to endure it, for the Gu family, for our future, and to completely destroy the conspiracy of destiny. Lin Weiwei watched this scene, tears also welling in her eyes. She approached Gu Chenyu softly. Chenyu, we understand them, right? Our parents are doing this to protect the family, even if it's painful. Gu Chenyu nodded, his expression complex, but understanding. I understand my father's difficulties, but 20 years. That's too cruel. But now, the most important thing is to unite and face the crisis together. At this moment, Tianyu suddenly spoke, his voice calm and wise. Grandpa, father, I think the most important thing now is for us to stay united. The Destiny Society wants to split us apart, but we can't let them succeed. The core of the Dragon Descendants plan is family unity, isn't it? Tianxi nodded, with a firm look in his eyes. Yes, Grandma Wanrong made mistakes, but she might also have been controlled. We should find a way to save her, not give up on her. Family members should help each other. Old Mr. Gu looked at the two children with satisfaction, a rare smile on his aged face. You're right. Now is not the time to dwell on the past, but to find ways to face future challenges. Zhenhua, share all the information you've gathered over the years. We need to make a detailed plan. Zhenhua nodded and began to speak. For the past 20 years, I've been secretly investigating the Destiny Society. I found they are not just a mysterious group, but a large international organization with vast resources and advanced technology. Their influence reaches all over the world. Their goal is clear: control all families with special bloodlines, especially the Gu family. They believe that the power of the dragon descendants in the Gu family is the key to unlocking an ancient secret, which concerns the future of human evolution. What ancient secret? Asked Chenyu seriously. Zhenhua looked serious and lowered his voice. It's about the ultimate secret of life evolution. The core members of the Destiny Society are obsessed with absolute power. They believe that controlling the dragon descendants' power can push human limits and make them rulers of a new world. This truth shocked everyone, and the room fell into brief silence. Lin Weiwei suddenly thought of something, her voice filled with worry. And my mother? What role does she play? Why is the Destiny Society so obsessed with finding her? Zhenhua looked at Lin Weiwei with a complex gaze and a hint of respect. Shuemei. She might be the only one who can control the dragon descendants' power. That's why the Destiny Society has been searching for her. They want to control this controlling power. Controlling the dragon descendants' power? Chenyu frowned. What does that mean? Old Mr. Gu answered. Shuemei's family has a special ability, he said with emotion. They can neutralize the influence of the dragon descendants' power and prevent it from going out of control. That's also why I agreed to Chenyu and Weiwei's marriage, hoping that through the union of the two families, we could find a way to balance the dragon descendants' power and use it for good. This truth stunned Lin Weiwei, and a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. So, my marriage with Chenyu was from the very beginning. No, old Master Gu quickly said with a firm tone. I admit I had that thought at first, but later, I truly hoped you would be happy. Chenyu loves you, everyone can see that. Your feelings are real. Gu Chenyu held Lin Weiwei's hand, his eyes full of love and determination. Weiwei, no matter what the reason was at first, I love you now. That will never change. Our love is real, and the children are the best proof. Tears welled up in Lin Weiwei's eyes. She nodded with a choked voice. I know. I love you too, Chenyu. No matter where we started, what matters most is our present and future. At that moment, the butler suddenly ran in looking pale. Master. Something's wrong. Old Master. He suddenly fainted. Everyone rushed to Old Master's room. They saw him lying on the sofa, his face pale as paper, breathing so weak it was barely noticeable. Father, Chenyu exclaimed, rushing forward to check. His hands trembled as he felt for his pulse. Zhenhua also asked nervously, with a hint of panic in his voice. What happened? He was fine just now. After careful observation, Tianyu's eyes sharpened. Grandpa didn't just faint. He's been poisoned. Look at his pupils and lip color. What? Poisoned? Everyone was shocked, and the air in the room froze instantly. Tian Xin pointed at Old Master's wrist, her voice trembling. Look here. There's a tiny needle hole, and slight redness around it. Indeed, on the inside of Old Master's wrist, there was an almost invisible needle mark with a faint redness around it, as if something had just been injected. When? Chenyu's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly. Who did this? Right under our noses. Zhenhua quickly regained his composure and ordered, Forget that for now. Call the doctor immediately. Seal all entrances and exits. No one is allowed to leave. The family doctor arrived quickly. After examining him, he looked serious. This is a rare neurotoxin that gradually affects a person's cognition and judgment. Fortunately, it was caught early, and there's hope for recovery, but treatment must start immediately. Neurotoxin, Lin Weiwei frowned. Why use such poison? Wouldn't something lethal be more effective? Suddenly, Tianyu had an idea and a bright light appeared in his eyes. Could it be? They want to control Grandpa's mind? Like they did with Grandma Wanrong? Slowly eroding his will and turning him into a puppet. This guess made everyone feel very scared and cold. Gu Zhenhua immediately ordered loudly. Start increasing security now. Everyone must be careful. All food and supplies must be checked carefully. During this time, the Gu family became very alert. But surprisingly, the poisoning incident brought the family closer together. The shared crisis made everyone feel more connected. Su Wanqing stayed by Grandpa Gu's bedside day and night, taking care of him carefully. Gu Zhenhua was in charge of security. Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei took care of the children and helped with the investigation. One night, Su Wanqing looked at the unconscious Grandpa Gu and softly said to Gu Zhenhua, Zhenhua, even though you lied to me for 20 years, I now understand your difficulties. I forgive you. You must have suffered more than us during these years. Gu Zhenhua's eyes showed emotion and relief. He gently held her hand. Wanqing, thank you. After I finish dealing with these things, let's start over. Let's make up for the time we lost these 20 years. Su Wanqing nodded, tears of happiness in her eyes. Yes, let's start again. This time, we will grow old together and never be apart. Meanwhile, Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei were talking on the balcony late at night, the moonlight shining on them. Weiwei, Gu Chenyu whispered, holding her in his arms, after all this, I am more sure of one thing. I can't be without you, and I can't be without the children. We must stay together forever and face everything as one. Lin Weiwei leaned into his embrace, feeling the familiar warmth. Yes, we will always be together. No matter what happens, we will face it together. Family strength is endless. Tianyu and Tianxin were also discussing in their room, looking more mature than other children their age. Big brother, Tianxin whispered, I think we are in danger now, but as long as our family is here, I am not afraid. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle, we are strongest when we are together. Tianyu nodded firmly. Yes, we need to protect our family, especially to find out who poisoned Grandpa. Such betrayal must never be forgiven. Who do you think it could be? Tianxin asked, with worry in her eyes. Tianyu thought for a moment, and said in a low voice, "I suspect it's someone inside the family." Outsiders find it hard to get close to Grandpa, let alone inject poison into him. Only someone trusted by Grandpa could do this. This guess made both children feel uneasy. If the poisoner is someone inside, it means there are traitors in the Gu family, and the danger is much greater than they thought. The next day, Grandpa Gu finally woke up, but he looked confused, and his eyes were blank. "Father, how do you feel?" Gu Chenyu asked carefully, helping him sit up gently. Grandpa Gu shook his head weakly.
Dizzy.
"I can't remember many things. It's like I had a long dream." The doctor examined him and said, "This is a side effect of the poison. It may last for a while. He needs rest and should avoid any stress." At that moment, Tianyu suddenly found an important clue. There was a tiny metal device at the bottom of Grandpa Gu's teacup. "What is this?" Tianyu carefully used tweezers to take out the device and looked at it under the light. Gu Zhenhua took it, and his face changed dramatically.
"This is
a remote injection device. It can be controlled by signals to inject small amounts of poison at any time." No wonder Father suddenly got poisoned. What? Everyone was shocked and felt a wave of fear. This means the person who poisoned him can control the amount of poison anytime, slowly affecting Grandpa's mind and making him lose himself. Lin Weiwei suddenly thought of something and turned pale. Could it be that some of Grandpa's strange decisions recently were because of this? That his judgment was influenced? Gu Zhenhua nodded heavily, with anger burning in his eyes. That's very likely. This kind of poison can affect a person's judgment and memory, making them easier to control. This discovery made everyone feel terrified. If they hadn't found it in time, Grandpa could have been completely controlled and turned into a puppet of the Destiny Society. Gu Chenyu immediately ordered, his voice cold, "Check all items thoroughly, especially things Grandpa often uses." No corner can be overlooked. During a careful investigation, they discovered more shocking things. Not only had old Master Gu's belongings been tampered with, but some of Su Wanqing's and the children's daily items also showed signs of interference. They want to control the entire Gu family. Gu Zhenhua's face turned pale, and his fists clenched tightly. Starting with the old master, then gradually controlling everyone. Making the Gu family their puppet family, Lin Weiwei suddenly thought with hope in her voice. Could Wanrong also be controlled like this? Maybe she's not acting voluntarily. This guess made everyone fall silent. If Wanrong was also a victim of control, they should find ways to save her, not see her as an enemy. Although old Master Gu was confused, he seemed to understand some of what was happening. He weakly spoke, his voice broken. Save Wanrong. She's my sister. I can't give up on her." This brought tears to Su Wanqing's eyes as she held the old man's hand. "Father, you still remember Wanrong. You still care about her." Old Master Gu nodded, tears in his eyes. "I've always felt guilty for not protecting her, for letting her walk this path." At that moment, all barriers and misunderstandings disappeared. Only love and responsibility remained among family members. The bond of kinship became even more precious in this crisis. Gu Zhenhua said firmly, his voice full of strength, "Don't worry, Father. We will rescue Wanrong and protect the Gu family. The Gu family will not be defeated." Gu Chenyu also nodded with a determined look. "Yes, we are a family. We must face everything together. The true meaning of the dragon's power is to protect family, not to seek power." Lin Weiwei held Gu Chenyu's hand, her eyes shining with determination. "No matter how tough the future is, we will stay together. Family strength is stronger than any power." Tianyu and Tianxin also spoke in unison, their voices young but firm. "We want to help. We want to protect our family. We are also members of the Gu family." In this crisis, the Gu family truly achieved emotional acceptance and unity. Everyone clearly understood their responsibilities and goals, preparing to face future challenges. The family's cohesion reached its peak at this moment. But just as they thought they had everything under control, a new danger was quietly approaching. That night, Tianyu carefully checked the surveillance footage and saw a shocking scene. On the night before old Master Gu was poisoned, a familiar figure quietly entered his room. And that person was the old housekeeper who had served for 30 years. No way. Tianyu looked at the screen in disbelief, his hands trembling slightly. Grandpa's most trusted housekeeper. How could he do this? He immediately called the others. When everyone saw the footage, they were stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. The housekeeper had served the Gu family for 30 years and was one of old Master Gu's most trusted people, almost like family. How could he possibly have poisoned anyone? Gu Zhenhua quickly ordered in a cold voice, "Control the housekeeper immediately. But be careful, don't alert anyone." I want to ask him myself. However, when security went to find the housekeeper, he was gone. His room was tidily cleaned, as if no one had ever stayed there. In his room, only a printed note was left. The game has just begun. The next target, Su Wanqing. This discovery made everyone feel deep fear and betrayal. If even the most trusted housekeeper was a traitor, who else in the Gu family could be trusted? Even more worrying was that Su Wanqing had already become the next target. Gu Zhenhua rushed to Su Wanqing's room to confirm she was safe, then let out a small sigh of relief, but his eyes still showed worry. From now on, Gu Zhenhua said seriously, with firm determination in his voice, "No one can act alone. We must stay alert at all times. Trust but verify. That's the rule we must follow now." The Gu family spent a sleepless night in high alert. Everyone realized they were facing not just an external threat, but also internal betrayal and infiltration. Danger was everywhere. But through this process, the family bonds grew stronger. Their support and understanding became the greatest strength. The real test had just begun, but the Gu family was ready to face it together. In the darkness, a faint light of hope is quietly shining. Inside the Gu family mansion, the atmosphere was tense almost to the point of freezing. News of old Master Gu's poisoning and coma cast a shadow over the entire family. However, this time, the Gu family members did not panic. Instead, they showed unprecedented unity and determination. "Everyone listen up." Gu Zhenhua stood in the center of the living room, his voice firm and strong. "Although our father is poisoned, our fight has just begun. From now on, we will no longer be on the defensive. We must take the initiative and strike back." He displayed a holographic map, with red dots flickering on the city map of Yun City. "Based on my secret investigations over the years, the Destiny Society has 3 main bases in Yun City. The most important one, the red dot on the map, suddenly enlarged. It's right beneath the Gu Group building. They've used our resources and cover to build a large secret base underground." "What? Under our company?" Gu Chenyu was shocked. "How is that possible? Didn't the security system detect anything? The most dangerous places are often the safest," Gu Zhenhua said with a serious look. "They've infiltrated deeply, and even the highest-level security systems might have been compromised." Lin Weiwei suddenly remembered something, her eyes brightening. "So, those strange signals you previously detected, those mysterious frequencies that couldn't be traced." "Exactly from there," Gu Zhenhua nodded in confirmation. "And I suspect Wanrong and Shui Mei might be held there. We must act quickly." Yanyu immediately sat at the computer, his small hands flying over the keyboard. "If the base is beneath the Gu building, the entrance must be extremely hidden. I analyzed several possibilities." He brought up a 3D structural diagram. Special ventilation channels, hidden entrances in the underground parking lot, and the private elevator in the chairman's office. That elevator's access permissions are unusually complex. Gu Chenyu's face suddenly changed. "A private elevator? Only my father and I have the highest permissions. Could even such a security system have been broken? That's the terrifying part of the enemy," Gu Zhenhua said gravely. "They possess technology and skills beyond our imagination." The action plan was quickly made. The Gu family members showed remarkable coordination and efficiency, dividing into 3 groups. The first group, led by Gu Zhenhua, would infiltrate through the ventilation system. The second team, led by Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei, entered through the underground parking lot. The third team, supported remotely by Tianyu and Tianqin, was responsible for technical hacking and real-time monitoring.
Subankin fermnis tulbisaid Senwa.
I want to go too. Wanrong is my sister, and Shuemei is my best friend. I can't wait here, Mom. This is too dangerous. Gu Chenyu tried to persuade her, but seeing her determined eyes, he knew arguing was useless. That's exactly why I must go. Su Wanqing's voice was firm. And I might know some details you don't, about Wanrong and Shuemei's habits and traits. In the end, Su Wanqing joined Gu Zhenhua's team. Her presence added a warm strength to the whole operation. Before starting, Tianyu handed out special mini-communication devices. These are secretly developed by Grandpa. They can resist strong interference and have an emergency rescue function. Tianxin gave each person a small talisman. This is my special lucky guardian. It has some little surprises that might help in key moments. With family blessings and advanced equipment, the three teams started their mission like precise machine parts. Gu Zhenhua's team smoothly infiltrated through a hidden ventilation duct. In the narrow metal pipe, Su Wanqing suddenly grabbed Gu Zhenhua's arm, signaling him to be quiet. "Zhenhua, wait," she whispered. "I think I hear something." A familiar voice. They held their breath and listened carefully. Faint voices came from below, mixed with the hum of machinery. Sample collection complete, purity reaching an astonishing 99.8%, exceeding all expectations. This is the perfect Dragonborn power. Control device still needs final tuning. Compatibility testing passed. Gu Zhenhua's face turned serious instantly. They're collecting Dragonborn power. We must stop them quickly. If this power is misused, the consequences could be terrible. Meanwhile, Gu Chenyu's team encountered resistance in the underground parking lot. Several security personnel in Gu family uniforms tried to block them, but their fighting stance and reaction speed far surpassed ordinary guards. These people are not simple, Lin Weiwei observed keenly. Their fighting skills are very special. Like an ancient martial arts style passed down through generations. Every move is precise and deadly. Gu Chenyu immediately made a decision. Use Plan B. Distract them and take them down one by one. The couple showed amazing teamwork. A glance or a gesture was enough to understand each other's plans. With Lin Weiwei's accurate analysis and Gu Chenyu's strong execution, the first wave of guards was quickly defeated. But more enemies were coming from all directions, and the situation suddenly became very dangerous. "Tianyu, we need backup," Gu Chenyu urgently called through the mini-communicator. "The enemies are more than we expected. I'm handling it now." Tianyu's voice was calm and confident. "I've temporarily shut down the base's active defense system, but it will only last 3 minutes. You need to hurry." While both teams were fighting hard, Tianxin suddenly called out with excitement. "Brother, I found it! The main control room of the base.
And
I saw Grandma Wanrong and Grandma. They are both there." The surveillance screen showed a high-tech laboratory where Su Wanrong and Lin Shuemei were placed in special containment devices. They looked stable but were in some kind of deep meditation state. But Tianxin tilted his head, showing a confused expression. "They don't look forced. More like they are in a deep meditative state. Their expressions are very peaceful." This discovery stunned everyone. If the two women volunteered for the experiment, the whole purpose of the operation would change completely. Gu Zhenhua immediately denied. Impossible. Xu Weming would never volunteer for something that could harm the family. "I know her." Unless Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with wisdom. "They are pretending? To gain the enemy's trust and get into the tiger's den?" This possibility rekindled everyone's hope, and their steps became more determined. After a dangerous breakthrough, the three teams finally regrouped outside the main control room. But a faint blue energy barrier blocked the entrance, making physical attacks useless. It needs a specific biological frequency to open. Tianyu quickly analyzed the barrier data, and this frequency is constantly changing. It's a dynamic encryption system. While everyone was trying to find a way to break the problem, Tianxin suddenly noticed that the amulet in her hand was glowing softly. "Grandpa, look. This amulet. It's shining." Gu Zhenhua's eyes lit up, and he suddenly understood. That's right. The amulet stores the unique energy pattern of Xue Mei's life. It's based on her previous research on biological lock technology. Let's try using this. When Tianxin brought the glowing amulet close to the sensor, a light blue energy barrier rippled like water waves and then quietly disappeared. In the control room, Su Wanrong and Lin Xuemei both turned their heads at the same time. Surprisingly, their eyes showed no fear or pain, only relief and hope. "You've finally arrived," Lin Xuemei said with a gentle smile, her eyes shining with wisdom. "You're a bit earlier than we expected, sister, brother-in-law," Su Wanrong spoke calmly and warmly. "Sorry to worry you. But all of this was part of the plan." Everyone in the Gu family looked at each other, confused by this unexpected scene. What was really happening? Lin Xuemei quickly explained clearly. "To make it short, we were actually acting as part of a performance. Our goal was to find the true leader of the Destiny Society and gather important information, and we succeeded," Su Wanrong added seriously. "The leader is coming soon. You need to be prepared. He's more dangerous than you think." Just then, the main door of the control room silently slid open. An unexpected figure entered, someone everyone thought had already met an accident. "Uncle Li?" Gu Chenyu looked at him in disbelief. "You didn't?" "Encountered an accident." The butler let out a deep, low laugh. His entire demeanor had changed. "That was just a necessary disguise. The real me has been here all along, watching everything." His voice carried a strange, unsettling authority and pressure. "Welcome to the core of the Destiny Society, everyone of the Gu family." Especially, his gaze fell on Tianyu and Tianxin, filled with strange enthusiasm. "Our most perfect creation." "Creation?" Lin Wei immediately protected the two children behind her, her eyes alert. "What do you mean?" "They are the pinnacle achievement of the Dragonborn project. Carefully designed at the genetic level." He activated the holographic projection, showing complex gene maps and experimental data. "Look at these records. Gene editing optimization, embryo screening procedures, special ability activation. They have been shaped from birth to be the perfect carriers of the Dragonborn." This truth exploded like a thunderclap in everyone's mind, leaving everyone stunned. "You're talking nonsense," Gu Chenyu shouted angrily with a protective instinct like a father. "Tianyu and Tianxin are our children. That's an unchangeable fact." "Is that so?" The leader sneered. "Then how do you explain their extraordinary intelligence? How do you explain their perfect compatibility with the Dragonborn powers? How do you explain those special abilities that science can't explain?" He turned to Lin Xuemei with a sarcastic tone. "All of this is thanks to Professor Xuemei's outstanding research. She used her genius to create these two miraculous lives." Lin Xuemei looked complicated but remained firm. "Yes, technically that's true. But I never intended to control them. My original goal was to help the Gu family continue their excellent bloodline, not to create weapons." "Original intentions don't matter," the leader interrupted her. "What matters is the result. And the result now is, these two perfect lives belong to the Destiny Society. They will lead us into a new era." He suddenly pressed the controller in his hand. Tianyu and Tianxin showed pained expressions, small hands covering their foreheads. "No." Lin Weiwei and Gu Chenyu rushed toward the children at the same time, but were pushed back by a sudden energy barrier. "Useless," the leader said proudly. "They have special control chips inside their bodies, which only I can deactivate. This is the last safety measure." But at this most desperate moment, Tianxin suddenly looked up, a strange and beautiful light flickering in her eyes. "Brother, are you ready? It's time." Tianyu also stood up, looking unusually calm and confident. "I've been ready for a long time. Let's end this farce together." In everyone's shocked eyes, the two children held hands, and a gentle yet powerful light began to emanate from them. The light was warm and sacred, full of life's energy. "What's happening?" The leader stared in shock at the control console. "The control signal is being interfered with." "Impossible. This is the highest level of encryption." Heavenly Sky showed a wise smile beyond his age. "Because you made a deadly mistake. You underestimated the power of love and our abilities." Heavenly Heart responded clearly and strongly. "We discovered the chip inside us long ago, and we made some improvements. Now it's no longer a shackle controlling us. but an amplifier that boosts our strength. With the combined effort of the siblings, all the equipment in the control room started working normally again. The energy shield disappeared, and the leader's control device completely failed. No way, the leader backed away in fear. This is beyond all calculations and expectations, because love and family cannot be measured by formulas, Lin Shuimei said with a smile, tears of relief in her eyes. That is a power you can never understand or control. Thanks to the unity and teamwork of the Gu family, the leader was quickly subdued. But just as Gu Zhenhua was about to arrest him, the leader suddenly smiled strangely. Do you think this is the end? You're too naive. The real game is just beginning. He pressed the last hidden button in his sleeve, causing the entire base to shake violently, alarms blaring. The self-destruct program has started, Tianyu exclaimed. We have only 5 minutes to evacuate. We must leave quickly. In the chaos, the leader took the opportunity to escape. But the Gu family members couldn't chase after him. They had to evacuate everyone as fast as possible. During the tense and orderly evacuation, they successfully rescued all the detained people, including some family members controlled by the Destiny Society. When the last person was safely out of the base, a deafening explosion sounded behind them. The secret base under the Gu building was reduced to ruins in a blazing fire. Standing at a safe distance, looking at the raging flames, the Gu family felt a mix of emotions. There was joy from victory, but also worry about the future. Did we win? Gu Chenyu asked uncertainly, his voice tired. For now, yes, Gu Zhenhua said heavily. But the leader escaped, which means a bigger threat is still out there. We must stay alert. Lin Weiwei hugged her 2 children tightly, her eyes full of maternal strength. But this time, we are no longer afraid. Because we are a family. As long as we stay united, no difficulty is impossible to overcome. Heavenly Sky and Heavenly Heart exchanged a secret smile, their eyes shining with mystery. And we have many surprises we haven't told you yet. What surprises? Everyone asked curiously, gathering around. Heavenly Heart smiled mysteriously, showing cute little tiger teeth. For example, we already knew about our special abilities, and we've been secretly studying how to better control and use this power, Heavenly Sky added, speaking with a maturity beyond his age. Also, we discovered a bigger secret. The true origin of the Gu family bloodline and the nature of the dragon descendant power. At that moment, a sleek black luxury car silently arrived and stopped in front of everyone. The car door opened, and someone unexpected stepped out, Zhao Ming, who was believed to have sacrificed himself before. Zhao Ming, Gu Chenyu looked at him cautiously, instinctively protecting his family behind him. Are you friend or foe? What is really going on? Zhao Ming smiled slightly, his expression complex. That's a complicated question. But I can tell you this. He looked toward the distant sky, his face serious. The real fight has just begun.
And you
need more allies and stronger power. He handed them a delicate storage device. This contains the list of all core members of the Destiny Society and clues about the next target. Things are much more complicated than you think. The next target, Lin Weiwei quickly caught the key point. Zhao Ming's expression became more serious than ever. An organization older, stronger, and more mysterious than the Destiny Society is awakening. Their goal isn't just the Gu family, but his gaze fell on Heavenly Sky and Heavenly Heart, full of meaning. All ancient families with special bloodlines. A global storm is about to happen. This news made everyone feel an unprecedented sense of danger, but it also strengthened their resolve to stay united. Gu Zhenhua tightly held Su Wanqing's hand. Gu Chenyu embraced Lin Weiwei and the children. The family stayed close together. Whatever we face, old Master Gu said, walking forward with the help of medical staff. His voice was weak, but full of strength. Our Gu family will face it together. Family love is our strongest weapon. The power of family at this moment feels incredibly strong and warm. Although the future is full of unknowns and challenges, as long as the family stays together, they have endless courage, wisdom, and hope. What they don't know is that from a distant tall building, a mysterious figure is quietly watching everything. When seeing the touching scene of the Gu family united, a hint of satisfaction and anticipation flashes in their deep eyes, then they quietly blend into the night. A new journey has begun. The real challenge is waiting ahead. The night sky over the Gu estate is painted with strange orange-red hues from the explosion at the base, and the air is filled with smoke and unease. The joy of victory hasn't been fully enjoyed when news brought by Xiaoming feels like a cold splash of water on everyone. Gu Qinyu's fist clenches unconsciously, his knuckles turning white. Older than destiny? Xiaoming, how long have you kept this from us? His voice is deep and dangerous, like a furious lion. Xiaoming shakes his head bitterly. Under the moonlight, his face looks pale. Knowing some truths too early can be a disaster. The Watchers, they have existed for thousands of years, like ghosts watching over all special bloodline families. The Gu family's dragon descendants, Lin family's wisdom talents, Su family's spiritual inheritance. All are on their surveillance list. Lin quickly pulls the children into her arms, her maternal instinct making her tense. What do they want with my children? Her voice trembles slightly, hard to notice. Not just want. Xiaoming's eyes turn deep. They have been guiding and controlling in secret. Destiny is just in their hands, and the true players are only now beginning to surface. At this moment, the tablet computer in Tianyu emits a sharp alarm. Oh no! A super strong energy source is approaching.
Speed.
Too fast, his face shows real panic for the first time. Almost simultaneously, the estate's defense system fully activates. The sharp alarm rings through the night sky, and the red warning lights cast a bloody glow on everyone's faces. Gu Zhenhua immediately enters battle mode. Everyone get ready. Chinyu, take Weiwei and the children to the underground safe house. This is an order, but Gu Chinyu stands still, his gaze firm as a rock. No, father. We must face this together. Tianyu and Tian Xian have already proven their strength. Now we, as parents, need to support them more. Lin Weiwei tightly held her husband's hand. Her voice was soft but very firm. He's right. We are a family, sharing life and death together. Tianyu and Tian Xian looked at each other and nodded. The two children held hands and walked to their parents. A warm golden light radiated from them, forming a large protective shield that covered the whole family. Don't worry, Grandpa. Tian Xian said clearly and confidently. We can protect everyone. And, Tianyu interrupted, frowning slightly. The incoming isn't entirely an enemy. The energy signals are complicated. There is a threat, but more likely. Signals of pain and a cry for help. This judgment stunned everyone. A cry for help? At such a life and death moment. Before anyone could react, a blinding white light suddenly fell onto the lawn like divine punishment. After the light disappeared, the figure that appeared made everyone gasp. It was the butler who had just escaped. But now, he looked completely different, with wounds healing visibly fast, eyes glowing with strange golden light, and an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. Gu Chinyu instantly took a fighting stance, protecting his family behind him. Uncle Li? Are you coming back to die? The butler let out a twisted laugh, as if two people were speaking at once. Come back to die?
No.
I am here to give you a choice. Join the Watchers, or face destruction. But in the next second, his face suddenly twisted in pain, and his voice became broken. Hurry.
Kill me.
They are about to take full control. Find the real. At this eerie moment, a shadow flashed like lightning. Uncle Li, the real old butler, appeared like a ghost and precisely stabbed the fake butler in the back of the neck with a special syringe. Young master. Master. Uncle Li's voice was filled with excitement from reunion and deep exhaustion. Sorry I kept this from you for so long. Some truths, knowing too early only brings disaster. He looked at the twin brother lying on the ground, eyes full of pain. He is Li Ming, my twin brother. Our family has served the Gu family for generations, one in the light, one in the dark, together guarding the dragon bloodline. Gu Zhenhua shook his head in disbelief. Twin butlers? Passed down through generations. Uncle Lee, this is the biggest secret of the Gu family. Uncle Lee's voice was heavy. When the threat of the Watchers appeared, we activated our last safeguard, the Dragonborn plan. Tianyu and Tianxin are not test subjects, but seeds of hope. They were born to protect us from the Watchers. Wei Wei's tears suddenly flowed. So my children have carried this mission since birth. Her voice was choked with a mother's pain. At that moment, dozens of terrifying light spots appeared in the distant sky, rushing toward them like the eyes of death. Powerful energy waves made the entire estate shake. They're here. Uncle Lee's face changed drastically. Much earlier than expected. Activate the highest defenses. But at this critical moment, Tianyu and Tianxin did something shocking. They stepped out of the defensive barrier, hand in hand, facing the incoming lights. A dazzling beam of light shot upward from them, like a bridge connecting heaven and earth. Warm, strong energy waves spread out from their bodies, slowing down the approaching lights significantly. Mom and Dad, please trust us. Tianxin's voice was pure and sacred. This isn't a fight, it's the start of understanding. We can feel their pain and longing, Tianyu added, his eyes shining with wisdom. Fear only creates more fear. Let's use the power of the Dragonborn to build a bridge of communication. In everyone's disbelief, the lights descended to the ground. Instead of fierce enemies, they saw a group of people with confused eyes, emitting similar energy waves. They came from all over the world, different skin colors and ages, but all shared the same pain of being controlled. A middle-aged man with deep eyes spoke with difficulty, his Chinese awkward but sincere. Please,
Help us.
the power of the Dragonborn brought us here. We want freedom. At this moment, the Gu family truly understood. The final battle is not about strength, but about saving hearts. Their children, these two little guardians carrying hope, are opening a new era in the most incredible way. The stars in the night sky seemed brighter, as if witnessing this historic change. From confrontation to understanding, from fear to hope, true strength is taking root and growing in everyone's heart. As the last special ability user's golden light faded like a tide, Gu family manor fell into a sacred calm. It was not silence, but the peaceful quiet after a storm. A fresh scent in the air, mixed with the fragrance of grass and a faint residual energy. Tian Yu and Tian Xian stood in the middle of the crowd. The glow on their bodies slowly dimmed, but the warm and powerful feeling of energy still lingered like a gentle mist. The children's faces showed clear signs of exhaustion, with tiny beads of sweat on their foreheads and damp hair sticking to their cheeks. Yet, their eyes shone brightly, like the most dazzling stars in the night sky, full of great satisfaction and a calm beyond their years after completing their mission. It's over. It's really over. Lin Weiwei's voice trembled almost uncontrollably, tears falling like broken pearls. She rushed forward like an arrow, holding the children tightly in her arms. Her hands trembled from the effort, as if she wanted to merge them into her bones forever. My babies. Mom's heart almost stopped beating for you. You really did it. I am so proud of you that my heart feels like it's going to burst. Gu Chenyu strode over quickly. Usually known for his calm and composure, the business king's eyes were red, and his throat moved violently. He pulled his wife and children into a wide embrace, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. Yes. You changed everyone's fate in the most incredible way. His muscles tensed with restrained excitement and pride. Gu Zhenhua and Su Wanrong looked at each other and smiled. The seasoned elder's eyes sparkled with tears, an immense relief after the storm. Their grandchildren not only possessed world-shaking power, but also had warm hearts capable of melting 1,000 years of ice. The rescued ability users gradually woke up, their confused eyes clearing. When they realized the long-held chains had finally broken, all kinds of emotions erupted like volcanoes. Some knelt on the ground, crying loudly. Some laughed wildly into the sky, almost choking, and many others hugged each other tightly, choking with joy and gratitude in various languages. overwhelmed by the joy of surviving and the relief of being free. The middle-aged leader bowed deeply, almost bending at a perfect right angle. His voice was choked and broken as he said, "Thank you. Thank you for giving us a second life." The years of control were like endless nightmares. It was the power of the Dragonborn that finally woke us up. His Chinese was still a bit awkward, but his sincere feelings made everyone's hearts tremble. Uncle Lee quickly approached, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Sir, a total of 32 people have been rescued from 15 different countries. Precise tests show that the mental control marks of the Watchers have been completely removed, with no traces left." Gu Zhenhua immediately ordered firmly, "Arrange the most thorough medical checks and psychological counseling right away. Prepare all the guest rooms and fresh clothes. These brave fighters need warmth and healing, not cold interrogation." "Father is right," Gu Chenyu said, his sharp eyes like an eagle. "But we must race against time to understand the full picture of the Watchers. Their ultimate goals, control methods, organization size. Every detail could be related to the survival of global ability users." Xiaoming looked serious as he added, "According to top-secret intelligence, the Watchers aim to create a new world order with absolute control. Special ability users are the key part of their plan, either become puppets or be completely eliminated." This frightening truth made the air freeze like ice. Lin Weiwei instinctively held her child closer, her nails almost digging into her palms.
So,
This is just the beginning? Will they come back even more fiercely and aggressively? And the next attack will be even more brutal? Xiaoming nodded heavily, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "We must immediately develop a comprehensive counterattack plan." At that moment, Tianyu lifted his small face, his clear eyes like a spring but also as firm as steel. "Dad, I have an idea." Everyone's gaze instantly focused on this 5-year-old child with a giant heart. "Since the Watchers want to control everyone," Tianyu's voice was young but carried the power of thunder, "why can't we build a strong alliance to protect everyone?" Tian Xin excitedly joined in, her eyes shining like a treasure filled with stars.
yes.
"Bring everyone together, support and protect each other. That way, the bad guys won't be able to bully any of us." This simple yet astonishing idea was like a flash of lightning in the dark night, instantly lighting up everyone's innermost hearts. "Alliance." Gu Chenyu's eyes sparkled brightly. "This is indeed a wonderful idea. But how can we ensure its absolute safety and long-term stability?" Gu Zhenhua immediately nodded decisively. "The Gu family can take the lead. Our strong resources and centuries of experience are enough to support all the initial operations of the Alliance," Su Wanrong gently and firmly added, "and the brave partners we just rescued are the best First Corps members. They understand how precious and hard-won freedom is." Xiaoming also showed great admiration. "This plan is highly feasible. There are still many capable people hiding around the world. A safe and reliable alliance will be a great hope for them." The discussion grew more passionate, and a grand plan gradually took shape amid the excitement. The Gu estate was about to become the starting point that could change the fate of the entire world. "We need a strong name," Lin Weiwei said with tears of excitement in her eyes, smiling. "A name that represents eternal hope and precious freedom." Tianyu and Tian Xin looked at each other and smiled, speaking in unison. "Freedom Alliance! Freedom Alliance!" Gu Chenyu repeated this powerful name, slowly clenched his fist with veins bulging.
Yes.
"Let's call it the Freedom Alliance." At this moment, a historic and great decision was born. The Freedom Alliance, a powerful organization dedicated to protecting all special abilities and fighting against dark control, was officially established. In the days that followed, the Gu estate became a busy base full of hope and energy. The rescued ability users quickly recovered and eagerly joined the Alliance's construction. Everyone had their painful stories and scars, but now they shared a common glorious goal, defending their hard-won precious freedom. Uncle Li and his brother Li Ming finally reconciled. Although Li Ming still needed time to heal his physical and emotional wounds, their brotherly bond was miraculously reborn. They became important strategic advisors for the Alliance, providing invaluable intelligence. Zhao Ming was responsible for building a global intelligence network. With many years of experience, a detailed intelligence system covering the world quickly took shape and began to operate. The most surprising and shocking were Tianyu and Tianxian. They are not only symbols of the Alliance's spirit, but also its practical core support. The power of the Dragonborn shows an unprecedented special talent, being able to keenly sense the location of other ability users and even magically soothe and strengthen their abilities' stability. "That's incredible," a European ability user exclaimed, trembling with excitement. "Just by being near them, my rage ability becomes gentle and controllable. It's like a miracle from the gods." This phenomenon made the Gu family realize that the children's value far exceeds what they had imagined. They are not only strong individuals but also shining beacons that can lead and inspire the entire special community. As the Alliance's reputation quickly spread, ability users from around the world came to join. Some were fugitives fleeing from crazy pursuers, others were loners hiding their identities for decades, and some, like the Gu family, represented ancient bloodlines. The Free Alliance grew rapidly into a powerful international organization. The Gu family estate could no longer hold all the passionate members, so they decisively decided to build a dedicated Alliance headquarters in the center of Cloud City. "This is a new beginning," Gu Qinyu said, standing in front of the grand headquarters under construction, his eyes burning with hope. Not only to fight against the darkness of the Watchers, but also to create a bright world where all ability users can breathe freely. Lin Weiwei tightly held his hand, her eyes shining with the same fiery passion. "And all this great journey begins with our two amazing children." She looked toward Tianyu and Tianxin, who were happily playing with other children nearby, feeling endless pride and deep love as a mother. However, just as the Alliance was thriving and reaching new heights, a dangerous shadow was quietly approaching. "Urgent report." Zhao Ming rushed into the meeting room, his face pale and his voice twisted with fear. "Watchers have detected all our actions. They are mobilizing terrifying resources to launch a destructive, deadly strike against the Alliance." The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly froze like the Arctic ice. "What exactly is happening?" Gu Qinyu demanded immediately, his muscles tensing. "They sent out the most terrifying scavenger special team," Zhao Ming said heavily, "to eliminate all unstable factors." And he hesitated. "The team leader has a terrifying special ability that can specifically counter the Dragonborn's power." This news hit like a cold wave, freezing everything instantly. Restraining the dragon's power? That means Tianyu and Tianxin will face extreme danger. "Activate the highest security plan immediately," Gu Zhenhua ordered loudly, "especially protect the children closely." No matter the cost, but Tianyu remained calm and confident. "Grandpa, don't worry. I believe every power has its limits." And he exchanged a smile with his sister, their eyes shining with wisdom beyond their age. "We are not fighting alone. We have the entire Freedom Alliance backing us." Tianxin nodded firmly, her voice strong like steel. "My brother is right. Fear only makes the enemy more arrogant. We must trust each other and believe that unity is our greatest strength." The brave courage of the two children reignited everyone's fighting spirit. Yes, they are no longer lonely fighters. The Freedom Alliance has grown into a strong, warm family. Then, Gu Qinyu suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with fierce determination. "Let's prepare fully and face this ultimate test." The crisis approached like dark clouds, but the light of hope shone even brighter. All members of the Freedom Alliance stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to face any challenge. In this coming epic storm, Tianyu and Tianxin will continue to write their own brilliant legend in their unique and magical way. From being persecuted to building a safe home, from isolation to global support, the great journey of the Gu family and the Freedom Alliance has just begun. The most exciting adventures and challenges are waiting ahead for them to conquer bravely. The morning at the Gu family estate was filled with an unprecedented, joyful atmosphere. Golden sunlight broke through the mist like holy light, shining on the carefully decorated garden. The air was filled with delicate floral scents and sweet anticipation, as if even the breeze was singing softly. Today was the sacred day for Tianyu and Tianxin to officially recognize their ancestors. The entire estate was busy with happiness. Servants moved like butterflies, decorating every corner with elegance and warmth. The long red carpet, as bright as blood, stretched from the main house door to the grand ceremony platform in the garden. Flowers in full bloom and delicate decorations lined both sides. Every detail showed how much the Gu family valued this important moment. Be careful. Adjust the crystal wreath 1 centimeter to the left. Uncle Lee personally oversaw the setup with great care, wearing a rare bright smile. Today is a very special day. We can't afford any small mistake. Everything must be perfect. Gu Zhenhua and Su Wanrong woke up early and dressed carefully. The elderly couple wore formal, elegant clothes, their faces shining with happiness. Every wrinkle around their eyes was filled with joy. Su Wanrong gently fixed her husband's tie, her voice trembling with excitement. Finally, the day has come. Our precious grandson and granddaughter are finally returning to the Gu family in a grand way. I've been waiting for this moment for 5 whole years. Gu Zhenhua held his wife's hand tightly, tears shining in his eyes.
Yes.
We've waited so long for this day. Every time I think about our children being away from home, my heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. In the luxurious master bedroom, the atmosphere was even warmer and more touching. Lin Weiwei was dressing the children in beautiful, expensive little outfits, Tianyu in a handsome, handcrafted black suit, making him look like a little prince, Tianxin in a lovely, custom-made white princess dress, with crystals on the hem sparkling like stars under the light. Mom, my heart is beating so fast and I feel so nervous, Tianxin whispered softly, clutching her dress tightly, her fingertips turning white. Will many people come to see us today? Will they like us? Lin Weiwei gently kissed her daughter's forehead, her voice soft enough to melt ice. Don't be afraid, my dear. The people coming today truly love you. They just want to share our family's great happiness and joy. Although Tianyu tried to stay calm and didn't speak, his straight posture and tightly pressed lips showed he was nervous. Gu Chenyu walked over steadily, squatting down to look at his son with deep affection. Remember, you are the greatest pride and honor of the Gu family. Today, just be your true, happy self. You don't need to worry about anything else. Dad, Tianyu softly asked, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. After the adoption ceremony, are we truly part of the Gu family? Won't others call us wild children? Gu Chenyu's heart suddenly ached painfully. He tightly embraced his son in his warm, broad arms and spoke hoarsely. You have always been part of the family, from the moment you were born. You are the most precious treasures of the Gu family. Today, everyone will know this undeniable fact. Anyone who dares to say otherwise, Dad will not let them get away with it. Lin Weiwei also tearfully hugged the children, her voice trembling with emotion.
Yes.
We love you deeply, not because you are part of the Gu family, but because you are you. You are our precious ones whom we will protect with our lives. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Xiaoming peeked in with a warm smile. Are you all ready? The guests have arrived and the ceremony is about to begin. Many important people are here today. In a large garden of the Gu estate, the space was filled with social elites and distinguished guests from all walks of life. There were powerful business leaders, influential politicians, and more importantly, loyal members of the Free Alliance, those special ability users miraculously saved by Tianyu and Tianxin. Everyone wore their finest clothes, with sincere blessings and gratitude on their faces. When the Gu family appeared at the end of the red carpet like royalty, the entire scene erupted in thunderous applause. Many people stood up excitedly, tears of emotion in their eyes. Gu Zhenhua and Su Wanrong led the way, holding hands with proud, steady steps, each stride exuding family dignity and honor. Behind them were Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei, each holding tightly to Tianyu and Tianxin's small hands. The family of 4 looked beautiful in the sunlight, like a painting. The 2 children shone especially brightly today. Tianyu's suit was neat and stylish, his serious expression mixed with the innocence and cuteness of a child. Tianxin's princess dress sparkled in the sunlight like angel wings, her sweet smile melting even the coldest hearts. The applause continued like a rushing tide, with many eyes filled with tears of emotion. This moment was so beautiful and precious, as if time itself had stopped. On the magnificent ceremony stage, the Gu family's old butler served as the master of ceremonies. He cleared his throat, his voice strong and serious. "Dear guests and friends, today we are honored to gather here to witness a very important and historic moment, the grand ceremony of Gu Tianyu and Gu Tianxin officially recognizing their family roots." More applause erupted like thunder, along with sincere joy, cheers, and blessings. Gu Zhenhua walked forward steadily, his gaze sharp as he looked over everyone. His voice was steady and powerful, like a bell. "Thank you all for taking the time to come. Today, we not only welcome Tianyu and Tianxin back into the Gu family, but also proudly declare to the world, our family will always protect these two children and all that is good and just." He turned to the children, his eyes suddenly soft and full of love. "Tianyu, Tianxin, come here to Grandpa. Let me have a good look at you." The two children obediently stepped forward, holding hands tightly for encouragement. Gu Zhenhua took two exquisite family certificates from the old butler and solemnly handed them to the children as if making a promise. "This is your proof of identity. From today, your names will be officially written in the Gu family genealogy. You are rightful heirs of the Gu family." Tianyu and Tianxin carefully took the heavy certificates, their faces filled with unprecedented seriousness and respect. Next, Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei also stepped forward with deep affection. Gu Chenyu knelt down to look at the children with love. "Daddy wants to tell you, the surname doesn't matter. What matters is that we are a family. No matter what your names are, you are the most loved children of Mommy and Daddy. You are our life." Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled with tears like diamonds. "Yes, we love you, not because you are part of the Gu family, but because you are you. And you are the precious ones we want to protect with everything we have." At that moment, Tianxin suddenly spoke, her voice clear and bright like a silver bell but firm as steel. "But we like being Gu family children, because Grandpa is in the Gu family." Just as the ceremony was reaching an unexpected interruption occurred. There was a commotion at the gate of the estate. Uncle Li quickly approached Gu Zhenhua and whispered something. Gu Zhenhua's face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Let them in," he softly told Uncle Li, then turned to everyone. "It seems we have some special guests today." Everyone's eyes turned toward the gate. Surprisingly, the person who entered was Lin Weiwei's long-lost biological mother and stepfather. Lin Weiwei's face instantly turned pale, and she instinctively held Gu Chenyu's hand tightly. Her relationship with her mother had been strained for many years because of misunderstandings and her stepfather's manipulation. "Weiwei." Lin's mother's eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling. "We saw the news. We wanted to come and send our blessings." The stepfather stood nearby, looking complicated but no longer proud. "Weiwei, we're sorry. It was our fault before. You've found true happiness, and we are happy for you." This unexpected reconciliation made the atmosphere more touching. Many guests couldn't help but wipe away tears. Tianyu and Tianxin exchanged glances, then stepped forward and took their grandmother's hand. "Grandma, welcome to our family reunion." This innocent gesture broke down the last barrier. Lin's mother knelt down, holding the two children and crying uncontrollably. "Good children. It's all my fault." Lin Weiwei watched the scene, and the last wall in her heart melted away. She stepped forward softly and said, "Mom, let's forget the past. What matters is now." Mother and daughter embraced and cried, finally resolving years of emotional knots. This unexpected turn made the family reunion more complete and meaningful. After the ceremony, the Gu family held a warm family feast. There were close friends, relatives, and even some friends with special abilities. People from different backgrounds sat together, sharing food and stories, creating a happy and harmonious atmosphere. In a corner of the banquet, Alexander approached Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei. "Congratulations. Today's ceremony moved me deeply. I saw the best qualities of humanity, love, acceptance, and reconciliation. Thank you, Gu Chenyu said sincerely. Actually, you've also taught us a lot about courage, perseverance, and that differences don't mean opposition. Lin Weiwei nodded in agreement. Yes. Maybe this is the greatest gift Tianyu and Tianqin have given us, learning to see the world from different perspectives. He raised his glass. To family, understanding, and a more accepting world. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone responded together, creating a lively and warm atmosphere. As night fell, guests gradually left. The Gu family stood on the balcony, gazing at the stars. Today was truly perfect, Su Wanrong said emotionally. All regrets have been made up for, and all love has been returned. Gu Zhenhua put his arm around his wife's shoulder.
Yes.
After so much, we finally feel complete. But this is just the beginning. The road ahead is long. Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei exchanged smiles, holding hands tightly. Tianyu and Tianqin leaned on their parents, looking at the stars with bright eyes full of hope for the future. Mom and Dad, Tianqin suddenly said, I feel very happy today. But the happiest part is that we know this happiness is real and tested. Tianyu nodded. Like the stars, true happiness can withstand time and still shine in the dark. Lin Weiwei gently kissed her children on the foreheads. You're right, my dear. A real family isn't without storms, but after the rain, we stay close and strong. On this starry night, the Goof family felt closer than ever. The family reunion was not just a formality, but a farewell to past hardships and a promise for a better future. No one knew that this seemingly perfect night was actually just the beginning of a bigger story. When family bonds grow stronger and love is officially recognized, they will face a broader world and greater responsibilities. But for tonight, the Gu family's main focus was to enjoy this moment of happiness and completeness. True strength comes from love in the heart and family around us. The golden glow of the family reunion ceremony had not yet faded, and the Gu estate was filled with warm silence. The moonlight poured like silver onto the terrace, stretching Lin Weiwei's shadow long across the ground. The days of celebration had left her tired in body and mind, but her inner unease was like a rising tide. The night breeze gently brushed her cheeks, carrying the sweet scent of roses. She took a deep breath, savoring this rare moment of peace, even as her thoughts tangled like a ball of yarn. Gu Chenyu's voice came from behind, and his warm palm gently rested on her shoulder. A soft cashmere shawl fell over her, and he said, You've worked hard these days. Lin Weiwei leaned into his embrace. The familiar scent of cedar made her feel safe, but her decision was firm like a rock. Chenyu, I have something to discuss with you. Gu Chenyu quickly sensed something unusual in her tone. His slender fingers gently stroked her hair. What is it? Is something bothering you? She turned to face him. Under the moonlight, her eyes shone like stars. About remarriage. I think we shouldn't rush it for now, okay? This sentence hit Gu Chenyu like a thunderclap. He stared at her in disbelief.
Why?
Weiwei, we've gone through life and death tests, and the children have accepted their roots. What else is stopping us? Exactly because we've been through so much. Lin Weiwei's voice was soft but firm. Chenyu, I love you. My feelings haven't changed. But marriage is not just about loving each other. She walked to the railing and looked at the shimmering lake in the distance. The wounds from 5 years ago have healed, but the scars are still there. I need time to truly and completely trust, not just you, but myself, so I won't run away again out of fear. Gu Chenyu stepped closer, full of concern in his eyes. I understand your worries. But Weiwei, we can face this together. You don't have to carry it alone. That's exactly the point. Lin Weiwei turned to face him, tears flickering in her eyes but her tone steady. In the past 5 years, I learned to be independent, to rely on myself. Now I need to find a balance, maintaining my independence while fully trusting and relying on you. It will take time. She held his hand, feeling the warmth of their palms pressed together, which made her feel at ease. I'm not rejecting you, Chenyu. I'm just being responsible for our future marriage. I want us to be two complete people standing side by side when we truly unite. Her words made Gu Chenyu deeply think. He understood that Lin Weiwei's worries were valid. Rushing into remarriage might cause hidden problems. How long do you need? He finally asked, his voice full of respect. Lin Weiwei smiled gratefully. I can't say exactly, but I think we can start by dating again, getting to know each other like normal couples. When we both feel ready, then we can walk into marriage. This proposal made Gu Chenyu's eyes light up with curiosity. He gently embraced her and said, Okay, I respect your decision. So, shall we start? Officially dating from tomorrow? Lin Weiwei smiled through her tears and said, Sounds good. But we need to pass the kids' approval first. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and danced on the elegant breakfast table. Gu Chenyu solemnly announced this decision to the whole family, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Mom did the right thing. Tianxin was the first to jump up and clap, her face blushing with excitement. Love is like our dragon power. It needs time to grow and reach perfect harmony. Tianyu pushed up his non-existent glasses and analyzed seriously. From a developmental psychology perspective, the mother's choice fully aligns with post-trauma growth theory. Rebuilding trust takes time and effort, and the father should fully support this. Gu Zhenhua and Su Wanrong looked at each other and smiled, full of pride. Su Wanrong gently held Lin Weiwei's hand and said, Child, you have truly grown up. Understanding how to take responsibility for your happiness is the most precious part of growing up. We fully support you. Gu Zhenhua patted his son's shoulder firmly and said in a deep voice, Chenyu, this is a test for you. Show Weiwei with your actions that you are worthy of her trust and lifelong commitment. Thus, the Gu family estate staged a warm, love advisor show. Gu Chenyu officially began to pursue Lin Weiwei, and the whole family became their wise counselors. On a weekend afternoon, their first date arrived as planned. Gu Chenyu carefully planned a trip to the art museum because he remembered Lin Weiwei's love for art had never changed. Remember, our first date was also at the art museum, he said, driving a Maybach with a gentle smile. You stood in front of Monet's water lilies for an hour, saying the colors reminded you of summer in childhood. Lin Weiwei turned in surprise. You remember all these details. Everything about you is engraved in my heart, he said softly and deeply. Your favorite painting is Starry Night, and you love drinking hot chocolate at that corner cafe. That day, you wore a yellow dress, like a sunflower in full bloom. Feeling cherished, Lin Weiwei's heart warmed, but she reminded herself, this isn't just old love rekindled, it's a brand new beginning. In the quiet gallery of the art museum, they admired paintings and shared feelings like true lovers. Surprisingly, 5 years have subtly changed their taste in art, and this discovery feels new to both of them. You see art differently now, Gu Chenyu said thoughtfully, watching her. Before, you focus more on technique and composition, but now you can sense the emotions behind the painting. Lin Weiwei smiled softly. Because these 5 years have shaped me. Art reflects life, doesn't it? At the end of their date, in the cafe on the top floor of the art gallery, Gu Chenyu looked at her seriously. Are you happy today? Very happy, Lin Weiwei said with a sparkle in her eyes. But what makes me even happier is realizing we are both growing and becoming better. It makes me confident about our future. However, love is never smooth sailing. In the days that followed, they faced unexpected tests. One Friday evening, Lin Weiwei prepared a candlelit dinner carefully, but she waited long for Gu Chenyu, who never appeared. The clock struck 9, and the roses in the restaurant began to wither. Her old feelings of being abandoned resurfaced like a ghost. She wandered alone in the rose garden under the moonlight, her dress damp with night dew. Suddenly, Tianyu quietly came beside her, gently holding her hand. Is Mom sad? The little boy asked keenly, sensing her mood. Lin Weiwei sighed softly, her voice trembling. Not sad, just a little disappointed and scared. Tianyu nodded seriously. Because you remember the past? But Mom, Dad is really different now. He just called me, his voice was almost crying, saying a sudden meeting delay caused by an emergency, and he wanted to apologize to you in person. At that moment, blinding headlights cut through the night. Gu Chenyu's Maybach sped into view. He almost ran out of the car, clutching a rare blue iris, Lin Weiwei's favorite flower. Sorry, Weiwei, he panted, eyes burning with urgency. There was a technical problem with the international video conference, and then an urgent agenda came up. I should have told you earlier. That was my mistake. Seeing the sweat on his forehead and his anxious look, the ice in Lin Weiwei's heart slowly melted. She took the flower, still damp with dew, and softly said, I accept your apology. But, Chenyu, I don't want perfection. I want honest communication. When we make plans, I want to know where you are and what is happening. This small incident unexpectedly became an important turning point in their relationship. Gu Qingyu paid more attention to keeping promises and communicating promptly, while Lin Weiwei learned to honestly express her feelings instead of hiding her worries inside. One sunny weekend a month later, Gu Qingyu carefully planned a special family date. He took Lin Weiwei and the children to the biggest fantasy amusement park in Yundu, something Tianxin had been looking forward to for a long time. Watching the children smile happily on the carousel, with sunlight dancing in their hair, Gu Qingyu gently held Lin Weiwei's hand and said softly, You know, the thing I regret most over these 5 years is missing out on many precious moments like this. Lin Weiwei held his hand back, their palms touching warmly, and felt at ease. But now we have a chance to create new memories. What matters most is this moment and our future together. As the Ferris wheel slowly rose to the top of the city, Gu Qingyu suddenly knelt on one knee and took out a delicate velvet box from his pocket. Outside the cabin, the city's lights spread out like a starry river. Weiwei, I know you need time, and I completely respect that. He looked up at her, reflecting the glow of the city lights in his eyes. But I want to give you this. Not a wedding ring, but a symbol of my promise. He opened the box to reveal a pair of carefully designed necklaces, with pendants shaped like intertwined hearts that shimmered softly in the moonlight. This is the soul resonator that I and the children designed, his voice gentle like the night breeze. No matter how far apart we are, as long as you touch here, you can feel our heartbeat. It symbolizes that even if we are not together physically, our hearts will always beat in sync. Tears welled up in Lin Weiwei's eyes instantly. This gift was romantic and meaningful, but more importantly, it showed Gu Qinyu's respect for her needs, not rushing into marriage, but building a bridge of trust with care. She put the necklace on, her fingertips touching the pendant, and immediately heard Gu Qinyu's steady, strong heartbeat. The feeling of being closely connected filled her with warmth and a sense of safety she had never felt before. Thank you, Qinyu, she said softly, trembling with happiness. Thank you for understanding me so well and waiting patiently. On the way home, Tianxin excitedly pulled Tianyu aside and whispered, Brother, listen. Mom and Dad's heartbeats are now perfectly synchronized, like the harmonious resonance of a dragon's power. Tianyu adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining with wisdom, because they are recalibrating each other's life frequencies. This is the most beautiful form of love. Late at night, Lin Weiwei wrote in her diary, True trust is not forgetting the scars, but loving bravely despite them. True love is not a perfect fairy tale, but two imperfect people willing to become better for each other. She looked at the bright moon outside the window, feeling peaceful and hopeful. She knew that reuniting was only a matter of time, as they were slowly moving toward that happy ending in the right way. During this process, they not only rebuilt their love, but also found a better version of themselves. Perhaps this is the most precious gift time has given them, not just a simple reunion, but a rebirth after trials. For Lin Weiwei, the temporary decision not to remarry is a deep respect for marriage. She wants more than just a certificate. She seeks a true love that can stand the test of time. Gu Qinyu's patience and understanding, like gentle spring rain, slowly melted the last ice in her heart. When genuine trust is fully established, their marriage will be stronger and more beautiful than any fairy tale. Time flows like golden liquid, quietly slipping through the fingers of happiness. 3 months have passed since that warm family reunion ceremony. During this time, Gu Qinyu and Lin Weiwei's romantic moments have become the most touching scenery in the Gu family estate, filled with sweetness and growth every day. One weekend morning, Sunlight filtered through the mist onto the rose garden. Lin Weiwei sat alone on a swing entwined with wisteria, holding a fragrant cup of floral tea. Her gentle gaze followed a short distance. Gu Chenyu was patiently teaching Tianyu and Tianxin basketball skills. The laughter of father and children wove into the most beautiful melody in the morning light. Watching this warm scene, Lin Weiwei felt an unprecedented sense of peace and certainty. Every date, deep conversation, and even small misunderstandings and reconciliations over the past 3 months had been like carefully polished jade, slowly shaping the sturdy bridge of trust in her heart. Tianyu followed closely behind, still calm and mature like a young adult, but the excitement in his eyes was hard to hide. Dad's basketball skills are better than I expected. He said it's the result of hard training during college. Gu Chenyu walked over casually, beads of sweat on his forehead, smiling more brightly than the sunshine. What interesting topic are you talking about? Lin Weiwei stood up and handed him a soft towel, her eyes shining with a determined light. Chenyu, tonight, I want to have dinner alone with you. There are some important things I need to tell you. Gu Chenyu quickly sensed the seriousness in her tone and gently smiled. All right, leave everything to me. The dinner was carefully arranged in the glass greenhouse of the estate. As night fell, countless flowers quietly bloomed under the moonlight. Soft lighting and flickering candles created a dreamy atmosphere, filled with the rich scent of roses and tuberoses. When the last delicate dessert was served, Lin Weiwei took a deep breath and looked steadily at Gu Chenyu across from her. 3 months had passed, making him more patient and caring. More importantly, he had truly learned how to love someone. Chenyu, she spoke softly but with undeniable strength, thank you sincerely for these 3 months. Thank you for respecting my choices and for showing your change through every action. Gu Chenyu's warm hand covered hers, his eyes deep like the night sea. Don't thank me, Weiwei. Waiting for you is my honor because you deserve all the beauty in the world. I've witnessed your transformation and felt my own growth. Lin Weiwei continued, tears sparkling in her eyes but with a bright smile. The girl who was once afraid of getting hurt and couldn't fully trust is now ready. Ready to become your wife again and to build a bright future together. Gu Chenyu's eyes lit up with surprise, but he held back his excitement and asked seriously, Are you sure? Weiwei, I don't want you to feel any pressure. I am absolutely sure, she nodded firmly. This isn't a sudden impulse, but a well-thought-out decision. These 3 months of dating have made me realize that marriage isn't the end, but the start of a new journey. What matters is how we cherish it, not just a piece of paper. She held his hand sincerely. So, Mr. Gu Chenyu, are you willing to start over with me? This is not just a simple remarriage, but a true, fresh start to a marriage. Using everything we have learned, we will make it even better than we imagined. Gu Chenyu was so excited he almost cried, and he nodded heavily, holding her tightly in his arms.
Ido.
Weiwei, I want to spend my life proving that your choice is absolutely right. At that moment, the lights in the flower room suddenly shone as brightly as daylight. All the members of the Gu family and their special ability friends appeared happily, holding flowers and banners with good wishes. Everyone's face was full of happiness. Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Tianyu and Tianxin ran over first, each holding a delicate ring box. What is this? Lin Weiwei was surprised to find that inside the box were a pair of simple yet meaningful platinum rings, with special engravings of their unique heartbeat patterns on the inner circle. We designed these ourselves, Tianxin proudly announced. They perfectly blend with your heartbeats, symbolizing eternal synchronization. Tianyu pushed up his glasses and added, the material has been specially treated with our dragon blood power, so it will glow differently depending on your mood. Gu Zhenhua and Su Wanrong stepped forward hand in hand, with tears of happiness in their eyes. Congratulations, children. Seeing you find each other again in this way makes us happier than anything. Alexander, representing the Freedom Alliance, sent sincere blessings. We have witnessed the power of the most beautiful human emotions in you. This strength is far more powerful and moving than any special ability. This unexpected and warm celebration moved Lin Weiwei so much, she almost cried. She never thought that her whole family had already prepared everything perfectly for this important moment. That night, amid everyone's heartfelt wishes, Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei placed these special rings on each other's fingers and made solemn vows to start anew. However, just as the celebration reached its peak, Uncle Li hurried over to Gu Zhenhua's side, speaking in a low, serious voice. A shadow crossed Gu Zhenhua's face, but he quickly regained his usual calm. "Chenyu, Weiwei," he said to the newlyweds with a steady voice that reassured everyone, "there is an urgent situation that needs immediate attention. The Watchers organization has split into serious factions. Some radical groups are trying to seize power by force, which could pose an unprecedented threat to the global community of special ability users." Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei exchanged glances, both reflecting the same serious expression. However, they remained calm and nodded in understanding. "We need to hold an emergency strategic meeting immediately," Gu Chenyu decisively ordered. "Alexander, contact all core members of the Freedom Alliance now. Weiwei, you are responsible for communicating with our key allies in different countries. Tianyu, Tianxin." Lin Weiwei turned to the children with a firm yet gentle tone. "Your task is to ensure the absolute safety of Grandpa, Grandma, and the other guests." Remarkably, the two children showed no fear, and their eyes sparkled with excitement. "Don't worry, Mom. We have prepared a complete emergency plan. In the following hours, the Gu family estate transformed into an efficient temporary command center. Leaders with special abilities from around the world joined encrypted video conferences to discuss and develop detailed response strategies. Under the excellent leadership of Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei, the Freedom Alliance demonstrated impressive unity and execution. They not only successfully thwarted the radical Watchers' power grab plot, but also used this historic opportunity to promote the first global summit of special abilities. 3 months later, the milestone event, the first global summit of special abilities, was grandly held in Cloud City. Representatives from many countries gathered to sign the groundbreaking Yunda Declaration, establishing the basic rights and responsibilities of special ability users and creating a new system for international cooperation and oversight. Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei, as main initiators, delivered inspiring speeches at the summit. They emphasized that special abilities are not a measure of superiority or inferiority, but an essential part of human diversity, meant to promote peace and development worldwide. "Our strength is not for or oppression," Lin Weiwei declared confidently. "It is to protect the people we love and build a better world." Gu Chenyu added passionately, "True strength is not about destroying but creating, not about controlling others but protecting them." Their speeches received a standing ovation, with thunderous applause lasting long after. They pointed the way forward for the future of special ability users around the world. After the summit, the Gu family enjoyed a rare moment of peace. The crisis was fully resolved, and the Watchman organization underwent deep reforms. The Freedom Alliance became a widely recognized representative group in the international community. On a sunny afternoon, the whole family relaxed in the garden enjoying afternoon tea. Gu Zhenhua looked at his son and daughter-in-law with pride. "You did an excellent job. Not only did you resolve the crisis, but you also found a bright way forward for everyone." Su Wanrong gently held Lin Weiwei's hand and said sincerely, "Most importantly, you have rediscovered each other, laying a strong foundation for this family." Tianyu and Tianxin snuggled beside their parents. Tianxin whispered, "Mom and Dad, can we always be this happy and loving?" Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei looked at each other and smiled, then hugged their children. "Yes, dear. After many hardships, we learned the most important truth. Love and trust are the strongest powers in the world." Lin Weiwei added softly, "And family will always be our strongest support and warmest home." As the sunset cast a gentle, golden glow on the family, it painted a warm and everlasting picture of happiness. They knew that future challenges might come, but as long as they trusted and supported each other, nothing was impossible. A new beginning and an eternal promise. At dawn, Gu Chenyu stood in front of the full-length mirror in the wardrobe, showing rare signs of nervousness. His tall fingers hesitated over a row of high-end suits, but in the end, He chose a casual outfit with elegant tailoring, a dark gray cashmere sweater paired with matching trousers, blending the dignity of a CEO with a relaxed style suitable for a date. Dad looks so handsome today. Tianxin fluttered into the wardrobe like a little butterfly, her eyes shining as she looked at her father. Are you going on a date with Mom? Gu Chenyu bent down and picked up his daughter, a gentle smile on his lips. Yes, this is Dad and Mom's first formal date. Make sure Mom feels how much Dad cares. Tianxin secretly took out a delicate small box from her pocket. This is our secret weapon with my brother. Inside the box were 2 handcrafted brooches, heart-shaped designs made of silver wire, with tiny sparkling natural crystals in the center. This is blessed with the power of our dragon descendants. Tianyu appeared at the door unexpectedly, pushing up his glasses as he explained. They emit different lights depending on the wearer's mood. When happy, they glow warm orange. When excited, they turn romantic pink. Gu Chenyu carefully took the brooch, his eyes full of emotion. Thank you, my dear. Dad will cherish this gift. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei was also lost in sweet worries in her room. Her wardrobe was full of clothes spread across her bed, but she felt none of them suited this new beginning date. This one is too formal, like going to a meeting. This one is too casual, not showing enough importance. She gestured at herself in the mirror, laughing at her nervousness. Even though it's not our first date, I still feel like a little girl. In the end, she chose a light purple dress with delicate dark embroidery on the hem, which complemented her fair skin without being too fancy. She deliberately styled her long hair in a loose updo, revealing her graceful neck, and wore a pair of small pearl earrings, her first gift from Gu Chenyu many years ago. When Gu Chenyu's car arrived precisely at the door, Lin Weiwei took a deep breath, feeling both excited and nervous as she descended the stairs. He stood in the morning light, holding a special bouquet. Not the usual roses, but a mix of elegant lily of the valley, fresh small freesia, and a few olive branches, symbolizing purity, happiness, and peace. To my goddess, he handed her the bouquet, his gaze gentle enough to drown in. I hope you like this way of starting over. Lin Weiwei took the flowers, the elegant scent filling her nose, and the brooch on her chest softly glowed with warm orange light. It's very thoughtful. I like it. Gu Chenyu gallantly opened the car door for her. Inside, a faint cedar scent filled the air, and soft jazz music played. He carefully adjusted the air conditioning and handed her a thermos. This is a homemade osmanthus latte. Remember, you love this. The car slowly drove out of the Gu family estate. Lin Weiwei looked at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window and asked, Where are we going? Top secret. Gu Chenyu winked mysteriously. Give me a chance to prepare a perfect date for you. Their first stop was a private botanical garden on the outskirts of Yun City. In the early morning, the light fog had not yet lifted. The garden was filled with rare plants, each covered in sparkling dew, and the air was fresh with the scent of grass and trees. Here is my mother's favorite place, Gu Chenyu softly explained. She always said that plants understand more about growth and change than people do. He led Lin Weiwei through the flower paths, introducing each plant as if he knew them well. This is the glow orchid, which only blooms under moonlight. That is a 1,000-year-old tea tree. They say drinking its tea can bring peace to the mind. Lin Weiwei was surprised to find that this usually decisive business leader had such deep knowledge of plants. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to have this side, she joked, noticing the faint pink glow of her brooch. Gu Chenyu stopped and looked at her seriously. Today, I am not just Gu Chenyu, the boss. Weiwei, I want you to see the full me. Not only the businessman, but also a man who learns flower arranging, studies plants, and secretly practices cooking for someone he loves. His honesty warmed Lin Weiwei's heart. She reached out and took his arm. All right then, Mr. Gu Chenyu, please continue to show me your secret garden. They enjoyed breakfast inside a glass greenhouse deep in the botanical garden. A white linen tablecloth covered the long table, and delicate porcelain dishes held freshly baked croissants, fruit salad, and warm scrambled eggs. These are all made by me, Gu Chenyu admitted a little shyly. They may not be as good as Michelin-starred chefs, but they are made to your taste. Lin Weiwei took a bite of the scrambled eggs, her eyes lighting up. How did you know I like mushrooms and cheese? Over the past 3 months, I secretly noted all your preferences, he smiled gently. The temperature of your favorite flower tea, your preferred level of sweetness, even that you always peel your fruit. Her heart was touched by his thoughtfulness, and she couldn't help but quietly eat her breakfast. The pink glow of her brooch had become bright and cheerful. After breakfast, Gu Qingyu took her to the highest point of the botanical garden, a viewing platform wrapped in vines. From here, they could see the entire city of Yun, with its tall skyscrapers shining in the morning light. 5 years ago, we crossed paths here, Gu Qingyu softly said. You were sketching, and I was just here to inspect the land. You may not remember, but I have never forgotten the girl who loved to draw. Lin Weiwei was surprised and widened her eyes. So that was you. I remember that day a handsome man interrupted my drawing, and I almost messed up my picture. They looked at each other and smiled, as if time had overlapped in that moment. Gu Qingyu naturally took her hand, gently rubbing her palm with his fingertips. So today I brought you here to tell you, some relationships are meant to be. Their second stop was a quiet alley in the old part of Yun City. It kept the look of the past, with cobblestone streets and small interesting shops on both sides. When I was a child, my mother often brought me here, Gu Qingyu said with a nostalgic look. She said the real taste of Yun City is hidden in these old alleys. He took Lin Weiwei to try the local foods, freshly cooked pan-fried buns, sweet rice wine balls, and even sugar paintings sold by an old lady on the street. I never thought the CEO Gu would sit on the street and eat sugar paintings, Lin Weiwei said, holding up her butterfly-shaped sugar art and laughing like a child. If the media saw this, the headlines tomorrow would be exciting. Gu Qingyu didn't mind and licked his dragon-shaped sugar art. Being with someone you like makes everything happy. In the afternoon, they went to a small bookstore hidden on a rooftop. You could read books there, or even make your own. I want to make a special book for our new beginning, Gu Qingyu said seriously. The first page we write together. Lin Weiwei was touched and gently touched the raised words. This is the most thoughtful gift I've ever received. In the evening, Gu Qingyu took her to the city's Ferris wheel. The sunset painted the sky in bright gold and red, and the whole city slowly spread out beneath them. As the Ferris wheel reached its highest point, Gu Qingyu took a small box from his pocket. Although we have started again, I still want to do this properly. Lin Weiwei's eyes filled with tears of emotion. Just as she was about to answer, she suddenly noticed a flash of light nearby. It looks like someone is taking photos. She instinctively frowned. Gu Qingyu immediately became alert but soon relaxed. Maybe other visitors. Don't let this small distraction ruin our special moment. He looked at her again with deep affection. So, what's your answer? Lin Weiwei smiled and held out her hand.
Ido.
Gu Qingyu, let's fall in love all over again. He placed the ring on her finger, and they embraced and kissed at the top of the Ferris wheel, bathed in a golden sunset glow. For a moment, time seemed to stand still for them. But what they didn't know was that the flash of light was not accidental. On the rooftop of a building across the street, a man wearing a baseball cap was happily checking the photos on his camera. Dozens of clear close-ups, from the tender hand-holding in the botanical garden to the romantic proposal on the Ferris wheel. Every sweet moment was perfectly captured. Now this will be big news. The man chuckled sinisterly as he made a call. The CEO of Gu Corporation and a single mother's romantic date. Tomorrow's headlines are set. That night, when Gu Qingyu took Lin Weiwei back to the Gu estate, they were still immersed in the sweet atmosphere of their date. Today is the best day of my life, Lin Weiwei whispered at the door. Thank you, Qingyu. Gu Qingyu gently kissed her forehead. It's just the beginning, my girl. From now on, I will make sure every day is as happy as today. They parted ways reluctantly, unaware that a few hours later, their sweet date would become the hottest topic in the city. In the early morning, the biggest gossip media in Yun City, Star News, released a series of explosive photos across all platforms with a sensational caption, Secret Romance Exposed. CEO of Gu Corporation dating single mother, romantic proposal on the Ferris wheel. The photos are very clear and capture the couple's intimate moments from different angles. Gu Qingyu gently looking at Lin Weiwei while fixing her hair, the two sharing a sweet smile over sugar art, and most importantly, the close-up of the marriage proposal on the Ferris wheel, the ring shining brightly in the sunset. When the news broke, it caused a big stir. People on social media had many different opinions. Wow, President Gu is really with that single mother. Isn't she the project manager from Gu Corporation before? Workplace gossip confirmed, but they look so sweet together. The proposal on the Ferris wheel is so romantic. They're from different worlds. It won't last long. Some even dug into Lin Weiwei's background as a single mother, saying, pregnant before marriage, now climbing into a wealthy family. This woman is really clever. The next morning, Lin Weiwei woke up to a flood of messages. She opened the news and saw the photos taken secretly and the harsh comments, her face turning pale instantly. Gu Chenyu called just in time. Weiwei, did you see the news? Don't worry, I will handle everything. His voice was calm, but Lin Weiwei could hear the anger behind it. How could this happen? We were so careful. It was professional paparazzi, Gu Chenyu said coldly. I've already asked the lawyers to deal with it. But Weiwei, this might bring a lot of unwanted attention and stress. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. It's okay, Chenyu. Since we've decided to start over, we have to face these things. I'm just worried it might affect the children. At that moment, Tianyu and Tianxin knocked on the door. The children looked excited rather than scared. Mom and Dad are in the news, Tianxin said, holding a tablet. The photos are so beautiful. Tianyu pushed up his glasses, looking serious. I tracked the IP address that posted the news and found out who took the photos. Do you want me to take further action? Seeing the children's reactions, Lin Weiwei suddenly felt that everything wasn't so scary anymore. She crouched down and hugged them. Thank you, my dear. But this is something Mom and Dad will handle, okay? Gu Chenyu came to her room and saw that she had regained her composure. He looked at her with admiration and said, You're stronger than I thought, because this is not just about us. Lin Weiwei looked at him firmly. It also involves the children and the entire Gu family. Chenyu, I am ready. Let's face this public opinion storm together. Gu Chenyu held her hand, and their wedding rings reflected in the morning light.
Good.
Let the whole world see how amazing the woman I chose is. But neither of them expected that this was just the beginning of the storm. As the news continued to spread, more hidden secrets about Lin Weiwei's past were uncovered by some people, and even doubts about the twins' origins arose. At this moment, the two of them smiled at each other without knowing that they were about to face a much more complicated public opinion war. This war would truly test their determination and feelings to start over. At 11 o'clock at night, the study in the Gu family estate was brightly lit, like daytime. Gu Chenyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the moonlight. His fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging, and every knuckle was white from exertion, revealing his intense anger inside. Is it clear now? His voice was as cold as a sharpened ice blade, especially intimidating in the quiet night. I want to know who is behind all this. No detail can be overlooked. Assistant Chen stood nearby, looking serious. We've traced it to a public relations company under the Lu Group, but they are very discreet. They use 7 layers of overseas agents, and the money flow has been cleaned multiple times. They are very professional, not just ordinary business rivals. Lu Zixuan. Gu Chenyu sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes like a predator hunting in the dark. It's him. After 5 years, he still uses such low tricks, like a rat hiding in the gutter, avoiding the light. Lin Weiwei sat on the sofa. Although her face was pale, her eyes were very determined. She unconsciously rubbed the edge of her teacup. The most important thing now is to control the public opinion. We can't let it spread like a virus and affect Gu Corporation stock price and employee morale. We must act immediately. I've already called an emergency meeting with the PR department. Gu Chenyu turned around. When his gaze fell on her, his tone softened a little. But this time, it's not simple. Lu Zixuan chose to cause trouble at this moment, seizing the perfect opportunity. There was probably a more sneaky plan behind it. Mom, don't be afraid. Tianyu ran in holding a tablet, his face serious like a much older child. I've set up a real-time public opinion monitoring system. It can accurately track trending topics and the activities of online trolls. Every move they make is in my view. He quickly operated the tablet, and complex data streams and animated charts appeared on the screen. Currently, negative comments make up 67%, but only 23% are from real users. The rest are professional trolls trying to stir trouble. The most common keywords are scheming woman, using a child to get ahead, and mismatched backgrounds, which shows this is an organized smear campaign. Gu Chenyu squatted down to meet his son's eyes, gently patting his head with a rare soft voice. "You did very well, my little genius. But from now on, let Dad handle this, okay?" "Dad won't let anyone hurt Mom." Tianyu nodded seriously, full of trust. "I can help monitor the data and find any problems quickly. If they want to hurt Mom, they have to get past me first." At 2 a.m., in the top conference room of the GU Group, all the public relations team was present. The atmosphere was heavy, like the calm before a storm. Everyone looked tense and worried. The trending topics have lasted 6 hours, with over 300 million views and more than 5 million discussions, the PR director said grimly, voice dry. Negative opinions are spreading about GU Group's image. Some shareholders are already worried, and the stock overseas has slightly dropped. Gu Chenyu sat calmly at the head of the table, his expression cold and frightening. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. "What's our response? I want solutions, not just problems. Normally, we'd issue a statement to clarify, but that has limited effect." The director hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
And
Manager Lin's position is sensitive. If we handle it badly, it might confirm the rumors and give our opponents more reasons to attack. Lin suddenly stood up, her eyes sharp and clear, voice firm. "I have an idea that might completely change the situation." Everyone's attention was on her, some surprised, some doubtful, and some hopeful. Avoidance and denial cannot solve problems. "The more you hide, the more guilty you seem," she said as she walked to the conference table, glancing at everyone present. "Since they say I used my child to get ahead and that I am unworthy of Gu Chenyu, I will stand proudly and prove myself with my strength. I will show that I deserve everything I have now and that I am worthy of Gu Chenyu's love." Gu Chenyu's eyes showed clear admiration and pride. "Details? I want to hear the specifics. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we will hold a global press conference," Lin Weiwei said clearly and confidently, every word firm. "I will attend in person and not avoid any tough questions. I will also reveal all my achievements at GU Corporation over the past 5 years, using facts and data to speak for myself, so those rumors will be exposed." "That's too risky," the director immediately objected, almost shouting. "The reporter's questions will be sharp and harsh. If she makes one mistake, it could be disastrous." "No risks," Gu Chenyu interrupted him, his gaze intense as he looked at Lin Weiwei as if she were a precious treasure. "I believe in her more than I believe in myself. We will proceed with this plan. I will attend personally, so everyone can see what kind of future mistress GU Corporation has." The conference room fell silent. Everyone was shocked by this bold and daring decision, but seeing Gu Chenyu's firm eyes and Lin Weiwei's confident stance, their doubts gradually turned into trust. At 9 a.m. the next day, at the GU Corporation press conference, over 100 media outlets prepared with cameras and microphones, the atmosphere tense like a battlefield. Flashlights flickered rapidly, almost blinding everyone. When Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei calmly entered the venue holding hands, the crowd erupted in excitement. Reporters, sensing an opportunity, asked sharp and harsh questions. "Manager Lin, what is your opinion on the rumor that you used your child to get ahead? Is this your shortcut to the top of GU Corporation? Mr. Gu, have you considered how this relationship might affect GU's stock price? Do shareholders support your decision? There are rumors that you forced Mr. Gu to take responsibility using your child. Is this true? Please answer honestly." "Before answering your malicious questions, I want to announce something." His voice echoed through the hall via microphone, deep and commanding. "Starting today, Ms. Lin Weiwei officially takes the position of Vice President of the GU Group, responsible for overseas expansion and strategic investments. This is not because of our relationship, but because she truly deserves this role." The audience was stunned. "Vice President? That is a top management position in the GU Group, second only to Gu Chenyu. Regarding the silly rumor that I used my son to get ahead, Gu Chenyu continued, his voice cold and sharp. I want to know what kind of mind could come up with such a vicious lie. 5 years ago, I was the one pursuing Wei Wei, proposing to her, loving her so much I couldn't let go. Because of some misunderstandings, we were apart for 5 years. Now, we've decided to start over, that's all. He turned to look at Lin Weiwei, his eyes gentle yet firm, like a dragon guarding a treasure. As for whether I am worthy or not, Lin Weiwei took the microphone, her voice clear and confident, like pure crystal colliding. Let me answer that myself. I don't need anyone to prove my worth because my strength is the best proof. She stepped forward, and the big screen behind her lit up instantly, showing her impressive achievements over the past 5 years. This is my Southeast Asia market expansion plan, increasing market share from 5% to 22% in 3 years, setting an industry record. This is my leading smart home project, with a 35% annual revenue growth and winning an International Innovation Award. This is my successful negotiation of European acquisition, saving the GU Group $1.2 billion in costs. One impressive achievement after another left the reporters stunned. Their difficult questions got stuck in their throats, and some even lowered their heads in shame. If these achievements are called using my son to get ahead, Lin Weiwei smiled slightly, her eyes sharp as a blade, sweeping over every reporter present. Then I am curious, what about you? Do you rely on rumors, malicious guesses, or trampling on others' efforts and dignity? The hall fell silent, only the clicking of camera shutters echoing awkwardly. Suddenly, an unwilling reporter pressed on. But all these achievements were made within the GU Group. Who can prove that Gu Zhong wasn't helping behind the scenes? Maybe these projects were originally Gu Zhong's, just with your name on them. I can prove it. A loud and commanding voice came from the back of the venue. Everyone was surprised and turned around to see several important business leaders appearing at the door. Leading them was Mr. Chen, Southeast Asia's richest man. He leaned on a cane and confidently walked onto the stage. I have seen and experienced Manager Lin's abilities myself, Mr. Chen said loudly, with bright eyes. 3 years ago, she came alone to Southeast Asia and convinced me to work with the Gu family with a perfect, flawless plan. At that time, I didn't know her connection to Mr. Gu. I only knew that this young girl has an amazing business mind and great negotiation skills. Other big bosses also spoke up, full of praise. When Manager Lin negotiated our smart home project, she asked our technical team so many questions they couldn't answer. In the end, they happily signed the contract. For expanding into overseas markets, she traveled alone to 17 countries. Her determination and perseverance make even experienced people like me feel ashamed. If all talented people like her had to rely on connections to get ahead, there would be no real talent in business. The reporters looked increasingly uncomfortable. Their prepared tough questions were no longer useful, and some even started secretly deleting negative reports they had written. After the press conference, Gu Chenyu held Lin Weiwei's hand as they returned to the office. When he closed the door, he suddenly pulled her into a tight hug, with such strength that it almost seemed like he wanted to merge her into his bones and blood.
Today,
You were so amazing it made me feel proud and a little worried. His voice was a bit hoarse with a slight trembling. I am proud of you, Weiwei. You are my pride. Lin Weiwei leaned into his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat and warm body. She softly said, actually every second I was on stage, my legs were trembling. But thinking of you and the children gave me endless courage. I want to deserve your love and be worthy of the children's pride. There won't be a next time. Gu Chenyu's eyes turned cold, like a Siberian cold front. Since Lu Zixuan dared to make a move, he will pay a painful price. I will make him understand what happens to anyone who hurts my woman. At that moment, Assistant Chen knocked on the door, looking excited. Mr. Gu, the public opinion has completely turned around. The top trending topic is Lin Weiwei's impressive comeback, followed by Mr. Gu confidently protecting his wife. Your personal Weibo followers have increased by over 3 million, and everyone is praising you as a real man. Manager Lin is a goddess. Tianyu also ran in holding a tablet, a victorious smile on his face.
Dad.
I've traced the final source of the online trolls. It's an overseas secret account of the Lu group. All the evidence is complete. Gu Chenyu's lips curled into a cold, dangerous smile.
Good.
Get ready. I'm going to give Lu Zixuan a gift he won't forget for a long time. Let him see what a real public relations crisis looks like. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Lu group, Lu Zixuan angrily slammed the tablet onto the floor. The shattered screen made a harsh sound in the quiet office, like his broken confidence. Good-for-nothings. A bunch of useless people. He roared, his face twisted like a demon from. We spent so much money, hired the best PR company, and this is the result? Can't even handle a woman. His assistant trembled as he stood nearby. Mr. Liu, we didn't expect Gu Chenyu to be so ruthless, making Lin Weiwei vice president. And those big shots, we don't know when they were invited in, they completely disrupted our plans. Get out. All of you get out. Lu Zixuan swept all the files off the desk, his chest heaving violently, eyes bloodshot. Useless bunch. When the office was empty except for him, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bright lights of the Gu building across the street. A twisted, crazy hatred flickered in his eyes as he dug his nails deep into his palm. Gu Chenyu, do you think this is the end? He whispered, his voice like a venomous snake's hiss, full of malice and jealousy. The real show is just beginning. I will make you see what happens when you offend me. I will take everything from you, including the woman you love most. He picked up a secure phone, his fingers trembling with anger. He dialed a number. Activate Plan B. It's time for the Watcher to make an appearance. I want the Gu group to completely collapse. A cold, distorted voice came from the other end. As you wish, Mr. Liu. But don't forget our agreement. What you want, we will give you twice as much. Don't worry, Lu Zixuan sneered, his eyes shining with madness. Everything about the Gu group will be ours. I will make Gu Chenyu kneel and beg me. Outside the window, dark clouds gather gradually, thunder rumbles faintly, and a bigger storm is brewing. At the Gu Group's cybersecurity center, the lights at 3 a.m. illuminate the entire space like daytime. Tianyu sits on a special high chair, his serious face not fitting a 5-year-old. 6 screens form a waterfall of data before him. His slender fingers dance swiftly over the mechanical keyboard, the tapping sounds dense like heavy rain. Dad, I cracked the 3rd layer of encryption, he says in a young but calm voice of a professional. The other side used military-grade quantum protection, but there's a fatal flaw. They repeatedly used the same key seed, like using one key to open all doors. Gu Chenyu stands behind his son, feeling proud and worried at the same time. His big hand gently rests on Tianyu's small shoulder. Do you need help? You've been working for 6 hours straight. No need. Tianyu doesn't turn his head, focusing intently on the screen. I got tired of this level of encryption when I was 3. The key is to find their key generation algorithm. Let me see what treasures you've hidden. He quickly types a complex string of code that dazzles the eyes. Data streams wildly scroll across the screen, green characters pouring down like a waterfall. Suddenly, a blood-red progress bar appears in the center. Decryption progress, 98%. 99%. 100%. Success. Tianyu waves his small fists excitedly. Dad, I got in. All screens light up instantly, and vast amounts of data flood out like a bursting dam. Tianyu quickly filters key information, his face showing the excitement of a hunter discovering prey. Found it. The entrusted email was sent from the exclusive network of the Lu Group's CEO office, with a perfect timestamp match. And this, he pulls up a document with the highest encryption level, his voice trembling slightly with shock. The Watcher Operation Plan, Phase 2, Emotional Sabotage. The plan involves creating rumors between Lin Weiwei and her ex-lover, while spreading intimate photos of Gu Chenyu and a wealthy socialite daughter, aiming to completely destroy your trust within a week. Gu Chenyu's eyes turn cold, like a Siberian cold wave. Lu Zixuan, truly relentless, like a mad dog biting everyone he sees. There's something even more exciting. Tianyu's eyes lit up, like he had found a treasure. I tracked their money flow and discovered that Lu Group transferred over 5 billion overseas in the past 3 months. The recipient is a biotech company called Prometheus? That name sounds suspicious. Biotech. Gu Chenyu frowned, exuding a dangerous aura. Lu Group's main businesses are real estate and finance. Why would they invest in biotech and transfer so much money? This company is very mysterious. It's registered in the Cayman Islands, and its main research areas are. Tianyu read the information on the screen, his face scrunching up. Gene editing and special bloodline research. Dad, what is a special bloodline? It sounds like something from a sci-fi movie. Gu Chenyu's face suddenly changed. He immediately took out an encrypted satellite phone, his voice cold enough to freeze steel. Assistant Chun, activate the Falcon plan now. Investigate Lu Group's connections with overseas biotech companies, especially those involved in gene research and special bloodlines. I want a detailed report within 24 hours. He turned to Tianyu, his eyes very serious. Baby, keep digging. Like digging for treasure. Find out everything about them. I want to know what Lu Zixuan is really up to, and what exactly is this watchman. The next morning, Gu Chenyu went straight to Lu Group's headquarters without an appointment. He headed directly to the vice president's office. Mr. Gu, what brings you here? Lu Zixuan stood up from his leather chair, wearing a professional smile. I heard you've been having some personal trouble lately. Gu Chenyu ignored his sarcasm, closed the door, and threw a document onto the desk. Explain this. Lu Zixuan glanced at the document, his expression changing slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. What is this? I don't understand. A contract from Zhuiyue Public Relations. IP tracking shows it's linked to your office. Gu Chenyu's gaze was sharp. Hiring online trolls to stir up public opinion. Lu Zixuan, when did you become so despicable? Lu Zixuan chuckled softly and leisurely walked to the liquor cabinet to pour 2 glasses of whiskey. Chenyu, business is like a battlefield. You use whatever means necessary. Besides, I'm just testing Miss Lin's sincerity, aren't I? Testing? Gu Chenyu sneered. Using methods that ruin reputations to test someone? Oh, don't be so serious. Lu Zixuan pushed the wine glass over. I'm just curious. What kind of woman could make you, a workaholic, fall for her? I didn't expect. She's actually a single mother with 2 kids. Gu Chenyu's eyes turned cold. Watch your words. What? Did I hit a nerve? Lu Zixuan raised an eyebrow. Gu family's young master, many socialites in Yun City are waiting for you, but you chose an unknown single mother. If old Master Gu finds out she has other motives for approaching you, what motives? Gu Chenyu quickly caught the key words. Lu Zixuan realized he had said too much and quickly changed the subject. It's nothing, just a casual remark. But, Chenyu, I advise you to be careful. Some women look innocent on the surface, but hide many secrets, like disappearing suddenly 5 years ago and now returning with a child. Gu Chenyu pressed forward, step by step. Lu Zixuan, what do you know? I don't know anything. Lu Zixuan put away his smile and turned cold. Just a friendly reminder. After all, our families are old friends. I don't want to see you get hurt. Gu Chenyu took a step closer, so close they could feel each other's breath. One last question. What benefits does the Watcher give you? Lu Zixuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Though it was just a moment, it was enough for Gu Chenyu to confirm his suspicion. I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Zixuan stepped back stiffly. If there's nothing else, Mr. Gu, please go back. I'm busy. Gu Chenyu looked at him deeply. Tell your employer, use whatever methods you want. But if you dare to hurt my family, I will make everyone pay. He turned and left, closing the office door heavily behind him. Lu Zixuan stood there, grim-faced, taking out an encrypted phone. He knows. The plan needs to be advanced. Back at the Gu estate, Gu Chenyu immediately summoned the security team. Yi Tianyu's discovery made everyone realize the situation was serious. The encrypted signal from the Watcher confirms it comes from Lu Corporation building, the cybersecurity chief reported. But we can't decode the specific content. The encryption level is too high, Lin Weiwei thought for a moment. Since Lu Zixuan is just then who is the real mastermind targeting us? Is the incident 5 years ago related to the Watcher? I have asked Dr. Shun to re-examine the medical records from 5 years ago, Gu Chenyu said, especially the hospital where you gave birth. Maybe we can find some clues. At that moment, Tianyu suddenly exclaimed, Dad, I've caught a new signal. It's coming from our house. Everyone immediately became tense. Tianyu quickly operated the device, and a flickering red appeared on the screen, located inside the main house of the Gu estate. The signal source is moving, Tianyu said nervously, on the third floor in the guest area. Heading toward Mom's room, Gu Chenyu immediately ordered, seal off the entire estate. Everyone stay where you are and don't move. Security team, follow me. He led the heavily armed security personnel toward the third floor, with Lin Weiwei right behind. Everyone's hearts were pounding. When they reached Lin Weiwei's guest room, Gu Chenyu signaled everyone to stay quiet. He gently pushed open the door. The room looked normal, but Tianyu's detector showed the signal was still inside. It's in the wardrobe, Tianyu whispered. The signal is strong. Two security guards carefully opened the wardrobe door. Inside, Lin Weiwei's clothes were neatly hung, with nothing unusual. Wait, Lin Weiwei suddenly said, that jewelry box. I didn't put it there. On top of the wardrobe was a delicate sandalwood jewelry box. The guards used their detector to scan it, confirming the signal was coming from inside. Gu Chenyu put on gloves and gently opened the box. Inside, there was no jewelry, only a folded note and a small electronic device. The note had a printed message. The game has begun. First clue, investigate Lin Weiwei's true heritage. Suddenly, the electronic device lit up, and a voice with altered tone said, President Gu, it seems you've uncovered some interesting things. But do you know? The woman you love has a background far more complicated than you think. Who are you? Gu Chenyu asked coldly. I am the one who knows the truth, the voice said with a strange smile. Lin Weiwei is not an ordinary single mother. Her bloodline contains special powers, just like your children. The encounter 5 years ago was never a coincidence. Lin Weiwei's face turned pale. You're lying. Whether it's a lie or not, you'll find out soon. The voice continued. The Watcher has been watching you for a long time. The bloodline of the Gu family's dragon descendants and the inheritance of the Lin family's phoenix descendants. When combined, they will create an incredibly powerful force. Gu Chenyu's eyes sharpened. What do you really want? We want perfection. The voice became passionate. The union of the dragon and phoenix will be a miracle in evolution. And your child is the best test subject. Suddenly, electronic devices emitted blue smoke and self-destructed. The room fell silent, leaving only a creepy note behind. Lin Weiwei trembled as she grabbed Gu Chenyu's arm. What is he talking about? What phoenix inheritance? What test subject? Gu Chenyu held her close, his gaze serious as he looked at the note. Pieces of the truth began to come together, revealing a shocking conspiracy. The encounter 5 years ago, the child's special abilities, the current public controversy, all pointed to a terrifying conclusion. From the very beginning, they had been carefully placed into a huge trap. And the purpose of this trap was for their bloodlines and children. After many storms, the Gu family estate now felt like a calm bay after a storm, filled with a subtle mix of tension and anticipation. The bright moonlight poured over the carefully trimmed lawn like silver, and the scent of roses drifted through the air. The night breeze gently moved the white curtains, carrying the sweet aroma of gardenias from afar, adding a romantic touch to the peaceful night. Inside the main study, Gu Chenyu gently embraced Lin Weiwei from behind, his chin resting softly on her hair. They quietly watched the moon outside the window, enjoying a rare moment of peace. His warm, solid chest and steady heartbeat, felt through his thin clothes, helped Lin Weiwei relax her tense nerves, making her feel safe and protected. Still thinking about that mysterious voice, he asked softly, sensing her slight trembling. He instinctively tightened his arms, holding her closer. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lin Weiwei leaned into his broad embrace, her voice trembling slightly. Feng Yi's inheritance. Experimental subjects. Chenyu, if I really have some special bloodline and if the children are the result of some experiment, would you? Sure, he gently turned her around, softly wiping away her damp tears with his fingertips. No matter who you are, where you come from, or what kind of bloodline you have, you are the person I love. You are the most beloved mother to Tion Yu and Tion Xian. That is enough. Your strength, bravery, intelligence, kindness, and warmth, these are the real you. I love the real Lin Weiwei. His gaze under the gentle moonlight was deep and tender, like the brightest star in the night sky, making Lin Weiwei's heart feel calm. All her fears and worries slowly faded in his steady eyes. But those threats, and the safety of the children. I am really worried. With me here, Gu Chenyu said firmly, every word full of unwavering strength. No one can hurt you or the children. I have strengthened the security system of the estate, and Tion Yu has upgraded the monitoring with his special abilities. Also, he smiled warmly, reassuring her, since they mentioned Feng Yi's inheritance, maybe that's the key to uncovering your true background. Lin Weiwei froze, her heart beating faster. My background? Have you found out something? Dr. Shun has made important progress, Gu Chenyu said as he led her to sit on a soft sofa, handing her a cup of warm red tea. The aroma rose gently. There were some unusual findings in your mother's medical records from back then. It seems she's not an ordinary person. Some tests were very special, like advanced genetic testing and bloodline analysis. This news made Lin Weiwei's heart race, her palms slightly sweaty. She had always known her mother was different. Her wounds healed quickly, she had a natural sensitivity and knowledge of herbs, and sometimes she spoke ancient languages in her dreams. But her mother always brushed it off lightly. Now, looking back, everything seemed unusual. Tomorrow, I'll take you to a special place, Gu Chenyu said with a mysterious smile, gently stroking her soft hand, sending warmth and reassurance. There are some things you need to know. I have prepared everything carefully for a long time, just waiting for the perfect moment. Lin Weiwei looked into his deep, ocean-like eyes, filled with calmness and tenderness that made her feel safe. It was as if, no matter what difficulties they faced, as long as he was by her side, everything could be solved. She nodded gently and placed her hand in his palm, feeling the warm, reassuring touch. I trust you, Chenyu. Wherever we go, as long as you're with me. The next evening, as the sunset painted the sky in bright orange and red, Gu Chenyu drove her to the highest viewing platform in Yun City, the Starry Sky Eye. Usually, only top VIPs could enter, but tonight it was quiet and elegant, with soft, pleasant piano music filling the air, creating a romantic and mysterious atmosphere. What are we doing here? Lin Weiwei asked curiously, looking at the dazzling city lights below, like a river of diamonds and stars, breathtakingly beautiful. The view here is so amazing. Gu Chenyu didn't answer directly. Instead, he gently took her hand and led her to the center of the viewing platform. His hand was warm and strong, his fingertips lightly holding hers, as if conveying a promise of eternal devotion and protection. Suddenly, the lights across Yun City began to change in a wonderful way. LED screens on tall buildings lit up at the same time, forming a giant phoenix spreading its wings, golden light illuminating the night sky as if a divine bird had descended. The streetlights flickered like a flowing river of sparkling lights, cleverly forming the romantic words, forever and always, just the two of us. In the distance, the Ferris wheel slowly turned, each cabin shaped like a perfect heart, glowing with warm candlelight inside, shining like the brightest stars in the night sky. This is... Lin Weiwei covered her mouth, tears of emotion welling up in her eyes. Her heart was pounding wildly, almost unable to believe this dreamy scene before her. Chenyu. Gu Chenyu knelt on one knee and took out a delicate velvet box from his pocket. As he opened it, a dazzling light nearly lit up the entire viewing platform. Inside was a carefully designed phoenix-shaped diamond ring. The phoenix's eyes were set with rare pink diamonds, sparkling with a dreamy glow. Its wings were decorated with tiny sapphires that shimmered mysteriously under the moonlight, as if the phoenix was about to take flight. Stunningly beautiful. Micro, I know it might be a bit early to say this now. He looked at her with deep affection, his voice low and sincere, like the beautiful sound of a cello. But after everything we've been through, I am more certain. You are the only person I want to spend my life with. This ring is specially designed by the world's top designer, a phoenix ring. Every diamond represents how much I cherish and care for you, and each curve symbolizes your unique charm and beautiful soul. He picked up the ring, his voice gentle but firm, full of genuine sincerity. I don't care about family traditions or special bloodlines. The only thing I care about is you, the strong, brave, smart, and inspiring Lin Weiwei. Will you give me a chance to take care of you, love you, and protect you for a lifetime? Below the viewing platform, many media reporters and enthusiastic citizens had gathered unnoticed. Everyone looked up at this romantic moment, their phone flashlights shining like stars. A drone hovered gracefully in the sky, broadcasting this beautiful scene live across major platforms. The entire city seemed to be celebrating and blessing their love. Tears filled Lin Weiwei's eyes. She nodded hard, her voice trembling but clear and firm. I do.
Chenigreku, Ido.
No matter what storms come in the future, I want to face them with you. Gu Qinyu placed the ring, symbolizing eternal love, on her finger. He stood up and held her tightly in his arms. His embrace was warm and safe. Lin Weiwei could feel his strong, steady heartbeat and his deep, ocean-like love and determination to protect her. Cheers and applause erupted below the platform, and blessings poured in like waves, witnessing their love. At that moment, Tianyu's voice came through Gu Qinyu's invisible earpiece, tinged with tension and worry. Dad, at 3 o'clock on the building rooftop, there's unusual reflective light, possibly a scope. Moving very fast, Gu Qinyu's body stiffened slightly, but he kept a deep, loving smile on his face, not letting anyone see his worry. He leaned in close, whispering softly into her ear with warm breath. Security team, block all nearby buildings immediately. Weiwei, cooperate with me. There's an emergency, Lin Weiwei instantly understood. Her heart clenched tightly, but her years of experience kept her calm. She tiptoed and pretended to kiss Gu Qinyu passionately, but in fact, she whispered in his ear. What's going on? There's a... Gu Qinyu responded while returning her kiss and scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. We're slowly moving toward the safe passage. Don't alert the enemy. Trust me, I will protect you. They seemed to be kissing tenderly, but in reality, they were quietly and carefully moving toward the safety corridor of the viewing platform. Gu Qinyu's hand was always behind Lin Weiwei's back, shielding her with his body from any possible danger. Every move showed his calm training and instinct to protect. Target is moving, approaching the safe passage. Tianyu's voice came again, more urgent and tense.
Wait.
The reflection is gone? No, there are 2 people. One is on the hotel rooftop at 9 o'clock. About 120 meters high, Gu Qinyu's eyes sharpened, and a dangerous, powerful aura radiated from him. 2 points. This was a very professional assassination setup. He immediately gave commands through his earpiece, his voice cold and steady. All units, attention. 2 points found. Take action now. Group A controls the rooftop of the Starry Sky Tower. Group B surrounds the Dihao Hotel. Group C evacuates the crowd. I want live captures. Just as they were about to reach the safe passage, a faint sound of a silenced gunshot broke the quiet night. Gu Qinyu suddenly pushed Lin Weiwei to the ground, shielding her with his body. The bullet whistled past his shoulder, smashing the glass railing behind him, sending shards flying. Qinyu, Lin Weiwei shouted in alarm, her heart pounding. Seeing him safe and unharmed eased her worries a little. Are you okay? I'm fine. Gu Qinyu quickly got up and pulled her into the safe passage, moving swiftly and steadily. Hurry! His arm was strong and steady, every action showing his calm, trained professionalism and protective instinct. Security personnel quickly surrounded them, forming a tight protective circle, shielding the 2 inside. Gu Qinyu kept protecting Lin Weiwei as they hurried downstairs, calmly giving orders, his voice reassuring. Maintain formation. Watch for cover. Group D controls all high points. Group E checks surrounding buildings to ensure no other threats. When they reached the underground parking lot, an armored bulletproof vehicle was already in place, its engine humming low, ready to depart at any moment. Gu Chenyu carefully placed Lin Weiwei safely inside the car, but he did not get in himself. "Where are you going?" Lin Weiwei held his hand, her fingertips cold and her eyes full of worry. "Don't go on this adventure alone. I'll handle these uninvited guests," Gu Chenyu said with a cold, sharp look and a commanding tone. "If they dare to attack on my turf, they will pay the price. I want to find out who's behind this myself. It's too dangerous." "Can't we let the professional security team handle it?" Lin Weiwei said anxiously, her palms sweating. "Don't worry," he said, leaning down to gently kiss her forehead. His warm breath brought comfort and strength. "For you and the children, I will come back safely. Wait for me at the estate. I'll be back soon." The car door slowly closed, and the bulletproof vehicle sped away from the scene. Gu Chenyu turned around and, protected by a team of elite security guards, walked confidently toward the Dihao Hotel. His tall, powerful figure looked like a sharp sword ready to face any challenge. On the hotel rooftop, a tense standoff was happening. Two snipers were surrounded by security, but they showed no panic, only a strange calm and confidence. "Put down your weapons. You are surrounded," the security captain shouted loudly, aiming his gun steadily at the targets, ready to act. One of the snipers suddenly smiled. His voice came through a voice changer, sounding metallic. "President Gu, we're not here to hurt anyone. We just have a special gift for you." He threw down a small, fancy metal box, inside which was a thick file. Gu Chenyu signaled a security team to carefully pick it up while keeping a safe distance. His sharp eyes watched every move of the other side. "What is this?" Gu Chenyu asked coldly, his tone firm and commanding. "Miss Lin Weiwei's complete background file," the said with a strange smile, "including her mother, the last pureblood Phoenix heir, and her father's mysterious whereabouts. I think you'll find this very interesting." Gu Chenyu's pupils shrank slightly, but he stayed calm on the surface. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" "We are messengers of the Watchers, another said, his voice also altered. "We invite Miss Lin Weiwei to return to her family. She belongs with us, not trapped in this ordinary world." "Family? What family?" Gu Chenyu quickly caught the key words, and a warning bell rang in his mind. "It seems she doesn't know anything yet," the first chuckled softly, with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Tell her that the Feng Yilin family has been searching for her. The experiment from 5 years ago requires her to complete it. It is her sacred mission and an unavoidable destiny." Gu Chenyu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "What experiment? What are you planning?" "The experiment to combine the dragon and phoenix." The S voice became excited and passionate. "The dragon bloodline from the Gu family and the phoenix heritage from the Lin family. When these two truly merge, they will create an unprecedented miracle. And your children are the perfect catalysts. They are the destined children foretold in the 1,000-year prophecy." After speaking, the two snipers suddenly raised their guns and aimed at their own temples. Before anyone could react, they decisively pulled the triggers and fell onto the rooftop, their actions swift and shocking. Gu Chenyu rushed forward, but it was too late. Both of them wore special masks and, once removed, revealed two completely unfamiliar faces with no identifiable features or identities. "Mr. Gu, they took poison and committed suicide," the security captain reported carefully, his face unusually serious. "There are cyanide capsules hidden in their teeth, professionally trained assassins." Gu Chenyu's face darkened as he picked up the document. The first page was an old, yellowed photo. A beautiful woman who looked very much like Lin Weiwei, dressed in traditional clothing embroidered with intricate phoenix patterns, with a faint phoenix-shaped mark on her forehead. Her eyes were gentle but carried a mysterious dignity and nobility. On the back of the photo, a delicate handwriting read, "Lin Qingyu, the last pure-blooded phoenix descendant, mysteriously disappeared in 1998. The phoenix spirit remains alive. She will return." Lin Qingyu was the name of Lin Weiwei's mother. This discovery made Gu Chenyu's heart tremble. A cold wave rose from his spine, as if he had glimpsed the tip of a huge conspiracy. The encounter 5 years ago Lin Weiwei's special constitution, the extraordinary abilities of the children, those seemingly coincidental meetings. Everything now had new meaning and deeper significance. This was not just a simple family feud or business rivalry, but a grand conspiracy involving ancient bloodlines and mysterious organizations, spanning decades with a carefully planned and far-reaching scheme. He and Lin Weiwei have been the most important pieces in this big plan from the very beginning. Their meeting, love, and having a child might all be carefully arranged parts of a larger scheme. He clenched the document in his hand, his eyes becoming very firm and sharp. No matter what dangers or plots are behind the scenes, he will do everything to protect his family, uncover the truth, and keep their happiness and future safe. The event at the Eye of the Starry Sky was like a thrilling nightmare, but the cold feeling and bright shine of the phoenix ring on his finger constantly reminded Lin Weiwei that the romantic proposal and the dangerous attack on that night were all real. After returning to the Gu family estate, Gu Chenyu immediately started the highest level of security. The whole estate was protected by advanced high-tech systems. Drones patrolled like vigilant eagles 24 hours a day. Infrared sensors covered every corner, and even underground, there were sensitive seismic sensors. Tianyu used his amazing computer skills to write a smart warning system that could analyze all surveillance footage for unusual behavior in real time. "Mom, look," Tianyu excitedly showed Lin Weiwei his work, his face focused. "This algorithm can detect 99.7% of potential threats, even tiny microexpressions. I also added some tactics I learned from Dad to avoid danger." Lin Weiwei looked at her son's focused face, feeling proud but also worried. These weren't things a 5-year-old should worry about. He should be playing happily like other children. "Great job, sweetheart." She gently patted Tianyu's head, brushing his soft hair. "But these are best left to the professionals. You should play with your sister and enjoy childhood." Tianxin was nearby, playing house with her doll. When she heard her mother, she ran over happily, hugging her brother's leg. "Big brother, play with me? My doll is hosting a big tea party, and I need the most handsome prince. Only you are good enough." Tianyu looked at his sister with a helpless smile, but was full of love. He turned off his computer. "Okay, but I can only be a prince for 15 minutes. After that, I need to check Dad's phone security system." Watching the two children play and laugh, the sound of their joyful voices echoed through the estate. Lin Weiwei's lips unconsciously curved into a gentle smile, and the gloom in her heart was temporarily lifted by this warm scene. No matter how many storms rage outside, as long as family is together and they protect each other, it is the warmest and strongest harbor. At that moment, Gu Chenyu came out of the study, wearing a relaxed smile. But Lin Weiwei could see the seriousness in his eyes. "I have a suggestion. How about our family goes on a vacation? Let's leave here for a while and relax." "A vacation?" Lin Weiwei was a bit surprised. She instinctively clenched her fists. With the current situation, is it appropriate? The threats from those people. Exactly because of the current situation, we need to adjust our mindset, Gu Chenyu said as he walked over and naturally put his arm around her waist. His fingertips gently stroked her back. "I've already made careful plans. We can go to a private resort at Jade Bay. The security there is 3 levels higher than here, and it's a completely enclosed, independent ecosystem." Hearing about the trip, Tianxin and Tianyu cheered and ran over, their eyes shining.
Yay!
"Going to the beach. We can build sandcastles and collect shells." Seeing the children's eager faces and their innocent smiles as warm as sunshine, Lin Weiwei's heart softened. She nodded gently. "All right, I trust you. As long as we are together, anywhere is home." The Jade Bay Resort is located on a picturesque private island. The sea and sky are a clear blue, the white sand is fine like powder, and the coconut trees sway gracefully, making it seem like a paradise cut off from the world. The security here is indeed, as Gu Chenyu said, impenetrable. It features the most advanced holographic monitoring system, biometric recognition technology, and a well-trained special security team on duty 24 hours a day. Each entrance has triple verification checks. "This place is so beautiful. Like a fairy tale." Tianxin exclaimed excitedly as she ran toward the golden beach, her dress fluttering happily in the cool sea breeze, like a joyful seabird. Tianyu, however, paid more attention to the security features. He carefully observed the camera angles and sensor layout around him, his brow slightly furrowing. Dad, the security system is well designed, but there's a small blind spot in the northeast corner. I suggest adding a mobile camera or adjusting the angle of camera number 3. Gu Chenyu looked at his son with admiration, a proud light shining in his eyes. Very good observation. You're truly my son. I have already asked the security team to handle it. It seems our security consultant might lose their job. On the first day of vacation, they enjoyed rare family time. Building sandcastles, collecting colorful shells, playing in the clear sea, relaxing under the warm sun. The children's cheerful laughter sounded like beautiful music, drifting with the sea breeze. For a moment, Lin Weiwei forgot her worries and threats, immersed in the warmth of family. In the evening, the family dined outdoors facing the sea, enjoying fresh seafood. The sunset painted the shimmering water in bright gold and red. A gentle sea breeze blew softly, carrying the smell of grilled seafood and a hint of salt. The atmosphere was warm and romantic. Wouldn't it be nice if things could stay like this? Lin Weiwei softly sighed, her gentle gaze sweeping over her husband and children's smiling faces. No plots, no danger, just our family living peacefully and happily. Gu Chenyu held her hand, his palm warm and firm. It will be. I promise. After all this is over, we'll take the kids out often, travel around the world, and let them see how beautiful this world is. At that moment, an elderly woman dressed in simple traditional clothes slowly approached their table. She looked to be in her 70s or 80s, with neatly combed silver hair. Her kind face carried a sense of authority, and she supported herself with a carved sandalwood cane decorated with a phoenix symbol. Her steps were steady and mysterious. Such lovely children. The woman smiled at Tianyu and Tianxin, her eyes filled with a meaningful admiration. Especially this little girl. Her features are so much like someone. That expression, that spirit, completely the same. Lin Weiwei immediately became alert, her body tensing slightly. But Gu Chenyu gently pressed her hand, his warm fingers giving her a reassuring signal to relax. Are you a staff member at the resort? Gu Chenyu asked politely, but his eyes sharpened as he looked at her. The woman shook her head, her gaze staying on Lin Weiwei. It was as if she was seeing someone else through her. I'm just a passing visitor. When I saw someone destined to meet, I couldn't resist coming over to say hello. Miss, is your mother named Lin? Lin Weiwei was startled, almost dropping her fork. You know my mother? More than that. The woman's eyes flickered with complex, deep emotions, as if carrying many memories. Lin Qingyu. Is she doing well? Many years have passed. Is she doing well? My mother has been gone for many years. Weiwei's voice choked with emotion. The old woman sighed deeply, as if she had expected this, a look of sadness on her wrinkled face. Indeed. The fate of the Phoenix descendants. Child, what is your name? Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei. The old woman softly repeated the name, tears cloudy in her eyes. Her fingers trembled slightly. Qingyu's daughter. Finally found. Child, do you know your background? Do you know the power flowing in your blood? Weiwei shook her head, her heart pounding, sweat forming on her palms. What do you know?
Please tell me.
About my mother, about my origins. I want to know everything. Gu Chenyu signaled the security personnel nearby to keep their distance, creating a private space for their conversation, but he remained alert, ready for any sudden situation. The old woman sat down, her voice low but with a strange penetrating quality. I am a Yapa, one of your mother's guardians from back then. Your Lin family is an ancient lineage of Phoenix descendants, with special bloodlines and abilities. Your mother, Lin Qingyu, was the last pure-blood Phoenix descendant, tasked with protecting the heritage of the Phoenix. The heritage of the Phoenix. What exactly is it? Why are those people trying to hunt us down? Weiwei's voice trembled with excitement. It is an ancient and sacred power, originating from the Phoenix bloodline. Ayapo's eyes grew deep like an ancient well. Phoenix descendants have extraordinary intuition, rapid healing abilities, and a special affinity for natural elements. More importantly, she looked meaningfully at Tianyu and Tianxin. The blood of the phoenix can resonate with other special bloodlines, even create miracles, giving birth to extraordinary offspring. Qinyu frowned, quickly catching the key information. Other special bloodlines?
Like
Dragon descendants? Just like the inheritance of our Gu family. Ayapro looked at him in surprise, a hint of admiration in her eyes. You know about the dragon descendants? It seems the Gu family is indeed remarkable, inheritors of the long-standing dragon bloodline. Yes, the Gu family is a bearer of the dragon bloodline, while the Lin family is of the phoenix. The union of dragon and phoenix, in ancient prophecy, is called Heaven's Destiny Union. Symbolizing the perfect blend of strength and wisdom, she turned to Lin Weiwei, her tone serious and heavy. But some people want to use this power. The Watchers organization has been searching for pureblood phoenix and dragon descendants, trying to forcibly merge the two bloodlines through genetic experiments to create what they call perfect humans, aiming to control the world. Is this the truth behind the experiment 5 years ago? What they did to us? Lin Weiwei's voice trembled as she recalled the blurry, painful memories. Your mother only took you into hiding to protect you. She used her life energy to seal your phoenix traits, making you look like an ordinary person, so you wouldn't be discovered by those people. But over time, the seal is weakening, and your abilities are starting to show. And your children. She looked lovingly at Tianyu and Tianxin, her eyes full of hope. They inherited the best of their parents' bloodlines. They are born dragon and phoenix children, with incredible potential and talent. Tianyu suddenly spoke, his small face showing a calm beyond his age. So those bad people want to catch us because our DNA is special, and they find it very valuable for research. Ayapu was surprised by the child's intelligence and sharpness, and she couldn't help but praise him. Yes, dear. Your bloodlines are priceless to those people. They are key to achieving their ambitions. Is my talent for computers and my sister's social skills also inherited from this bloodline? Tianyu asked eagerly, his eyes shining. Dragon descendants are good at logical thinking and controlling power. Phoenix descendants excel in intuition and emotional communication, Ayapa patiently explained. You each inherited your parents' traits, but also experienced wonderful changes and enhancements, forming a unique combination of talents. Lin Weiwei processed this astonishing information, feeling a mix of emotions. It was as if all the mysteries finally had answers. Her mother's mysterious death, her lonely struggles over the years, her children's special abilities, all of it stemmed from this ancient and sacred inheritance, from a hidden identity she had never known. Ayapa, do you know who is behind all this? Who is the leader of the Watchers organization? She asked. The old woman shook her head, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. Watchers is very mysterious and powerful. Their leader has never appeared publicly. They only go by the code name The Prophet. But I know that this organization has existed for hundreds of years, with influence all over the world, infiltrating many fields from politics to business, from scientific research to the military. The snipers you encountered are just the tip of their large network. She took out an old, smooth phoenix-shaped jade pendant from her and carefully handed it to Lin Weiwei. This is the heart of the phoenix spirit that your mother asked me to keep long ago. Now, it's time to return it to its rightful owner. It can strengthen your phoenix bloodline abilities, guide you to control your powers, and protect you in times of danger. Take good care of it. It's a symbol of the Lin family's heritage. The jade pendant felt warm and smooth, emitting a faint white glow, as if it had a life of its own, gently warming. Lin Weiwei felt a strange, warm current flow from her palm into her body, traveling along her meridians, bringing a sense of peace and strength she had never felt before. I have to go now. Grandma Aya stood up, lightly tapping her staff on the ground. Remember, child, your bloodline is not a curse, but a gift from heaven. It is both a responsibility and a source of power. Learn to control it, protect it, and don't let it fall into the wrong hands. Your future affects the fate of many others. Wait, Lin Weiwei hurriedly asked the question that had troubled her for many years. Do you know who my father is? Is he also? Grandma Aya paused but did not turn back. Her voice carried deep, complex emotions. That question. When you are truly ready to face the truth, you will know. Some truths require enough courage and strength to bear. After speaking, she leaned on her phoenix wood staff and slowly left, her figure quickly disappearing into the dusk, as if she had never been there, only leaving behind a faint sandalwood scent and the warm phoenix jade pendant. Lin Weiwei held the smooth jade, her heart full of mixed feelings. So much information and emotion needed to be processed. Her mother's identity, her own bloodline, her children's future, that mysterious father. Everything was like a huge whirlpool, making her feel both lost and empowered. Gu Chenyu gently embraced her, his strong arms warm and safe. No matter what happens, we face it together. You are my wife and the mother of Tianyu and Tianxin. That's enough. We will share everything. Yes, Lin Weiwei leaned into his embrace, feeling the warmth and strength from the jade pendant and her husband's steady heartbeat. Together. For the children, for our future. Tianyu and Tianxin ran over and tightly hugged their parents, their little faces full of determination. We will protect Mom and Dad. We are the dragon and phoenix baby, the bravest of all. Seeing the determined and loving look in my family's eyes, a new wave of courage and strength filled my heart. No matter how difficult the road ahead, as long as there is love and family, I can face any challenge. Meanwhile, outside the resort, on a hidden high point, a pair of cold eyes was watching this warm scene through a powerful telescope, a strange and greedy smile on their lips. The game has just begun, dear Miss Fingy. Your bloodline will eventually belong to us. The morning sunlight shone through the large windows of the Jade Bay Resort, casting a warm golden glow. Lin Weiwei sat alone on a balcony chair, holding an old, yellowed, Fingy heritage file. It felt heavy in her hands, each page carrying her mother's scent. The sea breeze, with its fresh, salty smell, brushed her face, but couldn't clear the fog in her mind. The first page of the file showed a photo of her mother, Lin Wanqing, when she was young. Her eyes, like her own, held sadness and secrets, silently telling stories of past hardships. Mom, look! Tianxin, wearing cute coral fleece pajamas, jumped over happily, holding a shining shell in her hand. Grandma Aya said this is a lucky shell, full of Fengyi's blessing, and it can keep our family safe. Lin Weiwei forced a gentle smile and gently hugged her daughter. The faint smell of milk and warmth made her forget her worries for a moment, feeling the happiness of being a mother. So beautiful. Grandma Aya is so kind to you. This gift is very precious. She said she's the best friend of Grandma. Tianxin cheered excitedly, waving her arms and sparkling with joy. She also said Grandma is a hero, just like Mom, brave and strong. Grandma must be amazing. Gu Chenyu brought over a delicate breakfast tray, noticing his wife's worried expression. What's wrong, dear? Did you not sleep well last night? He gently brushed her hair and handed her warm milk. The comforting warmth made her feel safe. Lin Weiwei pushed the file toward him, her fingers trembling slightly. Look at this. I never knew my mother had such a mysterious background. She never told me about these secrets. Gu Chenyu carefully looked through the file, his brow furrowing. Fengyi family. That name sounds familiar. He paused thoughtfully, his eyes deepening. Grandpa once mentioned that decades ago, there was a family called Fengyi in Yun City who possessed an ancient and valuable skill. But during a big fire in 1987, he suddenly stopped, his face changing quickly. Wait, the fire in 1987? Isn't that the time your mother left Yun City? There must be a connection. The two looked at each other, both realizing the importance of this link. Gu Chenyu immediately called his assistant, speaking calmly and firmly. Get all the records about the Fengyi family fire in 1987, especially the original reports from the fire and electricity companies. I want the most detailed version. At that moment, Tianyu hurried over holding a tablet, his face unusually serious for his age. Dad, Mom, I found something strange. You need to see this. He skillfully pulled up the resort's building plans, pointing at the details on the screen. I checked the history and building records. The resort used to be the old home of the Feng Yi family. The main building was originally a family shrine, but later drawings were altered on purpose, hiding the original layout. What? Lin Weiwei was shocked, her heart pounding. The place we live now is my mother's old home? This is unbelievable. Tianyu nodded seriously, quickly operating on the screen, showing his computer skills. Even stranger, these plans are highly encrypted, like someone is deliberately hiding important information. I had to try several methods to open them. Gu Qinyu's assistant then sent over some files. He looked at the documents, his face growing more serious. Weiwei, I think this fire wasn't an accident. The official report says it was caused by old wiring, but the original records from the electricity company show that the power was cut off in the entire area at 8 p.m. That makes it impossible for the fire to be caused by electrical issues. Suddenly, Tianyu exclaimed, his face full of discovery.
Dad.
The person who signed the fire investigation report. Their name is on the early shareholder list of the Lu Group. I cross-checked, and it's definitely the same person. The Lu Group. Lin Weiwei felt a chill run down her spine. What does this have to do with Lu Zixuan? Could he? Gu Qinyu's eyes sharpened like an eagle. He immediately grasped the key point. It probably has a lot to do with him. Tianyu, continue to investigate this person's background. I want to know all their social connections and career history. I'm already on it, Tianyu replied, focused on his work. The data on the screen scrolled quickly. This person later became the deputy director of the fire department, but he suddenly resigned 5 years ago. 5 years ago? That timing. Lin Weiwei and Gu Qinyu both froze, exchanging surprised looks. 5 years ago was when she left Yun's city. This can't be a coincidence. At that moment, Tianxin ran over happily, holding a thick old photo album. Mom, look. Grandma Aya just gave this to me. She said it has many precious memories. Inside the album, a yellowed photo made Lin Weiwei's breath catch. It was a picture of her mother, Lin Wanqing, with a young man. They looked close and happy, with bright, joyful eyes. But the man's face. Oh my, she covered her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. This looks like Lu Zixuan's father, Lu Mingyuan. Do they know each other? Are they so familiar? Gu Qinyu examined the photo carefully, his face growing darker. Yes, it does look like Lu Mingyuan when he was young. On the back, there are words. With Mingyuan at Foamy Old House, summer 1986. If we meet again someday, please don't forget old feelings. That handwriting is your mother's. Don't forget old feelings. Lin Weiwei repeated these words, a terrible thought forming in her mind. Qinyu, could what happened 5 years ago be related to this old love? Lu Zixuan. Gu Qinyu's eyes were deep as the ocean. He finished her sentence. You mean Lu Zixuan might have known your true identity long ago, and maybe even your approaching me was part of his plan? Even my approaching you was his carefully planned scheme. Lin Weiwei finished his sentence, feeling dizzy. If that's true, then everything she believed over the past 5 years might be a complete lie. Suddenly, Tianyu exclaimed again, interrupting her thoughts.
Dad.
I intercepted an encrypted message from the resort's internal network. Target file located, plan be activated. The sending location is Grandma Aya's room IP address. What? Lin Weiwei shook her head in disbelief.
Grandma Aya.
How is this possible? She was clearly very loyal to her mother and so kind to us. Gu Qinyu quickly made a decision, speaking calmly and firmly. Weiwei, you and the children stay in the room and lock the door to stay safe. I will go find Grandma Aya to ask clearly what is really going on. No, I want to go with you, Lin Weiwei said firmly, standing up with a determined look in her eyes. This concerns my mother's past and the truth. I have the right to know everything. Also, I believe Grandma Aya is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Tianyu quickly set up a temporary security system, looking serious. I will stay here to protect everyone. If I see anything strange, I will tell you immediately. My system covers the entire resort's security network. The family arrived at Grandma Aya's door, feeling mixed emotions as they knocked. The door opened quickly. Grandma Aya looked at them with a complicated expression. You're here again.
Come in.
It's time to tell all the truth. The hidden secrets of these years should come to light. In the warm aroma of tea, Grandma Aya slowly shared old, sealed memories. The big fire in 1987 was not an accident. It was a carefully planned conspiracy. The Fomi family holds an important secret that controls the pulse of Yun City. Someone was willing to kill to get this secret, causing that tragedy. She looked at Lin Weiwei with love and regret in her eyes. Your mother, Lin Wanqing, was the last pureblood descendant of the Feng-Yi family. She left Yun City not only to escape the killers but also to protect that secret from falling into the wrong hands, to safeguard the bloodline of Fomi. What about what happened 5 years ago? Gu Qinyu asked sharply. What does it have to do with the Lu group? What role did Lu Zixuan play? Grandma Aya's eyes sharpened, and her voice was filled with deep sighs. Lu Mingyuan once loved Wanqing deeply, but in the end, he betrayed her for the sake of the family. Lu Zixuan inherited his father's ambition and cruelty. 5 years ago, he discovered your true identity. She looked at Lin Weiwei, and then planned to have you approach President Gu, both to attack the Gu group and to find the Feng-Yi family's secret through you. But he didn't expect that I would truly fall in love with Qinyu, and that we would have our lovely child. Lin Weiwei felt a wave of nausea and anger. Could it be that the most beautiful feelings in her life were actually part of someone else's carefully planned scheme from the very beginning? Grandmother Aya nodded heavily. This has indeed disrupted his entire plan. Recently, I discovered that Lu Zixuan is planning an even bigger scheme, targeting the very foundation of the Gu group. She took out a sealed file bag. This is collected evidence that proves Lu's illegal acquisition of Gu shares and suspicious financial dealings with some foreign forces. Lin Weiwei felt dizzy. For 5 years, she believed she was protecting her child, but she didn't realize she had already fallen into a carefully arranged trap, becoming in someone else's game. The feeling of being deceived made her both angry and heartbroken. Why did you choose to help us? She asked, unable to hide her curiosity. What is your relationship with my mother? Tears appeared in Grandma Aya's eyes as she choked out. I swore to your mother that I would protect her child's safe growth. Over the years, I have been secretly watching over you, waiting for the right moment to tell you the truth. But now Lu Zixuan's plan has begun, and we must act quickly, or it will be too late. Gu Qinyu immediately arranged an action plan, showing the decisiveness of a business elite. Prepare to return to Yun City immediately for an emergency board meeting. Tianyu, can you help Dad infiltrate Lu's internal system to find more evidence? We need solid proof to fight back. Tianyu nodded confidently, his eyes shining with intelligence.
Don't worry, Dad.
I am the best little hacker. Their firewalls are like toys to me. Give me a little time, and I can find all the evidence we need. Tianqin also eagerly raised her hand, her face full of determination to help. I want to help too. I can make Uncle Lu's secretary like me, so we can gather important information. I know how to make people happy, and trust me. Lin Weiwei looked at the children with both emotion and worry. Do we really have to involve the kids in such dangerous things? They're still so young. I don't want them to face these. Gu Qinyu held her hand, warm and firm. Weiwei, some things can't be avoided. But as long as our family stays together, supporting and protecting each other, there's nothing to fear. We need to teach the children not only how to protect themselves, but also how to face difficulties bravely. Grandma Aya looked at them with relief. You truly are, as Wanqing said, destined family, like dragons and phoenixes, complementing each other. Now is the time to seek justice for the Feng-Yi family and to protect your future. Suddenly, the monitoring system at the resort issued a warning beep. Oh. Several suspicious vehicles are around the resort, approaching quickly and forming a circle. Their behavior looks trained and professional. Gu Qinyu immediately went to the window to observe. He saw several black cars rushing toward the resort. It seems someone doesn't want us to leave peacefully and is trying to stop us from returning to Cloud City. Grandma Aya stood up calmly. Follow me. There's a secret passage in the old house that leads to a safe area in the back mountains. It's a family secret passed down by the Fingy ancestors, and outsiders can't find it. Lin Weiwei suddenly remembered something. She quickly ran back to her room and looked at the files carefully. On the last page, she found a tiny line of writing she hadn't noticed before. The secret is hidden in the phoenix eye of the old house. Only bloodline can open it. The phoenix eye. She suddenly remembered the beautiful phoenix sculpture in the center of the resort lobby. Its eyes were made of special gemstones that shimmered mysteriously under the light. Chenyu. I know where the secret is, she shouted excitedly, her eyes shining with hope again. It's at the phoenix sculpture in the lobby. The clue my mother left points there. But just then, the door was forcefully pushed open. Several men in black rushed into the room. The leader sneered and looked around. Too bad, you won't have a chance to verify any secrets. Mr. Liu specifically invited you to visit, hoping you'll cooperate. Gu Chenyu immediately protected his family behind him, his eyes cold as ice. Let's see if you have the ability to move us. His family was his responsibility to protect. The tense atmosphere was about to explode. The long-hidden secret of the Fingy family was finally about to be revealed. And this battle over family legacy and truth had only just begun. His voice was calm but full of strength, and his eyes were sharp like an eagle. My family, I will protect them. At this critical moment, Grandma Aya suddenly raised her hand. A gentle light shone from her palm, instantly filling the room. Close your eyes, she urgently shouted, her voice firm and commanding. The bright light was blinding. The man in black instinctively raised his hand to block it. In that brief moment, Grandma Aya quickly pressed a hidden mechanism on the wall. A secret door silently slid open. Hurry! The secret passage is here, she urged. Gu Chenyu reacted quickly. He hugged Tianxin and grabbed Lin Weiwei's hand, rushing into the passage. Tianyu followed closely, showing agility beyond his age. Grandma Aya was the last to enter, swiftly closing the secret door behind her, cutting off the angry shouts of the man in black. Inside the passage, everything was dark. Only faint light from glowstones on the walls barely lit the way. The air smelled damp and musty, indicating no one had used this tunnel for a long time. This secret passage was left by our ancestors of the Fingy family, Grandma Aya explained breathlessly. Her voice echoed in the narrow space. It leads to the forest behind the mountain, where there is a safe house and communication devices. No outsiders can find this place. Lin Weiwei tightly held Gu Chenyu's hand, feeling the warmth and strength of his palm. Her fear eased a little. Thank you, Grandma Aya. That was really too dangerous. I promise to protect you, Grandma Aya said firmly. That's my vow to Wanqing. Now, the most important thing is to leave safely and then find a way to fight back. Tianyu suddenly stopped, his face full of concentration. Wait. I intercepted their communication signal. He took out a portable device from his backpack and quickly operated it. They're saying, target entered the secret passage, activate Plan B, block all exits.
And
use force if necessary. Gu Chenyu's eyes sharpened. It seems Lu Zixuan is determined to stop us. Tianyu, can you interfere with their communication? Give us more time. I'm already working on it. Tianyu focused on operating, with code rapidly scrolling on the screen. I set up multiple interference signals and even traced back to their command center. And so on. That IP address. He suddenly widened his eyes, looking at the screen in disbelief. The IP address of the command center shows. At the Lu Group headquarters building. And the signal source is from the floor where the CEO's office is located. This confirms our guess. Lu Zixuan is the mastermind behind everything. Lin Weiwei felt a chill in her heart. He's been planning against us from the very beginning. The events 5 years ago, and everything happening now. Gu Chenyu held her hand firmly, his voice steady and strong. Now is not the time to be sad. Since we know who our opponent is, we must find a way to fight back. Tianyu, keep monitoring their communications and see if we can find more evidence. I am trying to their encrypted communication. Tianyu frowned, looking very serious. Their encryption level is high, but
give me some time.
I should find a way in. Mom, can you help stabilize the signal? Your phone can act as a temporary signal booster. Lin Weiwei immediately took out her phone to work with her son. Watching Tianyu focus on his task, she felt proud and worried at the same time. He was so young to face such a complex and dangerous situation, but she knew this was the price to pay to protect her family. Suddenly, Tianxin tugged at her mom's clothes, with a mysterious look on her face. "Mom, I feel something ahead. Very warm, very familiar, like Grandma Aya's lucky shell." Grandma Aya looked at Tianxin in surprise. "Child, can you feel the energy there?" Tianxin nodded seriously, her eyes shining. "Yes. It's like there's a little sun in front, warm and comforting." "There must be something good there." Tianxin inherited the purest bloodline sensing ability of the Fengyi family, Grandma Aya said in awe. She can sense the energy and objects left by the Fengyi family. There might really be something important ahead. Following Tianxin's guidance, they moved forward and indeed found a hidden stone chamber at a fork in the secret passage. In the center of the chamber was an ancient-looking stone platform with a delicate wooden box on top, emitting a faint sandalwood scent. Lin Weiwei carefully opened the box, revealing a thick diary and several yellowed letters. On the front page of the diary, there are delicate handwriting from my mother, Lin Wanqing, the final record of the Fengyi family. May those destined to find it. She trembles as she opens the diary, and its contents make her breathe faster. "Oh my... These are the true story of the Fengyi family recorded by my mother, along with the conspiracy of the Lu group." Gu Chenyu quickly looks through the diary, his face growing more serious. It records how Lu Mingyuan betrayed the Fengyi family, colluded with foreign forces, and planned the Big Fire in 1987. And the Phoenix Project they've been searching for. Phoenix Project? Lin Weiwei asks, confused. "What is that?" According to the diary, Gu Chenyu's voice is low. The Phoenix Project is a secret protected by the Fengyi family for generations. It is connected to the lifeline of Yun City. The Lu group wants to get this secret and control the economy of Yun City. Tianyu suddenly exclaims, "Dad, I cracked their encrypted communication. I heard an important message. Secretary Li is an inside agent planted by Lu Zixuan in the Gu group. She's been leaking company secrets to him all these years." "Secretary Li?" Gu Chenyu is shocked. "She has been with me for 10 years. I trusted her so much. No wonder some important projects were mysteriously taken over by the Lu group recently." Lin Weiwei suddenly remembers something, her face turning pale.
"Wait.
If Secretary Li is an inside agent, then my medical report. 5 years ago, she said I had health problems and suggested I leave Yun City to rest." Tianyu quickly retrieves her medical records, his small face full of anger.
Mom.
"I found out. Your medical report was altered. The original records show you are perfectly healthy. Secretary Li forged the diagnosis. The truth hits like a heavy hammer to the heart." Lin Weiwei stumbles, and Gu Chenyu quickly supports her. "So that's it. It was all a carefully planned scheme." Her voice trembles, tears welling in her eyes. "They not only betrayed you, but also betrayed our feelings and our family." Gu Chenyu holds her tightly, his voice firm and gentle.
"Weiwei, don't be sad.
Because of their schemes, we met and fell in love. That's why we have Tianyu and Tianxin, our precious children. Now, what's important is that we work together to expose this conspiracy and protect our family and future." Heaven suddenly tugged on her parents' clothes, a mysterious smile on her face. "Mom, Dad, don't worry. We have a protector." She closed her eyes, clasped her hands together as if praying. Suddenly, a gentle light radiated from her and gradually formed into a blurry figure. The figure became clearer, revealing a woman dressed in old-fashioned clothes, with a noble and mysterious aura. "This is the guardian spirit of Fengyi," Grandma Aya exclaimed excitedly, her voice trembling. "Legend says only those with the purest Fengyi bloodline can summon this guardian spirit. Heaven truly is a special inheritor." The guardian spirit nodded slightly at Heaven, then turned to Lin Weiwei, speaking softly and warmly. "Connected by blood, I sense your confusion and danger. The secret of the Fengyi family is hidden in the source of life. It is the source of the family's power and what the Lu group has been searching for." "Source of life?" Lin Weiwei asked, confused. What is that? Where is it? The guardian spirit's form started to become transparent, and its voice grew faint. It is right beside you, never far away. When the dragon and phoenix bloodlines meet, when true love is shared, the source of life will appear. Remember, real strength comes from love and protection, not control or greed. As the last words faded, the guardian's figure slowly disappeared, leaving only flickering lights in the air. Suddenly, Tianyu made an important discovery.
Dad.
I found a clue. Based on what the guardian mentioned about the source of life, and the hint from Mom about the phoenix in the eye, I cross-checked all the data. He excitedly operated his device and pulled up a complex map. The source of life should be a special energy source, and its control device, the phoenix device, is hidden somewhere in the resort. It also seems related to the phoenix sculpture Mom saw earlier. Gu Chenyu immediately understood the importance. If that's true, we need to find this device before Lu Zixuan. Tianyu, can you pinpoint its exact location? I'm trying. Tianyu focused on his operation. Based on energy fluctuations and building analysis, it should be in a hidden room in the basement of the resort, but it requires a special way to open it. Lin Weiwei suddenly remembered a part of her mother's diary. Only with true heart and courage can the sleeping phoenix be awakened. Maybe the way to open it isn't physical, but requires some kind of emotional resonance. At that moment, urgent footsteps and shouts came from outside the secret passage. They found us. Grandma Aya's face changed. We must leave quickly. Gu Chenyu quickly made a decision. Divide into two groups. Grandma Aya, you take Weiwei and the children through the secret passage to evacuate, ensuring their safety. I will stay behind to delay them and see if I can find the Phoenix device.
No, Lin Weiwei firmly opposed.
We must stay together. No matter what, our family will face it together. Tianyu and Tianqin also stood firmly by their mother. We want to stay with Dad and Mom. Seeing the determined look in his family's eyes, Gu Chenyu felt a warm feeling inside. All right, let's go see the Phoenix device together. But promise me, if there's any danger, you must leave immediately. Following Tianyu's guidance, they quickly found the entrance to the basement. Sure enough, there was a hidden door, carved with a beautiful phoenix pattern, with a special gemstone embedded in its eyes. This is it, Tianyu said excitedly. The place with the strongest energy fluctuations. Lin Weiwei followed her mother's diary instructions, gently placing her palm on the phoenix's eye, closing her eyes, and silently praying with love and protection for her family. A miracle happened. The phoenix's eye suddenly emitted a gentle glow, and the hidden door slowly slid open, revealing a high-tech secret room. In the center, a delicate device was emitting a faint blue light, surrounded by complex runes and instruments. Is this the Phoenix device? Lin Weiwei exclaimed, amazed at what she saw. The family's secret mentioned in my mother's diary. Gu Chenyu carefully examined the device, his face growing more surprised. This isn't just an energy device. It seems to be a life information database. It stores the knowledge and wisdom accumulated by the Fengyi family over generations and also important ecological data of Yun City. Tianyu quickly connected to the device, his eyes widening. Dad is right. It contains detailed data on Yun City's water resources, geological structure, and ecosystems. And the research achievements of the Fengyi family on environmental protection and sustainable development. This is the Phoenix plan that the Lu Group wants to obtain. Lin Weiwei suddenly understood. So that's it. The Lu Group wants to control the lifeline of Cloud City, so they need this data to carry out their plan. And my mother is protecting the secret to safeguard the entire ecological environment of Cloud City. At this moment, the door of the secret room was suddenly forced open. Lu Zixuan and a group of people rushed in. What a touching family reunion, he sneered and clapped. Unfortunately, the game ends here. Hand over the Phoenix device, and I might consider sparing your children. Gu Chenyu protected his family behind him with a cold look. Lu Zixuan, your scheme ends now. We have all the evidence, including your father's crimes from years ago and the evidence of your planted spies within the Gu family. Lu Zixuan's face instantly turned fierce. So what? As long as I get the Phoenix device and control the lifeline of Cloud City, your so-called evidence doesn't matter at all. Just as the tense standoff was happening, Tianxin suddenly stepped forward to the Phoenix device, gently placing her hand on it. The device suddenly emitted a strong light, illuminating the entire secret room. "Don't hurt my family," Tianxin whispered, her voice carrying incredible strength. True power comes from love and protection, not greed and control. The light grew stronger and stronger. Lu Zixuan and his men were forced to retreat, unable to get close to the device. Gu Chenyu looked at his daughter with pride and emotion. He turned to Lu Zixuan with a steady, powerful voice. "Do you see? This is a power you will never understand. Now it's time to end this farce." He took out his phone and pressed send. The evidence has been sent to the police and the board of directors. "Lu Zixuan, your game is over." Lu Zixuan's face turned pale as he looked at everything before him in disbelief. His carefully planned scheme had failed at the last moment. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei and her family hugged tightly, shining with unwavering strength and unity in the glow of the Phoenix device. They knew the real battle was just beginning, but as long as they were together, no difficulty was insurmountable. In the night at Jade Bay Resort, dark-clad figures flooded in from all directions, surrounding Lin Weiwei's family tightly. Gu Chenyu immediately protected his wife and children behind him, his eyes sharp like an eagle. "Don't act rashly," he whispered to his family, while secretly sending out a command through a hidden communicator. "All units, follow the plan." Surprisingly, the man in black did not attack right away. Instead, he parted a path, and a familiar figure slowly stepped out. "It's Secretary Li." "Secretary Li?" Lin looked at him in disbelief. "How are you here?" Secretary Li's expression was complicated, showing guilt and determination. "Sorry, Mr. Gu, Miss Lin. But I had no choice." Gu Chenyu's eyes instantly turned cold. "So, the person who has been leaking company secrets and tampering with medical reports was really you, not just me," Secretary Li said with a bitter smile. "Lu Zixuan controls my family. If I don't cooperate, His voice choked. At that moment, Lu Zixuan's voice came from behind the man in black. What touching loyalty between master and servant. But tonight, that's not the main event. He slowly stepped forward, his gaze directly locking onto Lin. "Weiwei, do you know? Your mother, Lin Wanqing, might still be alive." This sentence hit like a thunderbolt, leaving Lin momentarily stunned. What did you say?" she stammered. Lu Zixuan gave a meaningful smile. 30 years ago, during that big fire, they never found your mother's body. I've been searching for her all these years." Gu Chenyu immediately protected his wife. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Weiwei, he's trying to confuse you," but Lu Zixuan continued to drop a heavy bomb. "And I know where she is now. If you cooperate with us, I will tell you her whereabouts." Lin's heart pounded fiercely. The news that her mother might still be alive made her both excited and scared. Could this be another of Lu Zixuan's schemes? At that moment, Tianyu suddenly whispered, "Mom, don't believe him." I detected a lie pattern in his communication signal. Tianxin also tightly held her mother's hand. "Mom, Grandma is far away, but I can feel she's safe." The children's words made Lin suddenly clear-headed. She took a deep breath and looked at Lu Zixuan. "If you really know where my mother is, why are you only telling me now?" Lu Zixuan's expression changed slightly, clearly surprised that Lin Weiwei remained so calm. "Because the time is now, right? And I need your help." "Help?" Gu Chenyu sneered coldly. "Your so-called help is just using Weiwei and her mother's bloodline to carry out your Shadow Society's plan." This seemed to hit a nerve with Lu Zixuan. His face darkened instantly. "Since you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for being rude." He waved his hand, signaling the black-clad men to tighten their circle. But just at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. All the lights at the resort suddenly went out, plunging the area into darkness. Soon after, sirens sounded from afar, and red police lights cut through the night sky. "The police are here," Tianyu exclaimed happily. Gu Chenyu smiled confidently. "I expected this." "Secretary Li, do you think I was unprepared?" Secretary Lee's face turned pale instantly. Mr. Guyu, your family has already been safely rescued, Gu Chenyu said calmly. Now, make your choice. Continue to be a traitor, or atone for your sins. Under the double encirclement of the police and Gu Chenyu's security team, the black-clad men panicked. Seeing the situation was lost, Lu Zixuan glared fiercely at Lin Weiwei and turned to run. Stop him, Gu Chenyu ordered immediately. A chaotic fight broke out in the night. Surprisingly, Secretary Li suddenly betrayed them, helping the police subdue several black-clad men who wanted to attack Gu Chenyu's family. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, Secretary Li panted. Thank you for saving my family. Amid the chaos, Lu Zixuan managed to escape in the confusion. However, most of the black-clad men, including some key members of the Shadow Society, were captured. When everything settled, Lin Weiwei was still in shock. The news that her mother might still be alive, Lu Zixuan's sudden appearance and escape, Secretary Li's betrayal and redemption, all happened too quickly for her to process. Chenyu, she softly asked, do you think Mom might really still be alive? Gu Chenyu gently held her hand. No matter what the truth is, we will face it together. But right now, we have more important things to do. He looked toward the ancient Phoenix secret chamber. That device your mother left behind might hold the answers we need. The family returned to the secret room. The phoenix-shaped device still stood quietly, emitting a mysterious glow under the emergency lights. According to Grandma Aya, Lin Weiwei recalled, only those with pure phoenix bloodline can fully activate this device. And she looked at Tianxin. Tianxin might be the key. Tianxin, feeling a bit scared, hid behind her brother. Can I really do this? Try it, sweetheart, Lin Weiwei encouraged. Just like feeling water, use your heart to sense the device. With Tianyu's technical support and Gu Chenyu's protection, Tianxin carefully approached the device. She gently placed her small hand on the cold metal surface and closed her eyes. At first, nothing happened, but gradually, the device began to emit a faint light, and beads of sweat appeared on Tianxin's forehead. I feel something, Tianxin whispered. It's like many voices are talking. Suddenly, the device shone brightly, filling the secret room with soft white light. Numerous glowing symbols appeared on the walls, sparkling like a starry sky. A gentle female voice echoed in the room. Identity confirmed. Phoenix bloodline verified. Welcome home, my child. That's Grandma's voice, Tianxin exclaimed happily. The voice continued. This is the life information database left by our Phoenix ancestors. It records all Phoenix bloodline data and can sense traces of life in water sources. A three-dimensional map appeared on the wall, with several glowing points flickering. One was at their current location, obviously Tianxin, another at the center of Yin City, Lin Weiwei, and another. Another light is moving. Tianyu pointed at the map in surprise. Look at the direction. It seems to be Lu Zixuan, but what was even more shocking was the fourth light, far overseas, with coordinates showing Switzerland. Switzerland, Lin Weiwei muttered. Could it be that Mom really? Suddenly, the device issued an alarm. Warning, abnormal bloodline signal detected. Feature, artificially synthesized Phoenix bloodline. Location, Eastern Yin City. Artificial synthesis. Gu Chenyu frowned. Is the Shadow Society creating fake Phoenix bloodlines? Experimental goal, to create a false bloodline through gene editing technology. Main organizer, Shadow Society. This discovery sent chills through everyone. The Shadow Society is not only searching for pureblood heirs, but also trying to mass-produce them. While they processed the shocking news, the device revealed a new finding. A video recording appeared on the wall, seemingly left by Lin Wanqing 30 years ago. In the video, Lin Wanqing looks serious. If you see this record someday in the future, it means the situation is very urgent. The Shadow Society's goal is not just to control water sources. They want to create a new world order. But I left a backdoor program. Only a true pureblood heir can activate it. Once activated, it will emit a special frequency that permanently marks all artificially created false bloodlines. Lin Wanqing looks into the camera with love and reluctance. Whoever you are, my child, remember, with great power comes great responsibility. But never forget, the most important thing is love. The video ends here. The secret chamber falls silent, each person digesting the shocking truth they just heard. Lin Weiwei's tears silently fall. For so many years, she thought her mother had passed away, but she never expected her mother had been secretly protecting her, leaving behind so many clues and tools. "Mom," she softly calls, "I will find you. I will protect Tianxin, and I won't let the Shadow Society's plan succeed." Gu Qinyu tightly holds his wife's hand. "We will go to Switzerland, find Mom, and completely destroy the Shadow Society's conspiracy." Tianyu and Tianxin also nod firmly, the family hugging tightly. The fate of the Fengyi family has begun to turn. This time, they will take the initiative and write their own legend. A few days after the Jade Bay incident, the surface of Yin City seemed peaceful again, but the relationship between Lin Weiwei and Gu Qinyu had subtly changed. Although Gu Qinyu rescued Secretary Li's family and proved Lu Zixuan's conspiracy, the doubt in Lin Weiwei's heart, whether her mother might still be alive, remained like a thorn in her heart. "Qinyu," during dinner, Lin Weiwei finally couldn't hold back and spoke. "About my mother. Do you really not know anything?" Gu Qinyu put down his chopsticks and looked seriously at his wife. "Weiwei, I swear, before Lu Zixuan mentioned it, I had no idea that my mother might still be alive. Grandpa did mention that the Fengyi family was special before he passed away, but he didn't give details. But," Lin Weiwei hesitated, "Secretary Li said you've been investigating the Fengyi family for a while." Gu Qinyu sighed. "Yes, I have been investigating. It's because I noticed that the Lu group is very focused on Jade Bay, and I want to understand why. I plan to find solid proof before telling you, so I wouldn't give you false hope." His explanation sounded reasonable, but Lin Weiwei felt more and more uneasy. She didn't doubt Gu Qinyu, but she was afraid that her mother was really alive but unwilling to meet her, and that there were more secrets she didn't know. At that moment, Tianyu ran over with a tablet. "Mom and Dad, I found something strange." He showed a video from surveillance footage. It's the scene when Secretary Li was being questioned. "Look," when asked about Grandma, Secretary Li's eyes kept flickering, and her micro-expressions show she's hiding something. Gu Qinyu frowned. "Tianyu, you can't just—" "Wait," Lin Weiwei interrupted him. "Let the kid finish." "Tianyu, what did you find?" Tianyu excitedly said, "I used AI to analyze Secretary Li's interrogation records. I found she used many vague words when talking about Grandma, and every time she mentioned Switzerland, her heart rate went up strangely." This discovery made Lin Weiwei's heart jump. Switzerland was exactly where the overseas signal source from the Phoenix device was showing. "Qinyu," she looked at her husband with a complex expression. "Did she really say nothing when you questioned Secretary Li?" Gu Qinyu looked troubled. "She did mention some things, but they were unverified rumors." "I didn't want to." "Didn't want me to what?" Lin Weiwei's voice raised slightly. "Not want me to know the truth? Or not want me to find my mother?" "Weiwei, you misunderstood," Gu Qinyu hurriedly said. "I'm just worried about you being hurt. Over the years, you've thought your mother was gone. If I give you false hope now, what if?" Lin Weiwei stood up, feeling a little excited. She thought, what if my mother is still alive but can't recognize us for some reason? What if she needs our help somewhere? Tianxin was scared by the tense atmosphere between the parents and started to cry quietly. Tianyu quickly hugged his sister, but kept looking at the parents with worry. Gu Qinyu took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Weiwei, let's calm down first. Fighting won't solve anything." But Lin Weiwei couldn't listen anymore. Years of missing her mother, recent shock, and fear of the unknown made her emotions reach a breaking point. "I need to be alone for a while," she said, turning toward the study. "Some things, I need to think about them myself." Gu Qinyu looked at his wife's back, full of pain and helplessness. He knew she did not trust him, but she was overwhelmed by a series of sudden changes. Just then, Gu Qinyu's phone rang. It was the police. "Mr. Gu, Secretary Li wants to see you again. She says there is something important she must tell you in person." Gu Qinyu hesitated, looked at the closed door of the study, and finally decided, "Okay, I'll go now." He told the housekeeper to take good care of the children and said to the study, "Weiwei, I need to go out for a bit. I'll be back soon. We can talk later." There was no response from inside. Gu Chenyu sighed and left the house. What he didn't know was that shortly after he left, Lin Weiwei received an anonymous message. Want to see your mother? Come alone to the old house at Jade Bay. Don't tell anyone, including Gu Chenyu. The message added a warning. He knows Gu Chenyu just left. Someone is watching us. Her mind told her it was probably a trap, but her longing for her mother was stronger. She quickly packed a few things, told the housekeeper she was going out for a walk, and drove alone to Jade Bay. Meanwhile, Gu Chenyu met Secretary Li at the police station. She looked much better than before, but her eyes still showed fear. Mr. Gu, she whispered, there are some things I must tell you, but please. Protect my family. Gu Chenyu nodded. I promise. Just tell me. Secretary Li took a deep breath. About Miss Lin's mother. Lu Zixuan's words might be true. I once accidentally saw an encrypted file that mentioned the Lin Wanqing project and the Swiss Genetic Research Institute. The Genetic Research Institute. Gu Chenyu frowned. What does that mean? I'm not sure of the details. Secretary Li shook her head. But the file said that Ms. Lin Wanqing's genes are very valuable and the shadow organization has been looking for her. Also, she hesitated. The file hinted that the Gu group might also be involved. What? Gu Chenyu stood up in shock. That's impossible. The Gu family has never. He suddenly stopped, recalling his grandfather's last words and his father's strange obsession with the Jade Bay project. Mr. Gu. Secretary Li looked at him worriedly. Gu Chenyu forced himself to stay calm. Is there anything else? Secretary Li nodded. Most importantly, Lu Zixuan might not be the mastermind. The file mentioned a group called the Shadow Organization. Their target seems to be Miss Lin and her daughter. This news sank Gu Chenyu's heart. If even Lu Zixuan is just how terrifying is the real enemy? He immediately took out his phone to contact Lin Weiwei, but found her phone was off. A bad feeling rose in his heart. He cursed and quickly called the housemaid. After learning that Lin Weiwei had gone out alone to relax, Gu Chenyu's face turned pale. He activated the tracking system and saw that her car was heading toward Jade Bay. Weiwei, don't do anything stupid. He rushed toward Jade Bay while trying to contact the police and security team. But it was too late. When Lin Weiwei entered the old house at Jade Bay alone, she was not greeted by her mother but by, "Welcome, Miss Lin," a strange voice echoed in the darkness. Several figures stepped out of the shadows, led by a person wearing a silver mask. His voice was cold and mechanical, clearly processed.
Who are you?
Where is my mother? Lin Weiwei asked cautiously, her hand subtly reaching for pepper spray in her bag. The masked man chuckled. Ms. Lin Wanqing is in a very safe place. As for us, you can call us the Shadow Organization. The Shadow Organization. Secretary Li had just mentioned this group. Lin Weiwei's heart sank sharply. What do you want? She tried to stay calm. We want to invite you and your daughter to join us, the masked man said slowly. The bloodline of the Phoenix is a gift from heaven and should not be wasted. Dream on, Lin Weiwei firmly refused. I will never let Tianqin get involved in your plans. I'm afraid you don't have a choice. The masked man waved his hand. Several of his followers moved closer to Lin Weiwei. Since you're offering yourself, we won't be polite. Just then, sirens suddenly sounded outside the old house. Gu Chenyu and the police arrived just in time. Weiwei. Gu Chenyu rushed in. Seeing his wife safe and sound, he sighed in relief. Are you okay? Chenyu. Lin Weiwei was both surprised and happy, but then she became worried. You shouldn't have come. There are many of them. The masked man looked at Gu Chenyu with a mocking tone. Mr. Gu, you're always so timely. But this time, you might not be able to protect your wife. He suddenly pressed a button in his hand, causing the old house to shake violently. Strange symbols appeared on the walls, and a glowing magic circle emerged on the ground. This is... Lin Weiwei looked at everything in shock. The protective magic circle of the Phoenix family. How could they? We know much more than you think, the masked man said proudly. Including how to activate your daughter's true potential. This statement made both Lin Weiwei and Gu Chenyu change their expressions drastically. Their goal was indeed dangerous. Don't even think about harming my daughter. Gu Chenyu roared and charged forward, but he was pushed back by an invisible barrier. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei remembered something. She took the jade pendant left by her mother from her necklace, called the Heart of the Phoenix Spirit. Grandma Aya had said it was a token of the phoenix heir. She pressed the pendant against her chest, closed her eyes, and tried to feel the connection her mother had once taught her. A miracle happened. The pendant emitted a gentle glow, resonating with the magic circle on the ground. The light from the circle suddenly flickered and became unstable, and the barrier also started to shimmer. What? The masked man was shocked as he watched this scene.
Impossible.
Only pureblood heirs can. His words were interrupted by a sudden child's voice.
Mom.
Dad. Incredible as it was, Tianxin and Tianyu appeared at the door of the old house. How did they find this place? Baby, Lin Weiwei shouted in panic. Run away. It's dangerous. However, Tianxin seemed drawn to something and slowly moved toward the center of the magic circle. Her eyes turned a strange gold, and she emitted a gentle glow. Grandma, she whispered, Grandma is calling me. The masked person saw Tianxin, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Pureblood heir. Finally found you. He rushed toward Tianxin but was stopped by a shadow that suddenly appeared. The shadow had broken through the barrier and protected Tianxin in front of him. Don't think about hurting the young lady. The shadow's voice was cold, and the short sword in his hand shimmered with a cold light. Taking advantage of the chaos, Gu Chenyu pulled Lin Weiwei aside. We need to save the child. But the magic circle suddenly stabilized again, and a stronger barrier separated everyone. Tianxin stood alone in the center of the circle, bathed in a dazzling light. Tianxin, Lin Weiwei shouted desperately. At that moment, Tianxin suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils turned completely gold, and her voice sounded ethereal and sacred. In the name of the Phoenix lineage, I command you all to retreat. A powerful wave of energy spread out from Tianxin, knocking the masked man and his followers away. The magic circle also collapsed. When the light faded, Tianxin collapsed softly, caught just in time by Gu Chenyu. Tianxin, baby, Lin Weiwei rushed over, checking her daughter's condition. Tianxin slowly opened her eyes, her gaze returning to normal, but filled with confusion. Mom. I think I just saw Grandma. The masked man crawled up from the ground, looking at Tianxin with fear and greed in his eyes. The power of the pureblood heir truly lives up to its reputation. But he suddenly sneered. Do you think this is the end? This is just the beginning. Will the Shadow Society give up? Until his words were interrupted by the sudden sound of gunfire. The police finally broke through the outer defenses and rushed in. Seeing this, the masked man immediately ordered a retreat. Under the cover of smoke grenades, he and his remaining followers quickly disappeared. As everything calmed down, Lin Weiwei tightly hugged her daughter, tears streaming down her face. Sorry, baby. Mom shouldn't have gone on this adventure alone. Gu Chenyu embraced his wife and daughter. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you. I should have told you everything sooner. Tianyu also ran over to hug the family. We are a family. We should face everything together. Right then, Tianxin softly said, Dad, Mom. I think I know where Grandma is.
She pointed to her chest. Here.
I can hear Grandma's voice. She says. She's waiting for us. This shocking news stunned everyone. Could Tianxin really have connected with her mother through that magic circle? Gu Chenyu looked at his wife with a firm gaze. Weiwei, no matter how dangerous the road ahead, we will go to Switzerland together, find Mom, and solve everything once and for all. Lin Weiwei wiped her tears and nodded strongly. Yes, our family will face it together. After this misunderstanding and crisis, they realized more deeply that only by trusting each other and working together could they overcome all difficulties. Far away in Switzerland, Lin Wanqing stood by the window, looking at the eastern sky, softly saying, It's almost time, my child. We will reunite very soon. In her hand, she held a jade pendant that looked exactly like Lin Weiwei's Phoenix Soul Heart pendant. After returning from the old house in Jadeite Bay, The relationship within Lin Weiwei's family changed in a subtle but deep way. The misunderstanding was gone, replaced by stronger trust and understanding. Chenyu, Lin Weiwei sat in the study, with all her mother's belongings spread out before her. We need to talk. About Mom, about the Fengyi family, about everything. Gu Chenyu held her hand, his eyes firm. Okay, this time, we won't hide anything. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you. Tianyu and Tianxin sat around their parents, their small faces full of seriousness. First, Lin Weiwei took a deep breath about the relationship between Gu Corporation and the Fengyi family. Are what Secretary Li said true? Gu Chenyu's expression grew serious. That's also something I've been investigating recently. Based on what I found, Gu Corporation did cooperate with the Fengyi family 30 years ago, but the details. He took out a yellowed document. This is a confidential file left by Grandpa. It mentions that Gu Corporation once funded the Fengyi family to establish a gene protection project aimed at preventing the misuse of Fengyi bloodlines. Gene protection? Lin Weiwei frowned. What does that mean? According to the records, Gu Chenyu continued to explain, the Fengyi family's bloodline is indeed special. The genes of pureblood heirs can produce a unique enzyme that can purify water and even slow down aging. This shocking truth stunned everyone. So, Lin Weiwei's voice trembled a little. The Shadow Society is looking for my mother and Tianxin for their genes. Gu Chenyu nodded heavily, yes. Even more frightening, the records mention that the fire 30 years ago might not have been an accident, but someone wanted to steal the Fengyi family's research results. At this moment, Tianyu suddenly spoke up, Mom and Dad, I found something. He pulled up data on the computer. I analyzed the energy fluctuations of the old house's protective array. It's not just a defense spell, it's also a message transmission device. Message transmission? Gu Chenyu asked in surprise. Where does it send information? Switzerland, Tianyu said excitedly, and it's not sending ordinary messages, but gene sequence data. When the array detects a pureblood heir, it automatically sends the gene information to a certain receiver. This discovery shocked everyone. Could it be that the old Fengyi house's array has been transmitting gene data to Switzerland all along?
Wait.
Lin Weiwei suddenly remembered something. Tianxin, you said you could hear Grandma's voice before. Can you try again? Tianxin closed her eyes, placed her small hand on her chest, and tried to sense it. After a few minutes, she opened her eyes, shining with a strange light. Grandma said. She was in the Alps in Switzerland, at a place called the Phoenix Sanctuary.
She said.
That's where the Fengyi family originated. Phoenix Sanctuary. Gu Chenyu muttered to himself, immediately searching on the computer. Got it. There is indeed an ancient legend in the Swiss Alps about a mysterious place called the Nest of the Phoenix. Lin Weiwei's heart raced. So her mother is really alive. And waiting for us? Not only that, Tianxin continued, Grandma also said. The leader of the Shadow Society is a traitor from the Fengyi family. He wants to use the genes of the pureblood heirs to create a fake bloodline and control the world's water sources. This truth was too shocking, leaving everyone silent. The ambitions of the Shadow Society are truly terrifying. We must stop them, Lin Weiwei said firmly. Not just for Mother, for Tianxin, but for the whole world. Gu Chenyu nodded.
Yes.
But first, we need more information. Tianyu, can you track the exact location of that Swiss signal source? Tianyu quickly operated the computer. I'm trying.
Got it.
The signal source is in a hidden valley in the Swiss Alps. The coordinates are, here cited a string of numbers. Gu Chenyu immediately recorded them. Great. I'll arrange a private plane. We leave early tomorrow, but Lin Weiwei hesitated. Chenyu, this is too dangerous. Shadows are clearly watching us. If we rush in, don't worry, Gu Chenyu said confidently. I already have a plan. We will pretend to go one way and secretly go another. He explained his plan in detail. On the surface, they would fly to Switzerland on a private plane, but in reality, they would split into two groups. Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei with Tianxin would secretly go to the real target, while Tianyu would stay in Cloud City to provide remote technical support. Tianyu, Gu Chenyu looked seriously at his son. This task is very important. You need to be our eyes and ears here, always providing intelligence support. Can you do that? Tianyu puffed out his chest. Of course. I will protect our family. Once the plan was set, the family began to prepare separately. Lin Weiwei and Gu Qinyu carefully studied maps of Switzerland and information about the Phoenix Temple, while Tianyu started building remote monitoring and communication systems. That night, when everything was ready, Gu Qinyu suddenly took Lin Weiwei's hand. Weiwei, come with me for a moment. I have something to show you. He led his wife to a secret room in the study, where many precious family heirlooms were displayed. Weiwei, Gu Qinyu took a delicate wooden box from the safe. This was left to me by Grandpa. It's meant for the future lady of the Gu family. He opened the box, revealing a sparkling sapphire ring. The gem was carved into a phoenix shape, shining with a mysterious glow under the light. This is... Lin Weiwei looked at the ring in surprise. The phoenix blood ring, Gu Qinyu whispered. It's said to be a family heirloom of the phoenix lineage, capable of enhancing the abilities of pureblood inheritors, Grandpa said. This ring was originally meant for your mother. He knelt on one knee and held Lin Weiwei's hand. Lin Weiwei, I know it might not be the best time to say this now, but after everything we've been through, I am more certain. You are the only person I want to spend my life with. Would you officially become my wife, the mother of Tianyu and Tianqin, and the lady of the Gu family? Tears of emotion welled up in Lin Weiwei's eyes. After so many storms, this moment of warmth feels especially precious. I do, Qinyu, she choked out. No matter how difficult the road ahead, we will face it together. Gu Qinyu placed the ring on her finger, and they embraced deeply. At this moment, all misunderstandings and barriers disappeared, leaving only their deep love and trust. The next morning, the plan officially began. Gu Qinyu and Lin Weiwei, with Tianqin, made a show of going to the airport and boarding a private plane to Switzerland. In reality, under the cover of the plane, they secretly transferred to another small aircraft, heading toward the mysterious coordinates in the Alps. Meanwhile, Tianyu stayed at the command center in Cloud City, monitoring his parents' movements via satellite and drones, ready to provide support at any moment. Mom and Dad have safely reached the target area, Tianyu reported through encrypted communication. No shadow organization tracking detected so far. Good. Tianyu, Gu Qinyu's voice came through the headset. Keep monitoring, and inform us immediately if anything unusual happens. The snowy scenery of the Alps was breathtaking, but Lin Weiwei's family had no time to enjoy it. Following Tianqin's sensing, they struggled forward into the deep mountains. Right ahead, Tianqin suddenly pointed at the distant mountain peak. Grandma said, "The Phoenix Sacred Hall is inside that mountain." They arrived in front of what looked like an ordinary cliff, but the Phoenix Soul Jade pendant in Tianqin's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Intricate runes appeared on the cliff face, and a hidden entrance slowly opened. "Oh my," Lin Weiwei exclaimed, staring at the scene before her. This is the Phoenix Sacred Hall. Inside, the hall was grand and magnificent, with exquisite phoenix totems carved on the walls, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Most astonishing was a large crystal device in the center of the hall, emitting a gentle glow. "Welcome to the Phoenix Sacred Hall," a familiar voice sounded. Lin Weiwei quickly turned around, looking in disbelief at the figure emerging from the light, her mother, Lin Wanqing, whom she had missed for 30 years. "Mom," Lin Weiwei's voice choked with emotion. "It's really you. You're alive." Lin Wanqing smiled and opened her arms.
My child.
"I have finally waited for you. And you, Qinyu. Thank you for protecting my daughter and granddaughter." The three of them embraced excitedly. Tianqin also ran over to hug her grandmother. "Grandma, I finally see you." After their emotions settled a bit, Lin Wanqing began to explain everything. The fire 30 years ago was indeed caused by the Shadow Society. They wanted to steal the research results of the Fengyi family, especially the secrets about pureblood heirs. To protect this secret, I had to fake my death and go into hiding. Over the years, I've been guarding this source of life in the Phoenix Sanctuary. It's that crystal device. She pointed to the crystal in the center of the sanctuary. This is the treasure of the Fengyi family, capable of purifying the world's water sources. But only a pureblood heir can fully activate its power. The leader of the Shadow Society is a traitor from the Fingy family. He wants to control the source of life, to dominate the world's water resources. His ultimate goal is to create a new ice age and appear as a savior to rule the world. This terrifying truth made everyone gasp in shock. But Lin Wanqing looked at Tianqin with hope in her eyes. Now that Tianqin is here, everything is different. As a once-in-a-millennium pureblood heir, she has the power to fully activate the source of life and stop the Shadow Society's plans. Suddenly, the sanctuary's alarm blared. Oh, Gu Qinyu's face changed. The Shadow Society has found us. Tianyu's voice came through the headset. Mom and Dad, there are many unknown signals approaching your location. You should evacuate immediately. But Lin Wanqing shook her head. There's no time.
And
we don't need to evacuate. She looked at Tianqin. Child, are you ready? It's time to show your true power. Tianqin nodded firmly and walked toward the source of life. She placed her small hand on the crystal and closed her eyes. A miracle happened. The crystal suddenly burst with dazzling light, and the entire sanctuary began to shake. The phoenix symbol on the wall seemed to come alive, emitting a clear, ringing cry. In the name of the phoenix lineage, awaken the source of life. Tianqin's voice was pure and sacred. Purifying water, cleanse the world. A powerful wave of energy spread out from the temple, crossing mountains and oceans, sweeping across the globe. Everywhere, people were surprised to see polluted water sources start to clean themselves. Murky rivers became clear, and dried-up wells began to flow again. It worked. Lin Wanqing cried with excitement. The source of life has been fully activated. At the same time, members of the Shadow Society approaching the temple suddenly found their equipment failing. Their bodies also reacted strangely. They were being rejected by the power of purification. No, the Shadow Society leader shouted in despair. My power is disappearing. Inside the temple, Tianqin collapsed softly after completing the ritual, caught in time by Gu Qinyu. But she wore a peaceful smile.
Dad,
I did it. The world is safe now. Lin Weiwei hugged her daughter and mother tightly. Yes, sweetheart, you did it. You saved the world. Just then, the temple's communication device rang, and Tianyu's excited voice came through. Mom,
Dad,
the water sources worldwide are automatically cleaning themselves. The news is reporting this miracle. You succeeded. Gu Qinyu smiled and replied, No, Tianqin succeeded. She is our hero. After the crisis was over, Lin Wanqing took her family inside the temple to visit and explain the history and heritage of the Phoenix lineage in detail. Now that the Shadow Society's threat is gone, she said, it's time for the Phoenix family to reappear in front of the world. But this time, not as mysterious guardians, but as symbols of hope. She looked at her daughter and granddaughter. Weiwei, Tianqin, are you willing to join me in rebuilding the Phoenix family and using our strength to help this world? Lin Weiwei and Tianqin looked at each other and smiled, nodding together. Of course we are. Gu Qinyu also held his wife's hand. And I will support you. The Gu group will fully back the rebuilding of the Phoenix family. Before leaving the temple, Lin Wanqing gave Tianqin a special gift, a worn ancient book containing all the knowledge of the Phoenix family's heritage and methods for cultivating their abilities. This belongs to you, my child, she said kindly. I hope you can use this strength to make the world a better place. After returning to Cloud City, Lin Weiwei's family was warmly welcomed like heroes. The Gu Group and the Fengyi family jointly established the Source of Life Foundation, dedicated to protecting and cleaning water resources worldwide. Tianqin, as a rare pureblood heir, became the foundation's ambassador. She used her special abilities to help people around the world. One sunny afternoon, Lin Weiwei and Gu Qinyu took the children for a walk in the garden. Watching her daughter happily run, Lin Weiwei snuggled in her husband's arms and softly said, Qinyu, do you know? Sometimes I still think about when we first met. I never imagined we would be here today. Gu Qinyu gently kissed her forehead. That's the wonder of fate. It brought us together, made us fall in love, and now we're changing the world. Yanyu ran over and held his parents' hands. Mom and Dad, Grandma said she will teach us the ancient family ceremony tonight. Tianqi nodded excitedly.
Yes.
Grandma said when I grow up, I can officially inherit the Phoenix Temple. Seeing the children's eager faces, Lin Weiwei and Gu Qinyu exchanged smiles. They knew this was just the beginning, a new start filled with hope and miracles. The legend of the Fengyi family would continue to be written, brighter and more beautiful than ever. Because love is always the strongest power. On the first morning after returning from Switzerland, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Gu estate's master bedroom, casting a warm golden glow over the two sleeping together. Lin Weiwei slowly woke in Gu Qinyu's warm, solid embrace. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she looked at her handsome, sleeping husband, feeling like a perfect masterpiece from heaven. Her fingertips unconsciously brushed the ring on her ring finger, a family heirloom from the Fengyi family. The diamond shimmered with a dreamy light in the morning sun, telling the story of last night's unforgettable promise. Every facet sparkled with a love vow that crossed thousands of years. "Good morning, my Mrs. Gu." Gu Qinyu's deep, magnetic voice carried a lazy, hoarse tone of mourning. He gently tightened his arms around her, pulling her closer, as if to melt her into his bones and blood, never to part again. Lin Weiwei raised her delicate face, her eyes shining brighter than the stars. "It still feels like a wonderful dream. After all we've been through, we can finally be together for real." Gu Qinyu chuckled softly, his chin gently touching her soft hair, and his breath carried the faint scent of gardenia from her. It was the scent of happiness. "This isn't a dream, Weiwei. From today on, you'll wake up in my arms every morning, and every night I will hold you to sleep. We will make up for the 5 lost years." He took her slender hand and placed a sincere kiss on the ring symbolizing the long heritage of the Fengyi family. "This ring represents 1,000 years of honor and tradition for our family, and now it also shows our eternal love across time." But last night's proposal was just the beginning. Lin Weiwei blinked in confusion. "Not enough? I think it was already perfect." Gu Qinyu's deep eyes shone with firm determination. 5 years ago, I missed the sacred moment to kneel and promise you. I let you bear too much alone. Now, I want to make up for all the regrets and give you a proper proposal that the whole world will admire." They looked at each other and smiled, the air filled with a sweet, honey-like feeling. Every molecule seemed to cheer for their love. In this moment, 5 years of waiting and longing turned into the most precious treasure, and all hardships faded in the face of true love. At breakfast, the Gu family estate's dining room seemed enchanted. Bright sunlight streamed through the large windows, casting golden spots on the elegant breakfast table. Silverware shimmered warmly, and the aroma of freshly baked bread and rich coffee filled the air, creating a joyful symphony of happiness. The twins, like 2 happy little elves, surrounded Lin Weiwei, their bright eyes fixed on the sparkling, dreamy ring on her hand. Their faces showed uncontrollable excitement and curiosity, as if they had discovered the most precious treasure in the world. Mommy, this ring is so beautiful and shiny. It's even prettier than the stars in the sky." Tianqi carefully held Lin Weiwei's hand as if holding the most valuable treasure, her voice full of fairy tale wonder. "Did Daddy give you this magic ring? It glows. It must have some kind of magic inside. Heavenly, you looked like a serious little expert, adjusting his non-existent glasses and focusing intently as he analyzed. "Based on my precise calculations and spectral analysis, this ring's cut angle perfectly matches the 0.618 golden ratio. The craftsmanship has been passed down for at least 350 years. It should be a very precious family heirloom of the Fengyi family, with both historical and emotional value that cannot be measured in money." Gu Qinyu was amused by his son's serious expression and chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling his little head. His voice was full of pride. "Heavenly Yu's analysis is correct. This is a sacred family heirloom of the Fengyi family, passed down for 1,000 years, symbolizing a forever unchanging promise of true love. Now, it belongs to your mother." Lin Weiwei's eyes shimmered with happiness as she hugged the 2 children tightly. Her voice was gentle enough to melt ice. From today on, we are truly a family. We will never be separated. Mom and Dad will love you forever and ever. Yay! That's wonderful. Heavenly Yu's heart fluttered like a happy little bird. He hugged Dad with one arm and Mom with the other, his face shining brighter than the sun. I knew fairy tales are real. The prince and princess will live happily ever after, and there are 2 adorable little babies too. Old Master Gu watched this warm and happy scene, his eyes slightly moist. His voice was filled with relief, a choked-up happiness. That's good. So good. After all the storms and tests, our family has finally welcomed the most beautiful rainbow. It's the best gift from heaven. The dining room was suddenly filled with the tinkling sound of laughter and happy whispers. Even servants standing nearby couldn't help but smile with blessings. The entire Gu estate was immersed in love, truly becoming the warmest harbor in the world. After breakfast, Gu Chenyu gently took Lin Weiwei's hand and led her to the study. Their fingers clasped tightly, as if trying to keep each other's warmth forever in their hearts. Sunlight streamed through the ornate carved windows, casting dappled, enchanting shadows on the heavy rosewood desk. The air was filled with a faint scent of books and cedarwood, creating a peaceful and sacred atmosphere. His voice was calm and firm, each word like a precious pearl hitting Lin Weiwei's heart, causing gentle ripples. Now, I want to make up for all the regrets and give you a formal proposal that will make the whole world notice and be moved. I want everyone in Yun City to know that you, Lin Weiwei, are my one true love in this life. You are my priceless treasure that I am willing to protect with my life. You are the reason I will spend my whole life making you happy. Lin Weiwei's eyes instantly filled with tears, shimmering as they trembled on her long lashes. Her voice, full of happiness and slight choking, said, "Last night at the Phoenix Sanctuary was already perfect and romantic. There's no need to make it more complicated. Having you and the children by my side is my greatest happiness. Yes, it is." Gu Chenyu took her hand, which wore the ring, and gently and sincerely kissed the ring, a symbol of 1,000 years of tradition. His gaze was steady and unwavering. "My girl deserves the best in this world. I want to bring you all the most beautiful things and make you the envy of every woman." He opened a tablet on the desk and displayed a meticulously crafted plan, full of care and effort. Every detail on the screen was breathtakingly exquisite, like a work of art. From the floral arch made of 9,999 white roses on the Starry Sky restaurant terrace, to the live performance of a love symphony composed by the Yun City Symphony Orchestra, from the Love Vow light show with 520 drones in the night sky, to the design of a custom-made engagement ring embedded with a perfect 10-carat diamond by top jewelers worldwide. Lin Weiwei watched each carefully designed detail on the screen, tears finally falling like broken pearls. Her voice trembled as she said, When did you prepare all this? This must take a lot of effort." Gu Chenyu gently wiped away her tears, softly caressing her delicate face with his fingertips. His lips curved into a tender, loving smile. "Since the day we reunited, I've been preparing for this moment. Every day, I think about how to give you the best, how to make you the happiest woman in the world, and how to make up for the 5 years we missed." He pointed to the date on the screen, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Next Saturday at 8 p.m. at the Starry Sky restaurant where we had our first real date. I want to light up the night sky of Yun City with our love, and have all the stars witness my eternal love for you." Meanwhile, in the children's room decorated with starry wallpaper, the twins were huddled together, like 2 little elves planning something big. Their faces were full of excitement and mystery. "Big brother, we're going to help Dad prepare a super romantic surprise," Tianxin whispered excitedly, her eyes shining like 2 bright stars. "We want to make Mom's proposal the most unforgettable fairy tale in the world." Tianyu nodded seriously, quickly tapping on the tablet. His speed was so fast it was dizzying. "I've checked Dad's encrypted schedule and found the full plan for the proposal. We can help him improve a few key details to make the whole event perfect." "Really? Let me see." Tianxin eagerly leaned over, almost pressing her head to the screen, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. What fun things has Dad prepared? Tianyu pulled up Gu Chenyu's electronic schedule, pointing to the detailed plan. Look, Dad plans to propose on the terrace of the Starry Sky restaurant, where you can see the most beautiful night view of Yin City, like the whole galaxy is right in front of you. But he lowered his voice mysteriously, as if sharing a big secret. I checked the latest data from the observatory, and there will be a rare meteor shower at 8:47 p.m. on Saturday. If Dad can time the proposal during that moment, with the meteors witnessing their love, it will be absolutely amazing. Tianqin clapped her hands excitedly, her face glowing brighter than the sun. Wow. A meteor shower proposal. That's like something out of a fairy tale. How should we tell Dad this good news? Would it ruin the surprise if I told her directly? That's simple, Tianyu said with a clever smile, his eyes shining with wisdom, like a smart little fox. I can accidentally make a notification pop up on Dad's tablet with this astronomy info, so he thinks it's his own discovery. That way, I won't ruin the surprise, and Dad will feel like it's a perfect moment arranged by fate. In the afternoon, Gu Chenyu gathered his most trusted assistant team for a meeting. The whole conference room was filled with a tense, yet excited atmosphere. Everyone felt honored to be part of this once-in-a-lifetime marriage proposal. Assistantly, the task of decorating the venue is yours, Gu Chenyu said, pointing at the beautiful design on the projection screen. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. I want the entire rooftop of the Starry Sky restaurant decorated with 9,999 top-quality white roses shipped from Bulgaria and blue baby's breath imported from the Netherlands. In the center, use 5,200 red roses to form a giant heart shape. Every flower must be in perfect bloom. Assistant Lee carefully noted every detail, smiling professionally. Understood, Mr. Gu. We've already contacted the best floral artist in Europe to handle this personally. What about the music? What kind of atmosphere do you want? Let's have the Cloud City Symphony Orchestra perform live. I want the best sound system, Gu Chenyu said after a moment of thought, his voice gentle yet firm. The pieces will be Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata and Edward Elgar's Salad d'Amour, but they need to be rearranged with some modern romantic elements so that everyone feels the eternal beauty of love. The planning director excitedly added, Mr. Gu, we suggest using 520 drones for an aerial show. They can display moving wedding vows and heart-shaped patterns in the night sky. This will definitely be the most breathtaking romantic moment in Cloud City. Gu Chenyu's eyes lit up, and he smiled with satisfaction. That's a great idea. Let's write Gu Chenyu loves Lin Weiwei, forever and always, 3 lifetimes, so the whole city can see my love for Weiwei. Also, add a segment where the drones form her smiling face. The meeting went smoothly, with every detail carefully planned and refined. The whole team was immersed in creating the perfect romantic atmosphere. Gu Chenyu personally oversaw each part, demanding perfection because he believed his beloved girl deserved the best in the world. At dusk, Gu Chenyu finished work early on purpose and personally went to the top flower shop in Cloud City to pick out flowers for Lin Weiwei. He carefully chose her favorite white roses and gardenias, each bloom bright and fragrant. The shop owner was surprised to see Gu Chenyu come in himself. Mr. Gu, you're here to pick flowers? Are you giving these to Mrs. Gu? Gu Chenyu nodded gently, his eyes full of love. Yes, I want to surprise her. She loves the purity of white roses and the fresh scent of gardenias. Please make the bouquet look nice. Of course, the shop owner quickly took charge, carefully wrapping the flowers. Mrs. Gu is the luckiest woman in the world to have such a caring husband. Gu Chenyu looked at the beautifully wrapped bouquet, a happy smile on his face. Making her happy is my greatest joy. He held the flowers and sat in his car, imagining Lin Weiwei's surprised expression when she saw the bouquet. His heart was full of sweet anticipation. At this moment, he was not a powerful businessman, but an ordinary husband who loved his wife deeply, wanting to bring her simple happiness. At the Gu family estate, Lin Weiwei was curled up on a soft sofa, holding a pillow and talking to Su Qing on video. Her face was full of a happiness she couldn't hide. Weiwei, tell me, how is life with Mr. Gu after you got married? Is it as sweet as honey? Su Qing's curious eyes sparkled as she eagerly asked. Lin Weiwei's cheeks turned slightly red, and her voice was full of sweetness. It's really good.
Qinyu.
Is 100 times better than I imagined. He surprises me every day, remembers all my likes, and even keeps my childhood dreams in mind. Wow. I'm so jealous of you. Su Qing clutched her chest, making an exaggerated, touched face. But honestly, seeing you so happy makes me really happy too. You deserve the best in the world, Weiwei. Lin Weiwei's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. Thank you, Qing. If it weren't for your constant encouragement, I might not have had the courage to accept this love. You're my best friend, always. Of course. Su Qing proudly lifted her chin, then suddenly looked serious. But, sweetheart, Mr. Gu's position is special. You should be careful and stay safe. Don't worry, Qinyu has taken very careful security measures, Lin Weiwei said gently with a smile. But how is your relationship with that programmer guy going? Just tell me honestly. Su Qing immediately perked up and waved her arms excitedly. Oh, don't ask. Yesterday, he mysteriously took me to a small street stall deep in an alley, saying it was the most lively place in Yun City. Guess what? Their spicy hot pot was unbelievably delicious. He even said that this is his idea of romance, sharing the most real and simple moments with someone he cares about. The two best friends chatted happily, sharing little stories from their lives. Laughter kept coming from their phones, full of genuine friendship and warm happiness. After the call ended, Lin Weiwei went to the balcony. The night breeze blew her long hair, and the city lights in the distance twinkled like stars. Gu Qinyu hugged her from behind, gently resting his chin on her head. What are you thinking? Thinking how lucky we are, Lin Weiwei leaned into his embrace. After all we've been through, we finally ended up together. It's not luck, it's fate, Gu Qinyu said softly and firmly. No matter how many times I start over, I will find you and fall in love with you again. He gently turned her around and looked into her eyes. Weiwei, for this proposal, I want the whole world to know that you are my one true love in this life. Moved, Lin Weiwei threw herself into his arms, feeling full of hope for the future. But she didn't know that a secret plot was brewing behind this romantic proposal. Late at night, the room was still lit. Little one was focused on the computer screen, frowning slightly. Strange, he muttered, fingers flying over the keyboard. Dad's security system shows unusual access logs. Although the intruder used advanced encryption, the protective system designed by Tianyu caught some clues. This IP address. Tianyu pulled up the tracking program. It's from abroad, but it's using a proxy server in Yun City. He thought for a moment and quietly sent an encrypted message to his dad's private phone. Dad, be careful with the network. There's suspicious activity. A few minutes later, Gu Qinyu replied, Got it, sweetheart. I'll handle it. Thanks for the warning. Skylar happily turned off the computer, feeling proud that he could help his dad. He knew his dad's security team was the best in the world, and their home security system was top-notch. This made him feel very safe. At the same time, in another part of the city, Gu Qinyu's security team was carefully watching over the safety of Yun City. They had the latest technology and the most professional security staff, working around the clock to protect the Gu family estate. All systems are working well, and the security level is at its highest, the security captain said through the walkie-talkie. Make sure Mr. Gu and his family are completely safe and that this romantic proposal goes perfectly. Outside the window, the night was gentle, and the stars seemed to shine with blessings for the happy moment about to happen. On Saturday night, the starry restaurant in Yun City felt magical. The terrace was decorated with thousands of white roses and twinkling stars, creating a sea of flowers. In the middle, bright red roses formed a big heart, filling the air with their romantic scent. Soft lights and the starry sky reflected each other. The Yun City Symphony Orchestra played the gentle Moonlight Sonata, with notes dancing like fairies in the night sky. Lin Weiwei wore a custom-made dress that Gu Qinyu had prepared for her. It was an elegant champagne-colored gown with tiny diamonds on the hem that sparkled like stars in the light. She nervously held Su Qing's hand. Relax. Tonight you are the most beautiful heroine, Su Qing whispered comfortingly, her eyes full of admiration and good wishes. Gu Chenyu stood in the middle of the terrace, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, making him look even more handsome. When he saw Lin Weiwei, his eyes were filled with amazement and deep love. He reached out his hand, and Lin Weiwei slowly walked toward him, each step like walking in a dream. The orchestra switched to Ode to Love, and the melody added more romance to the moment. Weiwei, Gu Chenyu took her hand gently, his voice warm enough to melt ice. 5 years ago, I missed my chance to propose to you. During these 5 years, you've endured so much alone, and I didn't know. He knelt on one knee and took out a delicate velvet box from his pocket. As he opened it, a dazzling diamond ring shone brightly under the lights, shining with breathtaking beauty. This ring was specially designed for you by the world's top jewelry master. The main diamond is a rare pink diamond, symbolizing my unique love for you. The surrounding smaller diamonds represent our children and all the happy moments we will share in the future. Lin Weiwei's tears involuntarily fell. She covered her mouth, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to speak. Lin Weiwei, would you give me a chance to spend the rest of my life making up for past regrets? Gu Chenyu looked at her with deep affection. I want to protect and love you with everything I have and make you the happiest woman in the world. Will you marry me? Just as Lin Weiwei was about to answer, countless lights suddenly appeared in the night sky. Hundreds of drones arranged themselves into a heart shape, then changed into the words, Gu Chenyu loves Lin Weiwei forever, shining brightly in the sky. I do, Lin Weiwei finally said these words. Her voice was soft but full of certainty and happiness. Gu Chenyu placed the ring on her finger, and they shared a deep, loving kiss under the stars. A symphony played joyful music, rose petals fell from above, and the entire terrace transformed into a fairy tale scene. At this joyful moment, the terrace lights suddenly became even more dazzling. The symphony played a beautiful wedding march. Everyone turned in surprise to see old Master Gu, accompanied by the butler, slowly walking toward the center of the stage. Old Master Gu was dressed in a formal traditional outfit, with a kind and happy smile on his face. He held a beautiful box made of purple sandalwood, carved with intricate dragon and phoenix patterns. Chenyu, Weiwei. Old Master Gu's voice was gentle and respectful. On this special day, on behalf of the Gu family, I send you my sincerest blessings. He opened the box, revealing a pair of clear jade bracelets that shimmered softly in the light. This is a family heirloom left by Chenyu's grandmother. Before she passed away, she asked me to pass it on to the future mistress of the Gu family. Weiwei, today I officially give it to you. Lin Weiwei was moved to tears, her voice trembling.
Grandpa.
This is so precious, Please accept it, my child, Old Master Gu said kindly. You have brought such lovely grandchildren to the Gu family, and you have helped Chenyu find happiness again. You deserve this gift. Gu Chenyu gratefully held his grandfather's hand and said, Thank you, Grandpa. Weiwei, and I will cherish this family tradition. At that moment, Su Qing suddenly pointed happily at the night sky and said, Look. Another surprise. The drone group changed formations again, this time spelling out, Welcome home, Mrs. Gu. Then they formed smiling faces of Tianyu and Tianxin and finally settled on a warm family silhouette of 4. Tianyu proudly announced, This is my surprise for Mom and Dad. I reprogrammed the drone show and added our family elements. Tianxin clapped happily and said, Big Brother is so amazing. Look, Mom and Dad, that's our whole family. Lin Weiwei was touched and hugged her 2 children. Thank you, my babies. This is the best gift I've ever received. Gu Chenyu also knelt down and hugged his wife and children. We have the best family in the world. Weiwei, Tianyu, Tianxin, I love you all. The symphony orchestra played a warm song called Sweet Family as rose petals fell like rain, filling the terrace with happiness and emotion. Old Mr. Gu watched this touching scene with tears in his eyes and softly said to the butler, If Wan Qing could see this, she would be very happy. The butler nodded. Yes, sir. The young lady and the children have brought warmth and joy back to this home. Just then, a waiter brought a beautiful gift box. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, this is a delivery just arrived, with no name. Gu Chenyu carefully opened the box. Inside was a delicate baby outfit and a card with elegant handwriting. May you be forever united and happy. May this new life bring more joy to your family. Lin Weiwei picked up the baby clothes and suddenly covered her mouth in excitement. The stitches. The embroidery. It's Mom. This must be her blessing. Gu Chenyu examined the card carefully and said softly, "It seems mother-in-law has been watching over us. She's expressing her blessings in this way." Tears again slipped down Lin Weiwei's face, but this time they were tears of joy. Mom knows we are happy. She's blessing us. Chenyu, I feel so happy. Truly so happy. Gu Chenyu gently holds her in his arms and softly says in her ear, "After the wedding, we will do our best to find your mother-in-law and let her see our happiness." Okay, Lin Weiwei nods firmly, her face glowing with happiness. She knows that although her mother can't be here now, her love and blessings are always with them. The proposal continues in a warm and touching atmosphere. The symphony orchestra plays cheerful music, drones create various blessing patterns in the night sky, and rose petals fall like snow. In a corner of the restaurant, Gu's security team is carefully monitoring the safety of the event. The team leader reports quietly through a walkie-talkie, "All systems are normal, safety level is at the highest. Ensure the absolute safety of Mr. Gu's family and make this happy proposal perfect. Under the starry sky, everyone's blessings for true love shine brightly, lighting up their faces." Gu Chenyu hugs Lin Weiwei and makes a lifelong promise in her ear. "Weiwei, I promise you, I will protect you and the children with my whole life, and every day will be as happy as today." Lin Weiwei snuggles in his arms, feeling this rare happiness. She knows that from now on, their family of four will live happily forever, and nothing can break their love and family. The proposal continues. Although there was a small interruption, Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei's feelings become even stronger. The symphony orchestra plays joyful music again, and drones display the words, "Forever Together," in the night sky. In various corners of the restaurant, Gu's security team is guarding this joyful celebration with professionalism. The team leader reports softly through a walkie-talkie, "All systems are functioning normally, safety level is at the highest. Ensure Mr. Gu's family's happiness moments are perfect. Under the starry sky, everyone's blessings for true love shine brightly, illuminating their faces." Gu Chenyu hugs Lin Weiwei and softly promises, "Weiwei, I promise you, no matter what wonderful challenges the future holds, I will protect you and the children with all my love. Our love will shine forever like these stars. The starry sky witnesses that true love lasts forever." The stars seem to be blessing this loving couple, witnessing the most beautiful love story in the world. The day after the proposal, Gu's estate was filled with joy. Although there were some difficulties when Lu Zixuan appeared last night, Gu Chenyu and Lin Weiwei's firm love made all the worries disappear. At breakfast, old Master Gu sincerely apologized to Lin Weiwei. "Child, I did hide some things about the Fingyi family. But the truth about the big fire is not what Zixuan said. When the time is right, I will tell you everything." Lin Weiwei smiled gently. "Grandpa, I believe you. The most important thing now is to prepare for the wedding. We can handle everything else slowly." Gu Chenyu held her hand. "Yes, we need to start preparing the perfect wedding." Tianxin immediately raised her hand. "I want to be a flower girl. I want to wear the prettiest dress." Tianyu pushed up his glasses. "I can take care of the wedding's online security and digital invitations. Based on my calculations, we need a multi-layer encrypted RSVP system." Everyone was amused by Tianyu's serious look, and a warm atmosphere filled the dining hall. The first step in wedding planning was choosing a wedding dress. Gu Chenyu specially rented the top bridal boutique in Yun City, just for Lin Weiwei. "Madame Gu, these are the latest haute couture wedding dresses from Paris." The shop manager personally greeted her, showing dozens of exquisite dresses. "This one is from Zuhair Murad's Starry Sky collection, and this one is from Elie Saab's Fairy Tale series." Lin Weiwei looked at the stunning dresses, feeling a bit dazzled. Each one was breathtaking, but she felt like something was missing. Gu Chenyu noticed her hesitation. What's wrong? Don't you like any of them? It's not that I don't like them. They're all beautiful, Lin Weiwei whispered. It's just, I want to wear a dress with special meaning. At that moment, old Master Gu sent someone with an ancient sandalwood box. When opened, inside was a well-preserved traditional Chinese wedding gown, embroidered with intricate phoenix patterns in gold thread, shining brightly under the light. This is. Lin Weiwei was surprised as she touched the wedding dress. The smooth silk felt strangely familiar to her. On the letter attached to the box, old Master Gu wrote, "This is Grandmother Chenyu's wedding dress. She is also a daughter of the Feng Yi family. I hope you can wear it to continue the bond between our two families." Lin Weiwei's tears suddenly welled up. This is the one. I want to wear this wedding dress. Gu Chenyu gently hugged her, moved. All right then, this one. I will match it with a traditional Chinese suit. We will hold a wedding that combines both Chinese and Western styles. In the following days, Gu's estate became the wedding planning center. Su Qing, as the chief bridesmaid, came every day with wedding magazines and samples to see Lin Weiwei. Weiwei, what do you think of this invitation card design? Su Qing showed her the digital mock-up on a tablet. Do you prefer this gold embossed style? While tasting wedding cake samples, Lin Weiwei smiled and said, You decide. I trust your taste. That won't do, Su Qing said seriously. This is your wedding. Every detail must be perfect. By the way, what do you want for the wedding favors? I suggest custom-scented candles. They're elegant and practical. Playing nearby, Tian Xian chimed in. Aunt Su Qing, I want a candy box with a princess theme. Tianyu, looking serious, said, I think we should prepare some useful electronic gifts, like custom power banks. Everyone was amused by the children's suggestions, and the planning was filled with laughter and joy. However, not all preparations went smoothly. There was a small disagreement when choosing the wedding venue. Gu Chenyu originally planned to hold the wedding at the 7-star hotel owned by the Gu Group, but Lin Weiwei had a different idea. Chenyu, I know you want to give me the best, Lin Weiwei said gently but firmly. But I think a wedding shouldn't be overly luxurious and showy. I prefer a warm, private place, inviting only close family and friends. Gu Chenyu was a bit surprised, but I want the whole world to know that I married such a wonderful wife. I understand your intentions. Lin Weiwei held his hand. But our happiness is for us too, and there's no need to prove it to the whole world. Also, she hesitated for a moment. After what happened last night, I think it's better for us to keep a low profile. There might be many things about the Feng Yi family that we don't know. Gu Chenyu pondered for a moment and finally nodded. You're right. Let's plan a small, warm wedding, right in the garden of Gu family manor. How does that sound? Weiwei's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. The garden is so beautiful. It's exactly the place I dreamed of for our wedding. The second small event happened when choosing the wedding music. Gu Chenyu invited the famous pianist Lang Lang to perform at the wedding. But Weiwei wanted Tianyu and Tianxin to perform instead. Master Lang Lang is very talented, but this is our family moment, Weiwei said seriously. I want the children to be part of it. This is our wedding and the start of our new family. Tianxin immediately raised her hand excitedly. I can dance. I learned ballet. Tianyu looked a bit hesitant. I can play the piano, but maybe not as well as Master Lang Lang. Gu Chenyu hugged the children warmly. No, my dear ones. Your performances are more precious than any master. I want to hear what you prepared for the wedding. In the end, they decided that Master Lang Lang would still come, but he would guide Tianyu to play the wedding march, and Tianxin would perform a ballet solo. The third small event was about the guest list. Old Mr. Gu wanted to invite some business partners and old friends, but Weiwei only wanted to invite close family and friends. Grandpa, I understand you want to share our happiness, Weiwei said politely. But as you saw, someone tried to ruin our joy last night. I think the wedding should be for those who truly care about us. Gu Chenyu supported her. Weiwei is right. Grandpa, business matters can be handled elsewhere. Let's enjoy this special day. Old Mr. Gu looked at their determined faces and finally smiled and agreed. All right, you young people decide. But, he winked mysteriously. I will invite a few special friends who will bring you surprises. During the wedding preparations, Wei Wei and Gu Chenyu found many unexpected joys. For example, when tasting the wedding menu, Tianyu created a food scoring system, using algorithms to rate each dish. Tianxin became a dessert taster, using her sharp sense of taste to pick the most popular cake flavors. For example, when choosing wedding floral arrangements, Lin Weiwei noticed that Gu Chenyu had an amazing knowledge of flowers. It turned out he had interned at a flower market in the Netherlands when he was young. The most interesting part was when they wrote their wedding vows. Both of them mentioned the night 5 years ago and how they had missed and waited for each other during these years. "Do you know?" Gu Chenyu softly said. "Over these 5 years, I always felt like a piece was missing inside me. It wasn't until the day we met again at the airport, seeing you and the children, that emptiness was filled." Lin Weiwei leaned on his shoulder. "Me too. It was hard, but every time I saw the children, I felt everything was worth it. Now that I have you, we are finally complete." However, during the warm preparations, Tianyu noticed some unusual signs. "Dad, I detected that encrypted signal again," Tianyu reported seriously to Gu Chenyu. "It seems they're trying to hack into our wedding guest database." Gu Chenyu immediately became alert. "Can we trace where it's coming from?" Tianyu shook his head. "They used very advanced anti-tracking technology. But it's clear they are very interested in our wedding." Gu Chenyu thought for a moment. "Increase security measures, but don't tell Mom yet." "I don't want her to worry." "Understood," Tianyu nodded. "I've set up multiple firewalls and will monitor any unusual access in real time." A week before the wedding, Lin Weiwei received a mysterious package. Inside was a beautiful baby outfit and a card, "To the future little brother or sister, wishing the wedding success and happiness forever." There was no signature, but Lin Weiwei instinctively felt it was from her mother, Lin Wanqing. Excited, she took the outfit to find Gu Chenyu. "Chenyu, look. This must be from Mom. She knows we're getting married." Gu Chenyu carefully examined the outfit and card. "It does look like her style. But how did she find out our address? And why didn't she come directly?" Tears sparkled in Lin Weiwei's eyes. "Maybe she's still hiding something. But at least she knows we're doing well and is sending her blessings." Gu Chenyu hugged her. "After the wedding, we will do everything we can to find her. No matter where she is, we will find her and reunite as a family." During the final stage of wedding preparations, a few special guests arrived at the Gu family manor, Lin Weiwei's college friends, whom Gu Chenyu had specially invited from abroad. "Weiwei, congratulations. I never thought you'd be the first to get married. And to such a handsome CEO." The friends' arrival brought great joy to Lin Weiwei. They reminisced about college days, shared love stories, and added more happiness to the wedding planning. Gu Chenyu watched Lin Weiwei happily and said to his assistant, "Prepare a generous gift for each of the ladies to thank them for making Weiwei so happy." On the night before the wedding, the Gu family manor held a small rehearsal dinner. All preparations were complete, just waiting for the big day. Tianyu and Tianxin also held juice cups and said, wishing Mom and Dad eternal happiness. After the dinner, Gu Chenyu took Lin Weiwei for a walk in the garden. The moonlight poured down like silver, the scent of gardenia filled the night air, and fireflies flickered among the flowers. Everything was as beautiful as a fairy tale. "Weiwei, are you nervous?" Gu Chenyu softly asked, gently touching her hand. Lin Weiwei leaned on his strong shoulder, feeling his warm body. A little nervous, but mostly full of happiness and anticipation. "Chenyu, thank you for giving me everything I dreamed of, a warm home, 2 lovely children, and all your love. I should be the one thanking you," Gu Chenyu said tenderly, gazing at her. Under the moonlight, her face was smooth and radiant, like white jade. "Thank you for your brave choice that night 5 years ago. Thank you for bringing Tianyu and Tianxin into this world. Thank you for being willing to give me a second chance after all the hardships, so I could have a complete family again." Moved, Lin Weiwei looked up into his deep eyes. "These 5 years have been tough, but every time I see the kids' smiles, I feel it was all worth it. Now that I have you, we are truly complete. I promise you that I will love, cherish, and protect you for a lifetime, making you the happiest woman in the world." I believe in you. Wei Wei snuggled in his arms, her voice soft but firm. From the moment we reunited, I knew we were meant to be together forever. No matter what challenges come, as long as we walk hand in hand, nothing can stop our happiness. Under the moonlight, they embraced deeply, while in the distance, the cheerful laughter of children rang out. Tianyu and Tianxin were playing hide and seek with their grandfather, adding warmth to this beautiful night. Gu Chenyu gently held Wei Wei's face and gave her a tender kiss on the forehead. Tomorrow, you will be my most beautiful bride. I can't wait to see you in your wedding dress walking toward me. Wei Wei blushed happily. I'm also looking forward to tomorrow. Chenyu, I love you so much. I love you too, Wei Wei. Forever. Under the moonlight, they made a promise of eternal love, filled with sweet anticipation for the wedding. The starry sky witnessed their true love, knowing that from now on, every day would be the start of happiness. On the morning of the wedding day, the Gu estate was softly covered in a light golden mist, like a fairy tale. Wei Wei woke early and stood by the window, watching the busy garden, feeling a wave of sweet anticipation. Today, she would wear the heirloom wedding dress and become Gu Chenyu's rightful bride. Mom, you look so beautiful today. Tianxin ran in wearing a cute princess dress, holding freshly picked flowers. I and brother made you a flower crown. Tianyu followed behind, his face showing rare excitement. Dad said this is the grandest wedding in the Gu family's history. Mom, you must be the most beautiful bride. Wei Wei crouched down to hug her children, tears of happiness in her eyes. Thank you, my dear ones. With you here, I am the happiest person in the world. The first small incident happened while preparing the wedding dress. When Wei Wei carefully opened the sandalwood box, she noticed a tiny wrinkle on the sleeve of the dress, and the embroidered phoenix pattern looked a bit dull. Strange, Wei Wei whispered to herself. Aunt Feng checked it yesterday and said it was well preserved. Su Qing immediately stepped forward to check and said, it might be caused by the humidity change last night. Don't worry, I will contact Aunt Feng right away. At that moment, Gu Chenyu hurried over with Aunt Feng, wearing a mysterious smile. Wei Wei, actually, this is a special surprise we arranged. Aunt Feng kindly smiled and opened another brocade box. Madame Gu, according to the Feng family tradition, the bride's wedding dress should be blessed and embroidered by elders on the wedding day. This is a surprise I prepared for you, adding the Gu family's dragon pattern to the existing design. Lin Weiwei happily looked at the refreshed wedding dress, which now shimmered with gold dragons and phoenixes, more beautiful and eye-catching than before. It's so beautiful. Thank you, Aunt Feng. The second small test came from the wedding dessert table. Tianxin, acting like a little gourmet, was inspecting the kitchen when she suddenly wrinkled her cute little nose. This cream. It seems different from the one we tasted yesterday, Tianxin asked the chef with a tilted head. The chef smiled and explained, Young miss, you're very clever. This is a new recipe we specially adjusted today, with your mother's favorite vanilla flavor. But Tianxin's intuition told her there was a secret. She pulled Tianyu aside for a quiet check. After scanning with his mini analyzer, Tianyu's eyes lit up. There's a special ingredient your dad added for Mom. It's Mom's favorite French lavender honey. At that moment, Gu Chenyu entered from behind and gently hugged Lin Weiwei. Remember you said you liked Provence lavender honey? I had it shipped specially. Every detail is meant to show you my love. Lin Weiwei, touched, leaned into his arms. You always do this, quietly preparing so many surprises. The third small incident happened at the guest reception area. Tianyu detected some unusual QR code signals and immediately activated his wedding protection system he designed. Dad, Mom, I found some special signals, Tianyu said seriously. But they're not from bad people.
It seems to be
distant relatives of the Feng family using an ancient invitation encryption method. Gu Chenyu checked and looked surprised. This is a blessing cipher from the Feng family. Wei Wei, look, he pointed at the pattern on the screen. These encrypted messages translate to dragon and phoenix bring prosperity and 100 years of happiness. It turns out the elders of the Feng family sent their blessings remotely using this method. Lin Weiwei's eyes shimmered with tears of emotion.
So,
They actually approve of us. Of course they do. Gu Qinyu gently wiped her tears. I've already talked to the Feng Yi family. They really admire your talent and courage, and they wanted to send their blessings in this traditional way. The sweetest test came from Tianxin's little prank. Before the wedding started, this clever little girl suddenly disappeared, leaving only a path of flower petals in the garden. Mom, Dad, come find me. Tianxin's cheerful voice came through the walkie-talkie. I have a surprise for you. Following the flower petal path, Gu Qinyu and Lin Weiwei held hands and walked into the rose garden. They saw Tianxin standing under a heart-shaped arch made of flowers, holding a small box. This is a wedding gift from me and my brother. Tianxin happily opened the box, revealing 2 handmade dragon and phoenix bracelets. We learned how to make them from Aunt Feng. We spent a whole week on it. Yanyu also stepped out from behind a tree, blushing slightly. Mom said, "What matters isn't how expensive the gift is, but the thought behind it. We hope you and Dad will always be close in heart." Lin Weiwei and Gu Qinyu looked at each other and smiled, touched as they put on the bracelets. At that moment, all the nervousness and worries melted into pure happiness. After these warm little tests, Lin Weiwei felt more relaxed and excited. She looked at herself in the mirror, dressed in a traditional dragon and phoenix wedding gown, and suddenly understood the meaning of everything. Qinyu. She took his hand willingly. These aren't tests, but proof of love. Proof that so many people are blessing us. Proof that we deserve the best happiness. Gu Qinyu gazed at her with deep affection. Weiwei, you're always like this, seeing everything so beautifully. That's one of the reasons I love you. Just then Yanyu and Tianxin, holding hands, walked in. The 2 kids looked especially handsome and pretty today. Dad, Mom, it's time, Tianxin said excitedly. The guests outside are waiting for you. Yanyu, acting like a little gentleman, checked his parents' outfits. The bow tie is perfect and the veil is beautiful. Mom, Dad, you're the most matching couple in the world. As Lin Weiwei walked toward the wedding scene, accompanied by Su Qing and the children, the sunlight broke through the thin fog and shone gently on her. The golden dragon and phoenix on the wedding dress shimmered brightly in the sunlight, as if they had come to life. Gu Qinyu waited for her at the end of the red carpet, his eyes full of admiration and love. He gently reached out and took her hand. Weiwei, today you look so beautiful that I can hardly breathe. Lin Weiwei smiled sweetly. Because today, I am the happiest bride in the world. They looked at each other and smiled, turning all the challenges into the nourishment of their love. Tianyu and Tianxin, as flower children, carefully scattered petals, their faces full of pride and happiness. On the viewing platform of the estate, Aunt Feng and some elders from the Feng family nodded with smiles, offering their blessings in traditional ways. It turned out that all the tests were carefully planned traditional ceremonies to check the couple's understanding and sincerity. When the wedding march began to play, Gu Qinyu softly said to Lin Weiwei, "Look, even the sky is blessing us. Weiwei, from now on, every day will be as sunny as today." Lin Weiwei tightly held his hand, tears of happiness shining in her eyes. "Yes, I believe. Because with you, all the tests will become the most beautiful memories. Sunshine, the scent of flowers, your loving smile, children's laughter. All these made the perfect beginning of the wedding. And true happiness has just begun."